Chapter 91. The blizzard outside was very strong. The wind was blowing, and 1/3 of the car body had been buried. Xiaobo's upper legs were immersed in the snow, and his dark eyes looked around anxiously. This kind of unknown danger was something no one wanted to encounter. What is it? The whole car just shook, and the force must be more than 30 points. Bang! While thinking, another loud noise came from behind the car. Xiaobo's sleepiness disappeared, and he stepped on the thick snow to touch the back of the car. As he approached the rear of the car, the wind raged even more violently. The extremely cold snow fell on Xiaobo's body. Xiaobo was completely undecided, and his mind was all on the movement just now. When he reached the rear of the car, the wind raged even more violently, but Xiaobo heard the movement behind the car, and it turned out that there was something. Xiaobo's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent gathered. Cars were his Achilles heel. Everything he needed to survive on this road depended on cars. Any creature that wanted to ride a car or destroy a car would die. What is that? It's it, the human from before. No, it's dead. This is it after it was resurrected. After passing through the thick snow, the face of the wild monster appeared in front of him. Xiaobo froze in place, trembling all over, and a sense of horror surged in his heart. The dead were resurrected. Zombie. Level 4. Strength, 35. Agility, 4. Skill, sudden. Find your prey, and your movement speed will increase by 500%. The detection eye jumped, and the Minotaur showed the other party's information. The dead are resurrected. This is the zombie. This road can actually allow dead people to become zombies. So the zombies we met before were all real humans, who died and became zombies. Xiaobo saw the information transmitted by the detection eye and thought in his heart. At this time, the zombies smashed the car again. Xiaobo's eyes suddenly gathered murderous intent, and he immediately turned on the swiftness, drew his knife, and chopped off the swinging arm. Xiaobo was exposed all of a sudden. The zombie found Xiaobo, and gave up attacking the car compartment, and turned to attack Xiaobo. The speed of the sudden attack was indeed terrifying, but it was a pity that its agility attribute was too low. Xiaobo had already reacted, and the steel knife emitting red light sank into the body of the zombie and killed it. The experience value of the zombie is not high. Even if it is level 4, it is only a little experience. Searching. The zombie still didn't explode. After putting away the knife, he looked at the car compartment, and saw that there was an obvious dent on the car compartment. The dead can be resurrected, which is against common sense. No, in this game, anything can happen. Xiaobo looked at the disappearing corpse and felt bad. Back in the car, Xiaobo shook off the snow on his body, lay on the bed, stared at the dark snowfield, and wondered what he was thinking. The next day, the wind and snow finally stopped, and Xiaobo carved a scratch on the car at the head of the bed. There were already 18 scratches before, which was the number of days he had lived in this world. It's the 19th day. Today is Friday. There are still 2 days left. The qualifying competition will be updated, and then my supplies will be more abundant. After washing up, he went to the toilet. Xiaobo walked to the wheel covered by heavy snow. The wheel was already deeply sunken in the snow, and he needed something to sweep the snow in front. He squatted on the ground and used a machete to clear the snow near the wheels. It took more than half an hour to finish the cleaning. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up at the vast snowfield. It was time to go on the road. Xiaobo did not continue the endless mode. His current ranking was very high. It was impossible for them to catch up with him this week. After all, the blizzard became a stumbling block for them, and their strength had hardly increased. The same was true for me. In this week, except for the initial qualifying match, his strength increased a wave, and then his level remained stable at level 5. He was only 8 points away from upgrading. And after a few days of fermentation, the popular space treasure chest could be opened again. This time, a special thing was opened, a bottle of Hercules Potion. Hercules Potion *1. After drinking, you will get a 50% strength bonus, which lasts for 5 minutes. No side effects. This is the information of the Hercules Potion. After Xiaobo upgraded it, the quality did not change, but the quantity changed, from 1 bottle to 5 bottles. This thing is a good thing. Xiaobo put the potion away. In a critical moment, it can improve one's combat power. It is very practical, and has no side effects. It is perfect. A must-have for short-term combat power improvement. Looking at the time, it has been cold for about an hour. After feeding the hens some food, Xiaobo began to advance the itinerary. Xiaobo is ready to try to get a ranking of the itinerary. After all, If there is one more list, a lot of improvement can be obtained at the end of the week. This is great. Snowy days are the best for driving. Other people's cars are not as powerful as mine. After all, my car has been upgraded 3 times and has reached the level of a truck. It is powerful and should not have a big problem pushing the snow. But in this way, the speed has dropped a lot, especially in the back. After a few days of blizzards, the snow on the road has reached the knees, so the speed has slowed down. I didn't do anything else this week, and I spent it all on driving. But fortunately, it is very safe now, with enough sleep and no need to worry about monster attacks. The only danger is the blizzard. Unfortunately, in front of my big truck, this danger can be ignored, and I still have a small steel cannon, so I don't have to worry about being frozen to death. The car is moving at a constant speed. Xiaobo fixed the steering wheel and stabilized the speed. In this way, he can relax a little. He turned on the system and browsed the world. There are not too many useful news in the world. Because of the blizzard, the news in the world is more than before. But he could vaguely feel that the news in the world has a more solemn atmosphere. The danger brought by the blizzard is higher than that brought by wild monsters. If wild monsters can't beat you, you can still give it a try, but facing natural disasters, like blizzards, humans have no way to deal with it, and can only wait. The chat in the world is boring. Xiaobo opened the trading system, and the number of daily transactions was restored. He continued to post a trading message and opened the private message. During this period, he kept trading car fragments, and the current car fragments have risen to 113 again. At present, the maximum number of car fragments that can be traded at one time is 3 per day, and the number is still very considerable. There is a lot of information in the private message, but this week's update is more humane. There is a filtering function in the private message function, which can automatically filter out junk information and useful information. After filtering, the information is still 99+, most of which are coming to trade, and the things traded are very common. Hey, I've traded with this person before. Xiaobo suddenly noticed that someone sent him a very interesting message. Boss Xiaobo, thank you for helping me. I got a very important message and hope to trade with you. A piece of information about the Dimension Gate. Chapter 92. Dimensional Gate? I remember I opened a box some time ago and got a Dimensional Gate key. Xiaobo was startled and replied, I'm here. I just checked the system. There are too many messages. Your message was swallowed. But before the transaction, I need to determine whether the information you obtained is true. After waiting for a while, the other party replied, and there seemed to be a hint of excitement in his tone. Boss Xiaobo, you finally replied. I have been waiting for several days. You will definitely be interested in this news, because currently only you can pass through the dimensional door in the entire game. Xiaobo noticed the ending, his eyes flickered, and replied, only us, so this dimensional door is limited? The other party seemed to have no vigilance against him at all, and replied very seriously, Boss, you guessed right, this dimensional door is not accessible to everyone who wants to enter. Well, tell me what you need, and I just happen to have a trading opportunity now. Xiaobo replied, thinking for a while, and asked again, you didn't tell anyone else about this news? The other party recovered very quickly. Boss, don't worry, I didn't tell anyone else, and thank you for trading with me before. If it weren't for your trade, I might be dead now. Xiaobo raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, then trade. Boss, I need cloth, it's too cold today. The man said. Well, you accept my deal? Xiaobo took out 5 pieces of fine cloth from the locker. He still had a lot of cloth at the moment, and the purpose of the cloth was still unclear. The cloth after the upgrade is of very good quality, and it is large and warm. It is most suitable for trading in such weather. The other party took a picture and sent it over. It was a yellow parchment, a little worn with missing parts, and it was a few years old. There was blood on the parchment, and it looked like there was something there. Xiaobo agreed to the transaction, but the system determined that his value was not enough. 5 pieces of exquisite cloth were not enough. Xiaobo was secretly shocked. The parchment must have recorded good things. Raising the number to 7 pieces was still not enough. 9 pieces were still not enough. It was not until the number reached 10 pieces. The transaction went smoothly. A slightly torn piece of parchment appeared in my hand out of thin air. It felt cold and slippery, just like touching cold snot. Boss, I received the things. Thank you. I will come back to you if I have any good things in the future. Xiaobo glanced at the message sent by the other party, and was sure that he had done the right thing before. Sometimes it is not necessarily wrong to make good connections, The mysterious parchment scroll of the deceased prophet. Some incredible things are recorded on it. Dimension Gate Human Screening. Dimension Gate Key. Just as the words appeared intermittently on the parchment scroll, Xiaobo noticed that the symbol of the resource upgrade system also appeared on the parchment scroll. The parchment scroll can be upgraded. This parchment scroll can also be upgraded. There was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Could it be that after upgrading the parchment scroll, the things recorded are more detailed? Xiaobo upgraded it without hesitation. The mysterious parchment scroll of the deceased prophet. Some incredible things are recorded on it. The parchment scroll did not seem to have changed after the upgrade, and the introduction was still the same as before. This surprised him. No, it seems to be more complete than before. Turning over the parchment, words emerged one by one. Frowny face. There are still 2 hours before the 35th world update. The content of this update seems a bit incredible. The dimension door is the door to another world. Can it help me get out of this world? No, this is not our chance. It is the creatures that have just come to this world. They are called humans. The top 100 in the level ranking, human elites, pass to open the random dimension world survival mission. Rich rewards. I understand. This has nothing to do with us. It's a pity that I don't have time. The upgraded parchment is indeed more complete than the previously recorded information. This is a parchment left by a prophet, the dimension key, which opens the survival mission of the random dimension world, and the rewards are rich. This is the content of the next game update. Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. He took out the keys from the cabinet. There were 10 keys, which meant that he could open the survival mission of the dimension world 10 times. Although the parchment gave more information, the most important thing was still not given. What kind of worlds are those? Can you get rid of the constraints of this road, or the game, after traveling through them? Or maybe in that world, you still have to survive on the road, but the endless road has been replaced by a limited road. If you complete the task, it will be considered a success. Of course, these are just fantasies. If you really want to know what the task is, you still need to wait until the game is updated to be sure. Putting aside these messy thoughts, Xiaobo put away the parchment scroll. This thing brought too much information. The 35th game update, the prophet, this world. They also have their own place to live, or maybe they are experiencing the same game as himself. They want to get rid of the constraints of the game, and calculate the opening of the dimension door. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much time. This game is much more complicated than I imagined. Old Joe said that the road seems dangerous, but it is actually a protection for humans. Prophet. Maybe what Old Joe said is right. The road is indeed a protection for humans by the game. There are still dangers in this world that we don't know. While the game brings us crises, it is also the only safe haven. Protect human experience. The future depends on us. Old Joe, what secrets do you have? Xiaobo looked at the endless snowfield and thought that there are many other creatures in this endless outside world. Humans are still very weak now, and can only survive on this road. Will they be able to go out in the future? But these are not what I am considering now. Because the wheels of the truck started to slip again. Helplessly, he had to waste another hour to shovel the snow near the truck. The car was on the road again. Xiaobo was more open-minded and decided to live in the present. He could understand what Old Man Joe was carrying, and he also knew how helpless the prophet's last words were. He saw hope, but there was no time. Sometimes, knowing more is not a good thing. Isn't it nice to kill wild monsters on the road and level up? Chapter 93. But is it really so? If a layer of veil is peeled off, who can resist curiosity and not check it out? If someone knows something, who would be willing to be a plaything in this game? No one would be willing, not even Xiaobo, but even if he knows something now, he dare not reveal anything. This thing can be exploded by wild monsters, so the manipulator behind it did it intentionally. Is it to add fun to the game, or for some other reasons? No one knows. Thinking of this, Xiaobo suddenly braked the car, and broke out in a cold sweat. If there is really something controlling it, then it knows humans very well, and it must know itself very well. Naturally, there is no place to hide its own resource upgrade system. But fortunately, there is one thing, that is, it is still safe and sound at present. I hope I am overthinking, otherwise my biggest secret has been known by the manipulator behind this game. Xiaobo thought to himself, and then he felt a little relieved. It is easy to understand that I am just a loophole in the game, and there is still nothing to deal with me. This shows that there is no so-called master or creator god controlling all this. How could I encounter such a bloody plot? I must be overthinking. Calming down, Xiaobo started the car and continued to move forward. Hey, resource box. After moving forward for about 100 meters, there was a slightly raised snow bag on the side of the road. The amplitude was very small, and it could not be seen without careful observation. Xiaobo showed a smile on his face, and his original worries were swept away. I was just worrying too much. I pushed open the car door, stepped on the knee-deep snow, reached out, and dug it open, and it turned out to be a familiar box. Bang! Crack! He used his fist to hammer the box open very skillfully, and an item appeared in front of Xiaobo: 1 spicy strip, 20 grams of rice, 1 vinegar bag. Seeing the things in the resource box, Xiaobo's eyes lit up. These 3 things are all good things. He took out the 3 things. There was only 1 spicy strip, and even less rice. As for the vinegar bag, it was the kind of vinegar bag you eat in instant noodles. This is really too stingy. Back in the car, Xiaobo really didn't know how to complain about the refresh supplies in the resource box. It was too little. If it weren't for the resource upgrade system, I really didn't know what to do with such a small amount of supplies. But this thing is also related to character. After upgrading the things, I got a lot of supplies. I took out a spicy strip and tasted it. It was very fragrant, spicy and delicious. This is Xiaobo's most intuitive feeling. There is rice and vinegar. Maybe I will be able to have a full banquet in the future. Xiaobo thought happily, licked the chili oil on his fingers, and then restarted the car and set off. It turns out that resource boxes can still be found, but because of the heavy snow, resource boxes are not so easy to find. Towards the morning, Xiaobo found that the sun appeared in the sky, and the sun shone on the snowfield, which was very beautiful. After several days of blizzards, the sun actually came out. This means that the weather is gradually getting better. Xiaobo looked up at the sun that was slowly becoming scorching, and it really confirmed what he thought in his heart. The sun blocked by dark clouds appeared, and the blizzard was finally over. The appearance of the sun also caused a sensation in the world, and they finally made it through. Today is Friday. After lunch, Xiaobo made a cup of chrysanthemum tea in a teacup, sat in the car, and ate an apple after lunch, and then continued on the road. With the appearance of the sun, Xiaobo's mood became more relaxed, and he was less anxious when driving. The most important thing is that the solar water heater can be used, and he can take a comfortable hot bath tonight. The progress in the afternoon was very smooth. During the period, 3 resource boxes were found, and a lot of food was opened, especially the amount of rice. 2 of the 3 resource boxes had rice. After the upgrade, the rice directly increased by 2 large bags. Water resources and fuel are not equal, and there is also a piece of chocolate. After the upgrade, it became a box. Chocolate is a good thing, high in calories and easy to carry. After all the supplies were sorted out uniformly, Xiaobo continued to move forward. Time passed quietly. When there were only 2.5 disappearances before dark, Xiaobo parked the car on the side of the road and set up a pot. I cooked some rice soup and casually fried some cabbage and mutton. There is no other food at the moment, so I can only stew it like this. After eating and drinking, I exercised on the snow for a while, and then started the ranking. It has been more than 20 minutes since the ranking. Although it is a step late, it still attracted a large number of people who have not ranked after the broadcast. Although Xiaobo's fighting skills are not very good, it makes up for people's reverie of the strong. The most important thing is that the fighting process is simple, and there are not so many fancy things. At first, they thought that the best way to solve the battle was a knife. This is what they felt after watching Xiaobo's live broadcast. Some people also tried Xiaobo's one-knife technique, but all ended in failure. In the end, they came to a conclusion that the best way to resolve the battle is to crush the opponent. Xiaobo was mainly too powerful, so he could understand the opponent with one knife. This is something they can't compare. The ranking live broadcast started, and Xiaobo started matching. The speed of level 4 ranking was very fast. When he entered the game, he chose the steel knife he was most familiar with. With the butcher's hand, it was very simple and rough. Even if your defense was high, you could still understand the battle with one knife. Don't even think about speed and strength. Xiaobo, who had undergone a job change, directly slaughtered everyone unilaterally. Fuck Xiaobo. I give up. I give up. The ring appeared, and the opponent recognized Xiaobo at a glance, and he cursed and raised his hands to surrender. Xiaobo stared at the opponent with cold eyes, without any mercy at all. His figure approached the opponent like a ghost and chopped him directly. A strange red light flashed, and the throat was sealed with a knife. The battle was resolved cleanly and neatly. Continue. After coming out, Xiaobo did not stay for long and started the second round directly. The second round was a girl, who was dressed very revealingly. Although the system explicitly prohibits flesh trade in the ranking competition, it does not mean that women cannot use their own advantages to kill the enemy. Sometimes, the body is the best weapon. The other party is very beautiful, with a protruding front and a curvy back, and a hot body. Currently ranked 6th in the popularity list, it relies on her hot body and the clothes she wore during the ranking competition, and this trick has been tried and tested. Most men can hardly resist the temptation, go forward to touch the oil, and be killed. And most of these people are willing. After all, the death here is not real death, but touching the oil is real touching the oil. You may make a lot of money, but I will never lose money. Xiaobo was obviously stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The clothes the other party wore were very cool. With a hot body and a beautiful face, it was no wonder that she was so popular. Brother Xia, do you want to touch me? She was about to twist her waist and uttered a very charming voice, halfway, when she saw a red light appear in front of her eyes, and then the world went dark, and she appeared in her room one by one. Knowing that the mission failed, she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, with some integrity. So much nonsense, women will only affect my speed of drawing the sword. Xiaobo was stunned for a second, and without saying anything, he killed with one sword. Then he complained. The second qualifying match ended very easily, and Xiaobo started the third match. And it was in the third match that he met an unexpected person. Feng Shihong. Chapter 94. Feng Shihong was stunned when he saw Xiaobo. He had never expected that he would actually meet Xiaobo. This was without any sign. Xiaobo saw the other person's face clearly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the trace of murderous intent was revealed without any concealment. It's really a narrow road for enemies. You stepped on me to get to the second place in the popularity list. Because of the game, I couldn't do anything to you. Haha, I didn't expect to meet you now. Xiaobo changed his usual behavior and took the initiative to speak. At this time, the live broadcast room of the two people was even more explosive. Fuck. Xiaobo. The first and second place in the ranking list finally meet. Fuck. Finally they meet, I'm betting on Xiaobo. At the beginning of the game, the two had a grudge. Feng Shihong successfully sat on the second place with Xiaobo's popularity. How could Xiaobo not be angry? If I were Feng Shihong, I would do the same. After all, you can't meet him in real life, at most you can meet him in the ranking. 6666, a great battle. Many people also came to ask. After all, the first and second battles were the first time. Xiaobo had met Sun Quan before, and he was killed with one sword. So how will this battle with Feng Shihong be? Everyone is looking forward to it. One is Xiaobo, who ranks first, and is known as Xia Yidao. The other is Feng Shihong, who ranks second, has fought up to 300 games, has a winning rate of more than 70%, and is known as the God of War. This collision instantly attracted a large number of people to watch. The top 10 in the rankings also rushed into the live broadcast room. At this time, they also received the news that the two had met, ended the battle early, and came to the live broadcast room of the two. Sun Quan, Xiaobo is very strong. Feng Shihong is no match for Xiaobo. I have fought with Xiaobo several times before, but I have never seen him use his skills. Xiaobo hides them too deeply. Feng Shihong deserves it. He used Xiaobo's popularity to rank second. In order to maintain his position in the popularity list, he provoked all of us in the live broadcast room. It's a pity that I am not as strong as Feng Shihong, otherwise I would have killed Feng Shihong countless times. Han Yi, don't make many comments, just watch the live broadcast quietly and learn. Xing Dong, I have met Xiaobo before. Boss, I am impressed by the strength of Boss Xiaobo. I don't know who Feng Shihong is, I only know Xiaobo. Shuexiang, I have fought with Boss Xiaobo twice. His speed is the fastest I have ever seen. Even if I try my best, I can't touch the corner of his clothes. Ba, Xiaobo is awesome, a supporting role given by a certain idiot. Please read his name out loud. Fanjian, Yang Tao, Bosses showed up one by one. These are the bosses who have been on the list or are currently on the list. They are powerful, and many of them have conflicts with Feng Shihong. After Feng Shihong ranked second on the popularity list, in order to maintain his popularity, he directly boasted, but he really has that strength. Although he is not as strong as Xiaobo initially showed, he is also showing his strength. So when the other party mocks him, they can only endure it. After all, the other party does have strength. But in this encounter, they hope that Xiaobo can teach Feng Shihong a good lesson. Of course, if they can't beat him, they will let others take care of it. Each of us has his own needs. I lend you my position, so I naturally thank you. Feng Shihong held a huge axe and looked at Xiaobo calmly. This was a qualifying match. Even if he couldn't beat the opponent, he wouldn't die. He wasn't panicking at all. Each of us has our own needs? What a good saying. I'm going to kill you here today. If I meet you in real life one day, I won't let you go either. Xiaobo's face was full of coldness and murderous intent. He turned on the speed directly, leaving a trail of afterimages on the spot. The people watching the live broadcast were shocked. What a terrifying speed. Is this the real strength of Xiaobo? Shuexiang, who was always known for his speed, was shocked when he saw this scene. Xiaobo, what if I can't beat you? This is just a ranking space. You can kill me, and I won't be in any trouble. Even if it happens 10 or 100 times, I will still step on you and step on you hard to get to the top. Feng Shihong was not afraid at all, but raised his voice and shouted, as if to attract the audience in the two live broadcast rooms. He didn't even make any movements, as if he accepted the fact calmly. His purpose was also very simple, that is, everything for popularity. Swish! A burst of blood flew up from Feng Shihong's body. The people in the live broadcast room were stunned, and there was no picture of being killed by a knife as imagined. What's going on? What is Xiaobo doing? Wait, he made another move. Xiaobo moved again, and the afterimage passed by, and another blood belt soared up a foot high. Feng Shihong frowned, and he vaguely guessed something. Ba reacted and laughed wildly. Yes, yes. That's it, we can't let him die too easily. Killing is fun. Everyone immediately realized that Xiaobo was going to kill. They remembered the person who had a grudge against Xiaobo before, who was directly chopped into a human stick by Xiaobo. Although the ranking space exempts you from the threat of death, the pain still exists. The most comfortable way to die is to black out your eyes. The most cruel is to kill. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Xiaobo's movements are getting faster and faster. With the blessing of double speed by performing swiftness, only a trail of afterimages are left. Every time he passes by Feng Shihong, a blood belt will be raised, and the speed of the rise is getting faster and faster. Feng Shihong's eyes are bloodshot, his teeth are clenched, and his whole body is trembling. He now feels that his skin and flesh are decreasing. The growth of strength will not make it easy for him to die so easily, but now it has become his most painful time. People watching the live broadcast can no longer capture his movements. They can only capture the afterimages on the field. It is too fast, so fast that it is scary. Is this his true strength? Everyone is trembling. At the beginning, someone had the same idea as Feng Shihong. What Feng Shihong said was not without reason. It was only possible to meet in the ranking space. Don't even think about meeting in reality. There are so many people in the world, but there is only one road. How could they meet? But at this moment, they were scared. This was the rhythm of cutting Feng Shihong into pieces. If they met, would they also experience thousands of cuts? This made them shudder. After a while, there was no intact part of Feng Shihong's body. It was covered with dense blood wounds, some deep, some shallow, and even one of his arms was broken, with only some flesh and blood left. Xiaobo stopped his action, and his bloody face showed a slightly ferocious expression, like a butcher. It's a pity that the strength was not controlled well in some places, otherwise I could have cut a few hundred more times. You are just this level, haha, I overestimated you. Feng Shihong was still stubborn and never said a word. You are a man, so let's forget about it this time. When we meet in the real world, I will make you suffer. Xiaobo stepped forward again, the red steel knife flashing with strange light, and he cut Feng Shihong into a stick, and then pressed the knife on his chest. With a swish, the sharp steel knife directly pinned the opponent and stabbed into the ground. Feng Shihong's eyes bulged and he shouted, "Come on! I'm afraid of you. Xiaobo, this is the first time. I remember next time, I will return it to you 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Then you will live in the next life." Xiaobo held the steel knife and slowly pushed the steel knife, as he did when he killed the tortoiseshell creature before. Chapter 95. Humph. Feng Shihong groaned, his body bleeding profusely. He could already feel the passing of his life. His vision gradually blurred. It's over, Xiaobo. One day, I will repay you 10 million times. The ring disappeared, and Xiaobo appeared in the room. He looked extremely gloomy, and the killing intent was like a dark cloud covering his face. Gradually, the killing intent dissipated, and he returned to his cold expression. The people in the live broadcast room were still in shock. They had just witnessed a killing show, shaving people with sticks, and thousands of cuts. Even if the live broadcast room was restored now, the scene just now still left a deep impression in their minds. This man, like a demon from hell, completely left a dark and weird demon image in everyone's heart. After the qualifying round, the killing intent in Xiaobo's eyes did not disappear. He was now only thinking about how to find the other party in the real world and kill him. In the subsequent rankings, Xiaobo continued his previous style, continuing to kill one by one, and the 7 ranking matches were over quickly. The speed of completion was very fast, which was amazing. Although Xiaobo was down, the video of the previous killing of Feng Shihong was saved by Xiaobo and hung in his own battle video. This is also the only video he has generated, which seems to be a warning and a reminder. Is this the strength of Xiaobo after performing his skills? So terrible. Is there any big guy who can calculate how much Xiaobo's agility value has reached? Currently, it is estimated that it should be 50 points. If the guess is right, this should be an acceleration skill that consumes mental power and bursts out in a short period of time. Combined with Xiaobo's insight, it is basically invincible. Feng Shihong deserved to die. By the way, Feng Shihong didn't commit suicide, which was pretty tough. Why don't you think he committed suicide? You know how popular Xiaobo is. I guess Feng Shihong is taking advantage of his popularity. The truth is revealed. I just checked Feng Shihong's popularity fluctuations. He has increased by at least 100 million, leaving the 3rd place far behind. This deal is not a loss. Here, after Xiaobo completed the ranking task, he teleported out, looking at the vast snowfield with a hint of coldness as the sky gradually darkened. It's a pity that there is no way to find other humans in reality, otherwise, the 2nd place in the ranking list will change hands. After returning to the car, Xiaobo calmed down with a calm mind. He simply packed up, took a hot bath outside, lay comfortably in the car, and picked up an apple. Go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow is Saturday. In 2 days, the game will usher in another update. The dimensional world will be opened, and I will be able to travel through the dimensional world. At that time, will the game become interesting? His thoughts were flying, and soon, Xiaobo felt drowsy and his consciousness gradually faded. That night, he had a dream, a very long dream. He dreamed that he opened the dimension door and traveled back to the old blue star. I thought the game was over, but who knew that a more terrible disaster broke out on Blue Star, with mountains collapsing and the sun and moon losing their light. A crack tore through the sky, and a series of extremely impactful aircraft flew out of the torn crack, wantonly hunting and killing the remaining humans on Blue Star. Until those spaceships found him and surrounded him. He wanted to use his skills, but was surprised to find that he was just an ordinary person. A beam of light shot towards him. Just when the beam was about to hit him, Xiaobo suddenly woke up, touched his back, and was soaked with cold sweat. It turned out to be just a dream. Huh? Thinking back to the dream just now, it was so real. Thinking about it now, he still has lingering fears. Lying on the bed, he relaxed a little, just closed his eyes, and suddenly opened his eyes again. Wait, if the dream I just had is true, then has the original planet been destroyed? It is precisely because the planet is about to be destroyed that we enter this game. The introduction at the beginning of the game is screening, and the meaning of screening is to choose normal humans, not the old, weak, sick and disabled. Xiaobo's eyes widened. The dream just now was very real, so real and scary. The collapse of high-rise buildings, the cracking of the earth, the dim sun and moon, the bleak world after the disaster, and the crack that tore the sky apart. In the end, aliens entered the blue planet to hunt humans. Was all this a premeditated action? Aliens, disasters, the end of the world. Xiaobo felt that his brain was not enough. He exhaled and lay on the bed, hoping that all this was just his imagination. The sky was still dark, and there were scattered snowflakes outside, but there was no blizzard. After wiping the sweat off his face, Xiaobo stopped thinking about it, emptied his mind, and fell asleep soon. This time, he had another dream. He dreamed that he was on the ring. Hey, on the ring was that hot woman with cool clothes. She walked towards him. The snow was lighter, as if shy, and the stars in the sky also hid. It was daybreak, and he woke up from his dream. Xiaobo felt a little uncomfortable. He reached out and touched the bed. It was wet. Damn. As if he had been electrocuted, he retracted his palm. Xiaobo suddenly woke up, cursed, washed the bedding with water, and then hung it on the driver's seat, went outside, and washed his body with hot water. After washing up, he went to the toilet. I actually had a wet dream, damn it. Sitting in the car, Xiaobo was quite speechless. Thinking carefully, he seemed to remember the dream and the woman. Feeling the hardness of his body, Xiaobo quickly shook off these thoughts and hurried to feed the hen. He harvested another egg, which was very nice. By the way, there is still a box that has not been opened. Xiaobo remembered that he had a box that had not been opened last night. He opened the system and found that it was a level 5 box that had been upgraded to level 5. The higher the box, the better the things that come out. This is what Xiaobo understands. Although that's what I said, this thing depends on one's luck. The box was opened, and a strange belt appeared in Xiaobo's eyes. Storage belt. Items that can be accommodated. 1. Introduction. A belt that can hold items, and can be used at any time. Note: the weight of the items that can be accommodated must not exceed 20 kilograms. This is equipment, or it belongs to space equipment. Xiaobo's eyes lit up, and he played with the belt and couldn't let it go. Upgraded. Storage belt. Items that can be accommodated. 5. Introduction. A belt that can hold items, and can be used at any time. Note: the weight of the items that can be accommodated must not exceed 20 kilograms. The upgraded storage belt did not change much, except that the number of items that can be accommodated changed from 1 to 5. It can hold more things. Xiaobo's face was full of smiles. With this belt, he could put his weapons in it without having to carry it every day. Chapter 96. Putting on the storage belt, Xiaobo tried to put his steel knife into the belt. As his mind jumped, the steel knife in front of him disappeared, and a point on the belt lit up, which meant that he had stored an item. There were 4 points next to it that were not lit, and it could still hold 4 items. Silently thinking in his heart, the steel knife actually appeared in his hand, which was very magical. Xiaobo continued to experiment, and found that the function of the storage belt was far more than that. Its farthest storage distance was 3 meters, and within these 3 meters, the things in the storage ring could be taken out and placed at any distance of 3 meters around him. It can also be placed in the sky, but it will fall. But it won't work underground. Xiaobo put the alloy dagger and steel knife into the storage belt. These two are his weapons, and are very important. The dagger is not used very often, but it will work wonders when used for sneak attacks at critical moments. So it is not a bad thing to put it away. After looking at his supplies, he found that there was nothing else that could be stored, so the belt was the most suitable place to store weapons. After playing with it for a while, Xiaobo ate something and continued on his way. Today is Saturday, and there is still one day before the game update tomorrow. God knows what the update is, but Xiaobo is looking forward to it. Every time the game is updated, his survival path will be smoother, because that day is a better day for the leaderboard to be updated. Saturday's weather is pretty good, the weather is clear, there was no blizzard last night, and it was a peaceful night. Xiaobo said he was very bored after traveling all day. Until it was almost evening, the car suddenly stopped. Xiaobo stuck his head out of the car and squinted his eyes to look ahead. Ahead was a green ocean, and a road with a little white extended there to separate it, revealing the asphalt road covered with a small amount of snow. Special road? I haven't seen a special road for a long time. Someone in the world said that there is no blizzard on special roads. Now it seems that there is no blizzard. Work hard and try to get there before the qualifying starts. Xiaobo started the car and continued to move forward. Now there is still an hour before the qualifying time, enough time to get there. Half an hour later, the special road appeared in front of Xiaobo. As he continued to move forward, the speed of the car slowly increased, and the snow on the ground became less and less. The snow here is basically melted, and the asphalt road has been exposed. Driving into the special road, the grasslands on both sides of the road have been exposed, and the snow has basically melted, but the air is getting colder. Xiaobo controlled the car and moved forward carefully. Generally speaking, melted roads are more dangerous than roads with snow, because melted snow will freeze into ice. Once the car speed is too fast, it is very easy to lose control. In special sections, in addition to grasslands, there are also a lot of gravel. The grasslands on both sides of the gravel-paved road are bulging out and very obvious. Gravel road. In front, there are more stones on the ground, and Xiaobo is unbelievable. After about 1 kilometer, a huge lake appeared in front of Xiaobo. There is such a big lake. Xiaobo parked the car on the side of the road and looked at the sparkling lake. He was dumbfounded for a moment. On this endless road, there is such a huge lake. Fish. When Xiaobo saw the lake, the first thing he thought of was fish. He got out of the car immediately and walked on gravel and melted snow water to the lake. There are beaches and gravel on the lakeside. This is a freshwater lake. The water is very clear, and you can see the bottom of the lake, but in the distance, it is a bottomless green. Suddenly, a black fish swam past Xiaobo's eyes, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fish. Xiaobo suddenly realized that the black shadow just now was a fish, but its speed was so fast that he didn't catch it. He had to find a way to lure the fish over. Xiaobo took a piece of bread from the car, kneaded the bread into bread crumbs, and sprinkled it into the lake, then sat on a stone by the lake and began a long wait. Just catch a fish and leave. I feel a little unsafe by the lake. It's better to leave early. Bread crumbs floated on the water, and a dark creature swam out of the water very quickly, holding a piece of bread and disappearing. Grass carp. Level 8. Agility 63. Passive skill. Like a fish in water. Like a fish in water. In water, agility increases by 50%, although it was fast, Xiaobo still caught it with the detection eye. The level has reached level 8, and the agility has reached an incredible 63 points. However, 20 of these 63 points are the blessing of this passive skill, but it is also very scary. The properties of the grass carp revealed by the detection eye shocked Xiaobo, mainly because the sensitivity value was too high. With such a high sensitivity value, it is not easy to catch it, unless you turn on the swiftness and then catch it in the shortest time. After all, the swiftness has a duration. This time Xiaobo was determined to catch this fish, so that he would have fish to eat. Xiaobo continued to wait, and his calm mind made his mind unusually calm, neither arrogant nor impatient. Time passed by bit by bit. The qualifying competition has started, and Xiaobo is still waiting. Suddenly, his body leaned forward, and the steel knife appeared in his hand. He looked at the lake with a pair of extremely bright eyes. The grass carp appeared again, and it swam out of the darkness, very carefully, and looked left and right after swimming a distance. It was not the same grass carp as the previous one. The previous grass carp was very reckless, but this one was very careful. Xiaobo did not act immediately, because the grass carp was still in the deep water area. It was not easy to catch it in the deep water area. Only in the shallow water area would he have a chance. The bread crumbs floated in the shallow water area. The grass carp stopped every step, looked around, and seemed to be worried. It never left the deep water area. Xiaobo was not in a hurry. If you want to catch the fish with brute force, you need to be patient. After a stalemate of about 10 minutes, Xiaobo also kept the same action for 10 minutes. The grass carp finally swam forward slowly. It seemed to be sure that the surroundings were safe. Xiaobo was like a sculpture, motionless, staring at the grass carp without blinking. Come out, go eat, little baby, I will send you on your way after you finish eating. As if he smelled the smell of grilled fish, Xiaobo swallowed his saliva and suppressed his anxiety. The grass carp swam slowly, and finally floated to the surface of the water. It ate a piece of bread crumbs. It seemed to have tasted the sweetness, and ate another piece of bread crumbs. Xiaobo saw this, and with a flash of brilliance, he immediately turned on his swiftness, exerting force with his legs. The ground could not bear the strong force of the thick thighs, and it sank downwards, while Xiaobo rushed out like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that it was incredible, leaving a string of afterimages on the spot. The steel knife in his hand fell into the water sideways, and Xiaobo consumed 2 points of physical energy and performed a double heavy attack. Bang bang, 2 huge water splashes exploded. The water splashes dispersed, and a fish floated on the water. The huge force directly stunned the fish. Chapter 97. Done! Seeing the fish float up, Xiaobo smiled, and used the power of double heavy blow to knock the grass carp unconscious. It couldn't be more perfect. The grass carp was very fat, as long as an arm, weighing 3 or 4 pounds, with black light flashing on its scales and a strong tail. A very good fish. Back in the car, Xiaobo made a simple treatment to the grass carp, and then upgraded the grass carp, turning 1 grass carp into 7. We can't finish eating the grass carp now, so we need to find a way to prevent it from going bad. Xiaobo looked at the grass carp, his eyes turned, and he thought of a good idea. Take out 7 clean cloths from the locker, put some ice and snow outside, wrap the grass carp, and throw it in the locker. You just need to replace the ice and snow of the grass carp every once in a while. After finishing, Xiaobo glanced at the lake. 1 grass carp was obviously not enough. It happened that the game was about to be updated, so he caught more grass carp here during this period. Before starting the ranking, Xiaobo went to feed the hens, and then started the ranking. The ranking went very smoothly. In order to catch up with the progress, Xiaobo directly completed 2 levels, from level 5 to level 7. If he upgrades 1 level tomorrow, he will completely sit on the throne of the first place in the ranking. As for someone else grabbing his first place, it is basically impossible. If you want others to send points, you need to buy a lot of materials. In addition to restrictions, the trading system also has a price comparison process, which prevents someone from trading empty packages. In this way, cooperation will naturally collapse. The act of sending points will no longer exist. Besides, the matching mechanism of the system is random, and the possibility of matching with the same person you know is very small. Moreover, the system will also detect the act of giving points. It is impossible for you to give points and reach the first place in the ranking list. After 20 qualifying matches, Xiao Bo's ranking level directly reached level 7. At present, he is the only one who has entered the level 7. After the qualifying ended, Xiao Bo also withdrew and checked the ranking level. The coldness on his face disappeared. 2 boxes, level 6 box and level 7 box. I don't know what can be opened. Xiao Bo thought in his heart and clicked to open the box directly. Spiritual Special Effect Potion *1. A pair of cotton slippers. Seeing the things that were opened, Xiao Bo's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell are these things that were opened? Spiritual Special Effect Potion. Cotton slippers. I have a title, and there is also a luck bonus. This is added to a ghost. Psychic Special Effect Potion *1. After taking it, you will get double mental power, which lasts for 5 minutes. No side effects. This is the same item as the Hercules Potion. The Hercules Potion provides double strength, while the Psychic Special Effect Potion increases double mental power. Currently, the only skills that consume mental power are Swiftness and Hunting State. Neither of these 2 skills consumes mental power extremely. Well, although they are useful, they are not very useful. Upgrade 2 items. The cotton slippers were upgraded from 1 pair to 10 pairs. The Psychic Special Effect Potion was upgraded to 6 bottles, 1 more than the Hercules Potion. The appearance of the potion caused Xiao Bo to speculate that since it can increase double strength and mental power, there must be agility potion and physical potions. The effect of these 2 potions is great. Put the 10 pairs of cotton clothes back into the locker, then take out a pair, and put it on the bedside to wear when sleeping. It's time for dinner. I decided to eat fish tonight. Xiao Bo took out a frozen grass carp, which he had just processed, so he only needed to prepare oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. We're going to eat grilled fish tonight, so let's put some poison in the space. A second person will open the space soon, and there will be competition, but it's not a big problem. This time Xiao Bo did not start the live broadcast, but used the recording function. I found a lake on a special road. I spent some effort to catch a grass carp. This grass carp is very big, about 3 or 4 pounds, enough for me to eat for 2 days. This is the first time Xiao Bo spoke to the camera, holding the grass carp. His expression was a little indifferent, just like a person who reads words without emotion. Unfortunately, there are no words. After that, Xiao Bo dug a pit and put dry firewood in it. This time he was going to make a simple grilled fish. A simple and elegant grilled fish. The process was very simple. As for the fish, Xiao Bo marinated it. Put the grass carp in a basin, and put all the other seasonings, chili sauce, salt. Xiao Bo also opened a pack of instant noodles, and took out the seasoning inside to make the grass carp more flavorful. Put all the seasonings in, apply the seasonings to the whole body and body of the grass carp with your hands, and then leave it for an hour to let the grass carp taste good. During the marinating period, the sky gradually darkened. Xiao Bo lit the fire, sat on a stone, roasted the fire, looked at the vast grassland, and the sky bordering the horizon in the distance. Thoughts flew. It's time, the grass carp should be marinated. Looking back at the time, more than 40 minutes have passed, enough time. Cut the marinated grass carp in half, hang it on the unsharpened side of the steel knife, and start roasting it horizontally over the fire. After a while, a sizzling sound came out, with a strong fragrance. Xiao Bo suddenly felt his appetite open, drooling, and almost couldn't help eating. The grilled fish had just been put on the rack, and it was not ready at all. He was not idle either, using a branch with a split top, dipped in oil to apply oil all over the grilled fish, wiping his saliva while applying, mainly because it was too fragrant. The grilled fish coated with peanut oil and spicy sauce was baked over a fierce fire, and the aroma was fragrant, and the golden oil sizzled. Half an hour later, the grilled fish had been roasted golden. The fish is basically ready now, and you can eat it now. Xiao Bo looked a little indifferent, but his rolling Adam's apple when swallowing saliva betrayed him. The video screen was not turned off, so he had to eat it last night. Xiao Bo couldn't help it, and took the grilled fish and couldn't wait to bite it. The fish meat itself was not bad, and it was specially marinated. With this bite, the charred and fragrant grilled fish meat and the taste of the seasoning filled the taste buds. Xiaobo didn't care about his image and ate it with big mouthfuls. After half an hour of baking, the grilled fish was very transparent, and some small thorns were crispy and broke with a bite. Except for the big thorns that had to be spit out, Xiaobo directly ate the small thorns together with the fish meat. It was so fragrant. This grilled fish was upgraded, and the meat quality was also upgraded, so it was so delicious. Suddenly, Xiaobo paused slightly while eating, as if he noticed something. Delicious, this is the best barbecue I've ever eaten. This is the end of tonight's video. I share with you when there's something good. After taking a bite of the grilled fish, Xiaobo said, and then turned off the video. The moment the video was turned off, the steel knife on the ground disappeared. After putting the grilled fish away, Xiaobo immediately extinguished the fire with the snow next to him, and the world fell into darkness. From his extremely quick movements, something must have happened. In the darkness, Xiaobo heard an intriguing sound. The sound came from the lakeside. Chapter 98. The sound came from the lake, the water in the lake gurgling, so clear in the dark night. When I came here, the water in the lake was very calm, and there is no wind now. How can there be a sound of water stirring? Besides me, there can only be wild monsters here. Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness, and he had basically guessed it. The wild monster obviously didn't find him. When night came, he parked the car far away from the lake, and grilled fish far away from the lake, in order to stay away from the lake. After all, the special roads at night are not safe. Always keep an eye on the heart. I didn't expect it to come so fast now. Because he didn't know what the creature was, Xiaobo moved towards the lake very cautiously. It was dark, and dark clouds appeared, blocking the stars in the sky. Fumbling to the other side of the car, Xiaobo looked at the darkness in the distance, and couldn't see the direction ahead at all, let alone the lake, and could only hear the sound of stirring water. Xiaobo's eyes were bright, and he was thinking about what to do next. It was too dark, which was not conducive to fighting, and he had no idea about the number of wild monsters by the lake. The sound of the water splash was very loud. There were at least 2 of them, and he dared not guess the number of more. In addition, it was so dark, and if he poked a hornet's nest, it would be terrible. After thinking for a while, Xiaobo decided to wait and see. He was naturally unwilling to give up the fat meat in his mouth. After all, he was only a step away from level 6. The sky was still cloudy, so he had to either turn on the car lights or wait for the dark clouds in the sky to retreat so that he could see. This is an extremely long process. Xiaobo is not in a hurry. He crawls on the side of the road and waits quietly. Time passes quietly. Suddenly, the wind blows. The splashing sound by the lake is still there. Xiaobo looks up at the sky and can see that the dark clouds in the sky are dispersing, and the stars are looming. The wind blows away the dark clouds. After thinking for a while, he looks up at the lake again. Sure enough, the visibility has improved a lot. He can already see the path he went down before. But he still can't see deeper into the lake. But he is not in a hurry. After all, he has waited for so long, and this little time is not bad. Gradually, the visibility around is higher, and more stars appear. Xiaobo has seen 4 figures by the lake. They are playing in the lake, and the splashing sound is caused by them. This is fish people. Xiaobo stared at the 4 figures, feeling more and more familiar. Until the stars in the sky are completely exposed without any dark clouds, Xiaobo can see their appearance clearly. It was the murloc, not a mermaid, but a real murloc, with hands and feet, and their bodies were covered with scales, one piece after another, flashing an inexplicable luster. Murloc corpse. Level 4. Strength, 31. Agility, 37. Passive skill, Unknown Blessing. Unknown Blessing, all attributes increased by 30%. Can use weapons. Murloc corpse. Level 5. Strength, 33. Agility, 41. Passive skill, Unknown Blessing. Unknown Blessing, all attributes increased by 30%. Can use weapons. Their own attributes flickered in their eyes. Murloc corpse. What the hell is this? Unknown Blessing, all attributes increased by 30%. Such a powerful passive skill. No wonder their levels and attributes are completely different. Level 4, but strength and agility are as high as more than 30 points. Xiaobo was inexplicably horrified and clicked on the personal attribute panel. Name, Xiaobo. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 5. Experience, 142 out of 150. Strength, 43, 4.3. Agility, 33, 3.3. Physical fitness, 34, 3.4. Mental strength, 23, 2.3. Health value, 197. Mental fatigue. Talent, Blood Devil Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, iron body. Occupational skills, bloodshed, unique. Occupational unique passive, butcher's hand, LV1. Currently my strength value is the highest and the most powerful, and the swiftness is now good. The swiftness can only last for 10 seconds. I need to understand them all within 10 seconds. This means that I cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise they will escape. After thinking for a while, Xiaobo looked at the 4 monsters. As long as he killed them, he could level up. He simply stood up, picked up a stone and threw it over. With a snap, the stone fell into the water, splashing water. The monsters that were paddling in the water stopped their movements instantly, twisted their stiff heads, and looked over with a pair of strange red eyes. For some reason, after being stared at by the scarlet eyes, Xiaobo felt a chill on his spine, as if he was being stared at by the god of death. Malak corpse, these eyes are weird. Xiaobo frowned and said in a deep voice, there was something that made him feel creepy. The air seemed to solidify, and the wind blew over, but it couldn't blow away the solidified air. Walalalo. They waited stiffly in the lake, and there were pieces of protruding stones on the ground. They moved around, uneven, and seemed like a corpse. When they reached the shore, they twisted their stiff bodies and bent down, picked up the weapons on the ground, and suddenly rushed towards Xiaobo with a surge of speed, like a speeding car. Xiaobo was not careless at all, and directly used his swiftness. A red steel knife appeared in his hand, and at the same time he entered the hunting state. This time, it was full fire. Xiaobo, with a cold look on his face, faced the wild monster, performed a double heavy attack, and chopped it over. The steel knife emitted a strange light, cut off the opponent's weapon, and penetrated the stiff body together. Knowing that the speed of a fishman corpse was very fast, Xiaobo did not pause at all, and drew his knife and rushed directly to another one. At this moment, he had no time to worry about the back, and the speed of these fishman corpses was very fast. Xiaobo did not deliberately dodge, letting their attacks fall on himself, only feeling a slight sting, not a big problem. Xiaobo still believed in the defense of the steel body. The reason for the sting was because of the opponent's speed and strength. Under acceleration, the strength will suddenly surge. So it stung slightly. Puff! Killed another fishman corpse. A warm current surged through the body. Upgraded. Level 6. After Xiaobo upgraded, he was instantly noticed by people browsing the rankings in the world. This damn monster is upgraded so quickly. Chapter 99. Here, after finishing off a fish corpse, Xiaobo was hit hard on the back again, and the whole person staggered. But he was not panicked at all. His calm mind allowed him to react quickly. He turned around and swung the machete directly, performing a double heavy attack. He wanted to kill with one blow. Puff! The steel knife easily pierced the scales of the fish corpse. The double heavy attack was like a heavy hammer, tearing its body apart and directly splitting the upper body into a bloody mess. The power of the double heavy attack was very terrifying, especially when it attacked twice in a row, coupled with Xiaobo's strength. It was simply terrible. Only the last fish corpse was still resisting, and Xiaobo's swiftness also stopped. However, this fish corpse was obviously not very smart. Knowing that it could not break Xiaobo's defense, it actually rushed forward. The result was obvious. Xiaobo's favorite was this kind of wild monster. It took only a dozen seconds to end the battle with 4 fish corpses. Put away the steel knife and open the attribute panel. Name, Xiaobo. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 6. Experience, 17 out of 200. Strength, 44, 4.4. Agility, 34, 3.4. Physical fitness, 35, 3.5. Mental strength, 24, 2.4. Health value, 196. Mental fatigue. Talent, Blood Devil Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, iron body. Occupational skills, bloodshed, unique. Occupational unique passive, Butcher's Hand, LV1, up to level 6, the attributes increase again, and the experience required for upgrading has reached 200 points. Xiaobo was extremely satisfied with his 4-dimensional attributes. Very abnormal. Attribute point *1. Upgrade tire blueprint. Cigarette *1 box. For wild monsters exploded with 3 things. Cigarettes. There are cigarettes. Seeing the cigarettes, Xiaobo's eyes lit up. The biggest regret of coming here is that he can't smoke. Now a box of cigarettes has exploded. The things that can be exploded in this game are really strange. Attribute points cannot be upgraded. After picking them up, they appear directly on the system page. Xiaobo thought about it, and added this attribute value to agility. In this way, agility reached 35 points, which was exactly the same as physical fitness. What Xiaobo didn't expect was that the blueprint could be upgraded. This was something he never expected. Are blueprints and blueprints two completely different concepts? Why can blueprints be upgraded, but blueprints can't be upgraded at all? Somewhat unexpected, I didn't expect that in addition to blueprints, there are blueprints. Upgrade tire blueprint, iron *5. After upgrading the blueprint, the upgrade tire blueprint becomes a bulletproof tire blueprint. And the demand for iron has doubled. This thing is also a good thing. After the tire is upgraded, it reaches the level of bulletproof, so even some nails and glass cannot puncture the tire. Products produced by the system must be fine products. Put the blueprint away and clip it on the belt. I haven't smelled the smell of cigarettes for a long time. Xiaobo opened the cigarette box and took a deep breath. This is the aroma of nicotine. In college, I also smoked and had a smoking addiction. After coming to this game, I could only endure the lonely nights. Now, it finally came. Xiaobo could not wait to upgrade the cigarettes, and a box of cigarettes became a box. A huge box appeared directly in his arms. So many, I am so lucky. Xiaobo stared at the box of cigarettes in his arms with his eyes wide open. He suddenly felt incredible, and then he was greatly surprised. He wanted to take off his title and hug it and kiss it. Luck is so mysterious. Today's harvest is very big. Xiaobo is the happiest. After all, cigarettes are such a good thing, and tire upgrades are also very useful. If you say you are not happy, it's all fake. Put the cigarettes in the locker, then take out a box and kick it on your body. Open the window and light one. Inhale. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. I haven't smoked for more than half a month, and I was choked. Xiaobo coughed a few times, and he was a little uncomfortable. After slowly adapting, the familiar feeling came back. In this state of mind, I don't think about anything and have no worries. I took out 10 pieces of iron and found that the blueprint could not generate tires. Xiaobo seemed to understand something. He took out 60 pieces of iron directly, went outside, and used the blueprint on a tire. Suddenly, the tire changed and actually emitted a metallic luster. And the blueprint was still there, which meant it could continue to be used. Good stuff. After taking a puff of cigarette, Xiaobo's eyes flashed. After all 6 tires were upgraded, they all had a metallic luster, and their defense was significantly improved. This game seems so unreasonable. Since even tires can be upgraded, can the internal parts of the car be upgraded? I seem to understand the role of the repairman. Back in the car, Xiaobo said in a deep voice, looking at the blueprint in his hand, as long as the blueprint exists, the tire upgrade can be used all the time. After confirming, Xiaobo put the blueprint away and put it in the locker. This is a good thing, which can upgrade the tire to a bulletproof tire. Since it can be bulletproof, some nails on the ground can also be protected. This avoids the situation where the people in front do something on the road and puncture the tire. Looking at his health status, he is now mentally exhausted. Xiaobo did not go to bed immediately, but drove the car forward about 200 meters, stopped in the middle of the road, and then lay on the bed. The lakeside is not safe. He vaguely feels that there will be other wild monsters besides the fish corpse. The fish corpse was born in the lake and appeared at night, so the possibility of attacking himself is not great, but other wild monsters are not necessarily. The night was relatively peaceful. The next morning, Xiaobo got up early, washed up quickly, and then solved his physiological needs. For breakfast, I had the leftover grilled fish from last night, which I slightly stir-fried with a grate over hot water. Then I took a hot bath. I lay comfortably on the bed and called out the system. There is already a second person at level 5, Feng Shihong. This guy's luck is really good, but I don't know if he has completed the job change. In the space, Feng Shihong has posted a space message, and the number of fans of this guy is also growing rapidly. Currently, There are only Feng Shihong and me in the space. Ignoring him, Xiaobo uploaded yesterday's video. Currently, in the endless mode, I am still ranked first, and Feng Shihong is the second. This guy has also reached the 16th wave. Xiaobo really admires this guy. He stepped on me to reach the first place in the popularity list, and even when I completed the Huangjai mission, this guy surpassed me in one fell swoop. This person did something that no one else did, and Xiaobo also marked this guy with a death label early on. Chapter 100. I can't just step on him whenever I want. If I meet him in reality, Xiaobo will never let him go. After spending the whole morning, Xiaobo pushed the endless mode forward 5 waves again. The waves behind became more and more abnormal. The number increased by 2 times. The strength was basically level 4, and the attribute value was almost the same as mine. Iron can withstand 1 or 2 heavy blows, but it can't withstand 10 or 100 times, and it will eventually deform. Even if I have a body of steel, I can't withstand the high frequency of blows, and my body will never be able to hold on. The endless mode is simply abnormal at the end. These monsters are like robots. Even if you rely on the hunting state, you can only get a little advantage. But then again, the later stage of this mode can help players accumulate combat experience. Especially these monsters have a perfect combat ritual. In the car, Xiaobo said in a deep voice, and then fought with the monsters behind. Each monster was not perfect, but when combined together, it was simply an airtight steel wall. Any of these monsters can be pulled out, and you can perfectly suppress the opponent, but the outrageous thing is that their strength after the combination is completed is simply abnormal. Whether it is defense or offense, it is tight and airtight. Although you can find loopholes in the hunting state, these loopholes will not exist under their machine-like cooperation. This is no longer an ordinary monster, but a machine. Although I will not be abused, I will definitely not get any benefits. It's too abnormal. Exhaling, Xiaobo lit a cigarette and started puffing away. He really couldn't gain any advantage at the moment, but his practical experience had indeed improved greatly. Unfortunately, the time is up. Otherwise, I really want to hone myself in it. After all, there are not many opportunities for a battle without death. After flicking the cigarette butt away, Xiaobo drove the car back to the lakeside. It took some time to catch a grass carp. He processed all the upgraded grass carps and put them away. Xiaobo drove away. He couldn't waste too much time here. Special roads have their advantages and disadvantages. Tonight is the 7 days hunt. Special roads will increase the difficulty of the game. At level 6, when encountering some wild monsters, they can almost break through their defenses. The difficulty of the wild monsters in the 7 days hunt is directly increased. In addition, with the characteristics of the special road, the wild monsters in the 7 days hunt can completely break through their defenses. He didn't want to take this risk, so he was better to be cautious. This special road is very short. An hour later, the snowfield appeared in front of Xiaobo again. When he saw the snowfield, he knew that he had left the special area. There is no other special place on this special road, but there is a lake. I don't know if the water in it can be drunk. Xiaobo will naturally not try it. After all, he only has 1 life. Let your own hen try, not to mention, I don't like water. It's a big loss to lose a hen for the experiment. Leaving the lake special road, snowflakes fluttered in the sky again. Snowflakes soon accumulated on the car windows. Xiaobo turned on the wipers and looked at the snow on the ground. It was much thicker. Many people are destined to die tonight. The snow on the ground is too thick. This is not good news for those who rely on cars, unless these guys use a day to clear the snow on the road. Xiaobo opened the car door, got out of the car, and looked at the snow, wondering if he should clean the snow. He tried running on the snow, but it was greatly affected. He didn't want to do it anymore, so he started to clean the snow on the ground. Of course, he didn't clean the whole road, but just cleared a space for himself. Back in the car, Xiaobo started to catch up on his sleep. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, and he must get enough rest. This sleep lasted until the sky was getting dark. I overslept. Looking at the time, the qualifying game had been open for about half an hour. Xiaobo woke up all of a sudden, got up immediately, washed, boiled water, cooked instant noodles, and simply dealt with it. Directly entered the qualifying space, and someone had already ranked above him. Obviously, tonight was the best time to rush for points. With the improvement of strength, the progress of the people behind him was very fast, and he could reach the 9th level of the qualifying tonight. With plenty of time, Xiaobo started to rush for points. Time passed. The battle began. Xiaobo sang all the way, without stopping. End start. Without any hesitation, No one waited, someone abused. From level 7 to level 8, from level 8 to level 9, from level 9 to level 10. Until the peak, 30 battles in one night, one-shot kills, sweeping the rankings with tyrannical means. Everyone became very excited in the ranking battle tonight, and fewer people watched the live broadcast, all wanting to rush to a good level on the last day. 3 boxes in one night. Xiaobo was very satisfied. As night fell, Xiaobo returned to the car and opened the 3 boxes without saying anything. Boxer Metal * 10. 3.2L Thermos * 1. Random Novel * 1. Seeing the things in the 3 boxes, Xiaobo was dumbfounded. Fuck. The things in the boxes are so rubbish. These are level 8, level 9, and level 10 boxes. No skills were found, nothing was found. Xiaobo was speechless. He took out the Boxer Metal and put it in the cabinet. The thermos was still useful. At least he could drink hot water anytime and anywhere. Congratulations on the successful dormitory upgrade. 3.2L Thermos * 1 was upgraded to 6.4L Thermos. Congratulations on the successful dormitory upgrade. Random Novel * 1 was upgraded to Random Novel * 5. Novels can be used as entertainment in your spare time. Open them and get 5 complete novels. The number of thermos did not increase, but the capacity increased by 2 times, and more hot water could be stored. The things I got out this time can't be said to be completely useful, but they can't be said to be completely useless either. The thermos is at least a little useful, and the novel can kill time. I lit a cigarette, and my depressed mood was slightly relieved. In the outside world, it was already dark. Xiaobo turned on the lights in the car and fed the hen some food, rice with bread crumbs, which was better than what ordinary humans eat. Back in the cab, I looked out the window. The outside world was shrouded in white fog again. This was the second 7-day hunt I faced. As my strength increased, the difficulty of the 7-day hunt would also increase. I didn't know what kind of creature it was this time. Chapter 101. In short, the strength will be very strong. The outside world is surprisingly quiet, without any abnormality. The wild monsters hunted in these 7 days will not appear in a short time, but Xiaobo did not relax his vigilance because of this, and always paid attention to the movements outside. Under the strange white fog, only when the wild monsters appear nearby can they be found. When they are on the grassland, they are difficult to find at all. Only by staring at them all the time can they react. Xiaobo put the Hercules potion and the mental special medicine into his belt, then opened the car door and got out of the car, his eyes wandering around. I didn't find anything abnormal. The wild monsters refreshed in the snowy day have been reduced. Except for the wild monsters hunted in these 7 days, which must appear, the probability of other wild monsters appearing is more or less reduced too much. It won't appear in a short time, but we can't help but be on guard. Xiaobo thought in his heart. His eyes kept scanning the hazy white fog around him, and time passed quietly in the gaps between his patrols. He made up for his sleep during the day, and he was in high spirits at night. Light a cigarette, squint your eyes, and enjoy a moment of tranquility. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a strange vibration came from a distance. Xiaobo was silent, raised his head, and looked at the source of the sound. There was a huge black shadow, for meters high. As the figure swayed, every step was powerful and heavy, causing the ground to shake. Giant. Level 5. Strength 90. Agility 23. Passive skill, Giant. Giant, strength increased by 100%. Skill, Charge Shield. Charge Shield, form a charge shield around the body. Charge value, 190 points of strength. And with a charge shield, Xiaobo felt terrified. If he was hit by a punch, he would definitely be beaten into a pulp. The blessing of 90 points of strength is simply terrifying. Xiaobo calmed down with a calm mind, and he already had a way to deal with it in his mind. If he competed in strength, he would have to take the Hercules potion and double the heavy blow. But the opponent had a charged shield. The monster walked out of the fog area. Its height of 4 meters brought great pressure to people. Even Xiaobo felt a chill on his back. The height difference was too big. It looked like a human, with red skin and flesh, and sewing marks all over its body, like a war weapon. It was the giant, level 5. There was indeed a layer of light blue energy shield around its body. Bang bang bang. Stepping onto the road, it rushed straight over, and the snow on the ground was knocked away by it, leaving a mottled mark. Every step, Xiaobo could clearly feel the vibration of the ground. The strength of this big guy is indeed a bit scary. Facing the aggressive big guy, Xiaobo was surprisingly calm. A steel knife appeared in his hand. On the steel knife, delicate lines crisscrossed and emitted a strange red light. Xiaobo threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it with his foot, and then raised the knife, like an arrow from a string. At this moment, he exerted his agility to the extreme. The area in this area had been cleaned by him, revealing the bare ground. There was no worry about slipping at all. The snow did not affect Xiaobo's actions. He was very fast, and he looked at the energy shield. Buzz! The energy shield emitted waves of ripples at the contact point of the steel knife. The huge recoil was transmitted to Xiaobo's arm, which trembled continuously, which was enough to prove how much strength Xiaobo had used in this knife. It didn't break. Xiaobo was shocked, and a violent wind sounded in his ears. The big guy slapped him directly. Xiaobo quickly squatted down, kicked the energy shield with his feet, and rolled himself on the ground with the help of the reaction force. He knelt on one knee and pressed the ground with one hand. He raised his head, his eyes bright. The energy shield's charge value appeared. Charge value, 91, what a hard energy shield. A full-strength attack only knocked down 9 points of defense. Xiaobo saw the charge value appearing in his eyes, and he was a little shocked. His strength value reached more than 40 points, but a full-strength attack only knocked down 9 points. At this moment, he took out the Hercules potion from his belt without any hesitation and drank it. The potion flowed into his stomach and turned into a terrifying energy that exploded in his body. With a 50% increase in strength, Xiaobo's skin turned red, and his body was like a volcanic eruption. His arms were covered with blue veins. With explosive strength, he punched the ground directly, and the asphalt road was full of cracks. At this moment, his strength was directly increased to a terrifying 70.4. The calculation here is 44 asterisk, 50% plus 10%, plus 44. Hunting mode is activated. Quickly activated. Xiaobo left a residual image on the spot, 3 meters away from the giant warrior, and jumped directly, raising the steel knife emitting red light above his head. It can be vaguely seen that the steel knife has become two residual images combined. Double heavy blow, coupled with 70.4 strength, fell on the charging shield. Buzz! Ripples emanated from the energy shield, and a huge force was transmitted. Xiaobo used the recoil force to kick the energy shield and jumped away directly, quickly distanced himself from the big guy with his super high speed. A pair of bright eyes stared at the giant, and the energy of the energy shield appeared in his eye sockets. Charge value, 40, there is one last blow. Although this big guy is powerful, and has super high defense, his shortcomings are also very obvious. It is easy to be blocked by the wind rope when fighting alone. It requires teamwork to achieve amazing results. Xiaobo thought calmly in his heart, and calculated the time of the swift steps. It was enough. Using the hunting state to find the gap between the big guy's attacks, he quickly rushed up and prepared to give him a fatal blow. A pair of cold eyes looked at the big guy to prevent it from suddenly changing. He performed a double heavy blow again, mixed with the attributes of terrifying power, and slashed the shield with a knife. Click! With a crisp sound, the shield broke directly. The plan succeeded. Xiaobo did not stay too long. He immediately distanced himself when the shield was broken, and the duration of the swiftness just expired. The big guy exposed to the air was furious. Without the shield, I wonder how you can defend yourself. Xiaobo sneered, with a hint of cold killing intent on his face, and quickly adjusted his direction to stay away from the attack range of the big guy. The big guy's movements were very clumsy. Without the shield, he was furious and rushed around. He couldn't touch Xiaobo at all. Xiaobo was hanging behind him like a dog walking. Suddenly Xiaobo rushed up again, using the hunting state to find loopholes and gaps. His slightly slow speed suddenly soared. He found a direction, and directly chopped with a knife. The fine steel knife amplified by the butcher's hand, and the enchanted gem tore through the air, and chopped the big guy with unparalleled power. Puff! The extremely sharp fine steel knife easily penetrated the abdomen of the big guy. Xiaobo showed a grim smile on his face, and pushed the steel knife horizontally behind the big guy. The steel knife cut the left side of the big guy's abdomen under the force. Then Xiaobo pulled the knife away. Boom! The big guy's fist missed, and hit the ground, breaking the ground into pieces. Feeling the tear in his abdomen, and the passing of his life, the big guy roared in shock and anger, and the sound shook the sky. Chapter 102. Finally, he couldn't stand up, and lay on the ground, dead. The kidney of this big guy is also in the abdomen. Who can bear it without anesthesia? The crisis was resolved, and the cold look on Xiaobo's face disappeared, revealing a smile. Experience, 37 of 200, Looking at his experience value, it increased by 20 points. Xiaobo was very satisfied. The only drawback was that this wild monster didn't drop anything. But after the 7-day hunt, he also got a box. Night Vision Goggles *1. After opening it, he actually got a night vision goggles. This is technology. Could it be that there is technology here? Xiaobo took out the night vision goggles, and was inexplicably horrified. So far, this is the first piece of technological equipment he has come into contact with, and he has never seen it before. If there is really technology, then the dream of vehicle-mounted weapons is not far away. Thermal Imaging Night Vision Goggles *1. After the night vision goggles were upgraded, they seem to have become more high-tech. Their functions became thermal imaging night vision goggles. I tried them on, and saw the surroundings clearly. If there were any creatures, the night vision goggles would see them at the first time. This made up for the shortcoming that I could not find wild monsters at night due to insufficient vision. This thing is a good thing. Put it in the belt for easy access. Put the night vision goggles in the belt. At this point, the 5 items on the belt were all filled. From left to right, they were the steel knife, alloy dagger, Hercules potion, spirit special potion, and night vision goggles. At this time, Xiaobo suddenly felt a sense of relief in his body. He looked at the attributes, and saw that the Hercules potion time had come. Hercules potion with no side effects, directly increases strength by 50%. I really hope there will be more of this stuff. Back in the car, the white fog outside had dissipated. Xiaobo opened the system, and found that there was indeed an update sign on the system. Looking at the rankings, he is still the first in the 3 rankings, and he will be able to get 5 boxes by then. I hope some skill books can be opened in the box. The crisis was resolved. Xiaobo ate something, lay on the bed, and began to sleep. He was not worried about the appearance of wild monsters, and it was more important to catch up on sleep. The night passed quickly, and he was disturbed by a wild monster during the period. He killed it, and gained 2 experience points, and his level was only level 4. Except for being disturbed by a wild monster, he never met a second wild monster. Xiaobo slept until dawn, and then woke up faintly. The first thing he did when he woke up was to open the system to check his rewards. No box was credited. What's going on? Xiaobo looked through every interface of the system, but couldn't find his box. On the ranking list, he was still ranked first in the 3rd list. Something happened? Xiaobo immediately opened the world chat, and found that he was not the only one who encountered this situation. Others were checking the system instructions. Until someone appeared, don't waste your energy. The first ranking refresh time is 7 days. This is a special discount for the game to alleviate the difficult situation everyone is facing. The next ranking refresh will not be a week, but a month. The 7-day update will directly improve the player's game strength every 7 days. This game will not treat us so kindly. Really? Fuck a month, I'm going to starve to death. Stop it. Even Xiaobo was inexplicably shocked. This was not mentioned at the beginning of the game. In fact, many situations in the game require players to explore on their own. Xiaobo clicked on the previous update and found a line of words at the end: frowny face, other updates. Please explore on your own. It didn't arrive today, so it really will be a month later. This is a bit of a pit. Xiaobo was a little dumbfounded. He looked through all the game interfaces again with a glimmer of hope, but still nothing. The last bit of hope was shattered, and Xiaobo had to accept this fact. It is true that the settlement is made in 7 days. Let's not talk about other people. The strength of people on the leaderboard is leaping every 7 days, which is indeed a bit abnormal. The first time is in 7 days, and then in a month. It's the same as the situation during the novice welfare period. If there is any pitfall, this game will let players explore on their own. Is this the feature of the game? After 7 days of no settlement, Xiaobo was a little disappointed. He was still looking forward to some professional skills, but it seems that it is unlikely now. Soon, he adjusted his state and began to check the content of this update. Random update of outdoor scenes. Dimension gate update. Weather update. Other updates, please explore by yourself. As the update ended, Xiaobo found that the weather outside became clear and the ice and snow on the ground began to melt. What he didn't expect was that the grass disappeared, and it was covered with yellow sand, ground covered with snow. Is this an outdoor scene update? What is the weather update? Randomly refresh different weather conditions, so it turns out to be like this. Xiaobo understood and started to check the update. Except for the Dimension Gate, everything else was irrelevant. Dimension Gate update. Dimension Gate key. Open the gate to another world. Introduction. Go to different worlds with your car to complete survival tasks, and return to get rich rewards. Restrictions. Players who are not in the top 100 of the leaderboard are not allowed to go. Note: please use the Dimension Gate key to view the content. Other players who want to enter the other world need to obtain a different world pass. Different world pass, an identity certificate. For other content, please use the key and explore it yourself. This is the Dimension Gate to another world. The introduction is very ordinary. Xiaobo took out the mysterious parchment scroll of the deceased prophet. There are still 2 hours before the 35th world update. The content of this update seems a bit incredible. The Dimension Gate is the gate to another world. Can it help me get out of this world? No, this is not our opportunity. It is a new creature that has come to this world. They are called humans. The top 100 in the ranking list, human elites, pass the random dimensional world survival mission, rich rewards. I understand. All this has nothing to do with us. Unfortunately, I don't have time anymore. It's similar to the introduction of the system. Go to another world to do the mission. What kind of world is this other world? Xiaobo remembered the infinite novel he had read before, and inexplicable emotions were stirred in his heart. So, I can enter another world. This is another world. If it is a world similar to cultivation, can I practice martial arts? If it is a modern world, can I take away some technological weapons, so that I can live better here? At the same time, the world is also a crazy discussion about this update. And the content of their discussion is exactly the same as Xiaobo thought. Another world. Can all the things in the other world be taken out? If I open the door to the fairyland, will I have the possibility of becoming a fairy? Wealth from another world. This is an endless treasure. The people in the world are completely crazy. They become fanatical if they bring things from another world to this world, such as guns and ammunition. I will not be afraid of the wild monsters here at all. Chapter 103. If you say that everyone is not excited, that's a lie. Survival in a different world will be easier. Cultivation, technology, magic, superpowers. These worlds that everyone is familiar with are what everyone yearns for. Here, Xiaobo's expression also became excited. He also thought of this. No wonder the prophet said that this might be their way out of here. But is it true? Xiaobo took out a key to the dimensional gate from the locker, and found that the key actually emitted a milky light. Key to the dimensional gate. The only key to open the gate to the other world. Silently recite it in your heart. Do you want to use it? When he really picked up the key, Xiaobo hesitated. He remembered the ranking update and that sentence. The most tricky part of the game is that players need to explore it themselves. For other content, please use the key and explore it yourself. He also noticed the last sentence of the dimensional gate update. He was suddenly startled and his restless heart calmed down. If it is really possible to bring things from another world here, then the balance of the game will be broken. If I were the developer of the game, would I tolerate the balance of the game being broken? No. So the thing that I have discovered by myself is that things from another world cannot be brought into the game. This speculation made Xiaobo feel like he was poured with cold water. But it also calmed him down. That dimensional world is basically a survival mission. It is dangerous to take your own car with you. Once the car breaks down, it will be difficult to get back to the road. As the only safe house and means of transportation in this game, the car cannot be broken down in any case. Since there is a risk, should I go or not? Should I develop safely on this road or go to other worlds? Xiaobo was in a dilemma. He picked up the key and looked at it. There was an inexplicable luster on the key, which attracted him deeply. Time passed quietly, and the sky outside gradually became hotter, melting the snow on the ground. After thinking about it, Xiaobo decided to use the key first. If the risk factor of the mission is very high, then he will cancel the mission and not go. Use the dimension door key. Xiaobo muttered in his heart, and a faint light flashed on the key, and it actually flew out of the car window, disappeared in the air, and a huge door appeared in front of Xiaobo. Dimensional gate opens. Highway survival mission opens. Mission: survival in another world. Go to another world and complete the survival mission. Survival in another world. This is a destroyed world. You need to drive your car and complete a 2,000-kilometer road journey in this world. Mission reward: attribute points *5, luck value +1, designated professional skills book *1. Note: nothing in the mission world can be brought back to the game world. But you can use things in the mission world. For other content, please enter the world and explore it yourself. Sure enough, the mission shows that everything in the game world cannot be brought back to the real world. The mission reward is not too generous, but this luck value actually appears again. It can be basically confirmed that the luck value is a hidden attribute and is very important. Xiaobo's eyes were thoughtful. The task was to complete the 2,000-kilometer road process. It was a very simple task, provided that no accidents occurred. Should I take this task? The task was simple, and the reward was not generous, but it was just a very ordinary reward, even worse than opening a box by myself. However, this luck value did cause Xiaobo to think. The previous title brought him a 5-point bonus of luck. If he completed this task, the luck value bonus would reach 6 points. This is a hidden attribute that can bring something ethereal and illusory, which must be very important. But the last sentence made Xiaobo hesitate. What's more, he explored it by himself. After thinking about it, Xiaobo decided to do it. Luck value is something that can only be encountered by chance. Whoever uses it first will die first. Who would dislike their low luck value? The task reward is only 1 plus luck value, so I have to rush. There is nothing to prepare. I just have a bare car, so I just start the car and drive into the gate. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed. It was night, the sky was very dark, and it was so dark that he couldn't see clearly around. The road was also very narrow, just enough to accommodate 3 cars, which was incomparable to the roads in the game. Xiaobo stopped the car, but did not turn on the lights. Instead, he took out the night vision goggles and looked around. The surroundings were very empty, and there were no strange creatures, which made Xiaobo feel a little relieved. When he opened the car door, he immediately inhaled a gust of dust into his body, which choked Xiaobo and made him cough. He quickly closed the car door and sealed the car windows. Ahem, there is such a lot of dust in this world. Xiaobo felt his nasal cavity was unusually uncomfortable, so he took out some water to wash it and felt better. He looked outside again. Wearing night vision goggles, he could not see the dust clearly. This time, Xiaobo learned his lesson and did not go out. Instead, he checked the surroundings again and again. After he was very sure that there were no strange creatures, he turned on the car lights. A road covered with dust and very empty appeared in front of Xiaobo, and a lot of dust was floating in the air. This was a wilderness, and there were no buildings. However, on the left side of the car, there was a car that had been scrapped for who knows how many years, and was parked on the edge of the wilderness. The appearance of a car made Xiaobo's brain pause for a moment. Car! This is a human world. Maybe, Xiaobo used a piece of delicate cloth dipped in water, covered his mouth and nose, and covered his eyes with night vision goggles, then pushed open the car door, jumped out of the car and quickly closed the door. He walked to the wreckage of the car and looked at the car carefully, hoping that there was something useful on the car, so that he would not know to move forward in the dark in this world. There is a license plate, but it is bent. Xiaobo reached out and wiped the license plate, and a familiar number appeared. This is really a human world. The familiar blue license plate and the words on it made Xiaobo conclude that this is a human world, but it is not the blue star. Everything is unknown. Xiaobo looked up at this world again, the endless road. There is no end in sight. Here is a wilderness. A dead and dark world. I hope my headlights will not attract any strange things. I got back to the car and flicked my hair, and a lot of dust fell. Starting the car, Xiaobo increased the speed. He wanted to complete the 2,000-kilometer journey as soon as possible and then leave this strange world. It was so strange that it made him uneasy. God knows what strange things there are in this world. After moving forward about 300 meters, a familiar thing appeared on the side of the road. Xiaobo stopped the car and stared at the thing in a daze. This is actually a resource box. Chapter 104. This resource box is a bit strange. It is much larger than the resource box in the road game, and the color is different. Is this an upgraded resource box? Xiaobo vaguely remembered that an upgraded resource box appeared in the first week of the update, but as he traveled later, he basically didn't see this upgraded resource box, which made him forget it. Unexpectedly, he saw it in the mission world. The upgraded resource box is presented in the mission world. Note: the novice welfare period ends, and the resource box upgrade and refresh function will be enabled. This is the note given by the initial novice welfare, which only mentioned the opening of the resource upgrade and refresh function, and did not explain the appearance of this resource box. So the upgraded resource box only exists in the mission world. Xiaobo changed into his previous outfit, jumped out of the car, looked around, and then punched the resource box. Bang! With a loud noise, accompanied by a click, the resource box shattered. 500 milliliters of low-quality water. A pair of flip-flops. One flare, The large resource box is much better than the ordinary resource box. But the water is more than before. Xiaobo took the water and flares away, and threw the flip-flops at the head of the bed. The others were thrown into the locker. There were more flip-flops than cotton slippers, a total of 20 pairs. After the 500 milliliters water was upgraded, it became a large bucket of pure water, and the number of flares was increased to 20. Xiaobo placed the flare in front of the windshield. Maybe it would come in handy someday. The upgraded resource box exists in this mission world. Xiaobo kept this information in mind and continued to drive the car forward. Xiaobo, who had tasted the sweetness, increased the speed to a certain speed and then drove steadily. Due to the limited visibility, Xiaobo naturally did not dare to drive too fast. This road is located in a wilderness. The road is not clean. There will always be cars that have been scrapped for who knows how many years after 500 or 600 meters. After more than 10 minutes, he casually glanced at the mission progress. March 2000, I have completed 3 kilometers of driving. The speed is very slow. I am not driving very fast, so I am naturally slower when I am rushing. Squeak. After completing 4 kilometers, Xiaobo stopped the car and decided to catch up on sleep. God knows how long it will take until dawn. The time on the system is completely confused with the time in this world. And it is not safe to drive at night, and the speed cannot be too fast. It is better to wait until dawn before making plans. Xiaobo turned off all the lights and lay on the bed to catch up on sleep. Now it is not certain what this mission world will look like, so everything needs to be done with caution. It is better to be safe than sorry. Who knows if there are guns in this world? If you encounter dangerous humans, they will blow up your car directly, and then everything will be over. The risk is too high. Xiaobo closed his eyes for a long time before falling asleep. It was very quiet all around. From time to time, a breeze blew in the wilderness, rolling up a lot of embers on the ground. The grass has now turned into a dry and cracked land. The air is extremely dry. This is an ember world without any signs of life. Only with Xiaobo's arrival did the endless wilderness have a little vitality. Time passed quietly, and a glimmer of light appeared in the sky. The world under the glimmer was filled with gray embers everywhere, and the eyes were full of devastation. Xiaobo opened his eyes in a daze, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He quickly swept away the fatigue in his body, came to the driver's seat, and looked at the world outside. This is like a doomsday world, with countless embers floating in the gray sky. If you walk in this world without any protection, you won't live long. There are no strange things around, nor are there any distorted creatures as imagined. This is just a pure disaster world. Take some water from the locker and wash in the car. Feed the hens some food and drink. Then cover your head and hide your face. Run outside to solve your physiological needs, and then return to the car. The sky was brighter, visibility improved. Xiaobo started the car and continued on his way. There was wilderness all around, just like the situation on the highway in the game. More than an hour later, Xiaobo found the second resource box, got out of the car, and knocked it open. It was an empty box. He complained and continued to move forward. The boundless wilderness was full of wind, sand, and ashes. In a collapsed ruin, a wooden board on the ground that was almost covered with ashes was lifted up, revealing a pair of arms so thin that the bones could be seen clearly. A skinny humanoid creature drilled out of the ground. His body was like skin and bones, and he wore a huge gas mask on his head, which was extremely inconsistent with the size of his body. He closed the board, squatted on the ground quickly, covered the board with the ashes on the ground, and looked around with a pair of eyes. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely find food. Not sure if he was talking to the people under the board again, he whispered, quickly stood up and disappeared into the ruins. He ate some panels and biscuits casually and drank some water. He didn't go to cook. It was a world of ash outside, and it was safe to stay in the car. He looked at the system time. There were still 4 hours before dark. In the mission world, the system functions could also be used. Even the game can continue the boxes in this world. It has to be said that the power of this game is still very abnormal. After driving for half an hour, there were more and more car wrecks on the road, piled up on the roadside in 2s and 3s. But it was not very crowded, and the current situation was still good. An hour later, Xiaobo's sight saw a ruin of civilization. There were broken high-rise buildings, collapsed buildings, more and more car wrecks, and more garbage floating out of the ruins of civilization. The ground also became bumpy. It was difficult for the car to move forward. What happened here? A city has become a ruin. Is it a war or a disaster? Xiaobo looked at the shadow of the ruins in the distance with some shock, and felt inexplicably horrified. The car was moving slower and slower, and the ruins were getting closer and closer. Looking at the tall ruins, Xiaobo's horror became even greater. This was the first time he had seen a ruin so closely. Before, he had only watched disaster movies on TV. Now that he watched it up close, the shock in his heart was very huge. What happened here? Xiaobo didn't know. Looking at the blocked road in the ruins, this road was basically unavailable. But it seemed that there was no other way. At this moment, he also felt the difficulty of moving forward. Unfamiliar with the world and unfamiliar with the road conditions. Chapter 105. This is a waste of time. After stopping in front of the ruins for more than 10 minutes, Xiaobo thought of the map. If you can find a map, follow the roads on the map and avoid encountering cities, it will be much smoother. This world is basically destroyed, and some big cities are basically in ruins. So I must find a map. Before, Xiaobo tried to turn the car around and drive back, and found that the road he drove did not increase the distance, which also eliminated his idea of brushing the distance on a road. There is no way, except to drive forward. After thinking about it, Xiaobo decided to search in the ruins. If he could find a map, it would be great. Drive the car into the ruins, find a narrow corner to park it, bring some food and water and put it in the belt, take out the mental special medicine and put it away. Simply dress up and close the car door tightly. The air in the ruins is still good, not as serious as outside, but the protective work that should be done should still be done. Before leaving, he memorized the location of the car and went deeper into the ruins. The ruins were very quiet, without any sound, as if it was a dead world. The ground was covered with dust. Xiaobo looked at the ruins around him along the way. There were some collapsed signs and advertisements with familiar words on them. Maps are usually found in department stores, but such maps are rough maps and not very detailed. If you want a really detailed map, you can go to some outdoor adventure clubs or stores that specialize in selling these equipment. Xiaobo thought, raised his face covered by cloth, and looked at the tall ruins in the distance. From the appearance, the ruins of this city are very huge, with the capital of a second-tier city. It is not easy to find a map. But if you have a map, it will be much more convenient to drive by yourself, and it will save a lot of detours. It is worth wasting this time. The most important point is that you can understand what happened in this world through this piece of city ruins. My biggest disadvantage is that I don't understand what happened in this world. This is the confusion of the unknown. Xiaobo groped carefully. The ground was full of gravel, glass debris, and rows of car wreckage buried by the ruins of high-rise buildings on the road. The whole city is like the end of the world. Groping forward, I don't know how far I have walked, I saw a supermarket, and entered a supermarket. Xiaobo wanted to find something else to eat. But the shelves in the supermarket were completely empty, there was nothing, and it had been looted. The counter was full of the currency of this world, but unfortunately it was thrown on the ground like a pile of waste paper, not even as good as toilet paper for wiping buttocks. There were not many useful things in it, basically nothing. The only useful thing was the rope. Maybe it was useful. Throwing the rope on the ground, he looked around the supermarket, it was empty. After searching for a while, there was only a huge world map in the supermarket, but no city map. Crash! Suddenly, there was a sound of cans falling on the ground from the direction of the supermarket door. Xiaobo, who was flipping through the shelves, suddenly stopped, hid behind the shelves, carefully poked his head out, and looked outside the supermarket. Everything in this world is unknown, and you can't be careless. Even if you gain great power in the game. A skinny figure appeared in Xiaobo's sight. It was a humanoid creature with a gas mask on his head, a huge piece of coarse cloth wrapped around his skinny body, and a pair of extremely mismatched shoes on his feet. The two shoes were different, and on the same foot. Walking crookedly, he carefully groped the shelves, picked up something from time to time, opened the gas mask to smell it, and then put it back on the shelf. His eyes were alert to the supermarket door, as if he was afraid that something would come in. People from this world? Xiaobo took out the alloy dagger calmly, and held it with his backhand. In an instant, a strange light emanated from the alloy dagger. Xiaobo's face was calm, he walked around the shelf, and carefully approached the figure. Click click. Suddenly, a series of footsteps outside were very clear in this quiet supermarket. Xiaobo was startled, and quickly put away the alloy dagger, and quickly ran into the supermarket. The figure was also frightened, looked around in panic, and immediately ran into the supermarket. Damn, these little bastards, don't let me find them, they are playing hide-and-seek with me. Then a powerful voice came from outside the supermarket. Chinese. Xiaobo's heart moved, and he hid his body in the corner behind a cabinet, and saw a figure stumbling in from outside. There were only 2 shelves and cabinets in the supermarket, and these cabinets were open, so there was no place to hide. Xiaobo noticed that the creature was looking at him, and raised his eyebrows. No way. I saw this creature looking around and finally running towards this side. Xiaobo took out the alloy dagger directly, and prepared to take action. However, the guy actually ran to the cabinet on his side, and got under the cabinet directly. Clang, the sound of the shelf collapsing came from outside, and it hit the ground heavily, followed by another voice. Brother, this supermarket has been looted more than once by us, and we took back everything that can be eaten. Damn, how could I not know? Don't you see that there are new footprints on the dust that just fell on the ground, indicating that someone has been here? The voice sounded a little majestic, and it was the one in charge. Oops. Footprints. Xiaobo and the man were startled at the same time, but it was too late. A series of footsteps came from far away, and it was obvious that they followed the footprints. Xiaobo was ready for battle, and this group of people obviously came with bad intentions. You hid under the cabinet, and thought we couldn't see you. Pull him out. The boss walked in, and saw a series of messy footsteps extending to the side of the cabinet. It was obvious that he was hiding under the cabinet. A series of footsteps approached, and Xiaobo shrank his body into the corner, with the idea of not causing trouble. Ah! Let me go! Let me go! A series of screams came from the side of the cabinet. You are still playing hide-and-seek with me. Are you tired of living? Snap! There was a crisp sound, and the man seemed to be hit. Xiaobo carefully stuck his head out to check the situation outside. I saw 4 humanoid creatures, who were also wrapped in coarse cloth, and wearing gas masks standing at the door. One of them was a little taller, about 1.78 meters tall. This person was the boss they mentioned. The man I saw before had been caught, and was being held by his 2 men. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the restraints of the 2. The gas mask on his face was crooked, revealing a nearly festering face. A scene that horrified Xiaobo appeared. The boss took out a shiny knife from a large piece of coarse cloth, and cut off the man's ear. He cruelly opened the gas mask, and threw it into his almost festering mouth, chewing it carefully. Crackling, crackling. The sound of chewing brittle bones came from his mouth. It was chilling. Eating people. Xiaobo felt the hair on his body stand up. Chapter 106. The man whose ear was cut off let out a heart-wrenching scream, struggling more and more vigorously, and a bloody smell filled the air. One of the guys who was holding the man actually stuck out his tongue, and licked the wound where the ear was cut off, which was bleeding continuously. He was drinking his blood. These guys are crazy. They are completely crazy. Xiaobo only felt a chill on his back. Such a shocking scene caused a huge impact on his mind. Eating people. This scene that often happens in movies is now presented in front of him at such a close distance. If it was killing people, Xiaobo could still understand it, the strong prey on the weak. But he never expected that these guys were so crazy that they were eating people. Huh? Suddenly, the boss's sharp eyes swept over. Oops. We've been discovered. Xiaobo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately retracted his head. Gulp. Yo, there are actually 2 little reptiles hiding here. Today's harvest is quite big. The brothers can have a good meal tonight. After swallowing the food in his mouth, the boss stretched out his slender tongue and licked the blood on his lips. Hearing this, Xiaobo's heart sank. They actually regarded him as food. These guys have started to eat people. The collapse of order has led them to an extreme path. In a world full of ashes, crops basically won't grow. These creatures living in the ruins are so hungry that they look at their own kind with ferocious eyes. What is played in the movie is true. When order collapses and humanity is annihilated, everything will return to the primitive age. Eating raw meat and drinking blood, even cannibalism. They all looked at the corner where Xiaobo was hiding, and the air was a little frozen. Only the man's heart-wrenching screams kept hitting Xiaobo. Do you still want us to drag you out? Come out by yourself. The boss's voice rang again. Xiaobo knew he couldn't hide, so he walked out of the corner. His appearance made all of them stunned. The tall body was 1.85 meters tall, and the thick muscles outlined lines on the clothes, which represented strength. The thighs and arms contained incredible strength. It formed a sharp contrast with the thinness of this group of people. They had never seen such fat food, and they just stared at Xiaobo's mighty body, a little at a loss. This person was really too tall and mighty. Even in their gathering place, they had never seen such a majestic human being. But judging from his physique, this person must be very powerful, and his gene sequence may be very high, But there are 4 of them. This gave the boss a little confidence. This guy is tall enough and big enough. If he is sold to the people above, he will definitely sell for a lot of money. A trace of greed appeared in the boss's eyes. They are all people who lick blood on the tip of the knife. Even if it is a powerful deformed creature, they have to hunt it, let alone a human being. Looking at the fair skin and plump figure, it can definitely be sold for a good price. Then, he remembered something far away. Good, great, it's simply perfect. Being able to have such a figure reminds me of something. It is said that when the disaster came, the country once dug a huge shelter underground, and the food inside was enough to eat for hundreds of years. The people inside are all tender and tall. Could it be that you are from there? The greed in the boss's eyes became even stronger. This man is very close to humans from the underground. If he controls the entrance to the underground and allows people on the ground to find it, then he will be rich. You know, there are many people in the current ruins who yearn for the underground, saying that it is a paradise with inexhaustible food. There are also women with tender skin and plump figures, who are 100 times more perfect than those women with rough skin and skinny bodies in the gathering place. Looking at the man's figure, it can be basically confirmed that those rumors are true. Xiao Bo did not say anything, and looked at them with a pair of cold eyes. He got a lot of information from this person's words. Disaster, country, underground shelter. Combining these pieces of information, it is not difficult to infer that this is an unprecedented disaster. Even the huge machine of the country has to hide underground. What kind of disaster is it that forces the country to hide? Xiao Bo, who has understood everything, stared at them with cold eyes, and suddenly a steel knife appeared in his palm. The steel knife emitted a strange red light. Before the group of people took action, one of them saw the blood-red steel knife suddenly appearing in Xiao Bo's hand, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. A red light flashed, and they didn't react. Suddenly, the blood surged, and a person covered his neck and fell to the ground. Fuck! This guy has a weapon. Run! The boss was horrified and at a loss. He immediately reacted and rushed out the door quickly. They didn't care about the food in their mouths. But Xiao Bo's movements were too fast. He ran quickly and quickly approached the boss. He kicked him to the ground with one foot, swung the steel knife, and 2 red lights flashed, directly separating the man's legs. As for the remaining 2 people, Xiao Bo did not intend to spare their lives. He directly cut them in half. The intestines and internal organs flowed out, staining the ground red. Ah! Only the boss screamed and crawled out on the ground with a long bloody belt. Puff! A yellow light flashed, and the steel knife slanted into the body of the boss, nailing him to the ground. Xiao Bo did not kill him. Keeping him was useful. Back in the supermarket, the man hid in the corner with his ears covered, looking at Xiao Bo with fear. Come out, I have something to ask. Xiao Bo said coldly, came to the boss, found something to sit down. The man who had been in his hand before looked at the messy supermarket and the body that was cut off by lazy waste, and did not dare to say anything. He walked to Xiao Bo carefully, glanced at Xiao Bo with fear, and then his eyes fell on the screaming boss on the ground. You actually want to use me as food. Now I give you a chance to live. I ask you answer. Xiao Bo stared at him, and then said to the human whose ear was cut off, you will supervise whether what he said is correct. If you dare to lie, you will die. Okay. The man covered his ears, and it was unknown what expression he had on his face with a gas mask. Where is this place? I won't answer you. You're going to die anyway. Give me a quick death if you dare. The boss's face was ferocious and pale. He didn't think that this person would be kind enough to let him go. If you die, you die? You can't blame others for your inferior skills. Then you die? Xiao Bo's face suddenly turned cold, holding the steel knife and pressing it towards himself, directly splitting the man's body, pulling back the steel knife with blood, and turning his eyes to look at the one-eared man. I ask, you answer, dare to speak, and you will end up like him. Looking at the man's body, the one-eared man showed fear on his face. This man's strength was too terrible, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Where is this place? Such a simple question? The one-eared man was startled and quickly said, Nanjiang City. Nanjiang City, tell me about the current situation of the world. I just came out from underground, and don't know much about the current development of the world. Xiao Bo pondered for a moment, and decided to use the person from the underground world mentioned by the boss. Chapter 107. Really from underground? Underground? Is there really endless food underground? Hearing Xiao Bo's initiative to admit his identity, the one-eared man was stunned for a moment, staring at Xiao Bo. Does he know that the people underground were once people of the country? Could it be that the power of the country is finally going to show up? Answer my question. Don't ask other questions that you shouldn't ask. Xiao Bo's expression turned cold. Now, I don't know much about the situation outside. I have lived here for many years and have never been out. I only know that there are 3 forces in Nanjiang City responsible for catching those who wandered from the wilderness. The young ones are collected, and the old ones are basically eaten. But there are still many people from outside the wilderness who come to the ruins of Nanjiang. The one-eared man covered his ears with one hand and said weakly. He glanced at Xiao Bo's face as cold as ice, and seemed to think that it was a bit inappropriate to say so. He said, "These 3 forces hold the lifeline of the ruins of Nanjiang. Most of the food is in their hands. In addition to eating people, there is also the meat of deformed beasts. I don't eat people. I often look for some deformed mice to eat. If I'm lucky, I can also find some deformed beast corpses left over by the deformed beasts, or some moldy food that has not been searched away." As he said this, he looked at Xiao Bo's face carefully. Seeing that he didn't react at all, he gritted his teeth and continued, "By the way, I heard that there is fertile soil outside the wilderness that can grow food, but the wilderness is very large and far away. I don't know where it is. This was told to me by someone from outside the wilderness. If you really come from underground, this information must be useful to you. Fertile soil can grow food, so you can build a city and open up land." Also, Xiao Bo didn't say anything, just listened to him talking. From his words, Xiao Bo integrated some information. There are 3 forces in the ruins of Nanjiang City. These forces are all cannibalistic and basically not good people. Outside the ruins is the wilderness, which should be where he appeared. One thing is very strange. There are people from outside the wilderness, but he didn't meet them. The second is the deformed beast, which should be the product of the disaster. In addition, there is fertile land outside the wilderness, which should be true, but the truth is, Xiao Bo is not stupid. Someone wants to cross the wilderness and escape here, which means that it is not as safe as here. After integrating all the information, what we get now is the ruins, the wilderness, and outside the wilderness. There are also very beautiful women. I heard that women will make you very comfortable. Okay, the last question. Xiao Bo listened and felt that something was wrong, so he quickly stopped. The one-eared man immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking. "Do you know where there is a map? I need a very detailed map, preferably a world map, which can be accurate to every town and every village." Xiao Bo said. "Well, there are maps, but those forces have very detailed maps." The one-eared man thought for a moment and said immediately, "You are very familiar with this place. How can you get it?" Xiao Bo asked. "These forces have built gathering places, and there are some sundry goods markets in the gathering places. Maps are very important resources. Some people risk their lives to run through the ruins and the surrounding wilderness to draw them." The one-eared man thought, "The world map you mentioned, which is accurate to towns and villages, basically does not exist. There are only maps within the territory of Yin country, but they are very expensive. Are you short of food here?" Xiao Bo did not continue the topic directly, but asked back. "Well, it's very short. It can be said that there is basically no food. The food in the hands of those forces is also some moldy food," the one-eared man said. Xiao Bo thought about it, put it in his pocket, and took out the food he had brought before from his belt, which was a box of chocolates. "Is this food enough?" He took out the chocolate box and opened it, revealing a box of exquisite chocolates inside. There were a total of 10 pieces, all of which were upgraded from the system, and there were still many in the locker in the car. The one-eared man suddenly widened his eyes, staring straight, and even ignored why Xiao Bo's pocket could take out such a big box of chocolates. He stared at the chocolate in Xiao Bo's hand in a daze, and suddenly ran to the supermarket shelf like crazy, rummaging around, and took out a black package. Xiao Bo recognized the words on it. "Bold. Enjoy the smoothness." He ran over with the bag, opened the mask, and his festering face suddenly leaked out, but he was undecided. He took Bold's bag and put it on his nose and took a deep breath. This. Yes, it's chocolate." Xiao Bo understood what he meant and nodded. After getting Xiao Bo's answer, his eyes, which were originally a little turbid, suddenly became bright, staring at the chocolate in Xiao Bo's hand. "Buy me a map for 1 point, and I give you a piece of chocolate." Xiao Bo took a piece of chocolate from the box and shook it in front of him. The expression on the man's face suddenly became greedy, but soon returned to calm. "You saved me, I help you. No, don't want chocolate. Let's put it this way. This is the reward you deserve. When I get the map, I need you to prepare some other things for me. Xiaobo always believed that giving things would help you do things. A box of chocolates is very valuable. He knew that if other people saw these chocolates, he would be in great trouble. There are definitely guns in this world. Although Xiaobo is confident that he can dodge bullets, he has no confidence if he faces a hail of bullets. If he lets him go, it will undoubtedly be a near-death move. Okay. The one-eared man did not refuse. He took the chocolate Xiaobo handed over and held it in his hand. Although there was only one chocolate, it could be exchanged for a lot of low-quality meat in the outer market, enough for him and his brother to eat for a long time. This chocolate is your reward, take it. The other one is your bargaining chip for trading at the gathering place. I don't feel comfortable trading at the gathering place. Tell them I have a lot of chocolate, and ask them to bring the map and come out to trade with me. Xiaobo said. This was actually a disguised way of protecting him. If he gave him all the chocolate and was exposed in the base, this guy would definitely not survive, or he might have embezzled the chocolate. He was left with nothing. The gathering place requires identity proof. I don't have it, so if I am caught as a refugee in the wilderness, I will die. They have it, just take it. Xiaobo pointed to the corpse on the ground. The one-eared man's eyes lit up. The trading method is very simple. At 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, ask them to come here to get the chocolate, put down the map, and then leave. Tell them how much chocolate I want, and how much I have. This is just the first transaction, and there will be a lot in the future. I don't want them to destroy the trading relationship between us for a few chocolates, otherwise I will have to find someone else. Chapter 108. This is Xiaobo's method. If he has supplies like chocolate and wants long-term cooperation, he will not ruin future transactions because of a little chocolate. In this way, he will be safe, and so will he. Xiaobo is concerned about the opponent's weapons. Such forces usually have guns. It is too risky for him to just take a knife. Even if the power of the bullet cannot break his defense, it can still hurt him for a long time. If he can avoid taking risks, he should not take risks. He will take the map and guns and leave. This is his real goal. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since everyone else is playing with guns, he can't just take a knife. The humans in this world are not too special. If his weapon with red light is noticed by someone with ulterior motives, will he still be able to complete the 2,000-kilometer journey mission? I understand. I will definitely complete the task you assign me. Please rest assured, said the one-eared man, taking the second chocolate. Follow me, there will be more chocolates in the future. Xiaobo patted his shoulder gently. I have something else to do, so I leave first. By the way, collect some more old newspapers for me. I want to see what happened in the past. After a long time, many things are forgotten. Newspapers are an important source of information. He didn't know what happened in the disaster era, and rashly asking would inevitably arouse suspicion, so he changed his approach. Okay, don't worry. The one-eared man didn't doubt Xiaobo, and didn't even think about it. At this moment, he was still immersed in a huge surprise. Although he lost an ear, he got something that couldn't be exchanged for an ear. Without hesitation, this chocolate bar is far more valuable than his own life. In the eyes of some leaders, it is more important than guns and cannons. This chocolate bar can not only be exchanged for a large amount of inferior meat from the deformed beasts, but also for weapons and equipment to save his life. The value of this chocolate bar is really too high. After a few more words, Xiaobo left. The plan is perfect. As long as there is no accident, after trading the map and getting the weapons of this era, you can leave. Looking for the place where he came before, Xiaobo found his car. Sitting in the car, he felt a little relaxed. Only in the car was his safe zone. After drinking some water and eating something, Xiaobo began to think about the next road. More than 2,000 kilometers on Blue Star is enough to cross half of Yin country. If there is no traffic jam and the speed is maintained at 110 kilometers per hour, it will take a day and a night. Not to mention what the concept of more than 2,000 kilometers is in this doomsday. It is equivalent to running through all regions to complete the task. This was done when he was completely unfamiliar with this world. Xiaobo couldn't imagine how dangerous it was. It was definitely more dangerous than surviving on the road. Time passed quietly, and the qualifying match started. Xiaobo didn't waste time. He entered the qualifying match and played 10 games before quitting. He couldn't stay in there for so long. There were dangers outside at any time. Get the box and come out. The 11th level box slowly opened. Magic Crystal *1, Magic Crystal. I remember I got a design before, and it seemed that I needed a magic crystal. Xiaobo scanned the storage with his mind and found the blueprint. Design drawing of magic armor, magic crystal *10, iron *60, cloth *60, magic armor, a piece of equipment, requires a lot of things. Xiaobo upgraded the magic crystals, but only got 6 pieces, 4 pieces short of 10 pieces. These 4 pieces are not easy to collect. There is no way to get this thing, and no one has accepted the transaction information in the transaction function. Magic crystals are quite rare. However, Xiaobo is very satisfied with getting 6 magic crystals. With resources to upgrade the system, his path is much easier than others. Because the time in this world does not correspond to the time in the system, according to the time in the system, it is already sunset, but it is daytime in this world. After putting the magic crystals in the locker, Xiaobo picked up a book and read it. There is really nothing to do at the moment, so he can only wait until tomorrow's transaction. Here, the one-eared man took away the boss pass and something to prove his identity. There was nothing special about it, just a card. But it was this card that made all the people in the ruins become the food of these forces. After taking away all the cards, the one-eared man returned to where he came out. He first looked around and made sure that nothing was following him. Then he came to the corner of a collapsed house, lifted the wooden board, and revealed a hole in the ground. The one-eared man crawled into the hole and covered the wooden board again. Xiao Xian, Xiao Xian. It was very dark underground. The one-eared man covered his pocket, fearing that the chocolate inside would hang on the ground, and shouted into the dark underground room. The sound of a hand-cranked fan rang out. A faint light cooled down from the darkness. Sitting at the table, shaking the fan with his hands, was a skinny little boy. Xiao Xian, are you playing around again? The one-eared man covered his ears with one hand and his pocket with the other. Brother, I'm not. No. Otherwise, how could the light be out of power? When I left, I told you to charge the light bulb at home. Now that it's out of power, I can see you're playing around. The lights in the room gradually lit up, and the one-eared man took out a roll of worn gauze and a small bottle of white powder. Brother, are you hurt? Xiao Xian panicked when he saw the one-eared man's actions. It's okay, brother found something good, look. This is chocolate. The one-eared man took out the chocolate that Xiaobo gave him. Chocolate, the chocolate drawn in the book. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, with this chocolate, our lives will be better. The one-eared man comforted while treating the wound. Brother also brought you good things. He took out the pass and ID card and put them on the table. Xiao Xian, this pass can enter and exit the gathering place, but it can only be the gathering place on the 2nd street. You can't enter other gathering places, understand? Take this thing, and we brothers will be people with status in the future, and we don't have to hide anymore. Yeah, that's great. Xiao Xian was very happy, but still looked at his brother's wound with concern. One ear was gone. The one-eared man patted Xiao Xian's shoulder. Do you remember what I told you? Manly man. A real man sheds blood but not tears, brother, I know. That's fine. Keep these things safe, especially the chocolate, which is the most precious thing in our family, and no one can tell. The one-eared man warned, and then took a piece of chocolate. Xiao Xian, brother has some things to deal with. There will be more chocolate in the future, and our lives will get better and better. Brother, I know. Turn on the light bulb for more electricity. Chapter 109. Leaving the precious things at home, the one-eared man took his ID card, pass, a piece of chocolate, and a small piece of black deformed beast meat. When he walked out of the house, the air seemed to be particularly good today. 2nd Street, this is a gathering place established by one of the forces in the ruins of Nanjiang. Some people who have ID cards and live outside will go to this gathering place to exchange goods. The public security outside is not good, and robberies and riots often occur. He must protect the chocolate well. Half an hour later, a wall made of garbage appeared in front of the one-eared man. No one dared to pick up garbage here unless they were tired of living. As they approached the gathering place, more and more people came. They all wrapped their bodies in coarse cloth, wore gas masks, and hurried into the gathering place. There was an inspection in front of the gathering place, that is, they needed to be checked before entering. Some deformed beasts carry viruses on their bodies. Once they are put into the gathering place and spread, basically no one in the gathering place can survive. The most intuitive thing is that a few years ago, there were 4 forces in the ruins, occupying the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast respectively. However, the person in charge of the inspection accepted a bribe from a guy infected with the virus in the body of the mutant beast and allowed him to enter the gathering place. The virus spread all of a sudden, and in just 1 week, more than 10,000 people in that gathering place died, and the entire gathering place was destroyed. Until now, it is a restricted area, the virus is rampant, and it has also become a place for the mutant beasts to move around. So until now, the leader of the gathering place pays special attention to the gate guard, and basically sends people to guard it. It is okay to charge an entrance fee, but the premise is to prevent people carrying the virus and the mutant beast from entering. However, after a force was destroyed by the virus, these gatekeepers were extremely responsible. Once they found some people carrying the virus, they would burn them alive with fire. The one-eared man looked around and made sure that there were no wandering people. He quickly approached the crowd queuing at the door. Next. Next. The long line was shrinking, and soon it was the one-eared man's turn. The inspection process was very simple, which was to check whether there were any wounds left by the mutant beast on the body. His chocolate was hidden in the inner pocket of the coarse cloth, and he was holding a small piece of mutant beast meat in his hand. After showing his pass and ID card, the one-eared man handed the mutant beast meat to the guard in a very charming way. The guard patted his shoulder and motioned him to go in. Huh? Safely in, the one-eared man looked at the gathering place with a pair of bright eyes through the dirty lenses of the gas mask. There are low houses everywhere. These houses are holes formed by collapse. After repair, they become their homes. Some are used as car compartments, and some are tents. In short, there are houses of various shapes. The streets are very dirty and messy. Garbage is piled in front of the door. After a certain period of accumulation, it is directly on the outer garbage wall, which serves as the wall. The inner wall is made of the better ruins and huge stones. It cannot resist the deformed beasts. The real thing is the garbage wall. It can be said that such a gathering place basically has no fortifications. According to the one-eared man, this is just the outer area. The real place is inside, with a wall built with concrete. This is not the trade zone. The trade zone is at the innermost part. That is the trade zone, which is also called the sundry goods market. People who come out say that there are a lot of sundries inside, and everything can be bought. After walking more than 100 meters forward, a wall hidden in various buildings appeared in front of the one-eared man. This wall was built with cement, and connected some ruins that had not collapsed. This is the real trade zone. There is basically no threshold to enter it. Anyone who is in the gathering area can enter. But once you enter, you will be monitored. There are firearms here. The lethality of that kind of firearm is very huge, and it can kill people from a long distance. I heard from a person who was seeking his life together in the ruins that this thing is called a gun. In front of the door of the trade zone, there were two people standing. They held a black weapon in their hands. The one-eared man stared at the thing with his eyes fixed on it. It was a firearm, and also a gun with great power. After looking at it, the one-eared man retracted his gaze. Here, it is better not to look around the unknown. After entering the big iron gate, a noisy voice came out. People were sitting on the ground everywhere, with a piece of cloth spread in front of them. The best videotapes, half a pound of mutant beast meat. Daggers, knives. Shoes that can walk on the wall. Bulletproof clothes that can resist the attacks of mutant beasts. Sexual pleasures. There were all kinds of things for sale inside. The one-eared man looked here and there like Lu Lao Lao visiting a manor. What shoes can you walk on the wall? They are just ordinary shoes. They can also resist the attacks of mutant beasts. They are so thin, you must be kidding. The one-eared man was not a fool. He took a quick look at a few stores and came to a conclusion. Selling well is not as good as boasting. Soon, he found what he wanted, a map. Young man, come and have a look. This is a top-quality hand-painted map. I went to several places to draw it. It's very cheap, half a pound of worm meat per map. The boss introduced enthusiastically. The one-eared man picked up a map and took a look. What was drawn on it? The crooked lines, who knows what it was? Putting the map down, it seems that the real map is still owned by the big forces. Hey, young man, don't leave. The boss was still unwilling. He saw that this guy just wanted a map, and hurriedly caught up with the one-eared man and said, "If you are not satisfied, I have other maps, that is the real map." Huh? The one-eared man stopped, turned around and stared at him. "I want a very detailed map." "Yes, but the price." "Don't worry, if your map satisfies me, I will give you good things." If you can buy a map from him, it seems that you don't have to spend a lot of effort to find it in the hands of those forces. Don't worry, I guarantee you be satisfied. I found this map in the ruins of a club. There is a detailed map of Province A, and a map of Yin country. Mountains, rivers, roads and railways are all very detailed. The boss can lower his voice. "As long as you have something that satisfies me. Let me take a look at the map first," the one-eared man said. "Okay, follow me." There is a small tent behind the carpet boss, and he led the one-eared man into the tent. The one-eared man was not afraid of what he would do to him. Killing people in the gathering place is a very serious matter. These are all heard, especially killing people in the trade zone. It is not easy to establish a trade zone. Although there are cannibalism in the gathering places, these gathering places don't care because they also eat people. What they care about is the things that affect the operation of the gathering place. These are the existences that all gathering places cannot tolerate. Chapter 110. In the small tent, the boss took out a worn backpack from a small box, and he carefully took out 2 maps from the backpack. The map was drawn with colored lines, and the provincial capitals were clearly marked, but some places on the map had been torn. Those were the edge of the map, and there was only one hole in the center of the map, which was a city in Province S. In general, the impact was not very big. Afterwards, he looked at another map, which was a detailed map of Province A, which was more complete than the map of Yin Country. The one-eared man was very satisfied and nodded to agree to the transaction. He carefully took out a chocolate from his pocket and put it on the ground. He said, "My trading items are like this, you can check the goods. This is." When the boss saw the things on the ground, his eyes were straightened. The exquisite packaging bag was intact, without any extra prints, only 3 words. Chocolate. Chocolate. I need to check the goods first. The boss' eyes widened, and he carefully tore open the packaging, revealing a black bar of chocolate. He carefully scraped a little with his black fingernails, opened the gas mask, smelled it first, and then put it in his mouth. The sweet chocolate suddenly bloomed in his taste buds. His eyes widened and his saliva could not stop secreting. Slurp. The chocolate is real, but a piece of chocolate is not enough to exchange for a map. The price of the map in other gathering places is enough to exchange for the corpses of 3 deformed beasts. Maps are very precious, especially in this chaotic world. Having a map can know a lot of information, and a detailed map can bring huge benefits. The one-eared man knew that the value of a chocolate bar was not enough to exchange for a map, so he said, "I understand the value of the map, but the chocolate is not bad either. Of course, the chocolate is not worth 1 bar, but I don't have any on me. If you want to trade, go to supermarket tomorrow afternoon to trade. The chocolate is in the supermarket. You take the chocolate, and I take the map." The boss thought for a while and said, "Okay, but I want to take this chocolate away." "No problem, how much chocolate do I want? This is just the first transaction. There will be a lot in the future. I don't want you to ruin the transaction between us for a few chocolates. Otherwise, I will have to find someone else." Before leaving, the one-eared man said again to prove that he would come back to trade in the future. The boss watched the one-eared man leave, his expression changed, and he quickly cleaned up the stall. Although the value of a chocolate bar is not as good as a map, if there are a lot of them, the value of the chocolate will be highlighted. So after learning that the other party had a lot of chocolate, his heart was shaken all of a sudden, and he didn't do the business at all, and ran back immediately. The faction he belongs to is a small third-rate faction in the gathering place of 2nd Street, but it also has guns. If he can take down this person, take away the chocolate, and exchange it for a gun, the effect will be extraordinary. The news brought by the boss immediately alarmed everyone in the entire small faction. The leader is a bald boss. In this day and age, having no hair is the best. The bald man carefully brought up the chocolate, scraped off a little like the boss before, put it in his mouth, and tasted it carefully, and the mellow taste immediately filled the taste buds. "I haven't eaten such delicious food for more than 10 years. This is real. The chocolate is real. Where is that person?" Putting down the chocolate, a cold light flashed in the bald boss's eyes, and he grabbed the man and took the chocolate away. He left, but the other party left me the transaction address. "Boss, we just need to gather people and take that person down tomorrow, and let him tell us the location of the chocolate, and we will be rich." "Very good. Don't let this matter leak out, and the same goes for everyone present. If anyone is found out by me and tells this matter, I will kill him directly, and improve the lives of the brothers at night." Yes. Although Xiaobo felt that this plan was foolproof, people often tear their faces in front of real interests. Especially when you have so many resources without any force, how could they let go of such a piece of fat meat? The next day's time came quickly. In the morning, the bald boss set off early with his men. After they determined the location of the supermarket, they did not go there immediately, but let one person hide in the corner, and the others hid in a tilted and collapsed 5-story building, waiting quietly. Near noon, the one-eared man came to the back of the supermarket with the collected newspapers. He did not enter the supermarket through the main gate, but took a detour. Having lived in the wasteland for so long, he still had to be cautious. Xiaobo also took the prepared chocolate with him. When he left, He was very careful about the surroundings. Even though he was sharp-minded, he did not have the reconnaissance skills of Old Man Joe, so he could not detect the situation nearby. He did not know if anyone was ambushing him. As for feeling like there is a gaze staring at you from behind like in the novel. Stop it, what are you thinking? Xiaobo thought the same as the one-eared man, and did not go through the main gate, but took a detour and chose a route that was not easy to be seen. But this scene was still seen clearly by the spy arranged by the bald boss. This person's figure is so majestic. A pair of eyes hidden in the dark stared at Xiaobo, and his tall and strong figure left a deep impression on him. He was several times stronger than his boss. His boss was one of the few people in the gathering place who maintained a weight of more than 120. He was already considered to be a strong fighter, but he did not expect that this person's figure and size would crush his boss. I have to tell the boss about this matter quickly. The man looked at Xiaobo's back carefully, and then quietly stepped back. Xiaobo did not expect that the seemingly foolproof plan would fail because of human greed. He underestimated the greed of people in this world. You are here. In the relatively bright supermarket, the one-eared man looked at Xiaobo respectfully. How is the plan? Xiaobo asked calmly. There are no loopholes in the plan. I have explained everything that should be explained. They will come to trade this afternoon. The one-eared man said respectfully. He carefully took out a stack of newspapers and handed it to Xiaobo. This is the newspaper you want. Xiaobo took the newspaper calmly, and the words he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. Hundreds of millions of people disappeared overnight. Global population intensive disappearance incident. Overnight, half of the world's population disappeared. Is it alien plunder or strange evaporation? The era of disaster begins, and terrifying radiation comes. Deformed creatures appear, and the shelter plan is launched. The Chinese national football team defeated Syria 3:1. The following are some unimportant news, and the most important ones are the newspapers in front. Chapter 111. Putting up the newspapers, Xiaobo suppressed his inner throbbing and said to the one-eared man, Very good, all the things you collected are what I need. After the transaction is over, I have another transaction for you to complete. Revenge is 2 chocolates. Hearing Xiaobo's words, the one-eared man's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. Don't worry. I will definitely complete the task you assigned to you perfectly. Well, it's almost time. Put these chocolates on the counter, and you can leave. Just leave it to me. Tomorrow morning, it will still be the supermarket. Come over, and we will discuss the second transaction. Xiaobo said, looking outside the supermarket from time to time, and he always felt something was not right. Thinking back to the plan carefully, it was foolproof. As long as the one-eared man told the people who traded with him the complete words he told him, they would basically agree for the long-term interests. However, I always felt that something was not right, but I couldn't tell what was wrong. After watching the one-eared man leave, Xiaobo sat on a stool in the supermarket, thinking about what he had leaked. After thinking about it, his mind was blank, nothing came to mind, and his mind was still calm. Xiaobo had to take out the newspaper and look at the information in the newspaper. Title, Content. At the place of the disaster, the world's population disappeared overnight. 7 billion people, only more than 1 billion people were left on this planet. And with the disappearance of the population, the crime rate also rose sharply, and the doomsday theory filled the world. In the second year after the population disappeared, radiation came, distorted creatures appeared, and the living environment of the earth was changed all of a sudden. There are so many things introduced in the newspaper, and all the information is put together, and a doomsday world is presented before our eyes. The game has also broken out in this world. Xiaobo's eyes were filled with shock. Now he was basically sure that this world was the same as his original world. He remembered the dream he had. Now thinking back, some things in the dream were no longer clear. He could only remember roughly that after the game appeared, the aliens came and the world broke out in a disaster, which was also the end of the world. This made Xiaobo start to think about what the nature of this game was. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly. Now that the doomsday had broken out for so many years, the chocolate he brought with him was definitely very rare. The plan he had just made seemed foolproof, but that was determined by himself from the perspective of his own experience. He had not thought about the background of this world at all. He once read a sentence in a book, when the profit reaches 10%, they will be ready to move. When the profit reaches 50%, they will take risks. When the profit reaches 100%, they dare to trample on all laws of the world. When the profit reaches 300%, they dare to risk being hanged. And the plan I made, from a long-term perspective, is a partner that can be cooperated with. That is my understanding from the perspective of peacetime. But you have to know that this is a doomsday that has lasted for decades. The people here have long been accustomed to cannibalism, and they will be even crazier when it comes to interests. The long-term cooperation plan I made is completely useless. They must be thinking about how to get all the chocolates in a short time. Damn it! I actually forgot about this. The one-eared man is in danger. Xiaobo immediately stood up and ran out from where he came from. Before he had taken a few steps, he heard a very light scream. The sound was not loud. That was too far away from him. Hearing this scream, Xiaobo's face became extremely cold. The one-eared man was indeed caught by the other party. He acted decisively and increased his speed to move quickly in the direction of the sound. Those who have lived in the apocalypse for so long are basically people who eat raw meat and drink blood and regard life as worthless. On the third floor of a broken building, the one-eared man knelt on the ground, covered in blood, his festering face swollen, his hands pressed on the ground, 2 knives inserted in the back of his palms, nailed to the ground, and a pool of blood had already flowed out on the ground. The one-eared man was also a ruthless person. Even so, he didn't say anything, muttering, "I don't know anything. I really don't know anything. This kid is really stubborn, boss. How about we just have a feast for the living?" A man with a short hair standing next to the one-eared man spat and said viciously, "A feast for the living means lighting a fire in front of a person while he is still alive, or setting up a pot, cutting off his flesh bit by bit, and eating it slowly. This is a feast for the living, extremely cruel. People from the underground are interesting. If you don't tell us, we won't know. I remember eating chocolate in the peaceful era. After the end of the world, I ate it a few times, but I haven't seen it again until now. Do you really think I don't know anything? The original shelter plan was carried out in every city, including Nanjiang. I am still looking for the entrance to the underground. It has been several years, and there is no news at all. Haha, now a person actually appears and brings chocolate to trade. Do you really think that the people underground are all good people? How did they abandon us in the first place? They took the so-called human elites and gave up so many people. You are still helping him to conceal it. If it weren't for them, how could we survive in this ruin?" The bald boss stood up from his seat, walked to the side of the one-eared man, grabbed his hair and pulled it up. His face was full of ferocity. This action directly pulled the palm that was nailed to the ground by the dagger. The one-eared man screamed and fainted from the pain. Waste. The bald man slammed the one-eared man's head to the ground and glanced at the younger brother next to him coldly. "Use urine to wake him up." Big brother, don't you want to eat?" the younger brother asked. "Eat? Haha, if we can find the underground entrance, we can get rid of the embers of this world. There is endless food and tender women there. It is called a paradise on earth." The bald boss had fantasy in his eyes, and returned to reality, saying directly, "Move quickly." Oh. The younger brother reacted, just took out the bird, and was about to urinate, but a gunshot made the urination that was about to be brewed suddenly hold back. It was a gunshot. What's going on? Who fired the gun? The bald boss walked out of the room with a cold face, and saw the younger brother outside running into the house. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more gunshots were heard outside, and then there was no movement. More than a dozen people blocked the door and piled things at the door. Boss, there's a tough guy outside. He's holding a glowing red knife, and he's moving very fast. The knife is so sharp that it can split Irma's head in half, and even the hardest skull can't stop it. His strength is even more terrifying. Lingzi was kicked by that guy and flew 10 meters away, and his stomach was kicked to pieces. We couldn't hit him with a crossbow, and we couldn't hit him with a gun. That guy can dodge bullets. A younger brother ran over, looking terrified and trembling. Are you reading a novel? How can you dodge bullets? The bald guy glared. He kicked someone more than 10 meters away, and even his stomach was blown up. Chapter 112. Brother, it's true. That guy is too strong. We can resist. Before he could finish the rest of the sentence, there was a loud bang. The door, that was originally piled with debris, was directly knocked open. The messy garbage flew everywhere, and a tall figure appeared. This man was extremely tall, a full 1.85 meters tall, with muscles bulging high, one piece after another, like a rock. What shocked the bald boss was that he really held a weapon emitting red light in his hand. Shoot! Kill him! The bald man was shocked, and his face changed. The door was directly knocked open, which was enough to prove that the guy's strength was not something they could deal with swords. The only hope was the gun. Xiaobo's eyes swept to the room behind the bald man. The one-eared man fainted on the ground, his hands were stabbed into the ground by 2 knives, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. Even though he was unconscious, the one-eared man's body was still trembling because of the pain of the wound. His eyes suddenly turned cold. You! Damn it! The swift pace and hunting state were activated together. The whole person turned into a residual shadow. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, they were horrified to find that Xiao Bo's speed was too fast. They couldn't catch Xiao Bo's figure at all, let alone shoot. They could only raise their hands and shoot a few shots at the shadow that they didn't know which one was the real body. None of the shots hit. And every time Xiao Bo swung the knife, he could reap a person's life. He ran among the crowd, and the strange red knife pulled out a red shadow, like a ghost. Before the person in front fell, the person behind covered his neck, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. They are no match at all. The bald boss was shocked. This guy's strength was so strong, knowing that it was all over now, if he stayed still, he would die. He didn't care about anything. He saw the right time, and rushed to the gate immediately. The other people who were still alive saw that their boss had run away, so why should they fight? They ran out like crazy. Looking at the scattered enemies, Xiao Bo sneered on his face, and held the steel knife tightly in his hand. The red light was even brighter. He rose from the ground like a bullet, and the red steel knife chopped down lightly, killing one person instantly. There were not many people running away. How could they be Xiao Bo's opponents? Every time he swung the knife, it was like the god of death harvesting their lives. In the end, there was only one bald man left. The bald man had one leg chopped off, and was lying on the ground. Who are you? People from the underground. Are you all so powerful? The bald man stared at Xiao Bo's face, as if he wanted to carve his face into his bones. Where is the map? Tell me, and I can let you go. Xiao Bo's eyes exuded a cold gaze, which made people shudder. Pa! The bald boss had been in the end times for decades, and had seen everything. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and said fiercely, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. The product of genetic mutation is really terrible. Your underground genetic technology has reached the level of being able to dodge bullets. I admit defeat. You want a map? Impossible. Do you really think I don't know? It's a dead end whether I tell you or not. Anyway, I've lived enough. Xiao Bo was confused and understood it with a knife. His expression was complicated. He didn't expect that people in this world would be so stubborn and completely unconventional. But it was true. These guys ate human flesh and drank human blood. After decades in the apocalypse, they were not afraid of death. Xiao Bo did not torture him to death, but took his life cleanly and quickly, returned to the house, and rescued the one-eared man. First, he wrapped the rags on the one-eared man's hands, then took out some water from his belt, and poured it on the one-eared man's face. Huh? The one-eared man took a breath and immediately said, I don't know anything you ask me to say, I can't say anything. I just do what I'm told. Xiao Bo immediately understood that the one-eared man was interrogated. What he didn't expect was that the one-eared man didn't confess himself when his life was threatened and he was tortured. If he confessed himself, he wouldn't have to suffer physical pain. Xiao Bo exhaled, his expression was a little complicated. He came here and knew what cruelty was. Compared with them, Xiao Bo suddenly felt that he was better off than them after entering the game. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leaned on the ground. The people in this world are all thugs. There are not many people who can stick to the bottom line. The one-eared man is one of them. But from this incident, he did not betray himself, which shows what kind of person the one-eared man is. Hiss. The one-eared man woke up and saw Xiao Bo smoking. Just as he was about to get up, he pulled the wound on his palm and gritted his teeth in pain. Can you smoke? Xiao Bo asked casually. No, I can't. The one-eared man shook his head and looked out the door with a trace of worry. It's done. Xiao Bo said casually, with a complicated look, and I don't know what he was thinking. Are you okay? I'm fine. Xiao Bo's mood became more complicated. Compared with the cruelty of this world, it's better to be on the road. There is not much modeled human nature. While improving strength, you can also enjoy the scenery along the road. I thought this dimensional gate mission was very simple, but now it seems more complicated than I imagined. This place is full of ugly human nature. It's hard for Xiao Bo, whose mentality has not completely changed, to adapt. Eating people, especially the scene of eating raw ears in the supermarket, it still has a huge impact on Xiao Bo's heart. After smoking a cigarette, he pressed the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it. He must change his mentality. This world seems dangerous, but he is not unable to deal with it. The main thing is to face the complex human nature. This is also crucial to improve his mentality. Only by facing the various aspects of life can he grow. Xiaobo finally recognized the reality at this moment. This world is ugly in human nature. If he didn't have a strong force, he would be eaten to the bone this time. If you want to survive better, you must join. Change your mindset and improve yourself. Wait a minute, I'll be back soon. Xiaobo came outside and looted the people he killed, and got a lot of guns and bullets. What made Xiaobo a little happy was that the resource upgrade system could upgrade these guns and bullets, so he finally got something. In addition to these, this group of people also had some of the currency of this world, which was a small green crystal. Xiaobo tried to upgrade it, and was surprised to find that even money could be upgraded. My heart jumped twice unconsciously. Does this mean that I'm going to get rich? I thought about it again. I'm just a passerby in this world. It's useless to have more money, even if it's a mountain of gold and silver. I need to complete the task, and my restless heart calmed down and threw the money on the ground. This money can be given to the one-eared man, so that he can do better for me. Chapter 113. After searching for a while, he received 4 pistols and 37 bullets. The pistols were relatively old, and it was obvious that the power of these guys was not very good. Xiaobo also found a worn-out backpack, which was carried by a guy, and thought it was just right for carrying guns and bullets. He opened the backpack and turned out some worn-out papers with crooked lines on them. Xiaobo couldn't understand and dumped everything in the backpack on the ground. This is... Suddenly, a half-open thing fell out from inside. The sharp-eyed Xiaobo picked it up and opened it, with a look of surprise on his face. It's a map. I didn't expect these guys to bring a map, and put it in the bag. Fortunately, I searched it, otherwise I really didn't know the map was here. There are guns, bullets, and maps. This is something I never expected. He quickly shuttled through the ruins, looking for the direction to find his car, and upgraded everything. He got more than a dozen guns, and they were all brand new guns. There were more than 2,000 bullets, which was the most he had ever had since he upgraded. Then, he took a piece of fine cloth and a special anti-inflammatory medicine and went out. Back to the previous place, he simply treated the wound of the one-eared man. Money! A lot of money. While letting the one-eared man rest, Xiaobo upgraded all the money he collected outside and brought it back to the house. The one-eared man had never seen so much money in his life, and he shouted excitedly, "This money is yours," Xiaobo said lightly. The one-eared man looked at Xiaobo in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, and said with trembling lips, "Give it to me." "Well, you didn't betray me when your life was threatened, which is worthy of my admiration. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do that. So these are what you should have. It's also the reward for the past 2 days. The money is completely useless to me, and I have to leave. If I leave here, the money will basically be wasted. The money was issued by the 3 forces in the ruins, and guaranteed by them. If I leave, the outside world will not recognize these currencies. This one-eared man is a good person and loyal. Leave it to him to improve his life. You are leaving." The one-eared man heard Xiaobo's words, and suddenly looked up at Xiaobo. "Well, I just found the map on a guy. The purpose of coming here is basically to find the map. Now that the map has been found, I am leaving too." Xiaobo stood up and walked to the window, looking at the world full of embers, showing his mouth and lighting a cigarette. The smoke was lingering, and his thoughts were flying. You are not from the underground? Now why do you want to leave?" The one-eared man was still a little puzzled. "My mission is not to explore this area on the ground, but the entire Yan country." Xiaobo made up. The one-eared man looked at Xiaobo in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. He did not expect Xiaobo to be entrusted with such a mission. The outside world is very dangerous. As far as I know, there is fertile land outside the wilderness, but there are a large number of deformed beasts there, more than in the ruins. This is only the fertile land outside the wilderness. I dare not even think about going to the outside world. Your mission is too difficult to complete." The one-eared man was silent for a while, and said softly that in his opinion, this was almost an impossible task. "No problem." After taking a puff of cigarette, Xiaobo waved his hand, retracted his gaze from the window, turned around and stared at the one-eared man. "I'm leaving first. No matter how difficult the task is, I will complete it. This money is enough for you to live a good life." "Thank you." The one-eared man was silent for a while, and said, "I'm leaving." Xiaobo said, threw the cigarette but on the ground and stomped it out, and waved his hand. Walking to the ruins of the street, Xiaobo covered his face with a mask, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes, and walked away quickly. The one-eared man took a rest, put the medicine Xiaobo left for him in his pocket, stuffed all the money on the ground into his pocket, and left the house. Walking to the corridor, looking at the corpses on the ground, the one-eared man was stunned and took a deep breath. His strength is so strong, no wonder the people underground sent him out to do the task. The one-eared man didn't think much about it, took a look at the corpses on the ground, and left in a hurry. In the car, Xiaobo spread out the map. One is the map of Province A, and the other is the map of Yin Country. Well, the territory of Yin Country is similar to that of Blue Star in the previous life. Could this be the multiverse? On the map of Yin Country, there is also a rooster. Exactly the same as on Blue Star. Xiaobo rolled up the map, spread out the map of Province A, and found Nanjiang City. Nanjiang City is located on a plain, south of a river, so it is called Nanjiang. Except for a river, there are plains around Nanjiang. Now that the end of the world has come, these plains have become wilderness, and outside the plains are fertile land. From the perspective of topography, this place can indeed be called fertile land. In addition to a river, there are several rivers outside the plains that irrigate the land, making the land fertile. A river extends out several branches, irrigating the land in all directions, forming a huge fertile soil, which is most suitable for planting. Similarly, there is sufficient water here, so naturally there will be a large number of deformed beasts living there. After all, as long as it is life, it cannot be separated from the source of life. Looking at the map carefully, Xiaobo speculated in his heart that there is a river in the south, fertile land in the south, the sea in the east, and the plateau in the west. No matter which road you take, it is actually not good. As for going around Nanjiang City, Xiaobo has also thought about this idea, but 2,000 kilometers cannot be completed by going around in circles. Leaning back on the seat, Xiaobo began to think about these 4 roads in his heart. You need to look further ahead. Although there is a river in the north, there must be a bridge. However, there is a risk of the bridge being blown up. The climate on the plateau is changeable, which can easily cause altitude sickness in the body, so this road is not feasible. Then there is only the east. Xiaobo sat up straight and studied the road carefully. He needed to avoid some big cities, because big cities are not only blocked by roads, but also full of ruins. There are also some natives in the ruins. Once they find the car, it is not a good thing. Then there is only the ZS Expressway. But this highway actually detours in the direction of fertile land. Xiaobo looked forward along the ZS Expressway. If you want to avoid ruins, the expressway is the best choice. However, this highway bypasses a branch river of fertile land, and there may be mutant beasts there. Of course, if you take the ordinary road, you need to bypass a large number of cities and towns, not only the risk of the native residents, but also the risk of road congestion. The subsequent risks are too high. There are only 2 problems in front of us. One is the wilderness before. The ZS Expressway has to pass through this long wilderness. The second is the fertile land. The ZS Expressway passes through the fertile land. Then as long as we get rid of these 2 problems, the subsequent sections of the expressway will basically be unobstructed. As long as we don't get off the expressway and drive at full speed, we can complete the 2,000-kilometer journey in 2 days. This expressway, I must take it. Chapter 114. Get on the highway. Xiaobo made up his mind and rolled up the map. He had determined his position and route, and deeply imprinted it in his mind. Starting the car, Xiaobo drove towards the wilderness. He chose to go up the highway in the wilderness. Going through the city would easily expose him. It is better to choose to go up the highway from the wilderness, tear off the guardrail directly, and drive up. Leaving the ruins, Xiaobo had already memorized the direction and intersection in his mind, but in order to ensure the correct direction, he still did not pretend to be that big, and spread the map on the oil gauge. Leaving the ruins, the world full of ashes came into view, and the glass of the car window was covered with a thin layer of dust. Although the wilderness is very desolate, there is one advantage, that there are relatively few car wreckages in the wilderness, and there are rarely 2 cars blocking the road. If there are any, they are also moved away by Xiaobo with brute force. Along the way, Xiaobo opened 2 high-level treasure chests one after another, and obtained a large amount of supplies. In addition to water and fuel, there are also many medicines. For colds, diarrhea, fever, and a lot of gauze. These are all from the advanced resource box, and they belong to the game, so they can be taken back to the original world. This also caused Xiaobo to guess that these boxes on the road cannot be seen by people here, otherwise there must be a lot of people looking for treasure chests on the road. After driving for half an hour, Xiaobo suddenly stopped the car and looked at the wilderness in the distance with a pair of cold eyes. There was a skeleton of an unknown thing, 2 meters high, 3 meters long, huge, like an unknown beast. It was dead, and the flesh and blood on its body had been eaten up, leaving only a pile of skeletons and a huge hide. Drive the car to the corpse of the beast, take precautions, and push open the car door. Even though it was wrapped in wet cloth, Xiaobo still smelled a strong stench. Frowning, staring at the corpse with a pair of eyes. This is the deformed beast in this world, the body has been deformed, and an unknown evolution has occurred. Evolution, this word often appears in novels I have read before. Since deformed beasts can evolve, why can't humans? There is definitely something behind this. This world once had a large-scale human disappearance, and it was obviously entered into a highway survival game. And now that the dimension door is open, it can actually return to the previous world. Will I be able to return to the original world one day? It's a bit far-fetched, but seeing this corpse can't help but cause Xiaobo to speculate. Combined with his own dreams, it seems that the worlds chosen by the game are not simple. As for how simple or not, it still needs to wait until I have experienced 2 worlds before I can make a decision. Who knows what the second world looks like? The sky gradually darkened, and night was coming. Xiaobo looked at the time in the game world. It was only noon. The time difference between the 2 worlds was completely mismatched. No longer looking at the game world, for now, the task was completed first, and other things would be dealt with later. I had to complete the task quickly, and could not stay in the task world for too long. Back in the car, Xiaobo looked at the nearby scenery, and then looked at the map. My goal is the 3rd fork in the wilderness road on the map, and the first fork has not appeared yet. It has been so long now, and I should be close to the first fork. Turn into the fork at the 3rd fork, and go to Tujia town. You will pass under the ZS Expressway, which will be the place where I will get on the expressway. It was getting dark, Xiaobo ate something, and decided to drive a distance, while he could still see the road clearly. It is understood that there are some deformed beasts, and some refugees in the wilderness. According to the one-eared man, there were many refugees in the beginning, but now there are fewer, but there are still refugees, and most of them died in the wilderness. Not only do they have to experience the long wilderness, but they also suffer from hunger, thirst, disease, and even attacks by deformed beasts. Very few people can escape. From this point alone, we can see how terrible the fertile land is. It can make people there take such a huge risk to escape, and they are unwilling to stay there. It can be said that staying on the fertile land is a deadly situation. As night fell, Xiaobo also arrived at the first fork in the road. After stopping the car, Xiaobo planned to take a nap. The wilderness at night was not peaceful, and he had to be very cautious. After giving the hen some food and water, and collecting 2 eggs, Xiaobo lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. His sleep was very light now, not like when he was on the road. In the wilderness, he had to be vigilant enough. The wilderness at night was very quiet. In the darkness, 4 figures were still rushing in the wilderness. They walked a little closer. These 4 people covered their heads and faces with wide steps to cover their bodies. You idiot, walk slower? We can't keep up. Uncle San, move faster. We can reach Nanjiang tonight. I heard from the people who came before that Nanjiang is still good and can survive. No, we can't keep up. The man named Uncle San took a few steps, and sat down on the road covered with ash. The other 2 also sat on the ground. One of the tall ones panted, Your Uncle San is right. Let's take a rest before continuing. I take a rest if you listen to me. In fact, it's safest to travel at night. There are fewer deformed beasts. Hey, maybe some deformed beasts come out to forage at night. We must be careful. Another person said. The man didn't say anything. He took out a bottle of water from his arms, carefully unscrewed it, opened the wide door, and took a sip of water, and then carefully covered it again, fearing that it would spill. The 4 people took a short rest, ate some food brought from the fertile land, and set off again. Wait, this is a car. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a huge truck appeared in front of them. From the appearance of the truck, although the truck was a bit shabby, it was obvious that it was a drivable truck because there were ruts on the ground. What surprised them was that the tires actually had a faint metallic luster in the dark night. Idiot, keep your voice down. There must be someone here. Let's go quickly. Uncle San stared at the car and shook his head. This thing was definitely not something they could get their hands on. People who own cars are basically some big forces. Uncle San, if we had this car, wouldn't we be much faster on the road? A trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the idiot. The other 2 tall and short people also had greed in their eyes. How could they let go of such a good thing as a car? Look at that thing on the car, holy shit, isn't that a water heater? The tall man suddenly pointed at the water heater exposed on the top of the car. It was indeed the water heater they had seen in the book. When they saw the black board on it, their breath froze. They knew that black board. It was actually a solar water heater. Chapter 115. Uncle Sam, let's do it. I don't think there will be too many people in this car. We have guns. If it works, this car will belong to us. There is also a water heater, so you can take a comfortable hot bath. The idiot tempted, with a greedy look in his eyes. You decide? Uncle Sam also hesitated, staring at the protruding water heater in the car with a pair of turbid eyes. Yes, it is a water heater, exactly the same as the one he used before. The three looked at each other and did it. With a car, not only the safety factor is greatly improved, but also the speed of traveling will be increased. The car is also a representative of strength in this wasteland. Uncle Sam, let's act together and kill the people inside directly. We can also bring a lot of food. The idiot licked his lips. Meat? He hadn't eaten it for a long time. He had eaten the grass balls brought from the fertile land along the way, and he was tired of it. Human flesh is not taboo in the wasteland. They have all eaten it, and it tastes good. Uncle Sam gritted his teeth and finally decided to do it with them. The wasteland is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Now that decades have passed, cannibalism is no longer a big deal. The four of them quietly groped for the car, turned it around, and found that only the driver's seat had a door, and the rest were sealed. The four of them were overjoyed. There was only one entrance, so that was easy. The idiot reached out and pulled the door, and found that it was locked. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a cold voice from behind. Are you looking for me? The four of them suddenly felt their scalps tingling, and their hair stood up. It turned out that they had been discovered a long time ago. Looking back, a tall figure stood 2 meters behind them, without any movement, like a ghost. Get your weapons. The idiot reacted immediately, shouted, raised his hand to shoot, and felt a blur in front of his eyes. His neck felt cold, and when he opened his mouth to make a sound, he could only make a humming sound. He covered his neck with one hand, and hot blood came out from between his fingers. Those who kill will be killed. You have targeted me, so I have no choice but to send you on your way. Facing this group of terrified people, Xiaobo had murderous intent in his heart, without any sense of guilt. If he were an unarmed person, he would be killed by them and become their food. Although the people living here are not physically deformed, their hearts have long been deformed. After killing people, Xiaobo felt cold hands and feet. The humans in this world have no distinction between noble and humble lives. As long as they are human, they will be killed and eaten. Especially these refugees, their minds are just occupied by greed, just like the previous group of people. After killing them, Xiaobo sat in the wilderness, lit a cigarette, smelled the faint smell of blood, and looked numb. He didn't know if he would become like them if he stayed in this wasteland for a long time. There are still rules to survive on the road, and he rarely met humans, but it's different here. Although he is a passerby in this world, these things are really happening in front of him. Xiaobo's heart is very confused. He found that his mentality on the road was cold enough, but when he arrived in the real apocalypse world, everything changed, and his heart was still not cold enough. Sympathize with the weak and hate the strong. If I hadn't ranked first in the game, if there hadn't been a system, what would my life be like? Guarding a small broken car, not eating and sleeping well every day. Struggling for a little food, struggling for a little oil. Without the system to improve skills, I would have to walk on the edge of death every day. In general, everything on the road was too smooth for me. With a large amount of materials and resources piled up, even a pig could take off. The same as my heart, just like a primary school student. Although it has changed a little after integrating the blood demon heart, I am still myself. Compared to here, the road is completely a small fight. Military force is only strong in the body, not in the heart. At this moment, Xiaobo also deeply realized that his biggest problem is not his own strength or materials. But his mentality has not been completely changed. The consequence of sympathizing with others is that you can't grow up, which is a common problem. After smoking a cigarette, Xiaobo turned around and looked at the broken limbs on the ground, without sympathy in his heart. Maybe they are weak and pitiful, but they are not worthy of my sympathy at all. I am looking at it from my own perspective. For them, carjacking and killing people may be just to survive. If I were to survive in this world, with ethics and morality on one hand and life and death on the other, would I eat human flesh? Xiaobo is not sure, because this is all fantasy. I have not really experienced it, so I dare not say anything. Maybe I will insist on ethics and morality now, But when it comes to that point, well, I still insist, this is a cat and dog fight, with different positions. For me, they really deserve to die. After all, I have not lost my humanity. For them, this is just to live. There is nothing to be entangled about. But I should never, ever put my mind on myself. No matter what, stick to your position, kill me, I will kill you. After venting the injustice in his heart, Xiaobo opened the door and got into the car, and now he was no longer sleepy. Looking at the time, the qualifying race was over, which meant that it was already the second half of the night. Start the car and continue on the road. The sky was glimmering, and the second fork in the road appeared. Xiaobo looked at the fork in the road, did not stop, and continued to move forward. It is also difficult to encounter upgraded resource boxes on the road. This type of resource box is very rare, but the materials inside are very rich, and it is reasonable that they are rare. The strange thing is that I didn't encounter any skilled books. With the system upgrade, I haven't opened a skilled book for a long time. This needs attention. I wonder if the probability of getting a skill book has been changed by this crappy game. After a simple breakfast, taking care of his physiological needs, and feeding the hens, Xiaobo continued to drive on the road. He was basically able to reach the ZS Expressway in the afternoon. At noon, the sky was gray, and it seemed that something was brewing. Xiaobo sat on the bed in the car, eating instant noodles, looking through the window, wandering in the ember wilderness outside. He had been out for a day, but he had not encountered a distorted beast, which was very strange. It was not that he wanted to encounter one, but there were distorted beasts in the wilderness, and the strange thing was that he had never encountered one. Xiaobo remembered his title. Maybe it was these 5 points of luck that worked. This thing was like a lottery. I don't know when it worked. So was it lucky or unlucky that he did not encounter a distorted beast along the way? It was definitely lucky. In any case, the luck value was indeed magical. Chapter 116. After finishing his instant noodles, Xiaobo drank some water and continued on his way. He had a feeling that the third fork in the road would soon appear, and he hoped that nothing would happen on the road. The routines on TV did not appear, and he passed safely along the way. At about 2 p.m., the third fork in the road appeared. Xiaobo turned into the fork in the road, and according to the markings on the map, he turned into the fork in the road and drove 2 kilometers, and the ZS Expressway would appear. He could just go up the fence on the side. He turned into the fork in the road and continued to move forward. At 2 noon, the sky became darker, as if a storm was brewing. This was the third day of his mission here. The world of embers, the wind suddenly rose, blowing the embers all over the sky and rolling up a long white tornado, forming in the wilderness. The huge tornado passed through, mixed with a large amount of yellow sand and embers, fluttering from far to near, interweaving with the gray sky, as at the end of the world. Tornadoes are easy to form in such plains, especially in this weather. It seems like it's going to rain. Xiaobo looked at the tornado in the distance and thought to himself that this road was relatively flat and wide, and there were not many abandoned cars. He stepped on the accelerator and accelerated through the tornado area. 10 minutes later, a low bridge appeared in Xiaobo's eyes, and on the bridge was the ZS Expressway. Seeing that ZS told the highway, Xiaobo was relieved. There was no trouble in passing through the wilderness, but there was another danger later, that is, the bridge through Wodu in Baihe. ZS Expressway borders Wodu. Looking at the map, the bordering area is a city, and the entire line is more than 70 kilometers. And after leaving Wodu, ZS Expressway crosses a river, which is the largest branch of the entire Wodu River, Baihe. Needless to say, the dangers there are enough to force people to die from fleeing there. Crossing the wilderness at great risk is enough to illustrate the dangers of Wotu. Of course, there are only these 2 dangerous places. As long as you pass through Wotu and follow the map, you can definitely make a 2,000-kilometer journey. This is Xiaobo's plan. When he walked to the side of the highway, he was blocked by huge iron fences on both sides. Xiaobo got off the car and found a place with a relatively gentle slope. He used a steel knife to cut off the iron fence so that his car could pass. On the highway, he looked around and saw fewer cars. Only a few cars collided with each other. These cars that had accidents basically rushed out of the highway and fell into the wilderness beside the highway. Start the car and drive along the highway towards Wotu. On the highway, Xiaobo directly increased the speed to 130 kilometers per hour, which was much faster. The mileage of the mission also began to increase. Xiaobo stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car sped away. It was still more than an hour's journey to fertile land. Although the highway was wide, it was far from the highway in the game world, and on the highway, Cars would collide from time to time, so Xiaobo dared not be distracted at all. After driving for about half an hour, the speed gradually dropped. The road in the distance was broken, and a landslide occurred in front of the road. A large number of cars collided with each other, and on this collapsed section of the road, a huge creature was shuttling through the ruins. He stepped on the brakes gently and stopped the car. Xiaobo stared calmly at the giant beast outside. It was very large, about 4 meters long and 2 meters high. It was a deformed creature of some unknown creature. Unknown deformed beast. Strength, 25. Agility, 19. After staring at it for 2 seconds, Xiaobo saw the attributes of this creature. Judging from its size alone, this guy is very powerful, but when the attributes appeared in front of Xiaobo, it turned out to be a deformed beast with a strong appearance, but a weak inside. The deformed beast found Xiaobo, raised its head to observe, and immediately rushed towards him, with its feet stepping on the ground, with a slight vibration. It was completely different from the monsters that the 7 days hunting had encountered before. Xiaobo was not panicked at all. He turned off the car engine, opened the car door, and walked slowly towards the deformed beast. Roar! The deformed beast let out a deafening roar, and suddenly pounced on Xiaobo. Xiaobo's eyes were sharp. He slid sideways, his eyes were sharp, and the hunting state was turned on. He reached out and grabbed the sharp forelimbs of the deformed beast, leaned his body backwards, and gathered all his strength on his arms with his back feet as the center. With a bang, the huge force threw the deformed beast to the ground. The huge body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Take advantage of its weakness to kill it. Since the first encounter with a wild monster, Xiaobo has deeply understood this truth. The deformed beast fell to the ground. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, without any hesitation, and he even instinctively drew out the steel knife, and a strange red light flashed. The sharp steel knife was like cutting tofu, easily cutting the body of the deformed beast and chopping it into 2 pieces. The deformed beast was not strong, even worse than the wild monsters he encountered on the road, and he could deal with it very easily. After killing the deformed beast, Xiaobo returned to the car, seemed to remember something, called out the system, and called up the personal attribute panel. Name, Xiaobo. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 6. Experience, 39 out of 200. Strength, 44 4.4. Agility, 35, 3.5. Physical fitness, 35, 3.5. Mental strength, 24 2.4. Health value, 197. Talent, Blood Devil Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills. Intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength will be continuously improved with training. Primary swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Detection eye. Iron body. Occupational skills. Bloodshed. Unique. Occupational unique passive. Butcher's hand. LV1. Neither the state nor the experience has changed much. You won't get experience from hunting creatures in the game world. This is a bit difficult. If the skill explosion rate is really reduced, then this mission has a skill book, and it is an optional professional skill book. It doesn't seem to be a big loss, or even a profit. Xiaobo knows how difficult it is to find a professional skill book that matches him among so many professions. So after thinking it through, he didn't think the reward for this mission was less. What's more, 5 attributes and a little luck are also good. After thinking it through, Xiaobo no longer struggled, looking outside, thinking about the next road. The bridge was broken, and there was a deep ditch below, which he never expected. After carefully comparing the map and searching for a long time, he found his location, which was a bit embarrassing, surrounded by barren mountains. This means that he needs to take a detour. But this detour means going back 20 kilometers, where there is a town called Lushu Town. There is no way. I can only go here, take a detour, and then get on the highway. Chapter 117. After carefully comparing the map, I found a relatively short road, which required me to go around Lushu Town. This detour wasted a lot of time. After finding a place where he could get off the highway, Xiaobo got off the highway according to the method he had used before. The truck was driving in the wilderness, where there were fields everywhere, but unfortunately nothing grew there, not even grass. The bark of the big tree nearby had disappeared, and I didn't know why. After driving for half an hour, a town hidden in the valley appeared in front of Xiaobo. The town was very dilapidated, with a large amount of garbage dumps in front of the town, and the town was full of ruins, which seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. As soon as he approached the town, He saw 6 people running out of the town and surrounding Xiaobo's car at once. Stop! No outside vehicles are allowed to enter here. The leader was a thin man whose face could not be seen through the rough cloth. He only held a gun in his hand, and the others held a bright machete in their hands. The appearance of this group of people surprised Xiaobo. There were still people in Lushu town. Yes, I should have noticed it earlier. From the exposed appearance of Lushu town, I can see that there are people here. In addition to being surrounded by ravines, Lushu town can also see high walls and broken walls. It looks like a ruin, but if you look closely, you will find that these broken walls are actually formed in a regular pattern, connected to the high walls, forming a protective circle, and outside the town there is a large amount of garbage piled up, which perfectly blends with those high walls to form a line of defense. Xiaobo thought that he was not cautious enough and should have noticed it in advance. It was not until this group of people appeared that he reacted. Pushing open the car door, Xiaobo smiled warmly at the 6 people who looked nervous. Don't be nervous, I am fleeing from another place. But when I got to the highway in front, the bridge was broken and I couldn't pass. I looked at the map and bypassed Lushu town, and then took the ZS highway, which was the shortest distance. I have no ill intentions. They had never seen such a tall person in the wasteland, and Xiaobo's figure really shocked them. So that's it. The man's expression relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Little brother, I heard that you sound a little young. It's okay to call you that. The bridge there has been broken for some years. Fortunately, you walked from our side. If you came from another direction and reached Qingyang town, you would be miserable. There are a group of guys who eat people without spitting out bones. Is that so? Xiaobo smiled on his face, but he didn't relax his vigilance in his heart. You are also fleeing, right? If you don't mind, follow us. We can take care of each other on the road. We are also preparing to flee. We have almost eaten all the food in this area. We are going to take the ZS Expressway and go around to the Central Plains. The man made an invitation, which seemed very enthusiastic. Xiaobo hesitated for a moment, staring at them, unable to read their expressions, and shook his head gently. No, I am used to walking alone in this wasteland, but I am a little uncomfortable with so many people. Is that so? Then okay. The man waved his hand, indicating that the people around him should rest assured. Xiaobo was stunned for a moment, but he was still alert in his heart. He smiled at them in a friendly way, got on the car, but his eyes were always paying attention to their movements. He deeply understood that there were very few good people who had lived in the apocalypse for so long. Most of them were cruel and ruthless. Who knows if this group of people let him in to lure him into a trap? But thinking about it carefully, it seemed impossible. Just now, he deliberately tried it. He didn't take any weapons, and got off the car with empty hands, just to see if they would take him down when they saw that he was unarmed. But they didn't. Their every move seemed very friendly. Although the man had a gun, when he got off the car, he deliberately pointed the gun downwards. A very detailed action was captured by him. Are they really the few people in this world who still retain their humanity? The one-eared man is the only person he has seen who retains his humanity, and is not swallowed by greed. Is it really that he is overthinking? After starting the car, Xiaobo drove into the town with a bumpy ride. He did not relax, but was alert all the time. The roads in the town were clean, and there were no abandoned car wreckage piled up. There were even old people and children on both sides of the road. After a moment of shock, Xiaobo increased the speed of the car, wanting to pass through here quickly. Suddenly, 2 people rushed out from the street, waved their arms at Xiaobo, and signaled him to stop. His nerves were already tense, and he almost stepped on the accelerator. After reacting, they just waved and did not use weapons. Xiaobo stopped the car without knowing why, and the man in the distance ran over, looking a little panicked. Don't go out yet, the group of people from Qingyang town are here. If you go out, they will beat you to death. After saying this, he ran away. Then an alarm sounded, and the whole town was in motion. Xiaobo even saw old people and children, who were moving underground under the shouts of a group of people. First protect the elderly, children and women, and the rest of the people will stay outside to prevent the evildoers from Qingyang town from entering the town. A man shouted with a loudspeaker, and more people came out of the houses around the street, holding swords, sticks and clubs in their hands, and joined the battle in front. Bang bang bang. Gunshots were heard in front, and they were already fighting. The man who had come before ran over breathlessly. Little brother, hurry down and hide in the underground tunnel first. Brother, what happened? The group of people from Qingyang town are calling. I knew from my brother before that the people in Qingyang town were evil, and I thought he was talking to me. Now the people from Qingyang town called me, And this person was still thinking about me. Xiaobo half believed them. The people from Qingyang town are coming. They know we want to escape, so they are launching a final attack. If they succeed, everyone in our town will become their food and slaves. As soon as the words fell, a sharp whistle was heard in the air. With a bang, a building in the distance was blown to ashes. There was an old man who had not evacuated in front of the door, and he was blown to pieces. The artillery fire spread, and the huge shock wave directly lifted a woman who wanted to help the old man. She fell heavily to the ground. When people went to help her, she had already died. Screams, cries, and shouts rang out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp sounds continued to ring in the air, and shells fell into the town, instantly turning houses into ashes. It's a mortar. These people even took out their best treasures. But they don't have many shells, and the attack won't last long. Come down quickly and hide first, little brother. If the shells fall on the car, you will be dead, the elder brother urged. Xiaobo couldn't give up his truck. He raised his head and looked coldly at the shells that whistled into the crowd of old people. Meat and blood mist flew everywhere, leaving only a crater on the spot. The whole town was in chaos, and everyone was running for their lives to avoid the attack of shells. It was a mess. Everything was a mess. Chapter 118. Brother, find me a place to put the car, preferably a place where the shells can't hit, Xiaobo said with a cold expression. Too dangerous. What if? The brother wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xiaobo. Brother, there is no other way. I can't lose this car no matter what. The brother pondered for a moment. Our cars are all in the cave. There should be room. You follow me. Boom, the earth shook, and the shells plowed the land in the town again. Xiaobo drove the car behind the man, and there was a roar of artillery fire behind him. Little brother, our cars are hidden there. You can drive the car in. When you come out, you must close the door. Now the situation is urgent. I won't lead you there. At the foot of the mountain, the man pointed a road to Xiaobo, left a word and left in a hurry. The whole town has been caught in the artillery fire. Facing the sky-high artillery fire, Xiaobo felt for the first time that his strength was weak. Carpet bombing would definitely kill him. Fortunately, the enemy's artillery shells did not seem to be so many, and there was no dense artillery fire circle. However, the powerful firepower still destroyed a large area of houses. As time passed, the artillery fire gradually weakened. Their artillery shells have been used up. It's our turn. Feeling the weakening of the artillery fire, they immediately rushed out and shouted loudly. Xiaobo saw a large number of people coming out from the ground, more than 200 people. The combat effectiveness of this town is very strong. And it seems that there is no greed like those humans in the wasteland. There are old people and children here. There are also a large number of cars in the cave, and they are very united. This was Xiaobo's first feeling. They had a clear division of labor. Some were observing, some were fighting, and some were responsible for covering the retreat of the elderly, women and children. In this doomsday, this is a rare scene. But soon, Xiaobo felt something was wrong. As the artillery fire dissipated, a large number of gunshots rang out. When Xiaobo passed by here, he saw that most of the people here were holding swords, sticks and clubs. These dense gunshots were obviously not the power of this town. Xiaobo, who suddenly felt something was wrong, rushed into the town. In the distance, a group of people wearing black clothes and black armor had rushed into the town. They were slaughtering people who rushed up on both sides of the town. The black armor was made of the leather armor of the deformed beast, and the defense was extremely high. Some people in the town rushed behind them, and the machete fell on their black armor, which could not break their defense at all, and they were shot dead. The people who were killed were quickly carried away by some people behind them, who were not wearing black armor. The eyes hidden in the black cloth were so blood red. This was a one-sided massacre. So much food. Kill them all, and take them back. We can have a good meal tonight. A burst of laughter broke out among the crowd, as if they were happy to get so much food. Xiaobo looked embarrassed. This group of people could no longer be called human beings, but beasts. More and more people died tragically. Xiaobo didn't understand why they had to make such a death charge when they obviously couldn't break their defense. Until Xiaobo saw a group of children in the ruins in the distance, he understood. They were buying time for the children. Once the children were found, what would greet them could be imagined with their toes. These thugs did not notice the intentions of the people in the town. They wandered around the town slowly, firing a few shots from time to time, killing those who rushed up. They had smiles on their faces, and regarded human life as worthless. Although Xiaobo was infected, He hesitated. There were too many thugs and many guns. If he rushed over, facing the dense bullets, he might get injured. There were also some thugs holding rocket launchers and hanging grenades on their bodies. They were almost armed to the teeth. Their strength was not bad either, and their four-dimensional attributes were all more than 10 points. Xiao Bo didn't understand why the equipment of this group of thugs was so sophisticated, and their strength was even stronger than some people on the highway survival. In his eyes, one after another, the people in the town fearlessly rushed forward to fight with the thugs, even though they knew it was a dead end. But for the people behind them, their death was worth it. There was only one entrance to the underground tunnel that was intact, but it was blocked by a floor slab, and the other entrances were covered by the buildings that were blown up by shells. They were still trying hard, but their strength was too weak. Xiao Bo gritted his teeth and rushed over. The thugs found him and shot bullets one by one, shooting in front of him, forcing him to move. The thugs laughed loudly, as if they were playing a joke. "Damn it! You really deserve to die." Xiao Bo was very unwilling to hide behind a wall. His heart was burning with anger, but he could do nothing. These thugs not only had weapons, but also rocket launchers and grenades, which were extremely lethal. These thugs were not fools. Once their skills in dodging bullets were exposed, they would react and quickly make countermeasures. The dense bullets could completely block their movement, and the suppression of artillery fire could easily kill them. I am immortal. Even if I am strong, I am still a human being. The situation in the novel, where the protagonist kills everyone, obviously does not exist here. Hiding behind the wall, Xiao Bo thought of the magic armor. If he could combine the magic armor, relying on the armor's defense, he could definitely easily resist the bullets, and he only needed to worry about heavy firepower, but now, he could only think about it. Their suicide continued, because the hole was blocked and the broken wall above could not be moved for a while. Fortunately, their position was not discovered, and I had to go there, otherwise the whole town would be slaughtered. Only my own strength could prop up the broken wall. The artillery fire plowed across the ground, and I am afraid that other holes were blocked, only this one, but this hole was also pressed by the broken wall. Xiao Bo quickly glanced at the distance across the street, concentrated his breath, and calmed his mind, and opened it quickly. He rushed directly to the opposite side, like a bullet rising from the ground. Something just ran over. A thug rubbed his eyes, as if he had seen something just now. "My eyes are blurry." "Hey, food, food," said the thug next to him. His expression became excited, and he shot and killed a man. The thug who made a mistake scratched his head. Xiao Bo shuttled through the ruins, bounced off the ground, jumped lightly, climbed over the broken walls, and then helped them lift the stone slabs. "Little brother, it's dangerous here." The old man saw Xiao Bo before, and hurriedly pulled him and said, "Brother, to be honest, I want to pass through here, and these people have seriously hindered me." Xiao Bo raised his head, and looked at the road that had been covered by the debris, with a fierce look in his eyes, like a sharp knife. If the road in the town was buried, he would have to choose another way again, which was a long way around. And now, the road has been covered with large pieces of rubble. Even if it is cleaned up, it will take a day, which has seriously affected his progress. Chapter 119. Moreover, the four-dimensional attributes of these thugs are all more than 10 points. With sophisticated weapons, they can completely threaten me. If I want to kill them all, I still need to cooperate with the people in the town. The entrance was indeed pressed by the stone slab. With the help of Xiao Bo, they easily moved the stone slab. All the children entered the tunnel, and these people breathed a sigh of relief, and no longer had to do meaningless acts of suicide. Xiao Bo followed them, led by a man wearing a red cloth, who should be the leader of this town. Without any scruples, they quickly made a plan. Xiao Bo sat in a piece of ruins, lit a cigarette, and looked at the ruins renovated by artillery fire. "I am afraid that today's time will be delayed here. Every day of delay is a loss for me. This is something I can't afford at all. Little brother, our plan has been successfully formulated. We will launch a counterattack soon. The town may be very dangerous later. How about you go into the tunnel and wait?" While thinking, the voice of the elder brother came to his ears. Xiao Bo took a deep puff of cigarette, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. These people have affected me. I will cooperate with you later, but I have a condition." "What condition?" The town leader with a red cloth veil never came out of the house. Feeling several eyes from all directions, Xiao Bo did not hesitate, pursed his lips, and said, "I need to borrow a road. The streets are covered with ruins, and it is difficult to pass. I have limited strength alone. It is unrealistic to clean it out in a short time. I will help you deal with these thugs. After the matter is done, you help me clean up the ground. Xiaobo took out a map from his arms. I want to go to ZS Expressway, no later than tomorrow noon. I don't want to waste too much time. The leader of the Red Cloth Veil had a serious expression. Fighting is not a game. You can help us. Bullets have no eyes. We can't ensure your safety. Xiaobo waved his hand, his eyes as cold as a knife. This is my own business. We are cooperating. And you also need to use the roads in the town to leave. You won't lose. In fact, even if you don't cooperate, we still have to clean up after the battle. Time is tight. I don't want to waste extra time. Xiaobo didn't want to talk nonsense with him. The gunshots outside continued, and many people were still resisting. The longer they talked, the more they missed the opportunity. Now this group of thugs basically believe that the town has little resistance. It is a great opportunity to take advantage of the enemy when they are unprepared. Plan to start, loudly. The Red Cloth Veil looked at Xiaobo and began to issue combat orders. Their fighting style was very old-fashioned, but very practical, and they brought guerrilla tactics to the extreme. According to the fighting style, they took advantage of their familiarity with the town and adopted the tactic of shooting and moving to another place. This guerrilla tactic was something Xiaobo had read before, and it was about using guerrilla tactics to defeat the enemy. The most important thing is that this can contain the enemy. Xiaobo was a battlefield ghost, looking for opportunities. There were not many opportunities. As long as there was an opportunity, he would seize the opportunity and immediately climb over the wall and kill the opponent with one knife. He shuttled through the ruins like a ghost. The counterattack began. Xiaobo's eyes were like knives, without a trace of emotion. For the thugs, he would not feel any guilt at all for killing them, because they deserved to die. With his joining, the situation on the battlefield became one-sided. Guerrilla tactics are terrible in themselves, and with the addition of a ghost on the battlefield, the thugs who were originally full of confidence and thought they were easy to get started to collapse at this moment. Ghost, I saw a ghost. It holds a red knife, and can easily tear our armor and tear our people apart. There really is a ghost. It can dodge bullets and artillery fire. As long as a team of 3 people encounters a ghost, they will all die miserably. It is all black, hiding in the dark corners, emitting a strange red light, harvesting our lives. The thugs who ran out were terrified, and they told the battle in the ruins with great emotion. The leader of the thugs in Qingyang town was a guy with a face full of flesh. It was obvious that their food was not bad. Ghost, how many shells do we have left for our mortars? More than 20, not many left. These are for dealing with the mutants. How many bodies have been collected? 46 intact bodies, 70 broken bodies. The person in charge of statistics said quickly. The leader of Qingyang town looked at the town with a gloomy face. This time the harvest was not good. They found nearly 1,000 mortar shells from an ammunition depot, and used more than 100 just in this town. But they only harvested so few bodies. He was very dissatisfied. I will personally meet this battlefield ghost. Everyone, go directly into the town. The leader of Qingyang town said to his subordinates, and led a large number of people into the town. In the corner of the ruins, Xiaobo sat on the ground, lit a cigarette and puffed out smoke. He was covered in blood, and could not count how many thugs he had killed. These thugs deserved to be killed, and killing them would not cause any psychological guilt. Xiaobo enjoyed this kind of battle very much. He didn't know whether it was due to environmental factors, or the influence of the blood demon heart. He had changed, and seemed to have grown up. It was hard to explain, but at least one thing was that, after killing so many people, his hands would not shake, and he had also adapted to the smell of blood and broken limbs. The battle in the town seemed to be coming to an end. At least Xiaobo could not hear the dense gunfire. After this battle, the people in the town had greatly increased their strength. After all, the weapons brought by the thugs were still very advanced rifles, which were much better than their old-fashioned pistols. Xiaobo hadn't rested for long when he heard gunfire again. He climbed on the ruins and looked around. A large number of people wearing armor plates appeared on the ruins. The guy in the lead was a fat guy with big ears and a face full of flesh. It was hard to imagine how many people he had eaten to be so fat in the apocalypse. The people in the town got weapons, and had already fought with them, and they could still clearly feel the opponent's full firepower. After all, they have enough bullets, while the town doesn't have many bullets, all of which are picked up from the battlefield. How many bullets can there be? If this continues, the town will definitely not be able to hold on, and it will be difficult for him to leave at that time. This town is a must-go place for him. He really doesn't want to go around in a big circle. It's a waste of time, and he has to bear a lot of risks. Xiaobo walked out of the dark corner to deal with it. He took a look at his condition. Other things are pretty good, but he is a little hungry. The advantage of body data is that you can intuitively see whether your condition is enough to support the battle. Facts have proved that it is enough. Chapter 120. Xiaobo bounced off the ground, climbed over the ruins and walls, and quickly approached the enemy's position. He needed to create opportunities for the people in the town. What is he doing? He is going to die. Is he going to die? He seems to have killed a lot of thugs. I saw many thugs' bodies were chopped with knives. The people in the town who were fighting found Xiaobo and saw Xiaobo's behavior as if he was going to die. The opponent's strength was too strong. It was obvious that the two sides were not on the same level. This behavior was obviously going to die. They didn't understand. But some people saw Xiaobo killing people and said in horror, he is going directly to the enemy's base camp. There are not a few enemies, more than 200 people, and their strength is very strong. They have all taken the legacy gene drugs. How dare he? The leader with the red cloth veil didn't know Xiaobo's intention, whether he was going to die or really believed in his own strength. No matter what, he is his own man. The leader quickly said, "Don't save bullets, cover him." The fight between the two sides seemed to be more fierce. Xiaobo's expression was cold, and his eyes were like knives. His intention was very clear. He wanted to catch the leader first. As long as the fat man with big ears was caught, the battle would basically be over, and he could let this group of leaders clear the way, which would be faster. Xianjia was still cooling down, but Xiaobo couldn't wait. It's not that he was already in a rage. On the contrary, Xiaobo was very calm at this moment. He had only one goal, to catch the Thief King. As long as he was caught, all problems would be solved. His figure flickered in the ruins, and he instinctively dodged the bullets. After a long time, he basically dodged the bullets according to the direction of the whistling sound when he heard it. Especially after the hunting mode is turned on, it is easier to dodge. Unless it is a relatively dense bullet that is difficult to dodge, these scattered bullets were dodged by Xiaobo. With the help of the people from the town to attract firepower, Xiaobo's pressure suddenly decreased. Ghost, it's a ghost. Some of the thugs have seen Xiaobo's power, and they shouted in horror when they saw the scene. Such a fast speed, no wonder he can dodge bullets. Where is his knife? The thug leader squinted his eyes, and looked at the figure who shuttled through the ruins. The speed was so fast that it was natural to dodge bullets, so where was his knife? His men said that he was carrying a blood-red knife. Blow him up for me. The thug leader's slightly narrowed eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. The thugs took a large number of grenades, and tried to blow Xiaobo to death. One grenades after another were thrown like raindrops. It's over, the other side is going to kill him. Now! Increase the firepower. The leader with the red veil glared and shouted immediately. He poured out bullets recklessly, and the fire suppression worked. The thugs were suppressed, and couldn't raise their heads. This gave Xiaobo unlimited possibilities. He suddenly stabilized his figure, and looked at the dense grenades without hesitation. His mind was very calm, and there was no panic. He directly turned on the hunting state, accurately calculated the landing point of the grenade, bounced off the ground with his feet, and his figure rose from the ground. He opened the grenade, falling on him with punches and kicks, and then fell to the ground and hugged his head tightly. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, and the grenade exploded near him. The ruins that were already in danger collapsed all of a sudden. Fortunately, Xiaobo reacted quickly enough, rolled on the ground, and rushed out immediately, while the afterglow of the explosion had not dissipated. Good opportunity. Xiaobo saw the suppressed thugs. There was only one chance, and he couldn't miss it. He looked at the tilted broken arms and ruins, and stood up again. He climbed on the wall with his hands and feet, and used the force to push out. His figure moved quickly on the broken wall. Suddenly he jumped high, and hid behind the wall. The suppressed thugs who dared not raise their heads to steal were in full view. He's coming! A thug looked up and saw Xiaobo, and he was shocked and shouted in fear. When the thugs reacted, it was too late. Xiaobo fell into the thugs, and a red light flashed. After killing a thug, he did not attack the thugs around him. His feet touched the ground lightly, and jumped up again, like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. The thugs were panicked. The leader was also shocked. Is this the power of human beings? He looked at Xiaobo, who was rushing towards him, and suddenly understood the other party's intention. Shoot! Kill him! These thugs were basically desperate people. After being shocked, they immediately reacted and leaned against the wall to shoot at Xiaobo. Xiaobo was cold. After falling to the ground, he directly grabbed a screaming thug and pushed him against the bullet-dense area. Then he quickly moved towards the fat leader. Due to the narrow terrain, they dared not use some of their heavy firepower and could only use guns. But Xiaobo was too fast and had a meat shield in his hand. The bullet sank into the thug's body in Xiaobo's hand, bursting with blood, and the whole body was beaten to pieces. Seeing that the enemy was already in a mess, the leader with a red cloth cap immediately called people to rush up to help Xiaobo. Many of them were still shocked by Xiaobo's hand just now. The action was too fast. If he wasn't a human, these people would have suspected that he was a freak beast. The fat leader saw that the other party was coming for him, and the gun was useless, so he ran away immediately. But how could his speed be compared with Xiaobo's? Without turning on the swiftness, the agility value was 38 points, which was too fast. After approaching the fat leader, Xiaobo kicked him, and the thugs grabbed his neck and lifted him up directly, then jumped to a half-collapsed wall, with a cold look like a knife, piercing straight into the hearts of the thugs. They didn't dare to shoot again, and they were already scared. Many thugs had quietly slipped away. The fat leader in his hand was still struggling, and he was horrified to find that the hands holding him were like a pair of iron clamps, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. When he met Xiaobo's cold eyes, he was already desperate. Originally, this action of exploring the bag and taking things had unexpectedly changed. "Who are you? There is no one as powerful as you in this town." The fat leader gave up struggling and stared at him with a pair of bloodshot eyes. "Heal your people." Xiaobo looked around the thugs coldly. "If you don't want your leader to die, stay here honestly. Who dares to run?" Not far away, some thugs had already escaped. Xiaobo directly disabled the fat leader's arms, and threw them to the reinforcements in the town who had arrived. He immediately rushed out, like a swift cheetah, with red light flashing and several screams coming out. When Xiaobo came back, both the thugs and the people in the town were already scared silly. After looking at them, Xiaobo walked in front of the leader with a red cloth veil, and said in a cold voice, "Confiscate their guns and make way for me. I don't want to waste time." The fat leader never thought until his death that he provoked Xiaobo just because he blocked the other party's way. Chapter 121. If he knew, he would regret it very much. If he had known there was a plague god in the town, he should have sent him away first. After seeing the power of Xiaobo alone, all the people in the town were full of fear of Xiaobo. Xiaobo glanced at them, left a word, walked to the broken wall of the ruins, and sat down, lighting a cigarette. "Did you hear me? Clear the way." The leader with a red cloth cap immediately shouted at people. The thugs dared not say a word and wanted to fight desperately with grenades, but they didn't bring many grenades with them. They used up a lot of them all the way from Qingyang town, plus the previous battles and the ones they just threw. Most of them have been wasted, and basically there is nothing left. All the lethal weapons on them have been confiscated. Fortunately, the people here did not kill them, so they all lowered their heads and went to move stones to clear the way. The leader of the red cloth hijab arranged everything properly, walked to Xiaobo, looked at the cigarette in his hand, and swallowed his saliva. "Thank you for helping us." Xiaobo waved his hand. "Win-win, and you are more in line with my appetite. If you had stopped my car with force just now, I would have turned around and left. You should thank that old man." The most important point to help them is that they rarely retain humanity, otherwise Xiaobo would not want to get involved in this matter. At most, he would just discuss it with this group of thugs. The red cloth hijab suddenly felt fortunate that they have always maintained the rules left by their ancestors until now, treating people sincerely, and will not violate ethics even if they are hungry. When they finish eating, they eat grass. When they finish eating grass, they eat leaves, and when they finish eating leaves, they eat bark. With their tenacity, they have lived to this day, and the folk customs are still simple, and they are very wary of outsiders. They know what people outside are like, especially the people in Qingyang town, which is closest to them. They eat human flesh and drink human blood, and have long lost their humanity. But I still have to thank you. I heard from Laoli that you are going to ZS Expressway, which will pass through the fertile land area, where there are many deformed beasts. Although your strength is already very strong, in order to thank you for your help, we have prepared a weapon. This thing was left by a person as powerful as you a few years ago, and it is very similar to the weapon you use. The leader with a red cloth veil said that he had sent someone to get it, and it should be back soon. Left by a person as powerful as me? Xiaobo raised his head, a little curious about what it was. Soon, a person from the town came here holding something wrapped in white cloth. It seems that the leader had told him in advance. Judging from the shape of the object, this should be a weapon, more than 1 meter long. The leader with the red cloth veil took the thing and lifted the white cloth, revealing a purple-blue blade, which was longer and wider than his own. Equipment: purple-blue broadsword. Features: sharpness +5, hardness +5, critical hit rate +5%, strength +5. Introduction: a very magical sword. Note: game equipment left in the dimensional world, tainted with cause and effect. Once the player picks up this sword, he will bear unknown cause and effect. Seeing this purple-blue broadsword, Xiaobo was stunned, with shock in his eyes. This is actually an equipment in the game. Not only did I come to this world, but others also came to this world. Xiaobo calmed down all of a sudden, pursed his lips, and his expression recovered. Who gave you this knife? It was a person we rescued. He came back from the fertile land, but he was seriously injured. We rescued him and placed him in the town to recover. After his injury healed, he insisted on leaving and left this knife to us before leaving. It is amazing that anyone who holds this knife will feel that their strength will increase, and children can also lift this knife. The knife is a good knife, but it's a pity that we are not strong enough to use the knife to fight against the deformed beasts, and we have to rely on guns. The mayor at that time put this knife away. Your arrival reminded me of this knife, because you also use a knife, so I thought you should bring this knife with you, and your strength will increase when you cross the fertile land. The leader with a red cloth veil picked up the knife, stuck it into the ground, and narrated the origin of the knife. Thank you for your kindness. I don't want the knife. I have one myself. You can keep this knife for future use. Remember, when you meet someone powerful, you must not take out the knife. If these people have bad intentions, you will die if you can't defend yourself. Xiaobo waved his hand, and said that the knife was already stained with karma. It was obvious that the previous owner had died. If he picked up the knife, he would have to bear the karma of the previous owner. These villagers were not players in the game world, so they were not afraid of these karma. But he was. It was better to have less trouble than more. Xiaobo decisively refused, which was something the leader of the red cloth veil did not expect, but he did not force it, and kept Xiaobo's words in mind. I understand. The two chatted for a while, and the leader with the red cloth veil told Xiaobo some things about fertile soil. As evening approached, the road was finally cleared, and Xiaobo decided to rest here tonight and make plans tomorrow. Lying on the bed of the car, because there were people in the town who were responsible for keeping watch, Xiaobo finally felt a little relieved and could sleep comfortably. Some players have been here before. This world is not for me to come alone, which means that other players can also enter. So are our tasks the same or different? Apart from me, are there any other players entering at present? If there are, I am afraid I can't recognize them, except for this car. Xiaobo clicked on the world, wanting to see if there were anyone else in the world besides himself who had entered the dimensional world. It didn't matter if he saw it, there were already many people in the world who had entered the dimensional world, and even the top few on the list had already entered the dimensional world, because there was a current status after the list. The color was green, and it showed, Dimensional World Mission. There was also such a sign for himself. Looking down, I found that there are quite a few people with this green logo. After a closer look, there are more than 60 people with this logo in the top 100 of the ranking list. In addition to these people, there are many other people who have entered the dimensional world. These people should have obtained the pass to the dimensional world. These people are really fearless. Even I have to be cautious in this dimensional world. They are not as strong as me, but they are also scrambling to enter the mission of the dimensional world. Xiaobo did not shut down the system. A large number of people have entered the 5th level on the level ranking list. I don't know if these people have completed the job transfer. Professional medals are very difficult to collect, but you can use your unused medals to exchange for the medals you want in the ranking settlement and trading. As time goes by, these people who have entered the 5th level begin to divide the popularity of the space, trade medals, and are eager to complete the job transfer. Xiaobo speculated that someone should have completed the job transfer. Chapter 122. As his thoughts flew around, he felt sleepy and couldn't help falling asleep. He slept particularly well tonight because there were people in the town keeping watch, so Xiaobo didn't have to worry about safety. Time passed quietly. The night sky was dark and low, embers fell to the ground. The town was quiet in the low ravine, and the night seemed quiet and peaceful. It was just that the sky was so gloomy and scary, as if something was brewing and no one knew. The night watchman raised his head and touched the back of his hand. It seemed that something had just dripped on his hand. Tick tick. A little bit of rain fell. The night watchman widened his eyes, looked at the sky in disbelief, and then he burst into a scream and actually sounded the alarm directly. The people sleeping in the car and underground were awakened. Xiaobo jumped up from the bed, and his sleepiness suddenly disappeared. He immediately rushed outside, and his cold eyes looked at the time outside anxiously. The cold raindrops dripped on my hands with a strange smell. It's raining! It's raining! A figure ran wantonly on the ruins of the town. More and more people ran to the ruins. The elderly, women and children stared at the falling raindrops in disbelief. It's been more than 10 years, and it's finally raining. The dry land will surely be revitalized after this rain, and crops will grow. It's raining! Yeah, it's raining! People burst into a cheerful atmosphere and started discussing. Paw, paw! The big raindrops fell, dripping on the dry ground and stirring up dust. The rain gradually got heavier, but soon, they felt a little weird. Why does the rain smell a bit strange? Xiaobo had already noticed this. He returned to the car, turned on the lights, and was surprised to find that the raindrop on his palm was strangely black, and something seemed to be wriggling in this bean-sized raindrop. Alien creature. Xiaobo didn't know why, and suddenly felt a slight tingling on the back of his hand. This thing was wriggling, and actually drilled into his flesh. Xiaobo immediately shook off the raindrops on the back of his hand and wiped it. There was only a red mark. What the hell is this thing? It actually wants to drill into the flesh. If it weren't for the body of steel, it would have drilled into the palm just now. Xiaobo was inexplicably horrified. Before he had time to think about anything else, he heard a scream from outside. Something happened. Xiaobo quickly came to the driver's seat, and saw that the car window glass was full of the corpses of these insects. They were dead. They died the moment they were exposed to the air. Complete parasitism through black water droplets. In the distance, the people who were just happy are now rolling on the ground in pain. At this moment, many people ran over to save them. Xiaobo reacted immediately, but someone shouted at them faster than him. Don't rush into the rain, these rain creatures are alien creatures, they can get into the human body, you must stay under the eaves, or use an umbrella to isolate your body from the rain. Everyone returned to the tunnel immediately, don't go out. The leader with a red cloth veil immediately understood that this was not an ordinary rain. He immediately issued an order, and organized people to put on plastic raincoats, and began to rescue the people who had rushed out before. Soon, these people were stunned by the scene in front of them. They saw that the bodies of the people who had been caught in the rain were covered with nail-sized blood holes, and milky white, maggot-like creatures could be seen coming out of those holes. Their faces and arms were covered with blood holes. They rolled around frantically, scratching their bodies with their hands. The flesh was directly scratched off the parts that were scratched, revealing bloody wounds. On these wounds, white maggots could be seen wriggling. Some sharp-eyed people shuddered at the appearance of the maggots. These maggots were covered with fangs, and were very hideous. No wonder they could easily get into the human body. One person actually reached out to pull the maggot out. As soon as his finger touched the maggot, he felt a sharp pain in his finger. When he raised his hand, the maggot was gone, and a blood hole was left on his finger. Then, he felt something was wrong with his body. He was extremely itchy all over, as if he had been bitten by mosquitoes. It was extremely itchy. A worm devoured the flesh and blood, and laid eggs crazily in the body. This is the distortion disaster decades ago. Come back quickly. An old man recognized the rain and immediately shouted. The mutants were not creatures from this world, but creatures that appeared after a heavy rain. Unfortunately, at that time, society was already in a semi-paralyzed state due to the disappearance of a large number of people, and no one could stop the appearance of the mutants. These old people were all people who had experienced that disaster, and now they saw it with horror. Don't let the rain come. The mutants can easily get into your body, and build nests in your bones. Once they adapt to the environment here, they will break out of the bones. Don't let the ground have water accumulation, they can grow in the water. Once the mutants grow into shape, these mutants can go on land and slaughter humans. Under the old man's instructions, no one dared to go into the rain again, and could only watch the group of people die tragically, and eventually become a pile of bones. The people who witnessed all this turned pale, and hid in a cave, not daring to show their heads. The rain did not last long. Xiaobo hid in the car and looked at the alien creatures on the mirror. These creatures died when the air came into contact with them. The most direct way was to turn on the wipers. 20 minutes later, the rain stopped and the people in the town dared to come out. There were puddles on the ground, and something was swimming in them. Under the instructions of the old man in the town, they dredged the puddles to let the creatures in them come into contact with the air, so that these alien creatures could be killed. The people who died before were cremated. This busy work lasted until dawn. Xiaobo simply washed up in the car, fed the hens food and drink, then started the car, and said goodbye to the leader of the red cloth veil. Then he left in a hurry, without wasting a moment. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiaobo drove away from Lushu town and got on the highway at noon. It is worth noting that Xiaobo encountered many puddles on the road. The alien creatures in them had grown to the size of a thumb, and some had even crawled to the side of the road. They had strong adaptability and grew very fast. When the disaster first broke out, many of these deformed creatures died. Although the society was paralyzed, it was still powerful, but the adaptability of the deformed beasts was too strong. As time went on, their size became larger and larger, and the country began to call on cities to form underground safety zones. Under the paralysis of society, only Yin country could have such courage, and in the end, the underground safety zone was really built. Of course, only a very small number of cities completed the establishment of safety zones. Most cities have fallen. Chapter 123. The cities that fell the fastest were those located by the river, because these creatures like rivers the most, which is one of the reasons why fertile land is dangerous. After this rainfall, it is not difficult to infer that the number of deformed creatures by the river will definitely increase several times. By then, fertile land will be even more dangerous, and there will be more people fleeing. But this has nothing to do with me. I have to hurry up and complete the task. 2,000 miles is not long, and it can be completed in a day and a night in peacetime. But this is not a peaceful time, but a chaotic time. After getting on the highway, Xiaobo increased the speed of the car. He was still very cautious, because there were mountains and forests on both sides of the highway. Who knows if some wild monsters will suddenly jump out of this dense jungle. Squeak! An hour later, Xiaobo suddenly braked, pushed open the door, and got out of the car, quickly came to a box on the side of the road, opened the box, took out the supplies inside, and after returning to the car, upgraded and threw them into the locker. These supplies are all food. Now he has a lot of food, enough for him to eat for a long time. As for water resources, he will basically never lack it in his life. The water resources in the locker are enough for him to use for a long time. Not to mention fuel, the speed of the car is increased, and it is not afraid of consumption at all. Time passed, and there was no problem along the way. The deformed beasts seemed to have disappeared. Xiaobo knew the answer on the map. This area is full of mountains, and there are basically no deformed beasts. There are only a few deformed beasts. However, after the rain last night, the number of deformed beasts here will increase, and the mountains and forests are most likely to accumulate water. These distorted beasts can hide in a small raindrop, so they can survive tenaciously in any stagnant water in a leaf. A very abnormal alien race. According to the old man in the town last night, it has been about 40 years since the disaster, and during this period, there has only been a black rain of distorted creatures. Fortunately, it happens once every 40 years, otherwise this planet would have been destroyed long ago. A disaster happens every 40 years, just last night. If I had come a few days later, the difficulty of this world would be more than this. Xiaobo tapped the reel with his fingers and thought in his heart. After more than 40 years, most of the distorted beasts have died, except for those in the river basin. The number of distorted beasts in other areas is decreasing greatly. 2 hours later, the mountains and forests around the highway decreased, and the car wreckage on the highway increased. The traces of the car accident left more than 40 years ago are still there. Gradually, the view became wider. Some of the car wreckage had crashed into each other and were placed on the road. Xiaobo had to slow down the car and control the steering wheel from time to time to avoid obstacles on the highway. On the map, after more than 10 kilometers out of the forest, there will be the first city. There is a ring highway there, which bypasses the left side of the city in a semicircular shape. This will be a dangerous position, because on the right side of the city, that is, in the north, there is a river passing through the north of the city, where there will be a large number of deformed beasts living. Especially after Xiaobo knew that these deformed beasts survived on freshwater, he could roughly guess how many deformed beasts there were in this river. This is an incalculable number. He finally understood why the people on the fertile land left instead of choosing to stay on the fertile land and use it to grow food. Now he can basically imagine it. After passing through the high mountain forest, Xiaobo's vision gradually widened. In the distant world, there was no rain, and the embers of the morning were scattered. The whole world was gray. In this gray world, a winding highway spread to the shadow of a city ruins in the distance. The city ruins did not seem so real in this gray world. The shadows of several hundred-story abandoned buildings that were still standing could be vaguely seen, symbolizing the prosperity and glory of the city in the past. A long river passed through the right side of the city, and Xiaobo's eyes emitted a faint light. As the car moved forward, the face of the city became clearer, and Xiaobo's pupils gradually shrank. When the car really drove into the city, waves of strange roars were clearly audible. In the ruins, the figures of deformed beasts could be seen from time to time. When you look at the river basin in the distance, the riverside is densely packed with deformed beasts. They are huge. The longest one is 10 meters long, like a small building, and the shortest one is 3 or 4 meters. The ruins of this city and the river basin have become their habitat. Countless deformed beasts are lying on the ground, one after another. Looking down from the ring highway, everything is so clear. When the car enters the highway next to the city, the whole world is filled with a roar of deformed beasts, one after another. There are too many, and it is impossible to count them. The densely packed deformed beasts make Xiaobo feel like his scalp is exploding. There are tens of thousands of them here? Or hundreds of thousands? Millions? Tens of millions? I dare not imagine. This kind of scene is something Xiaobo has never thought of. The largest number of people Xiaobo has ever seen was not in a stadium that can accommodate 50,000 people. It was a concert of a certain star, and he went. Just 50,000 people gave Xiaobo an illusion of a huge crowd. When the star appeared, the cheers of 50,000 people were deafening and resounded through the world. There was another temple fair, with about 70,000 to 80,000 people at the meeting, which spread across 4 streets and produced nearly 100 tons of garbage a day. It is also difficult to imagine that kind of scene. This place seems to have become a world of deformed beasts. The river is very long, and the deformed beasts are not dispersed because of the long river. Instead, they live very densely by the river. People with trypophobia will definitely get sick and die at the speed of light when they see it. There are too many of them, spreading along the river, countless, and simply countless. I am afraid that they cannot be counted in a person's lifetime. There are too many of them, they are densely packed together, and the increase is huge. Xiaobo's heart was beating violently, like a drum. At this moment, except for his heartbeat, he was very calm and drove the car very carefully. He didn't dare to make too much noise. If he alarmed them, he would face the consequences. He could imagine it with his toes. This was the most shocking scene Xiaobo had ever seen in his life. Countless deformed beasts crowded and lived by the river. This was just a branch river, so how terrifying would the main river be? And such a river is not ranked among the freshwater rivers in the world, so how many deformed beasts would live in the first and second ranked rivers? Billions. Or tens of billions. Perhaps this world will be destroyed. Chapter 124. Xiaobo was in an extremely heavy mood. This world could basically be declared extinct. With the current human power in the wasteland, not to mention the world-ranked rivers, just a branch river in front of him could sweep across the entire A province. The strength of these deformed beasts grew with their own size. The strength of the largest deformed beast might have exceeded 100, or even higher. Once they became angry, it would be an unprecedented disaster for the entire A province. At this moment, Xiaobo was so glad that he was born in Blue Star, and was very lucky to enter the game world and become a part of the game. At least in the game, he was only facing dozens or hundreds of wild monsters. Fortunately, the current deformed beasts were not alarmed, and even their instinct was to stay here. Xiaobo did not know the living habits of these deformed beasts. He only knew that, at present, these deformed beasts were very safe. They did not cause riots. Even among the local people he met, Xiaobo had never heard of the occurrence of the deformed beast tide. This is a good thing, which shows that the distorted beasts will not riot and cause a beast tide. They will only attack after encountering humans. Xiaobo retracted his gaze and concentrated on driving. This section of the road is relatively safe because it is a highway on an elevated bridge, but there is a section ahead that starts to drop and has already reached the ground. Xiaobo doesn't know if these distorted beasts will discover him. He must be prepared for all emergencies. 2,000 kilometers is actually not difficult. The difficulty lies in the emergencies that must be faced along the way and the current response situation. Xiaobo held the steering wheel with both hands and pursed his lips. It was really dangerous to cause an emergency here. After all, there were countless deformed beasts here. Once he alarmed the deformed beasts, it was very likely to form a tide of deformed beasts. So when he passed there, he must be silent. The highway turned sharply and descended. This was a huge U-shaped road, which was close to the ground for about 1 kilometer. Xiaobo stared ahead and saw the deformed beasts beside the road. His heart sank, but his expression was still calm. After careful calculation, there were about a dozen deformed beasts here. They were lying on both sides of the road, and one even climbed onto the highway. There were many abandoned vehicles on this section of the road, and it was impossible to increase the speed of the car. The idea of passing through here quickly disappeared. Close to the ground, Xiaobo stared at the deformed beasts intently, and they did not discover him. Feeling a little relieved, Xiaobo slowly stopped the car and leaned against an abandoned car. Then he got out of the car and quickly approached an abandoned car 10 meters away and hid there. He looked up and looked around. In addition to the large number of deformed beasts lying on both sides of the road, there was a deformed beast more than 40 meters away from him. There are not many deformed beasts here. If you want to not alarm a large number of deformed beasts, you must quickly get rid of them. It's daytime now, and they are not very active. They are most suitable for sneak attacks. Xiaobo guessed that these deformed beasts seemed to be nocturnal creatures, and were not very aggressive during the day. Unless they were some hungry deformed beasts, such as the one he met on the broken bridge of ZS Expressway, they came out to look for food. Generally speaking, creatures are very aggressive when they are hungry. Now they are resting and rarely move. In order to let me pass as soon as possible, I must deal with these deformed beasts. Since they are resting now, sneak attack is undoubtedly the best way. I must leave here quickly before dark. It is already afternoon, and there are still 4 or 5 hours before dark. Once dark, I don't know what trouble these deformed beasts will cause. With such a large number, it is absolutely terrible to move at night. The highway is very quiet, without ruins. From time to time, there are bursts of calls from the river. The group of deformed beasts in front of me sleep very soundly. Xiaobo pursed his lips tightly, and approached the deformed beasts carefully. His movements were so light and careful. The hearing of these deformed beasts is very developed. Once I make a movement, they will notice it at the first time. Fortunately, the roar of the deformed beasts in the distance covered up the movement when I was driving. These beast roars provide perfect protection for my actions. Accompanied by the roars in the distance, Xiaobo's eyes were as sharp as a knife. After approaching to a suitable distance, he kicked the ground and rose up like a beast pouncing on its prey, his figure as swift as a dragon crossing the river. The steel knife in his hand emerged, and he held the steel knife with his backhand. His figure swept through the sky and stabbed the neck of the deformed beast directly when he fell. With a puff, Xiaobo's eyes were cold, without any hesitation. When the deformed beast was about to struggle, he quickly cut the steel knife to the right, blood flowed, and a huge head rolled to the ground. Xiaobo turned around suddenly, and his cold eyes looked at the deformed beasts on the side of the road anxiously, without alarming them. He breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly got off the roof without making any sound. However, before he could move, the air began to smell blood. Xiaobo stood there stiffly, and the next moment, he felt a wave of cold, inhuman eyes fixed on him. With a chill on his back, he turned around quickly. Sure enough, under the stimulation of his companion's bloody smell, he still alarmed them. Xiaobo's heart sank all of a sudden. He was careless. Too careless. This was the only way. If he drove past them, once he was discovered, his car would most likely be destroyed and torn to pieces. This was a scene Xiaobo didn't want to see. Only a sneak attack was the most effective way at the moment. But he forgot the smell of blood. Xiaobo's eyes were as cold as a knife. He mentioned his emotions, and directly used all his means. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. He couldn't let this group of deformed beasts react first. The strength of this group of deformed beasts was not strong, and he had the ability to quickly solve them in a short time. The hunting state perfectly ensures his own safety, and prevents him from falling into a desperate situation. And swiftness doubles his own agility value, and his speed is like a ghost. The group of deformed beasts can't catch his figure at all. The sharp knife in his hand can cut gold and jade, and cut hair with a blow, just like a divine weapon. The hard leather armor on the deformed beasts can't stop the blade of the steel knife at all. Xiaobo rushed into the group of deformed beasts, like a god of war, and in a blink of an eye, his body was splashed with the blood of deformed beasts. Facing the siege of more than 20 deformed beasts, Xiaobo was not panicked at all, and responded very calmly in his heart. Holding the steel knife emitting a strange red light, his eyes were like lightning, and his figure was swift, avoiding the attacks and killings of the deformed beasts. Every swing of the knife can take the life of a deformed beast. Xiaobo's movements are very clean and neat, without fancy moves, only simple and fast, which are all experiences in fighting skills. Chapter 125. The fancy moves only look good, without any real attack, and they consume a lot of physical strength. The gain does not outweigh the loss. To defeat the enemy is not for you to perform. Always stare at the enemy's vital points, only one move is needed. Xiaobo applied his fighting experience to himself and exerted it to the extreme. Although fighting is basically of little use to him now, with the improvement of strength, the fighting experience is a lifelong benefit. Aiming at the enemy's vital points, swinging the knife, exerting his own advantages, and exerting speed to the extreme, like a floating shadow. It only took Xiaobo 2 minutes to kill more than 20 deformed beasts. The most important point is that they are too big. After dealing with these deformed beasts, Xiaobo did not feel tired at all physically except for his accelerated heartbeat. He did not have time to think too much, and even did not deal with the blood on his body. After killing these deformed beasts, Xiaobo quickly ran to the car, regardless of the blood on his body, got into the car directly, started the car, and drove away. In less than 2 minutes, the smell of blood had attracted their companions. There were roars of beasts behind them. They rushed to eat the bodies of their companions, chewing with big mouthfuls, blood flowing everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. Some even fought with each other for food, without thinking about who killed their companions. Maybe this is the beast. Listening to the roars behind him, Xiaobo was still frightened. Fortunately, he left quickly. If he was discovered by them, he would be in great danger. Fortunately, this time he passed safely without alarming the deformed beasts. I just don't know if I will be lucky next time. After seeing the distorted beasts here, Xiaobo was full of uneasiness about the road ahead. There were too many distorted beasts, so many that it made people's scalps numb. Once they were alarmed, they would instantly devour and tear themselves apart, even if their four-dimensional attributes exceeded 100. There were so many, and the beasts see tactics. Even if they stood still and let themselves be killed, they could tire themselves to death. After taking a deep breath, Xiaobo's inner uneasiness became more and more obvious. It was okay during the day, but after midnight, these distorted beasts came out to look for food, and it was inevitable that something would happen to him, especially in this fertile road section, where he could not get out today. The number of car wrecks on the road increased, and it was impossible for him to drive faster than 100. He looked at the map and calculated the speed. At a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, he could only reach Baiha Bridge tonight. Baiha Bridge was the last dangerous section he experienced. As long as he drove forward after Baiha Bridge, he could leave the fertile land. But he had to take a huge risk, because the time to arrive at Baiha Bridge was tonight. At present, I am still in the city I just visited, and there are rivers near this section of the road. Such a large number of mutants will spread their activities at night, and it is easy to cover this section of the highway. I must find a very safe place to spend the night before dark. Xiaobo stopped the car, stuffed a piece of bread in his mouth, and studied the map carefully. The best way is undoubtedly to stay away from the river. Only after staying away from the river can you be considered safer. The current highway is 2 kilometers away from the nearest river. Looking down along the highway, the longest distance of the remaining section is only 7 kilometers. This fertile land is mostly plains, with few mountains, forests, and gullies. It is not easy to find a safe place. However, after carefully studying the map, Xiaobo really found a relatively safe place, a village. This village is far from the river, and the terrain is slightly higher. Basically, some river branches bypass this village. After Xiaobo carefully calculated, he was more than 30 kilometers away from the village. If there was no traffic jam, he could reach it in 1 or 2 hours. Now there are only 3 or 4 hours left before dark. I can't waste time. I have to try it anyway. After making up his mind, Xiaobo finished the bread in his mouth, drank some water, started the car, and drove along the highway. He got off the highway at the nearest location to the village. The car bumped all the way. Before arriving at the village, Xiaobo encountered a large number of deformed beasts and deformed beast groups. These deformed beasts had wandered near the village, and the number was a bit large. This made Xiaobo's heart sink. Now that it was getting dark, it was no longer possible to choose a new place. He could only bite the bullet and drive the car into the ruins of the village. After going around in circles, he arrived at the village, and there was only about an hour left before dark. This part of the village had also become a ruin, with only a few houses still standing. After hiding the car in a well-preserved house that had not collapsed, Xiaobo entered the building and sat on the ground, finally feeling a little relieved. In a sense, driving a car to hurry on the road would become a burden. If he encountered danger or traffic jams, Xiaobo would not abandon the car and run away by himself. In the game, the car is his route. He leaned on the ground and closed his eyes to take a nap. The blood of the distorted beast on his body had dried up, exuding a strong bloody smell, accompanied by a foul smell. He had gotten used to this smell, but his body was sticky, and he still felt very uncomfortable. He stood up and observed the village. The village was quiet, just an ordinary village in ruins. Xiaobo came to the water heater in the car, without even taking off his clothes, and washed away all the dirt on his body. With the hot water pouring over his body, Xiaobo felt comfortable all over. It would be great if there were shampoo and shower gel, so that there would be no odor on my body. Xiaobo closed his eyes, tilted his head, and let the hot water pour over his head and flow all over his body, making him warm all over. After taking a shower, Xiaobo lay on the bed in the car with ease, closed his eyes, and checked the system's transactions. There was nothing to trade, but the number of transactions could not be wasted. He traded some supplies casually, and threw them directly into the locker after upgrading. No one is trading the magic crystals that I put up for sale. Is it because they are too rare, or do they not want to sell them? Xiaobo didn't know. He just felt that his consciousness began to fade, and he felt sleepy. His eyelids were as heavy as lead, and he couldn't lift them. But he still forced himself to be alert. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and he must not fall asleep. Suddenly Xiaobo heard a faint sound from outside. Something was approaching his car. With slight footsteps, he saw a figure flashing outside the window. There was one on the left and one on the right. Someone was approaching his car, and there was more than one person. Suddenly, Xiaobo's expression became cold, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he immediately stood up, opened the door, and rushed out of the car. The sound of his opening the door seemed to startle them. With a few panicked footsteps, they turned into birds and beasts and fled in all directions. Want to run? Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and he was very cautious. He quickly looked around and rushed in one direction. The figure was startled when he heard the movement behind him. He looked back and was scared out of his wits. Behind him, a figure was approaching him at an incredible speed. There was no way to run away. The figure gritted his teeth, stopped directly, and chopped down the fast-moving figure with an axe in his hand. Chapter 126. Xiaobo saw the other party stop and attack him. It was obvious that the other party knew that he could not escape and decided to give it a try. With a cold smile on his face, he kicked the swinging axe away with one foot, and a huge force came from Xiaobo's feet. With a bang, the axe flew out directly. Ah! The man screamed, and felt that his arm was hit by a bull. The whole person staggered and fell to the ground. Then he felt a strange red light bursting out in front of him, and his neck was cold. He did not dare to move at all. Woman! Who are you? After hearing the cry, Xiaobo knew that the other party was a woman, but he was not merciful at all and directly put the blade against the other party's neck. If you dare to resist, you will be killed with one knife. I didn't. I have no ill intentions. This is our home. We noticed you when you came in. We don't know your background, so we came to take a look. We have no intention of attacking you. The woman was shocked by the other party's strength and the strange red steel knife. She quickly told the truth and didn't dare to hide anything. Humph! Xiaobo snorted coldly, grabbed the woman's neck with his big hand, kicked the ground, and moved quickly towards his car. There was no one near the car, and it was obvious that they had all escaped. Xiaobo threw the woman on the ground, showing no mercy. Ouch! The woman rubbed the place where she was hit by the stone, and looked at Xiaobo with a hint of anger. Swish! A red light flashed, and the woman covered her arm in pain, and blood came out. Don't look at me like that, or it won't be just a wound next time. You should be thankful that you didn't attack me just now, or it won't be just a knife. After Xiaobo finished speaking, he looked around with a pair of cold eyes. He felt something approaching him nearby. Coming for you? The woman didn't understand what Xiaobo was saying. She covered her arm with a trace of fear. I don't know what you are talking about. Let your people come out, and we can talk. Xiaobo didn't kill the other party. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. When he came, he had encountered several groups of deformed beasts. Obviously, it was not peaceful here tonight. Relying on his own strength alone, he could get through tonight, but it was definitely not that easy. There were people here, which meant that they could cooperate. Tonight, he could share less pressure for himself. The woman stared at Xiaobo with a hint of confusion. What? Playing dumb. Xiaobo showed a hint of murderous intent on his face, and said directly, Your people have surrounded this place. If we start fighting, I can guarantee that you will all die, but I don't want to kill you. When I came here, I had already encountered many mutant beasts. I killed you. When the mutant beasts come tonight, I need to withstand the pressure alone. I give you the last chance. Hand them over. We still have room for negotiation. To show his sincerity, Xiaobo put away the knife directly. Looking at the red steel knife disappearing in front of her eyes, the woman trembled all over, with an incredible look in her eyes. Xiaobo was a little impatient. Hurry up, I don't have time to waste with you. You mean, when you came here, you encountered a large number of mutant beasts. The woman then reacted, and recalled Xiaobo's words, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Of course, ask your boss to come out, and we will talk about cooperation. Xiaobo looked down at the woman with a hint of impatience. Women are always the most troublesome. Oh. The woman then reacted, raised her head and said, Everyone come out, he has no ill intentions. We were the first to approach the other party's car. Hearing the woman's words, the people nearby popped up one by one, but they still stared at Xiaobo nervously. They held cold weapons such as swords, sticks and clubs in their hands, and there was not even a gun. After a careful count, there were about 100 people, and these people were skinny and had no fighting power. Their attribute values were also fluctuating around 10 points. Xiaobo suddenly regretted cooperating with this group of guys. He coughed lightly, and his eyes fell on the woman. Where is your boss? I am. The woman gritted her teeth. No wonder these people came out to rescue you. You only have so many people? And there are a group of children underground. The woman was silent for a while. Xiaobo sighed in his heart, disappointed, and leaned on these people, not knowing whether he could hold on. You just said that there are a group of mutants outside? Are there many? What size are they? The woman remembered the business, got up from the ground, and asked quickly. Yes, there are a lot of them, wandering over from the river. Xiaobo responded. The mutants at night are wandering and very aggressive. Laogua, take your people to have a look and scout. See where they wander, be careful. The woman was horrified and immediately reacted to a tall man behind her. After watching them leave, the woman turned around and saw Xiaobo going back to the car, so she quickly stopped him. Tell me how to cooperate. It will be troublesome at night. Your car is likely to be torn to pieces by the deformed beasts. We have built an underground garage before, which can be used to store your car. We will cooperate. We will give you a place to store your car, and you will help us fight the deformed beasts tonight. Xiaobo thought about it, and realized that he could only cooperate with them at present. There were many deformed beasts outside, and his strength was limited. Facing a large number of deformed beasts, he really couldn't defend. The other party had a place to hide the car, which was obviously the other party's bargaining chip for cooperation. But the overall strength of the other party was too weak. What damage could they cause to the deformed beasts with swords, sticks and clubs? Even if they were all filled in, they could only deal with a few. Once the number increased, I'm afraid the whole army would be wiped out. At this time, hiding was no longer possible. Staring at the woman's exposed eyes, Xiaobo asked, Do any of you know how to use a gun? The woman was startled, and immediately showed a happy expression on her face. You have a gun? I have learned how to shoot and aim before, but the gun has no bullets. If I had a gun, it would not be difficult to face the mutants. I have guns, and there are still a lot of them. Since it is a cooperation, I can provide you with guns and bullets. But once you shoot, you know the consequences. There are too many mutants outside, and even the guns I provide may not be able to resist the mutants, so I hope you can take other measures as soon as possible just in case. In addition, once the mutants enter the village, I will not leave the vicinity of this car. You should do the protective work you should do. I don't want any trouble to happen at that time. Xiaobo said in a serious tone, the safety of the car is above all else. If possible, for the integrity of the car, Xiaobo will do it even if he gives up them. The car is gone. Everything is over. Chapter 127. The woman quickly calmed down. Xiaobo was right. Having a pistol might not be enough to stop the invasion of the mutant beasts. Once the gun was fired, the sound of the gunshot would attract the mutant beasts farther away. On the fertile land, there were not many other things, but the most were the mutant beasts. They had to bear the risk after firing the gun. I understand what you mean. Don't worry. The fortifications we built underground are very safe. After all, we have lived here for decades, and the underground is like a fortress. In addition, you don't have to worry about the damage to your car. The underground garage we built has 2 floors, one on the surface and one inside. Your car will be very safe there, and you don't have to worry about the mutant beasts reaching there. The woman said in a deep voice that they have very complete underground facilities. After decades of continuous upgrades, they can withstand the shock caused by small nuclear explosions, and there are also surface and inner layers to confuse the enemy. The defense level is perfect. That's the best. The garage is located under a collapsed house. Many of the crisscross steel bars have been cut off and taken down. The main door is a thick iron door, and a lot of garbage is piled in front of the door as a cover. Push open the underground door, and there is a different world inside. It is a huge underground space, supported by several huge concrete pillars. The walls are made of reinforced concrete, and a large number of car wreckage and various machine parts are piled inside. There is a very wide one in the middle for cars to pass through, and the last wall can be pushed open, and the second floor is below. The second floor is parked with various cars covered with cloth. It is indeed safe to park the truck inside. Here, there are some elderly people with children. They are leading their young children with staggering steps. When they see the woman, they all greet her. They don't realize that the crisis has come. Xiaobo got out of the car and looked at the cars in the garage, quite puzzled. You have so many cars, you can leave the fertile land and find a place without mutant beasts. Fertile land is very dangerous. There are a lot of mutant beasts. It is extremely dangerous. No one wants to live here. And they live here? They already know the habits of mutant beasts very well. It is not difficult to find a very safe place. Our ancestors have lived here for generations, and we can't leave. Fertile land can also grow food for us to survive. And underground, our living facilities are already very complete. Leaving here may not necessarily be better than here. And people in the outside world may not be as friendly as you. The woman said very calmly, which made Xiaobo feel a little admired. The predecessors planted trees for the next generation to enjoy the shade. This woman can be the manager here. Her own strength is not bad, and she has a long-term vision. The humans in the wasteland are mostly brutal thugs. They have no weapons. If they leave here and go to a new place, they will be eaten by thugs without leaving any bones. I didn't think enough. Sister Qi, the number of deformed beasts has been roughly determined. According to the 4 directions of east, northwest, the number in the east is the largest. There are a large group of at least 4 or 500. They are very scattered. Once night falls, they may really come to the village. We still have a lot of facilities on the ground, which are being urgently dismantled. Just as Xiaobo was about to speak, a tall man named Lao Guo ran over breathlessly, and said to the woman, "This woman is called Sister Qi." Xiaobo nodded secretly. "Add more manpower. Don't let the mutated beasts destroy those things. This gentleman has some equipment. You can use it for self-defense. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary." Sister Qi was talking about the gun. Xiaobo put the gun in the worn-out backpack, which still had a lot of bullets. Lao Guo took the slightly worn-out backpack with doubts. What good things could be inside? When he opened it, he was shocked and speechless. "Hurry up, time waits for no one. Remember, don't shoot unless it's absolutely necessary. Once you shoot, retreat immediately," Sister Qi repeatedly reminded. Lao Guo grabbed the backpack and nodded seriously. "I understand, Sister Qi, don't worry, the sound of gunfire can attract mutated beasts, I know this." After that, he left in a hurry. Sister Qi was worried. Xiaobo didn't care. As long as his car was fine, he took out the gun from his pocket, loaded it with bullets, and was ready at all times. This was the one he left for himself. He only had one gun and not many bullets. The power of bullets was limited. It was good for people, but not for some abnormal beasts with super strong defense. He had to use a knife. He looked at the time. It would be dark in more than half an hour. He had to travel tomorrow. Tonight might be a sleepless night. He had to rest up. After thinking for a while, he looked up and said to the woman, "I need to rest. I will leave tomorrow. Tonight might be a sleepless night. If anything happens, just knock on my car door." "Okay. I'm going to make some arrangements now to deal with some emergencies tonight." The woman nodded. The situation tonight was different from the past. The mutants were already wandering around the village. When night came, they would be more active. It was only a matter of time before they wandered into the village. By then, there would not be just 1 or 2 as usual, but dozens. There would always be dozens of mutants. Some would find this place. We must take some emergency measures. Half an hour passed very quickly. Night fell quietly. A large number of mutants appeared around the village. They were wandering around. Some had already touched the edge of the village. The person in charge of observation was nervous, and his hands holding the weapons were shaking slightly. These were not just 1 or 2, but more than a dozen. They were in groups, and from time to time, they made strange calls, which seemed to be extremely restless, as if darkness was coming. Not only did the people outside hear it, but the people in the village also heard it. They had to hurry up to dismantle the machinery. These machines included water extraction equipment, power generation equipment, and heating equipment. There are a lot of things, and these equipment are relatively difficult to deal with, which takes time. They are all attained by the lives of predecessors, and they must not be destroyed in their hands. If it is one or two deformed beasts, they will not dismantle them. The probability of one or two damaging these things is not high. But this time is different from the past. The number of deformed beasts is not one or two. The number increases, and the risk is very high. Once these equipment is damaged, it will take a lot of manpower and material resources to find spare parts. They must speed up. There are more than one of these equipments. After all, it is not realistic to have one generator for 100 meters underground. Speed up. Lao Guo was in charge of the mechanical and electrical dismantling this time. He looked around cautiously, and was secretly anxious. The situation was a bit critical this time. The roar of the deformed beasts outside could be heard in the village. Chapter 128. This is not a good sign. On the other side, Sister Chi was also nervously arranging a series of measures to list all the places that could be discovered by the distorted beasts. In order to deal with the distorted beasts this time, the old man also proposed the idea of using bombs. They have all learned how to make explosives in this underground. And in the past few decades of collection, they have collected a lot of accessories for making explosives, and they can make them just by following the method. This method was adopted by Sister Chi, who arranged some old people to prepare explosives, and she led people to check along the points that are easy to be discovered. She needs a perfect countermeasure, not only to prevent the underground from being destroyed by the distorted beasts, but also to prevent them from being discovered by the distorted beasts. And it is necessary to formulate several plans to deal with a series of emergencies. This time Sister Chi was so busy that she didn't even have dinner. On the other side, Xiaobo was lying comfortably on the bed with his eyes closed, after his mind was immersed in the world. According to the descriptions of the worlds experienced by some people in the world, Xiaobo already knows the types of these worlds. For example, his world is an alien invasion. And the types of worlds experienced by some people in the world are rich and colorful. Insect invasion, virus outbreak, giant beast rampage, giant rampage, natural disasters. Adding up all these, there are more than a dozen types. And the types of these worlds, without exception, are all doomsday worlds. If it is an ordinary world, it is fine, but the doomsday world must make Xiaobo think carefully. The dimensional world he entered is also a doomsday world, and this world has experienced a large-scale disappearance of humans. When Xiaobo saw these large-scale disappearances of humans, the first thing he thought of was the road survival game. And the dream he had before seemed to be hinting at something. Xiaobo didn't know what it was. Dreams are always dreams, and Xiaobo couldn't draw conclusions about them. Dreams would hint at something, but he couldn't believe it completely. For example, if you have a wet dream, it hints at something, it hints at nocturnal emission, and you need to release it. But do you believe what's in the dream? He doesn't believe that he really did something like that, because it was just a dream. Although Xiaobo didn't know all this, combined with his own experience in this world, he had the most basic judgment in his heart, that is, the highway survival game might not be a game to kill players, but a game to save the world. That's right, it's to save the world. This is just Xiaobo's inference. Combined with his own dreams, he returned to the Blue Star at that time, but unfortunately the Blue Star had long been deserted, and the aliens were rampant. And this world is also deserted, and the aliens are rampant. There is one thing in common between dreams and reality, that is, they both went through the screening of the highway survival game, and then the end of the world broke out. There are two reasons why it is called a game that saves the world. First, after the selection, the road game carried out an inhumane destruction on Yuanbin's world. Second, the road game knew that these worlds were going to have an apocalypse, so it selected people from all over the world, and it seemed that due to some restrictions, it could only take away some people, and the rest of the people had to experience the apocalypse. Compared with the former, Xiaobo believed the latter more. Because of a reminder when entering the game at the beginning, players participating in this game have been selected. Don't worry about the collapse of the original world. This is an obvious deception. When entering the game, the original world has exploded and collapsed, but the game comforts the people in the world, not to worry about the collapse of the original world. It is obvious that it gives humans some hope, the hope of survival. Combined with what Old Man Joe said, highway survival seems to be killing humans, but it is actually protecting humans. Highway survival is the last safe haven for humans. Old Man Joe obviously got some information. Combined with everything, highway survival is a game to save the world. But Xiaobo felt that there was insufficient evidence. Because Old Man Joe's information was given by the game, it wanted Old Man Joe to know something, and Old Man Joe would receive it. I also thought that this game was made by some powerful people to kill time. It's like teasing katydids. The instinct of katydids is to fight, and there are human hands behind them. They will fight, but outside, there are a group of people watching them fight. Isn't it just like now? So Xiaobo didn't dare to draw conclusions lightly, and even had a shocking inference in his heart, that is, he was just a pawn of the outside humans, a toy to increase the fun of the game, and the resource upgrade system was arranged by them. The game process is very boring. They need to find some fun, so they install some plugins on a katydid to make the game more exciting and interesting. And let these ants travel through the dimensional world and witness the destruction and collapse of their own world, but they are powerless. What can be more interesting to these powerful people than this? The rankings, qualifying, endless mode, moonlight mode, dimensional world, special roads are all arranged by these powerful people to enrich the game and make themselves more comfortable. Whether it is salvation or conspiracy theory, I still cherish the present and live well. These are not what I can imagine. If it is the former, it is fine. If it is the latter, no matter how much I improve and how hard I work, I will still be a toy for those who observe katydids fighting humans. Xiaobo shudders at the thought. Looking at those humans in the world, who are complacent after getting a skill book and some materials, Xiaobo doesn't know whether to be happy or sad. They don't know that their fate has actually been arranged. Even their own fate has been arranged. Just like a puppet on a string. His every word and action has been arranged. Thinking of this, Xiaobo stopped abruptly. He didn't dare to imagine it anymore. He was afraid that he would collapse. Who would want his every move to be controlled by others? No one wants to. These are all speculations. Xiaobo also knows that thinking about it will only make him more panicked. Turning off the system and closing his eyes, Xiaobo emptied his mind. His throbbing heart gradually calmed down, and he didn't think about anything more. Maybe I was just overthinking. There was no conspiracy or conspiracies, no salvation guesses, and this was just an ordinary game. I hope I was overthinking. Feeling exhausted, Xiaobo fell into a deep sleep, and time passed quietly. Outside the village, unknown changes were happening every minute, and the roaming deformed beasts were making strange roars. The people in the village were getting more and more uneasy. The number of deformed beasts could be heard from their roars alone. There were quite a few. Chapter 129. I really hope they can keep wandering around like this, and not enter the village. In front of the village, 2 villagers in charge of vigilance huddled in the ruins. One of them ate this thing, staring at the mutant beasts outside, sobbing. Yes, this way we don't have to face huge risks. The other person echoed. The meal they ate was just a soup made of green grass. It was not delicious, but it was still edible with some seasoning. In the darkness, the number of mutant beasts was slowly increasing. They wandered around and walked out of the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The knock on the car door sounded, and Xiaobo woke up suddenly and jumped out of the bed. Xiaobo, who was still nervous, thought something happened, but suddenly calmed down and all his sleepiness disappeared. A pair of eyes exuded a cold breath, and then he remembered that he was in a safe basement. Opening the car door, it was that woman, Sister Chi, outside the door. She was carrying a bowl of food, which was stir-fried grass and dry-fried grass, and a bowl of very thin rice porridge. It's time to eat. Sister Chi smiled. Xiaobo's expression was a little cold, but then he calmed down and shook his head calmly. I've already had dinner, thank you for your kindness. When someone brings you food, you should be polite. Is that so? Sister Chi had to let the people around her take the food away. These rice porridges were one of the few they had, and only when there were pregnant women would they be given some. Being able to take them out to entertain Xiaobo was enough to show their sincerity. Is there nothing going on outside now? Xiaobo didn't know their situation, but he had indeed eaten bread and milk when he was in the car. Milk is opened from the advanced resource box. After upgrading, it becomes a box of milk. Milk is pure milk squeezed from cows. It is produced by the system and must be a fine product. It is not pure milk made by food additives. It is very quiet outside now. Nothing has happened. I have asked people to watch it, but it has just gotten dark. In addition, I have made plans for some emergencies. Sister Chi did not hide anything, but told the truth. Since she saw the strength of this man, Sister Chi has been deeply impressed. She is the most powerful person in the village, but she was killed instantly by the other party. Moreover, the other party's means are very strange. A steel knife emitting strange red light, and the hidden method all show that this man is not simple. According to him, he will cross the fertile land tomorrow. Only the strong dare to drive across the fertile land alone. If it were someone else, they would have been scared silly. The two chatted for a while, and Xiaobo returned to the car to continue resting. However, before they could rest for long, there was a hurried knock on the door. Something happened. The mutants entered the village. There are more than a dozen of them. Pushing open the car door, Sister Chi told Xiaobo what happened. Following Sister Chi, they passed through secret doors and came to the roof of a house that was still standing. The roof was surrounded by bags of sand, and a thick layer of sand had fallen. This place was made into a sentry tower, which could be used for vigilance. It was also very safe in the Shao Tower. Xiaobo looked into the distance, and sure enough, there were more than a dozen huge figures shaking in the village. They were huge in size, pushing all the way, and some broken walls were directly pushed down, making a huge roar and stirring up a cloud of dust. I have asked people to withdraw now. Except for a generator in the north corner, which is still being dismantled, all other machines have been dismantled. Sister Chi's eyes sank slightly, and she said, if these distorted beasts continue to wreak havoc, many of the buildings left before will be destroyed. In these ruins, there are intricate lines that can be used. Although some have been dismantled, there are still many that have not been dismantled. There are too many lines, and many of them are buried underground and have not been moved for a long time. If the ravages continue like this, some lines that were originally usable will be covered and cannot be used. It will take a lot of effort to put them back into use. Xiaobo retracted his gaze and looked at Sister Chi. What are your plans? Our idea is to kill these distorted beasts. Sister Chi looked at Xiaobo, and the meaning in her eyes was self-evident. Sorry, I can't help you with this. Our cooperation is just that you provide me with a place to store cars, and I provide you with weapons and bullets to help you hunt these mutants. This is not within the scope of cooperation. Xiaobo shook his head decisively and refused. I can't agree. He knew what Sister Chi meant, and she just wanted him to help. His target is not these mutants. They will not bring experience or drop anything. For him, it is a waste of effort, and there is no benefit. He and they are just partners, and he has brought enough sincerity. The upgraded guns and bullets have been delivered to them. But if we shoot, the consequences will be very serious, and it may even attract the surrounding mutants. At that time, the risk of being exposed underground will be even greater. You are very powerful. If we can have your help, we can assist you without shooting. Sister Chi did not give up. She looked at Xiaobo with burning eyes, as if she had taken control of the tall and mighty man in front of her. Are you threatening me? Xiaobo narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of coldness. He had heard the hidden meaning. Threats don't count. This is a win-win situation for us. We can't just watch the mutants destroy what we have worked hard to build on the ground. So we must get rid of the mutants above. Without your help, we can only take some tough measures, such as shooting and placing explosives. The risk is exposure. Sister Chi's eyes were very sincere, and she said seriously, if you can help us, we can give you a lot of food and fuel when we leave tomorrow. I don't need any of these. Xiaobo said coldly, and the cooperation between them had broken down from this time. None of the people who can live here for decades are easy to deal with. They are meticulous and everything starts from their own interests. Now he has been held by the other party. The intention is obvious. If you don't help us, we will shoot and attract more mutants, which will be of no benefit to you and me. But is Xiaobo really afraid? Not afraid. He smiled lightly. I will definitely not help you with this. This is just one of the mutants. If you don't shoot, will they not come? Even if there are a lot of them outside the village, this is only the first group, and you can only deal with the first group. Chapter 130. The other party's starting point was good, but he made a fatal mistake, which was to use this matter to hold me back. It seemed to be good for both parties, but in the end, they were the biggest beneficiaries. Sister Chi's face changed suddenly. She knew what Xiaobo said. She just wanted to gamble that the mutant beasts behind would not enter the village again. She just wanted to gamble that there was only this group of mutant beasts tonight. If the gamble was right, it would reduce a lot of losses. Then we will solve it ourselves. Sister Chi knew that she could not hold it back, so she made a decision on the spot. The mutant beasts on the ground were still raging, and she could not waste unnecessary time here with Xiaobo. After the woman left, Xiaobo's face suddenly became gloomy, whether it was the people in Lushu town or the people here. It seemed that they were all kind, but in fact they were not. Their kindness is only shown to the insiders, not to outsiders. They have lived in the wasteland for so long, how can they be a good person? And I just showed my strong force, which made them feel afraid. If it were someone else, they might be a corpse by now. Xiaobo returned to the car and began to think about the current situation. The other party's starting point was good, for their own interests, but it was their own interests that were damaged. The most important point is that I must be prepared. This woman has already shown her fangs. Maybe they will expose this to the underground garage and force me to take action. Before, I have said that my goal is to protect the car. If the mutant beast does not come, I will be very relaxed. But the situation is obviously not like this. I must be prepared. They may have been plotting against me behind my back. Xiao Bo's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Kill them all. At this moment, Xiao Bo hesitated. If he killed them, what would be the difference between him and the group of thugs who eat human flesh and blood? But it is obvious that the other party will set him up again and force him to take action, and they must have measures after the mutant beast enters the underground garage. In any case, they chose to do this, which is to force themselves. If you really do this, don't blame me for being unkind and unjust. Xiao Bo decided to wait and see, but he also needed to prepare in advance. Rough landmine design. Gunpowder *1, iron *2, wood *1, rope *1. Such a design can only make a landmine, but don't forget that you have a resource upgrade system. At present, gunpowder, iron and wood are not lacking, but rope is lacking. Xiao Bo opened the system and checked the transaction. His transaction was credited. Browsing the published transaction information, there were more items for trading, but they were all common materials. Iron, wood, and worn-out cloth. There were a lot of transaction information. Xiao Bo flipped through it and finally found what he wanted. Trading item, rope *2. Requirement, warrior metal *2, Xiao Bo chose to trade. What he didn't expect was that the trading items were actually equivalent. The value of the warrior metal was actually the same as the value of the trading item. Regardless of these, Xiao Bo remembered it in his mind. After getting the rope, he directly chose to upgrade. 2 ropes upgraded to 15 ropes. A bundle of ropes suddenly appeared in his hand. Xiao Bo took out one and synthesized the crude mine. A black crude mine appeared in his hand. There was a trigger on the mine. As long as it was touched, the mine would explode. Xiao Bo was very careful, and even regretted synthesizing it in the car. If it exploded, everything would be over. Upgrade the mine. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. The crude mine *1 was upgraded to remote mine *10. The mine in his hand disappeared, replaced by 10 mines the size of a baby's fist. Some of them had fallen to the ground, which scared Xiao Bo's eyelids suddenly. Picked it up and held it in his hand to observe. These mines were marked with numbers from 1 to 10. They all had safety devices. Even if he pressed the remote control now, the mine in his hand would not explode. There were also buttons from 1 to 10 on the remote control, corresponding to the numbers of the mines. After Xiao Bo understood how to use it, he placed the remote mine on the bed and began to think about how to arrange it. If they let the mutated beast in, then the entrance can only be the place where I came in, but there may be other entrances here. But if they let the mutated beast in, they don't need these cars? Xiao Bo was very confused. If they really wanted to force him to take action, there were at least a dozen cars parked in the underground garage, and they would also need to take huge risks. These cars could be destroyed. If it were me, would I do this? Yes, and I would do it more decisively. These cars are no longer of much use. It's enough to keep 1 or 2 to get out. If there are too many, the mutated beasts will find them, which is not worth the loss. So the loss here is not big for them. And the most important thing for me is the car, but my loss is the biggest. Thinking of this, Xiao Bo narrowed his eyes and looked at the remote control mine. The initiative is in my hands. If they dare to let the mutant beast in, they will also have to pay a huge price. Xiao Bo avoided the sight of their eyes and placed the mine on the ceiling. Since the walls here are made of cement concrete, Xiao Bo had to use a steel knife to cut a hole in the ceiling and put the mine the size of a baby's fist inside. The places he chose were relatively hidden places that could not be found at all, and the place where he placed the mine was in the garage. The last mine was placed in the outer garage 10 meters away from the gate. This one is very useful. I can't kill them all. After all, the old people and children underground are innocent, and I still have some humanity. In this case, I can only take other methods. This mine has no effect on me. It is a trap. The monsters killed by the mine will not be given experience. And relying on traps to survive is not a desirable behavior. Being strong is the most important thing. Back in the car, Xiao Bo waited quietly. If they did not force me, everyone would be happy. The grenade could be kept as a backup. If they really force me, I would have to pay some price to let them know that rewards are required. Bang bang. After about a few minutes, gunshots were heard outside. They were the pistols I gave them. These pistols were large-caliber pistols produced by the system. The gunshots were loud and powerful. Then, there was a burst of gunshots, accompanied by the screams of the deformed beasts. The battle has begun. Chapter 131. The battle has begun. Xiao Bo is not in a hurry at all. He waits quietly. Time passes quickly while waiting. The gunshots are getting smaller and smaller, and even can't be heard later. The door of the underground garage is opened. People here push carts to the Foreign Affairs office to harvest the bodies of the mutant beasts. Although the mutant beasts are scary, they have some edible meat. The taste may not be good. After adding seasoning, it can also be eaten. More than 10 minutes later, the door of the underground garage was opened again. A group of people happily pushed large pieces of mutant beast meat. Xiao Bo leaned against the wall, looking at the piles of white, disgusting meat, and shuddered. Sir, you were right about the great victory. Even if we don't shoot, there will be mutant beasts coming later. It is better to take the initiative to attack. If we can reduce some losses, we can reduce some. I am sorry for what happened before. Sister Chi came over quickly, and looked at Xiao Bo with a smile. Seeing the other party bowing and apologizing to him, Xiao Bo's mind was a little confused. Was he overthinking? No matter what, he still had to be on guard. Half an hour after the battle ended, there were waves of vibrations on the ground. The herd of deformed beasts. The herd of deformed beasts is coming. Otherwise, the scouts would have run back at once. Sister Chi responded immediately. Each group, according to the previous division of members, regions, code your own equipment, and keep an eye on your own area. Once a deformed beast appears, it will be dealt with immediately. Those who are not assigned tasks are responsible for vigilance, and once an area is captured by a deformed beast, they will immediately provide early support. The mission was issued, and they acted very quickly. Sister Chi found Xiao Bo. Sir, it's a little unsafe here. Do you want to go underground with me? Xiao Bo shook his head decisively. I can help here. Sister Chi's eyes flashed with a glimmer. In this way, I will send more people to defend you here. Is it finally here? Xiao Bo's heart trembled, and he nodded. That's very good. Sister Chi didn't go down in the end, but stayed to help reinforce the underground garage. They didn't take the usual way, but used garbage to build another garbage wall behind the first door, and then quietly waited for the arrival of the mutant beasts. Bang, bang, bang. The change suddenly occurred, and several gunshots were heard in the distance. Soon, the person in charge of communication ran over. Sister Chi, Area Number 3 was attacked by a large number of mutant beasts. It's almost fallen. Sister Chi's face suddenly became gloomy. What's going on? How did this group of mutant beasts find it? Area Number 3 is the most hidden, even more hidden than this underground garage. The entrance to Area 3 is on the ground inside a ruin, with a door facing the sky that can be pushed open. And there is a lot of garbage covering it, so it should be the most hidden. What I never expected was that Area 3 was discovered first. Sister Chi, there was an accident. The house in Area 3 is already very heavy, and there has been no top pressure device added underground for a long time. After a long time, the wall can no longer hold up. In addition, the mutant beasts pushed a lot of walls on the top of Area 3, and the walls fell and hit the ground, and soon broke the wall, revealing a huge hole. The man quickly replied that none of them had expected to be discovered in this way. They calculated all the possibilities, but they just didn't expect it. Immediately send those who have no mission to support. Sister Chi quickly arranged and turned to look at Xiao Bo. Sir, something happened. I'm going over. Go, you can take some people here, and leave a few people to assist me. Xiao Bo said that there were too many people here. What if the distorted beasts attacked by themselves, and they misunderstood them, and were discovered when they were taking mines? Others thought that they wanted to blow up the other party's home. Sister Chi nodded, took 5 people away, left 7 people here, and 1 was in the outer realm. Not long after she left, someone came out from the ground with a panic expression. It's not good. Outside the door, on the ruins outside the door, a large number of distorted beasts gathered, at least 40, and they are still increasing. What? The originally somewhat solidified atmosphere was suddenly broken, and everyone's face was a little panicked. Xiao Bo didn't know if they could arrange it. He had to go there to find out. It was obviously not worth giving up an area just to force him to take action. There was only one thing. These deformed beasts must have come here following the sound. That must be Area Number 3. How far is Area Number 3 from here? Xiao Bo recalled the distance of the previous gunshots, which sounded very clear, so it should be very close. No more than 200 meters. Someone responded immediately. That's right. These deformed beasts are in Area Number 3. If the matter is not resolved, this place will also be greatly affected. Xiaobo's face darkened. Things changed too fast. Something happened in Area 3, and it actually affected this place directly. This place must not be discovered. More than 40 mutant beasts can definitely destroy this place. I have a way, wait for me. The current situation is a bit urgent, and these place mines can come in handy. The large number of mutant beasts is most suitable for these mines with huge killing power. Xiaobo took out the 9 mines at the back, and then came to the wall of garbage. In their surprised eyes, he took out the last mine and quickly said, "This is the remote-controlled mine I carried before. In order to prevent this place from being breached, some measures have been taken. There is no time to explain. Take me to the reconnaissance tower immediately." The tower is very high, and with his own strength, he is confident that he can throw all these mines into the mutant beasts. 10 mines are enough to clear most of the mutant beasts. On the tower, everyone's face changed as they watched the crowded groups of deformed beasts. Now the number of deformed beasts has reached more than 60. The battle ahead was very fierce. For them, they would not give up Area 3 if they could. Moreover, the collapse was small, just enough to accommodate a deformed beast, which caused the crowded situation of deformed beasts. The pressure in Area 3 also dropped sharply because of the small collapsed hole. In contrast, the large number of deformed beasts gathered put huge pressure on people in other areas, especially in the underground garage. This was an accident, not caused by them. Xiaobo took out the mine and threw it casually. It was thrown directly over a distance of more than 200 meters. Accompanied by the sonic boom of the detonator, the huge roar and earthquake came, and the flames that shot into the sky reflected the deformed beasts on the ground. On the ruins, there were densely packed deformed beasts. They were huge and ferocious, and looked very scary. The power of this mine was simply terrifying. The aftermath of the explosion directly blew away the nearby deformed beasts. Is this a high explosive mine? Chapter 132. The villagers were shocked by Xiaobo's great power. Being able to throw a mine over 200 meters away, what a terrible power. The explosion killed a large number of deformed beasts, and many of the deformed beasts that were not killed screamed. The other deformed beasts suddenly became restless. It works! On the dark tower, everyone's eyes were bright. This is not over yet. The effect of the 10 mines is very terrifying. The explosions are mixed with splashing blood foam, and the whole fire is blood red. These deformed beasts are standing very densely, and each mine will always take the lives of 3 or even more deformed beasts. A large number of deformed beasts gathered in the sky, and they were turned into ashes and smoke under the sky-high flames. After 10 explosions, the whole land was devastated, and the screams of deformed beasts were everywhere, which was extremely creepy and made people's scalps numb. Everyone looked at Xiaobo's back, and their eyes were full of awe. There are only 10 bombs. Ask your sister Qi to put out all the fires on the battlefield immediately. The flames will attract nearby mutants. There are still some mutants on the field that have not died out. Similarly, kill them all. The smell of blood will also attract a large number of mutants. Xiaobo retracted his gaze, his heart sank, and he explained to them, and immediately returned to the garage. Sitting in the car and lighting a cigarette. A pair of cold faces appeared in the smoke. The large amount of blood stimulated him, but he held back. Otherwise, he would have wanted to draw out his steel knife for a bloody battle. The smell of cigarettes made Xiaobo sober a little. There was a trace of worry in his heart. The movement just now was too loud. This area is a plain and an open place. Once the mutants riot, everything will be over. Even the underground fortifications cannot resist. However, the matter is not over yet. On the ZS highway, a speeding car suddenly stopped. Looking at the flames rising into the sky and the explosions in the distance, the people in the car stuck their heads out. Explosions! It's the army. No, it's not the army. This is fertile land, and the military system of this world has collapsed long ago. The explosion just now shows that there are people there, but they are definitely not the army. Being able to produce such a powerful weapon to produce an explosion, this group of people's combat effectiveness is obviously not weak. The man in the car took out a map, took advantage of the slightly dim light above the car, and quickly looked at his position and the direction of the explosion. After confirming it, he hesitated a little. Suddenly, there were bursts of roars from behind. The man's face suddenly changed. Damn, these things are catching up. Damn, never mind, they have such powerful firepower, they should be strong. It's only been a few hours now. It's unlikely to survive tonight. There are too many monsters in this area. You can't run away, you can only fight. The man reacted quickly, drove out of the car, and rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Now that the aftermath of the explosion has just passed, it will definitely attract a large number of distorted beasts, and the ZS highway at this time will also be very dangerous, and a large number of distorted beasts will move towards the direction of the explosion. It seems very dangerous, but it will be more dangerous if you go against the flow. There are too many distorted beasts, and I can't handle it alone. At present, with my own strength, I can deal with 10. If the number increases, I will only be consumed to death. There is strength in numbers, and there is hope only where there are people. The car was speeding, and he had seen a nearby distorted beast trying to move the village. He was secretly anxious. The battle storm had passed, and Xiaobo was lying in the car to rest. He needed to seize the time, and use all the time to rest. Tomorrow, he needed to seize the time to travel, and it would be best to leave the fertile land within a day. Not long after closing his eyes, he fell asleep. Xiaobo slept very lightly. In this end of the world, he must remain vigilant, and be on guard against others. I don't know how long it had been, and I was awakened by the sound of gunfire outside in a daze, and then chaos broke out outside again, and there seemed to be quarrels and shouting. The sound came from the garage outside. Something happened? Xiaobo, who was sleepy, came outside and saw Sister Chi holding a gun, surrounding a person, saying something about killing the other person, and the atmosphere on the field was a little solidified. The man held a long sword in his hand, and a faint white light came out of the sword, and his face was full of murderous aura. Xiaobo was shocked when he saw the sword. This was the equipment in the game. Pushing Sister Chi and the others away, Xiaobo looked at the man coldly. Who are you? Where did the sword in your hand come from? When the man saw Xiaobo, the murderous aura on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a strong sense of horror and excitement. Xiaobo. This can't be true. Why are you here? Do you know me? Xiaobo frowned, and suddenly widened his eyes. He suddenly understood the other party's identity and asked, what happened? What's going on? Sister Chi and the others looked at each other, and couldn't believe that the two people actually knew each other. The man pointed the sword in his hand at Sister Chi and the others. I came here because I heard the explosion here. This group of people insisted that I led the monsters outside. They also wanted to snatch the long sword in my hand. When he came, he was followed by a large number of deformed beasts. Who else could have led them here, if not him? The people in the village said angrily, looking at him viciously. Fuck, it was your explosion that led them here. I also followed the explosion. When I came here, many deformed beasts were already coming here. The man was angry and his eyes turned. Boss Xiaobo, tell me, these monsters are not fools. Can't they hear such a loud explosion? The two sides quarreled again. Xiaobo was in a dilemma. He immediately pulled out a strange red steel knife, pointed the blade, and said coldly, Shut up, now is not the time to quarrel. Sister Chi, I know this person, give me a face. These guns can be left here. It's useless for me to take them. In addition, the explosion will indeed attract the mutant beasts. Whether he comes or not, he will attract them. There is no right or wrong in this matter. Since he is here to fight with us against the mutant beasts outside, one more person means one more strength. If you start fighting, it will not be good for you, but many people will die. This person is in the game, in the same world as him, and is considered one of his own. No matter whether he has any ideas about himself, but in the current situation, one more person means one more strength. People in the game are all stronger than local people, and he will definitely take this person. Sister Chi pursed her lips and nodded. Mr. Xia, since he is your person, let's forget about this matter. After that, she took the people away. Chapter 133. After they left, the man looked at Xiaobo excitedly, still a little bit unbelievable. Boss Xiaobo, it's really you. Thank you so much for just now. Xiaobo waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Small problem, you are the first person from the game I met in this dimension world, which also confirms my inference that a dimension world can allow many people to enter. He even had a bigger guess in his heart, not knowing if it was possible. The man pondered for a while, and figured it out all of a sudden. So besides us, there are other people who have entered. That's right. What's your name? Xiaobo nodded, his eyes flickered. Looking at this person, he had a familiar feeling, as if he had met him before. Boss Xiaobo, my name is Xue Xiang. I'm currently ranked 27th in the level rankings, and 73rd in the rankings. I was in the top 10 before I entered the dimensional world. We met before in the rankings, but you killed me with one blow. Xiaobo looked at the other party with some surprise. No wonder his name was so familiar. It turned out that he was also a hidden boss. He had met him in the rankings before, but he had forgotten most of it. What is your mission? Boss, my mission is very simple, to cross the fertile land. At present, the progress of the mission has been completed by 39%. Shuexiang said very seriously, without any concealment, because it was useless to conceal it. Boss Xiaobo could completely kill him with one blow. And he had another plan in his heart, that is, to hug his thigh. As the first person in the game, Boss Xiaobo's strength is unquestionable. Invincible in single combat. He can kill more than a dozen mutants, and as the strongest person, how many mutants can he kill? 100 or 200 is unimaginable. He must hold this thigh tightly. So that's it. Xiaobo nodded thoughtfully. By the way, big brother, my car is still outside. I need to drive the car in. Do you have any ideas? Shuexiang asked very carefully. You need to ask that group of people about this. It's better to show some sincerity. Xiaobo said casually, and no longer paid attention to him. Their tasks were different. Shuexiang's task was relatively abnormal. Crossing fertile land, it sounds so exciting, and people who don't know it think it's mountain off-road. But after seeing the number of mutants on fertile land, you won't think so. Shuexiang went to negotiate with them, and it seemed that he was ready to show some sincerity. Xiaobo lost interest in Shuexiang, and went back to the car to catch up on his sleep. Shuexiang drove the car in, and saw the truck in the garage. His eyes widened and rolled with horror. Xiaobo's car had been upgraded to this level. He remembered that in addition to being the strongest fighter, Xiaobo was also known as a resource boss. Before he could catch up on his sleep for long, the abnormality suddenly increased. There were gunshots outside, and the underground garage was shaking, and dust was falling. Fortunately, the car was well sealed, and neither the embers nor the dust outside could get into the car. However, Xiaobo was still uneasy. He was not afraid of the distorted beasts, but their number. According to his current strength, more than 100 distorted beasts would be no problem. Once the number increases, even if he has 3 professions and his attributes exceed 100, he will be dragged to death. After parking the car, Shuexiang has been sitting on the wreckage of a dilapidated car outside. Seeing Xiaobo coming out, he hurried over. Xiaobo, the situation outside is not optimistic. There are already 300 or 400 deformed beasts. Shuexiang had seen the number of deformed beasts outside before. It was very large. The previous explosion attracted too many deformed beasts. They have been surrounded. Xiaobo looked a little grim. He glanced at the time. The time in this world was more than half an hour wrong with the time in the game. There was more than an hour in the game before dawn. So at this moment, there was only 1 hour left until the second half of the night, and at least 7 hours before dawn. Time passed very slowly. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent vibration from the iron door of the underground garage, and the people who were resting here were startled. Xiaobo and Shuexiang looked at each other, and took out their steel knives and long swords. The distorted beasts had already discovered this place, which was not good news. Space equipment. Shuexiang took out his long sword and saw that Xiaobo, who had not made any move, had a strange red steel knife in his hand. Shuexiang was secretly surprised and immediately realized that Xiaobo had a space equipment on him. Space equipment, how lucky it must be to get it. The strange cries of the distorted beasts outside became more and more. It's bad, area number 1 has been discovered, and a large number of distorted beasts are surrounding the door. They have begun to knock on the door. A man came out from the ground and said quickly, Area number 1 is the underground garage. Sister Qi also hurried over with people. Mr. Xia, the current situation is not good. Several other areas have been exposed. Now there are 2 plans. One is to give up here and retreat to. Sister Qi came with sweat on her forehead, and quickly told the 2 people about the situation and the solution. When the 2 heard the first plan, their faces suddenly changed. Before Xiaobo said anything, Shuexiang couldn't help it. His face was gloomy. Impossible. If you give up, we won't give up. What a joke, my car is still here. Once I give up, how can I complete the task? Even if I complete the task, what should I do when I go back to face the vast highway? This is absolutely impossible. Then, there is only the second plan. Hold on. Sister Qi saw the faces of the 2 people, and knew that they could not give up here, so she said the second plan. Several other areas have been captured by the distorted beasts, and they have given up. Considering the special situation here, and the distorted beasts did not find it, they did not implement the plan. When she heard that this place was discovered, she immediately brought people over. This is the current plan. I can add more people to you, but if the situation gets out of control, We will evacuate immediately for our own safety. After hearing this plan, the two of them changed their faces. It was obvious that they were abandoning themselves. Snap! Xiaobo looked cold, rushed forward, and his figure flashed. He grabbed the woman's neck and lifted her up. Swish! The people around were startled and immediately took out their guns and pointed them at them. Don't move. Put down the gun. The woman found that Xiaobo's wrists were like a pair of iron clamps, and there was no possibility of breaking free, so she hurriedly said to her subordinates. Shui Xiang immediately stood beside Xiaobo, pointed the sword at the woman, and said, Boss Xiaobo, kill them all. With the two of us, it is not difficult to deal with these mutants. There are a lot of mutants outside. You two, no, it is impossible to hold them. The woman felt the hand around her neck getting closer and closer, her face gradually turned red, and she was still making the last struggle. You underestimate our strength. Xiaobo's face was cold and murderous. You have a good calculation. I gave you weapons, and provided you with help. At this time, you don't think about how to continue the cooperation, but only care about yourself. It's a pity that you should not count on me. After speaking, he slowly increased the strength of his hands. The car is his reverse scale. If they give up the car, it is equivalent to giving up both themselves and the car. How selfish is this kind of person, who only cares about himself? Perhaps she felt the coming of death. The woman slapped Xiaobo's hand hard, her legs fluttering in the air. Mr. Xia, I can't, leave all their lives here. The words were intermittent. Suddenly, something strange happened. The sound of a gunshot instantly tore apart the cooperative relationship that was only as thick as a piece of paper. Chapter 134. Damn it! How dare you shoot? Shui Xiang was the first to react. The gun didn't hit him, but Xiaobo. He and Xiaobo were together, and from the same world. To them, these people were aliens. Now they actually shot first. Shui Xiang's eyes were cold. He rushed directly to the shooter and pierced his forehead with a sword. The blade penetrated his forehead, sank into his head, and came out from behind his skull. Xiaobo, who was shot, had a gloomy face. He threw the woman to the ground with a big hand and roared, Shui Xiang! Leave the woman, kill everyone else! At this moment, he was really angry. Without them, he could still hold on. Understood? In the case of external worries, the civil war was imminent. Xiaobo was not easy to bully. The gun had already hit him. If he was tolerant, it would be unreasonable. The two of them worked together, like a wolf jumping into a flock of sheep. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued in the garage, and flames were everywhere. Shui Xiang was more cautious, and he kept moving around using the terrain. He used a sharp sword very smoothly. The opponent's weapon was a gun. If he hit him, he would be finished. Xiaobo was very reckless, and kept moving around at a very high speed. In this slightly dark underground garage, he was like a ghost. Xiaobo's body was very light, even elegant, like a wandering death god, a ghost. These people couldn't hit Xiaobo at all. The two of them presented a picture of one attacking and one assisting. Screams continued to sound in the garage. Xiaobo could have killed them all at once, but he didn't. Instead, he cut off their hands and feet, and they bled to death. The distorted beast outside smelled the blood in the underground garage, and became more excited, hitting the door harder. The woman looked at the massacre in the garage with a gloomy expression. It's over, it's all over. Why did you shoot? Why? The original plan was very safe and reliable, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Her original intention was to take advantage of this opportunity to get some benefits from them. Everything can be discussed. But she never expected that there would be problems with her people, and she didn't expect that the two people were not injured but angered by this shot. It's all over now. Although there are many people on her side, the opponent's strength is simply terrifying. When she fought with Xiaobo for the first time, she had already felt the strength of Xiaobo. No matter how many people there are, they will die. The whole underground garage was filled with the smell of blood, and the people who were raised by Xiaobo into human sticks screamed. The woman looked at the massacre with hatred in her eyes, and stood up from the ground tremblingly, just about to run away. A voice came from behind. Where do you want to go? The woman felt a flash before her eyes, and Xiaobo appeared in front of her. When she turned around, Shui Xiang also appeared behind her. She was completely unable to move forward or backward. In the garage, there was no one standing anymore, and the screams were getting weaker and weaker. It was obvious that they were almost dying. Despair appeared on her face. The strength of these two people was completely different from what she had imagined. The woman wanted to say something, but Xiaobo directly pulled out a steel knife. Woman, you have already tricked me once. If you want to trick me a second time, you don't have that chance. Xiao Bo's face was full of murderous intent, and his voice was cold. He didn't give the other party a chance to explain. He raised his hand and slashed with a knife, directly separating the woman from the lower body upwards. With a swish, the flesh separated and blood gushed out. Xuexiang wanted to stop him, but Xiao Bo's movements were too fast. What a nice voice, ah! Xuexiang sighed, and silently retracted his palm. Xiao Bo glanced at him, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Boss Xiao Bo, are you okay? Xuexiang asked hurriedly with a start. It's okay. The defense of the iron body is very high, and bullets cannot penetrate it, but the place where the gun was shot has left a red mark, and it is accompanied by a burning pain. Although the gun cannot break through his defense, it is extremely painful when it hits him. After being shot, Xiao Bo grinned. He really didn't want to be shot again. It was too painful. Awesome, even bullets can be blocked. Xuexiang didn't know how to describe it in words. He had seen in the world before that someone said that when meeting Xiao Bo, he would show weakness first, and then approach him and kill Xiao Bo unexpectedly. Now it seems that, think about it, if a gun can't kill you, how can you expect a knife to kill Xiao Bo? Go to bed. Bang! Bang! The deformed beasts of the Foreign Affairs Office are still hitting the big iron gate. The big iron gate is very solid, embedded in the concrete wall, and they can't open it for a while. Boss Xiao Bo, what should we do now? Seeing Xiao Bo walk to an abandoned car and sit down, groping for clothes on his body, Xuexiang couldn't help asking. Click, in the dim underground garage, the windproof lighter lit up, and smoke filled the air. Cigarette Xuexiang was dumbfounded, with a hint of desire in his eyes. Xiao Bo grinned, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then spit it out. Here's one for you. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, and threw it to Xuexiang. Xuexiang was overjoyed. He quickly pulled off the cloth wrapped around his face, and put the cigarette in his mouth. Thank you. He took the lighter handed over by Xiao Bo, lit the cigarette, returned it, and took a puff with a comfortable expression on his face. Women cannot play, but cigarettes must be smoked. Clang, another violent knock on the door. The two of them did not care about anything, puffing smoke. Cigarettes are always a magical tool to relieve stress. Wait until the mutants break the door, fight like a trapped beast, and save the car is our goal, but these corpses may be useful, the mutants like to eat, so let them eat enough. Throwing the cigarette butt on the bloody ground, he remembered that when he passed the first city on the ZS highway, the mutants he met would eat the corpses of their own kind. According to this discovery, a plan emerged. That is to kill enough mutant corpses to fill the entire underground garage. They hid in the garage, and let the deformed beasts eat the corpses of their own kind. When they were full, they would naturally leave. Clang, accompanied by a loud noise, the big iron gate was finally broken, and the deformed beasts excitedly rushed into the garage. The garbage wall that had been opened before was now useless. Hiss. Xuexiang threw the cigarette, but on the blood and stood side by side with Xiao Bo. His expression was solemn, while Xiao Bo's expression was weird and crazy. The smell of blood in the car made Xiao Bo's adrenaline soar. He felt unusually happy and dripping, and his heart was eager to fight. Especially this battle. I go first, you save your energy, and when I can't hold on anymore, you be on top. After the deformed beasts appeared, Xiao Bo left a sentence. He rushed over first, with a cold expression and a hint of madness, looking a little deformed and weird. Puff! The steel knife went straight in, tearing the brain of the deformed beast apart, and the hot blood splashed all over Xiao Bo. The deformed beasts behind him swarmed in. Although Xiao Bo became crazy, he was very calm, and did not get carried away. He fought and retreated while harvesting the lives of the deformed beasts. Xiao Bo was too powerful in terms of strength, speed, and weapons in his hands. These deformed beasts were no match for Xiao Bo. In less than a minute, more than 7 deformed beasts died in Xiao Bo's hands. The massacre continued. Xuexiang behind him was dumbfounded. Chapter 135. Is this the real fighting power of Xiao Bo? I used to think that Xiao Bo's strength was limited to single combat, and many people also said so. But now it seems that they are all wrong. Xiao Bo's strength is not only reflected in single combat. In his eyes, Xiao Bo's knife-wielding posture was very sharp, red light flashed, and the blade tore through the air and made a strange sound, which was swallowed up by the cry of the deformed beast behind him in an instant. Xuexiang's eyes moved, and he had an idea in his mind. He opened the space and directly started the space live broadcast. No way, Lao Shui actually started the space live broadcast. It's rare. I basically don't see Lao Shui posting space. Now many people are dividing the durian of space. Why don't I see Lao Shui join? Fuck, what is this? What a big monster. Who is that? The strength is so terrifying. Killing monsters is like cutting vegetables. Is this a short movie? The people who entered the live broadcast room had not yet reacted, and were stunned by the live broadcast screen. In the screen, the dim underground garage was like a purgatory on Earth, with broken bodies all over the ground. There is a lot of garbage here. In the center of the camera, the wall made of garbage has been opened, and the hideous deformed beasts are sticking out from behind the garbage. However, among these huge figures, there is a strange figure with a hint of red light flashing. The blood and the flying heads of the deformed beasts in the picture are very clear. The figure moves quickly, harvesting the lives of the huge monsters. There are at least 10 monster corpses on the garbage pile. Such a bloody scene scared everyone in the live broadcast room, and people who don't know the truth commented crazily. This is not a highway. It looks like a parking lot. A special highway? Only special highways can be explored, but why are there so many monsters? The people in the picture look familiar. Isn't Old Shui still in the mission of the dimensional world? Wait, this is the mission of the dimensional world. Fuck, that's Xia Bo. Big brother Xia Bo. The barrage of comments was rolling wildly, and someone had already recognized who that figure was. It was Xia Bo, the current top fighter. I'm afraid only Shui Xiang would think of starting a live broadcast in the dimensional mission world. Generally, no one would start a live broadcast in this situation. After all, the other world is extremely dangerous. It is easy to be distracted when starting a live broadcast. If you are not careful, you will die. Few people would start this kind of live broadcast. But Shui Xiang is different. Not only did he start a live broadcast, but he also broadcast Xia Bo. One person told 10 people, 10 told 100 people, and everyone in the world was alarmed. Shui Xiang's live broadcast room was also skyrocketing in popularity, and his popularity ranking was also rising. Xia Bo's popularity was also skyrocketing. Everyone who entered the live broadcast room was stunned. The figure who looked like a killer was indeed Xia Bo. Although his face could not be seen clearly, the weapon emitting strange red light was too easy to recognize. Xia Bo was the only one who had the weapon emitting red light. Time passed quietly, and Xia Bo had become a bloody man, covered in the blood of the deformed beasts. There were more than 30 corpses of the deformed beasts under his feet, and the deformed beasts behind were still crowding around him. Xia Bo's eyes were like knives, his spine was like a mountain, and his arms were like pillars supporting the sky. He fought and retreated while harvesting the lives of the deformed beasts. With such a large number of distorted beasts, there is no need to use any skills. You only need to swing the knife to aim at the head, and kill the enemy with one blow. Swinging the second blow will consume physical strength, which is not worth the loss. All creatures have weaknesses in the head. Once the brain is damaged, it is basically over. The skull is also very hard, but I have the butcher's hand, and the blessing of the intermediate enchanted gem. Cutting their heads is as easy as cutting watermelons, and there is no need for any method at all. Just aim at the head and chop it down, it's that simple. And my speed is also an absolute advantage in front of these distorted beasts. The only disadvantage is that the space is very narrow, and there are many distorted beasts, all crowded here, making it difficult to use. Xia Bo used his own advantages to the extreme, repelling the attacks of the distorted beasts again and again. The consequence of maintaining super high-speed movement is that his physical strength is consumed very quickly, but now is not the time to use bloodthirstiness. It is the best time to use it when the physical strength is almost exhausted. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The bodies of the deformed beasts on the ground are increasing, forming a small hill. Xia Bo is like a god of war, with a strange steel knife emitting red light. After turning on the bloodthirstiness, his exhausted body is slowly recovering, and his physical strength is steadily increasing. Although the profession has only 2 skills, both of them are very powerful. The butcher's hand does not bring strength to itself, but the strength of the weapon is more than a little enhanced. Even if the steel knife is lost, you can change it at will. The passive skill of the butcher's hand profession is abnormal, and it can only be obtained after you upgrade. As the battle continued, Shui Xiang was completely dumbfounded, his round eyes almost popped out. At this moment, Xia Bo's body was filled with a terrifying blood red because of his bloodlust. From behind, he really looked like a god of war. As time passed, the pile of corpses of the deformed beasts had covered the underground garage. Fortunately, the underground garage was large enough. Xia Bo's figure flickered, bathed in blood, and jumped to Shui Xiang's side, taking a deep breath. The rest is up to you, you don't need to kill too many. 20 will be enough, and you can go back to the garage directly after killing them. His plan was very simple: kill enough deformed beasts, and then let the deformed beasts behind eat them, and they will retreat after eating. At present, the corpses of the deformed beasts in the entire garage have piled up into a mountain, at least 170 or 80, and killing a few more will be enough. Xiaobo retreated, but also kept a watchful eye. At present, he still had most of his physical strength. In addition to guarding against the deformed beasts, there was another person. Shuexiang said nothing, turned off the live broadcast, and rushed up. 20, we can still finish it if we hold on. After killing them, the two retreated to the garage and closed the door. They began to take the time to rest. Who knows if the mutant beasts outside will break in, so they must hurry to recover their physical strength. It seems that Xiaobo's plan has worked. The sound of the mutant beasts kept coming from outside, mixed with the sound of chewing bones, which made people's scalps numb. This night, they finally got through without any danger. The two took turns to monitor, and there were no accidents. The next day, the chewing sound had disappeared, and the two appeared again. The bodies in the garage outside had been eaten clean, leaving only the remains and dirty blood on the ground, exuding blood and stench. The world outside the village was even more messy, but fortunately the damage caused by the mutant beasts was not very great. The two did not care whether there were still people in the village, or how they would live in the future, and drove out without stopping. Time is very important to them, and they can't delay even a minute. So after making sure it was safe outside, the two made a quick decision. The world outside was very quiet. The distorted beasts came and went quickly. They needed to sleep and rest during the day. They only came out to act at night. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The number of distorted beasts in fertile land was too terrifying. If they gathered, they would be enough to destroy the entire Yin country. Fortunately, the crisis was over. After stepping onto the ZS Expressway, the speed of the car increased, and Xiaobo and the others sped up. Near noon, a bridge appeared in sight. Chapter 136. Xiaobo glanced at the map. This was the last danger, the Baihe Bridge. As long as they passed this bridge, they would leave the fertile land and be safe from now on. Shuexiang separated from him at another fork in the road. After all, their missions were different, and they couldn't keep going this way. And this guy followed him with a certain purpose, with evil intentions. As long as he didn't encounter any danger, his mission was actually very simple. As long as he drove on the fertile land, the progress bar would automatically increase. Both of their missions were actually dangerous, but they could still be completed as long as they were cautious. The Baihe Bridge was 500 meters long. From a distance, a large number of deformed beasts lived by the river, all black and astonishing in number. Xiaobo was very calm. He glanced at the obstacles ahead, and began to increase his speed. He had only one chance, and he had to pass it, even if there was a certain risk. There were few cars piled up on the highway. The speed was so fast that the cars that had accidents basically ran out of the bridge and the highway. There were not many obstacles on this section of the road. This is the last section. As long as we rush through, we will be safe. Roar! When approaching the river, the deformed beasts living by the river found Xiaobo and roared. Xiaobo's eyes were cold and calm. He ignored the deformed beasts rushing up and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the speed of the car increased rapidly. Faster! Faster! Although his mind was calm, he was also anxious in his heart. The deformed beasts by the river gathered on the highway like a black tide. There were a large number of them, and even a few of them had thousands. Once he was surrounded, he would only have death. The deformed beasts in front of the left side have already surrounded him. Some of them leaped high and rushed towards Xiaobo's car. Whoosh! The car passed by, sizzle. The deformed beast's sharp claws only left 3 marks on the rear compartment, and the hen surrounded by the soil mixed with water in the compartment cried in fear. The deformed beasts just brushed past the car. Success? Looking at the deformed beasts chasing him in the rearview mirror, but unable to catch up, Xiaobo felt a little relieved. But there is still danger ahead. This is the section of the road going up the bridge, and there is also the section of the road going down the bridge. 500 meters is not long, and the deformed beasts on the other side are not as quick as the deformed beasts on this side. They only discovered Xiaobo's car after the car passed by, and when they chased after it, Xiaobo's car had already driven a long distance. When he wanted to catch up, he couldn't catch up. On the highway, the truck stopped by the roadside. Xiaobo washed off the sweat and blood on the seat, fed the hen some food, and ate some bread and biscuits himself. Going on the road again, this time, means that his mission will be completed. The mileage has reached more than 400 kilometers, reaching 1/5 of the mission requirements. The next road will be much easier. With a map as a reference, choose a more remote area, away from rivers and lakes. The rest of the journey took only 1 day to complete. Ding, mission completed. Do you want to return? Yes or no? It is now night. The car is still driving, and Xiao Bo's mind hears the voice of the system. Mission completed. Xiao Bo's face showed joy, and he can finally stay away from this ember world. Back to the endless road. Looking at the endless road under the night sky, Xiao Bo actually felt as if he was in another world. He took off the cloth wrapped around his face, opened the car door, and breathed in the fresh air outside. He felt relaxed and happy. It was night on the road, and there was a blood-red full moon in the sky. Tonight is actually the moonlit night mode. It seems that I can't rest tonight. Xiao Bo squinted at the full moon in the sky. The whole world was a strange dark red. There was no dense vegetation on both sides of the wide road, but desert instead. The exterior of the road was actually updated to a desert road. The endless yellow sand looked very flat at a glance. There was almost no ups and downs. Originally, I wanted to have a good sleep when I returned to the road, but it seemed that I couldn't do it now. I was about to open the system to receive the task reward of the dimensional world. Roar. At this time, a strange roar came from the desert, which sounded very familiar. Putting the reward collection on hold for the time being, I looked in the direction of the sound. It was a familiar figure, my old friend. Minotaur. Having seen many deformed beasts, Xiao Bo felt that this Minotaur was cute for the first time. But he still showed the blood-red steel knife in his hand. Being cute and killing it are two different things. The Minotaur rushed over from a distance on the yellow sand, and the yellow sand was flying. The ground was shaking faintly. Xiao Bo pursed his lips. This was a level 5 Minotaur. It was still a familiar way to open it. The Minotaur's attack method was simple, but its defense was very high. However, after completing the job change, his weapon became very scary, so he didn't think the Minotaur's defense was so terrible. The Minotaur finally stepped onto the road and rushed over. Facing the familiar guy, Xiao Bo seemed extremely calm, pursing his lips slightly. With the hunting mode turned on, his brain seemed to have become a sophisticated instrument. With a calm mind, he could see the movements of the Minotaur at a glance. Having mastered these, Xiao Bo was neither hurried nor dodged, allowing the Minotaur to rush over, and the steel knife in his hand drew a blood-red crescent. Swish! The sound of tearing muscles rang out. The sharp steel knife easily tore the Minotaur in half, and the corpse drew a blood mark several meters long on the ground with inertia, and stopped on the tire of the car. The corpse disappeared, and an item appeared in front of Xiao Bo, Insecticide *1. Introduction. Customized for insecticide, produced by the system, must be a fine product. Seeing the thing that exploded, Xiao Bo rolled his eyes helplessly. This thing can be said to be useless. However, after upgrading it, it was stuffed into the locker. Maybe it will come in handy someday. Opening the attribute panel, the experience value has risen to 49 points. Lighting a cigarette, Xiao Bo breathed the air, sat on the roadside, and emptied his mind. After returning to the road, he completely relaxed, especially his tense nerves. In the wasteland, you must remain vigilant enough, and unknown creatures may appear. And there are few kind people in the wasteland. It is better to return to the road, alone, without participating in intrigue. And there is no danger. Humans are social animals, but after experiencing the wasteland, Xiao Bo's thoughts have changed. It is good that humans are social animals, but that is in peacetime. If you can be alone in the wasteland, you can be alone. This is why he separated from Xue Xiang early. He knows this guy's mind very well. What he is thinking is also clear at a glance. It's nothing more than wanting to borrow his power to complete the task. I have experienced a lot. If I had just entered here before, I might have thought about cooperating with him. But now it is different. Without any guarantee, cooperation is like a piece of waste paper. You can tear it up if you want. Trust between people has long been gone. Throwing the cigarette butt on the sand, Xiao Bo swept away the gloom, adjusted his mood, and clicked on the system to check the tasks of the Dimension Gate world. Task: Survival in another world. Status: Completed. Go to another world and complete the survival task. Survival in another world. This is a destroyed world. You need to drive your car and complete a 2,000-kilometer road process in this world. Task reward: Attribute points *5, luck value +1, designated professional skills book *1, receive the reward. Xiao Bo smiled. After 5 or 6 days of running around, everything was finally over. Only when he received the reward was he the happiest. Chapter 137. The luck value is ethereal and illusory. With the title, the current luck value has increased by 6 points, which means that my luck will get better and better in the future. The remaining 2 rewards can completely improve my strength. Especially the last designated professional skill book. What I lack is professional skills. At present, the only professional skill I have is bloodthirsty, which is obviously not enough. 5 attribute values. Xiaobo almost didn't think much, and directly added 5 attributes to the agility item. The strength value is now completely enough, especially since I also have the Hercules potion. If it doesn't work, I can just take drugs. In terms of agility, after experiencing so many battles, Xiaobo deeply understands the importance of agility. Speed advantage is simply the top priority, and the butcher does not have a fixed point adding skill. From the passive skill, it can be seen that the butcher relies on weapons. This is just like its name, the butcher. Killing people is like slaughtering. After adding 5 points of agility, the whole body is light and fluttering, as light as a swallow. Xiaobo smiled and stood up impatiently. He tried it, and his speed increased a lot. The 5-point attribute increase was intuitive, especially the 10% attribute bonus in the hunting state. So the feeling of speed increase was still very obvious. As for the designated professional skill book, he chose Abomination without thinking. There is no doubt about it. Professional skill, Dismemberment. Designated professional, Abomination. Features, Strength plus 5. Introduction. You will be proficient in various dismemberment skills, and can easily divide a corpse into several pieces. A very strange skill was opened in the designated professional skill box. It looked ordinary, and there was almost nothing special about it. Xiaobo was obviously stunned for a moment, and after a careful look, it was indeed an ordinary skill. There was nothing wrong with his eyes. After hesitating for a while, Xiaobo chose to upgrade the skill of dismemberment using the resource upgrade system. Professional skill, Dismemberment. Specified profession, Butcher. Features, Strength plus 5. Introduction. You will be familiar with the body structure of various creatures, proficient in various dismemberment techniques, and proficiently know how to dismember to save time and physical energy. After the skill book was upgraded, it looked no different from the previous one, but the following introduction caught Xiaobo's eyes. The upgraded skills have indeed become more powerful, and can even be called divine skills. Xiaobo's eyes radiated bright light, and he used the skills. A weak warm current emerged from his body and rushed to his limbs. His whole body was full of explosive power, and the power of a punch might have reached 1 ton or even higher, which could smash a car. The strength of an ordinary adult is only 5 points, and his own attributes have reached 50 points, which is 10 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person. In addition to the intuitive increase in strength, a large number of dismemberment techniques also emerged in his memory, such as how to pull out tendons and break bones, and dismember and cut flesh. Name, Xiaobo. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 6. Experience, 49 out of 200. Strength, 49, 4.9. Agility, 44. Physical fitness, 35, 3.5. Spiritual strength, 24, 2.4. Health value, 192. Mental fatigue, mild hunger. Talent, Blood Devil Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength will continue to increase with training. Primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, iron body. Occupational skills, bloodshed, unique, dismemberment. Occupational unique passive, butcher's hand, LV1. Completing a mission, the improvement may not seem big, but you will gain a magical skill. Dismemberment. Browsing the vast amount of knowledge in his mind, Xiaobo's mind emerged with a minotaur, broadsword monster, green man, four-legged monster, tentacle monster, etc. The wild monsters he had encountered, their body structure, weaknesses, and the best position for dismemberment all emerged in his mind. Very clear. One-stroke kill requires sufficient strength, but with the butcher's hand, it becomes easier. Dismemberment brings a lot of experience, and there are some dismemberment methods. These methods are of little use to me, but the role of experience is still very useful. Xiaobo pondered, weighed the role of dismemberment, and finally came to such a conclusion. His current combat power is enough to kill most wild monsters with one stroke. Even level 5 wild monsters can be killed with one stroke. So those dismemberment methods are not important. Dismemberment wastes time, it is still quick and clean with one stroke. The means of dismemberment are somewhat cruel and very bloody, but there is no use for so many fancy things. Clean and neat is the kingly way. What Xiaobo likes most is clean and neat, without dragging, which is also a habit of long-term battles. If you can kill with one strike, just strike once, no more chatter. If you swing a few more strikes, it will seem a little unnatural. After the strength improvement, I looked at the time. There are still 4 hours before dawn. Tonight is the moonlit night mode, so I have to harvest a wave of experience. Xiaobo looked calm, licked his lips, and sat on the side of the road. The night was still relatively cool, and there were no wild monsters yet. I looked at my health status. The current state was mental fatigue and a little hungry. Speaking of eating, I immediately thought of the food in the locker. When I was in the Ember world, it was full of embers, and I couldn't cook food. Now I am finally back on the road. If I don't treat my stomach, I will be sorry for myself. I took things out of the car: grill, wolf meat, beef, mutton, various seasonings, and a bottle of pure milk. This time I had a barbecue. The kitchen set provided had tableware for barbecue, and a pot for hot pot. Barbecue means beef, mutton, and wolf meat. There is still a lot of food in the locker, and there is no time passing, so there is no need to worry about it going bad. The seasoning is very simple: spicy strips with oil, spicy sauce, and the seasoning packet in the instant noodles. Nothing can be missing. Under the roasting of the flames, the meat was roasted on the outside and inside, golden and sizzling with oil, and with the seasoning, the air was filled with the aroma of meat. I ate too much bread and biscuits in the Ember world, and my mouth was almost dry. Now I can finally have a good meal. Smelling the aroma of meat in the air, Xiaobo swallowed his saliva, his Adam's apple rolled, and his stomach cramped. He was seduced by the aroma, his eyes bright, and he picked up a piece with a dagger emitting red light. No matter that the meat had just been taken off the fire, he took a bite gently. It was surprisingly hot, and there was a slurping sound in his mouth. But it was particularly fragrant. The barbecued meat was burned on the outside, and the inside was covered with a layer of golden skin. It looked appetizing, especially in this game. Such a piece of meat was enough to cause a murder. It was really tempting. It was 100 times more delicious than the hot pot I had eaten before. I felt extremely happy to be able to eat a barbecue on the road where supplies were scarce. Chapter 138. There wasn't much barbecue. Xiaobo enjoyed it very much, sweating profusely, and now he just needed a bottle of iced beer. This kind of life would be perfect, but it was a pity that there was no refrigerator. If there was a refrigerator, he could make some cold drinks by himself. There were also many watermelons and apples in the space locker. It must be very nice to squeeze it into juice. After eating the barbecue, he drank the pure milk and simply cleaned up. The feeling of being full was really comfortable. Barbecue was so satisfying. Touching his stomach, Xiaobo felt happy to be able to eat such delicious food, and felt that he had no regrets in his life. Of course, this kind of opportunity is not often available, and not everyone can afford it. The most important thing is that if you eat too much, it will affect the battle. So he didn't grill too much, grilling a piece of each of the 3 kinds of meat: cattle, sheep, and wolf, and paired it with a bottle of pure milk. He was still full. This is considered a high-quality life. After putting away all the things, Xiaobo stood quietly on the road, his back like a mountain, his eyes like a sharp knife. A steel knife with red condensation appeared in his hand. It's quite good to do some warm-up exercises after dinner. Xiaobo's expression was a little indifferent. He was really a fierce and brutal butcher when he entered the combat state. His cold eyes were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into the flesh and blood. In the boundless blood-red desert, a 4-legged monster suddenly attacked. Level 6. Strength 37. Agility 36. Numbers kept jumping in his eyes. This was a level 6 4-legged monster, refreshed from the boundless desert, with a movement speed of up to 36 points, like a speeding car, dragging a long yellow sand behind it, so it looked like walking on the waves. Level 6, a very powerful monster, the most powerful monster I have ever encountered in this wilderness. Xiaobo's heart was shocked, his eyes were cold. As he continued to move forward, this meant that the monsters he encountered would become more and more powerful, especially after completing the Dimensional World mission. The monsters refreshed after the strength was improved. I am afraid that monsters below level 5 will not be refreshed in the future. Level 6 monsters are enough to be treated with caution. Turning on the hunting state, Xiaobo's eyes were as cold as a sharp blade, and his mind was very calm. Long-term battles made him understand that when facing the enemy, if he can crush it, he should crush it completely, and don't let it have a chance to turn over. Facing the monster that was rushing, he didn't dodge at all, and rushed directly. With a little faster agility than the four-legged monster, coupled with the hunting state, the body structure of the four-legged monster emerged in his mind. The four legs drive the muscles of the whole body when running, and the function of each muscle emerges in the mind. Very perverted skills. But it is very useful. These experiences made him understand the weakness of the four-legged monster. Combined with the hunting state, this weakness was constantly magnified and became Xiao Bo's breakthrough. At this moment, it seemed that there were countless silk threads in front of his eyes, and these silk threads gathered into a wild monster. The density of the silk threads represented the loopholes and weaknesses of the wild monster. Those sparser places were the weak points of the wild monster. This state can be called mysterious. There was almost no room for resistance. The four-legged monster was cut open by Xiao Bo, and the bright red internal organs flowed out. It was only a breath of time for the four-legged monster to refresh. This is the combination of dismemberment and hunting state. I thought it would take some time, but I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. Is this the power of skill combination? There are so many skills in this game that it is unimaginable, so there must be skills that can be matched, and some skills combined together will form a very terrifying power. Dismemberment brings a very full experience, and the effect of improving the hunting state can apply these experiences to actual combat, and continuously amplify them, and finally present the picture just now. It takes almost no effort to kill the 6th level wild monster. If you can give it a name, it is a combination skill. Xiao Bo stood in place with a blood-red long knife in his hand. His back was lonely, thinking in his heart, and suddenly remembered the stage just now, and his heart was very horrified. The stage just now was too weird. He didn't even exit the hunting state, and didn't pick up the things that the wild monsters exploded on the ground. This state is the power of skill combination. After exiting the hunting state, Xiao Bo came back to his senses and took a deep breath. He seemed to have found another way. The power of the combination skill is unusual, which can be reflected from the battle just now. The power of this combination skill is terrifying. When acquiring skills in the future, you must pay attention to the characteristics of these skills. Maybe two seemingly unrelated skills can form a powerful combination skill. Putting aside the messy thoughts, Xiao Bo's cold expression on his face relaxed, as if the iceberg melted, and a smile appeared on his face. A set of combination skills is enough. The thing that exploded attracted Xiao Bo's attention. It was an exquisite bag, which looked like the kind of handbags given away when buying clothes in the supermarket. There is no text on it. A set of exquisite clothes *1. According to the system's prompt, Xiao Bo understood that a level 6 wild monster actually exploded a piece of clothes. With the idea that the system's products must be exquisite, he opened the box, and there was no extra prompt. It was really an ordinary piece of clothes. I thought it had some special properties. Xiao Bo was a little depressed, and after he sorted out his mood, he upgraded his clothes, and the number of clothes increased sharply. This set of clothes on his body has been worn for a long time. He has been fighting with me in the south and the north. I don't know how much monster blood has been spilled. There are cracks on the back of the clothes left by the green-skinned man before. Now there are new clothes, and this clothes can be retired gloriously. Put on the new clothes, don't say, this clothes is pretty good to wear, fit, and the fabric is very comfortable. Xiao Bo felt a little more comfortable. If you want to improve your strength, you can't lag behind in quality of life. As your own supplies are getting richer and richer, and the car you drive is getting more and more luxurious, the quality of life is also slowly improving. It's true that you don't lack food and drink. The internal needs have been solved, and now it's the external needs. I haven't washed my hair with shampoo for a long time, and my hair is shiny. If it's the same for me, others won't be much better. Xiao Bo believes that the quality of life will get better and better in the future. He clenched his fists, looked into the distance, his expression was full of hope, and his black pupils were full of longing. He didn't talk about conspiracy or the mastermind behind the scenes, but only talked about the present. The night was very quiet. After the excitement, Xiao Bo sat very quietly on the side of the road, with his legs bent together, his elbows resting on his knees, one hand supporting his chin, and a trace of confusion in his eyes. It's all fake not to think about it. When you tear open a corner of the dark world, your curiosity has been aroused, and it's impossible not to tear it down. The information I have collected now is not enough to uncover the veil of this world. What secrets are hidden in Old Man Joe, even I can't know. Old Man Joe's scheming is also very important. By the way, let me see if he has sent me a message recently. Chapter 139. The sky was shimmering, the moonlit night mode faded, and the night passed quickly. The The wild monsters that spawned later were not strong, but they were all level 5, which also increased the experience value a lot. A lot of things also exploded, including iron, wood, cloth, and metals. Except for the metals, all the other items were upgraded and stuffed into the locker. At present, there are more and more supplies piled up in the locker, but fortunately the locker is enough and the space is large enough. The sky in the early morning was not very hot, and there was a hint of coolness in the air. This situation only lasted until the sun came out, and then it ended, and the weather returned to the initial hot stage. The roll of the small steel cannon was brought into play, and a hint of coolness emanated from the small steel cannon. After feeding the hens and going to the toilet, Xiaobo squinted and lay on the bed, feeling extremely happy. There was also hot chrysanthemum tea next to him, waiting for it to cool down before drinking it, which was the most comfortable time. Life is really so comfortable. The exterior has been updated to its previous appearance, but it is a little worse than before. The air has become extremely hot and unbearable. Fortunately, I have a small steel cannon, otherwise such weather would be enough to make people faint from the heat. And staying in such weather consumes a lot of water in the body. Xiaobo picked up the chrysanthemum tea and took a sip. Only an hour has passed, and the sun outside is overhead. The world covered with yellow sand is distorted with the heat wave. He is relaxed and happy, and the car is cool. Opening the system, the world is bustling. Yesterday, in the moonlight mode, everyone did not sleep all night. Now in the early morning, everyone is sending messages to the world. Endless mode has also been turned on. Xiaobo did not start the endless mode, but clicked on the private message. There are so many people who send private messages to him every day, so many that it is scary. All kinds of people can be seen in the private messages. Many of them are insulting. If it weren't for the game now, Xiaobo really wanted to go over and give these people who scolded him a knife, so that they would understand the truth that disaster comes from the mouth. After screening, only some important messages are left, but most of these messages are useless to him. The avatar of Old Man Joe is still bright. This old guy is very cunning and must be alive and well now. During this period of time, this guy sent a total of 3 messages to himself. These 3 messages are very strange, and they all carry huge secrets. Xia kid, did you open the dimensional gate? Good boy, I tell you, the dimensional gate is not simple, don't go there next time. If you are not careful, you will not be able to come back. Xia kid, let me tell you something bad. In a while, the branch road will be opened, and we may meet foreign players at that time. It is inferred that the next game update should be related to these. You can understand it as a server. Foreign players and domestic players are in different servers, but now, I don't know what this game is doing, and these servers are going to be merged. I always feel that things are not that simple. You should be careful. These foreign players may not be so friendly. I even infer that there will be other. I won't say more. It's not good for you to tell you too much. Xia kid, I'm pitying you for your own good. People are sinister. I really hope that you can grow up and be able to stand on your own. Even become the hope of mankind, you kid, don't let me down. Xia kid, you haven't come back yet. I'm telling you, don't start the dimensional gate mission in the future. The risk is too high and the reward is too low. If you want to experience the exotic customs, just pretend I didn't say anything. Just don't come back. Finally, I tell you that the dimensional gate is unstable, and the transmission may be cut off at any time. I tell you the rest when there's a chance. Xiaobo read the message word by word, with an unprecedented solemnity on his face, and even a sense of crisis. From these words from Old Man Joe, it is not difficult to see that Old Man Joe's attitude towards him has changed, perhaps because he is ranked first. Of course, this is not the reason why Xiaobo feels a crisis. From the beginning of the game, all the people in the world are familiar with Chinese, which means that the people in the world are from their own country, and there are no foreigners. At the beginning, he had doubts, and even thought that all the people in the world were thrown into this road. Later, no foreigners appeared, and these ideas were left unresolved. Gradually, he basically believed that this game only had players from his own country. But now Old Man Joe told him that the next game update might be related to foreign players. It was even possible to meet these people. Xiaobo's first thought was his identity as the #1 player. A tall tree attracts the wind. What will he face after the game update? In addition, Xiaobo also realized that there were other things hidden in Old Man Joe's words. What did Old Man Joe hide? Why did he feel that knowing more would not benefit him? For a moment, Xiaobo frowned, as if his eyes were blocked by a huge black fog. The veil that was about to be unveiled was once again blocked by Old Man Joe's words. The most important thing is, in the world of the Dimensional Gate, how did Old Man Joe know that the world of the Dimensional Gate is not safe? Why didn't he tell himself at the beginning, but told himself now? Is it because of the curse? It is unknown. In the world of the Dimensional Gate, Xiaobo has discovered a lot of hidden content. For example, the players in this world cannot be only humans from the planet Blue Star, but also humans from other planets. The Dimensional Gate that Old Man Joe mentioned is very unstable, and may cut off the connection between the dimensional world and the game. The second sentence basically shows that Old Man Joe has great hopes for himself, and these hopes are related to the future of mankind, so he told himself so urgently. Xiaobo's face is heavy. Even though his strength is already very strong, what Old Man Joe said still brings him a lot of pressure. Originally thought that with the system, he could become the light of mankind. Now, Xiaobo has completely seen through it. The light of mankind is gone, and a planet facing a crisis can hardly protect itself. Not to mention himself. What is the hope of future mankind? The light of mankind? After seeing the human beings after the wasteland, he now has only one thought in his heart, that is, to work hard to improve his strength and cope with the future. One day in the future, he will be able to survive. He vaguely felt that this day would not be too far away from him. Thoughts were flying. Xiaobo smiled bitterly, and murmured, Old Joe, you have hurt me badly. He pursed his lips, thought hesitantly, edited a message and sent it, and then shut down the system. Closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Chapter 140. No matter what happens in the future, I will always go down this road. The lofty ambitions of the past have now been worn away, and Xiaobo's inner belief is only one, to live. This idea has become more and more firm in his heart, and it has taken deep root. It is said that human beings go through 3 periods in their lives: youth, middle age, and old age. When I was young, I was full of vigor and ambition, and full of hope for the future. When I was middle-aged, I sought stability, and my passion turned into a clear pond, just hoping that my family and myself could be well. When I was old, I experienced all kinds of life, and finally returned to the ordinary, with children around me and a peaceful life. Xiaobo is now the same as in middle age, hoping that the future will be peaceful. What conspiracy, human hope? Now it has disappeared. The only thought is to live, just like the past 2020. Xiaobo was born like this. His parents died when he was young, and his relatives took over the family property. After he understood a little, he dropped out of school early to work outside. He has not returned home for more than 10 years, and his relatives and friends at home have long forgotten him. He has experienced all kinds of life and society, and has made bold statements. In the end, none of them came true. If it were not for the game, he would probably have been running around for money all his life. In the game, he obtained a powerful golden finger, which made his heart that was unwilling to be ordinary restless again. He fantasized that he could become a savior one day, and be worshipped by thousands of people. Now that he has experienced all this, he finds that his fate seems to have been out of his control. Savior? Worshipped by thousands of people? All these will disappear when he dies. If the distorted beasts in that long river were not something he could resist, then the scenes of all races in the game in the future would far exceed the distorted beasts in the long river. Let alone humans, even he himself could not protect himself. Xiaobo lay on the bed, with a dull expression, and pictures emerged in his mind. They were his past. Now they only exist at the end of his memory. While the words of Old Man Joe brought him a sense of crisis, they also brought him great stimulation and motivation. Sometimes, if you don't use your feet to help him, he doesn't know how to work hard. The words of Old Man Joe were undoubtedly like a kick on Xiaobo. On the first day after returning, he should have slept well, but after reading the message from Old Man Joe, Xiaobo couldn't sleep comfortably and had 2 nightmares in a row. In the evening, he got up in a daze. His head was extremely painful. He brushed his teeth and washed his face, and took a comfortable warm bath to solve his physiological needs. At sunset, Xiaobo returned to the ranking competition. Now someone has surpassed level 10 and reached level 13. Tonight is destined to be a night for scoring. 2 hours, fast or not. After returning from the Dimension Gate world, people who watched the live broadcast had a clear feeling that Xiaobo had changed and became more fierce and brutal. In previous battles, Xiaobo always ended the game with 1 knife, and the dead died peacefully without pain. And now, 1 knife is still 1 knife, and this knife actually split the person in the middle directly. Although no one saw the scene after death, many people have already imagined it. Everyone was infected by Xiaobo's momentum and ferocity. In the past, Xiaobo looked like a cold machine, But now this machine is attached with ferocity, and that ferocity makes everyone feel scared. Others don't know, only Xiaobo knows that he must be tempered. The tempering in the end of the world comes from the state of mind, and the current tempering target is one's own killing. Those who hesitate will hardly achieve great things. In addition to the tempering of one's own state of mind and killing, there is also one's own strength. For people in the world, his strength is close to invincible, but as a million deformed beasts, who have experienced fertile land, he deeply understands the word invincible, and he is still far from reaching it. The qualifying competition went very fast. In order to hone himself, Xiaobo brought himself into a state centered on killing. Until the end of the qualifying, he almost didn't come out. Endless yellow sand, the fiery red sun fell to the edge of the yellow sand. Xiaobo sat on the side of the road with a gloomy expression, puffing out clouds and puffing out smoke. His thoughts and his heart were in chaos. Did the tempering succeed? In a certain sense, it was successful, but this road was the right choice. In addition to being cold, he must be ruthless. In a game, he even dismembered the opponent. Even now, Xiaobo's heart is longing for killing, which is not a good phenomenon. During the tempering, he must face the influence of the blood demon heart. After smoking a cigarette, the sky gradually darkened. Xiaobo entered the car with a stiff expression, and his whole body was cold. He had to keep this state and be vigilant at all times. If you want to achieve great things, the first step is to be ruthless. People who are indecisive can't achieve great things. Which emperor who rose to power in history did not rely on a ruthless spirit to rise to power, except for their unpromising descendants? The car started and moved forward. Not long after, Xiaobo unexpectedly encountered a fork in the road, one left and one right. Except for the special roads in the Black Mountain area, this was the first time he encountered such a fork in the road on an ordinary road. After hesitating for a while, Xiaobo chose the left. It was nothing special, men on the left and women on the right. Time passed quietly, and the world at night was very quiet, surprisingly quiet. On the road filled with yellow sand, there were two slightly high-end cars, and a two-seater broken car parked. Sister Qing, this guy has a lot of supplies, 2 barrels of water, 3 barrels of gasoline. There are also a lot of food. Send it out, send it out. A bald man was searching in a car, with a sly smile on his face from time to time. A woman was leaning against the side of the car. She had a hot body, and her clothes were torn, revealing her skin stained with yellow sand. In addition to this woman, there was a man with a short haircut, looking around with cold eyes. Hurry up, another car is coming. In the dark, the man with a short haircut said coldly, urging the two. What? Someone is coming again. Knock down the car first and hide the dismembered body. Sister Qing's eyes flashed with excitement. She licked her dry lips and immediately called the two to act. She twisted her slender waist and her eyes flickered. The two moved quickly, moved the things to their own car, and then quickly knocked down the useless two-seater car, and immediately moved the dropped things to the car. The bald man drove away in the dark, leaving only Sister Qing and the short-haired man. The short-haired man was hiding behind the car, which was not easy to be discovered. In addition, it was dark, so he could not be discovered. Moreover, their car lights were deliberately turned off to create the situation that the car was broken, so that Sister Qing could better play. That's right, Sister Qing's mission is to seduce. This is their plan, a trap. They have killed many people with this trick. Sister Qing looked at the car lights in the distance and cleaned herself up. The torn clothes were obviously intentional, revealing white flesh. It seems that this woman has also taken a bath. They spent a lot of money on this plan. The car was getting closer and closer. Sister Qing saw the car clearly and was stunned for a moment, then she was ecstatic. Driving a truck, this must be a big fish. But she forgot that only one person on the car upgrade list had upgraded the car to this level. At this moment, she was overwhelmed by the surprise and waved her hand. Xiaobo also noticed Sister Qing and frowned slightly. I actually met someone on the dark road, and it was a woman. Chapter 141. There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Xiaobo stopped the car, turned off the lights, and the whole world fell into darkness. The short-haired man hiding at the rear of the car showed a hint of smile on his cold face. It was dark, which was not what I wanted. Hey, why did you turn off the lights? Then he heard Sister Qing's delicate voice. The short-haired man felt his lower abdomen warm. He had already decided to punish Sister Qing after getting rid of this man. In the darkness, Sister Qing could not see the other person's face clearly. She only saw the other person's tall figure, which was 1.85 meters tall. He was tall and strong. After getting out of the car, Xiaobo smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. He was familiar with this smell because he often fought. This was the smell of blood, and it was not the blood of wild monsters. Wild monsters' blood did not have the smell of rust, so it was only human blood. Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, but it disappeared quickly. He concealed it very well. And when he got out of the car, he deliberately turned off the lights so that the other party could not see his face clearly and could not recognize him. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was naked and looked charming, he immediately understood what was going on. There was a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he said calmly, "What happened?" Such a young voice. Sister Qing looked at Xiaobo, who was tall and strong, and had a young voice, and her heart was burning. "Brother, my car has a problem. Can you help me take a look? I am willing to pay for it," Sister Qing said delicately, her body almost sticking to Xiaobo. Suddenly, a powerful hand grabbed Sister Qing's neck and lifted her up. The charm on Sister Qing's face suddenly disappeared, and her heart suddenly panicked. All reactions disappeared, and her two slender legs kicked wildly in the air. She slapped Xiaobo's arm, but she was horrified to find that the other party's hand was like a huge iron clamp, tightly holding her neck. It became more and more difficult to breathe, as if the air in the air became much thinner. "You? Be obedient and call your companions out, otherwise you will end up miserably." Xiaobo had a hint of playfulness on his face, and if you look closely, you can see a hint of cruelty. Sister Qing felt the other party's powerful strength, and she felt desperate in her heart, but she still nodded obediently. Xiaobo threw her to the ground casually, as if he didn't care whether she would remind her accomplices. Sister Qing fell to the ground, rubbed her neck with red palm prints, with a trace of pain on her face, and a fierce look on her face under the pain. She stood up and immediately rushed to the car. "Dongzi, we met a tough guy. Our plan was exposed. Kill him immediately. This guy's car is very high-end. You can see that there are a lot of supplies in the car." Qingjie rushed to the car and said viciously. She calmed down a little and looked back at the tall figure. One hand had already touched the door of the car and opened it. Then she touched the light switch and started the car. She was still saying viciously, "I want to see how capable you are. You dare to pinch me. No matter how strong you are, I can still hit you to death." Hearing Qingjie's words, the short-haired man stood up and looked at the tall figure with a sinister look. With a snap, the lights turned on. Immediately, the two froze in place. Their expressions were a little shocked, then turned into fear, and their bodies were cold, as if they had fallen into cold water. Inside the car, Sister Qing's fingers were trembling, her expression was terrified. She looked at the person in front of her, and said in a lost voice, Xiaobo." The short-haired man also froze in place, his body was cold. After the lights were turned on, they saw that the person in front of them was none other than Xiaobo, the great god who was the most powerful in the world. The two were as dead as ashes in their hearts. They actually wanted to attack Xiaobo. "Sister Qing, do it. Even if we beg for mercy, he won't let us go." The short-haired man gritted his teeth. He had seen Xiaobo's ranking live broadcast, and his methods were extremely cruel. He was like a cold killer. Sister Qing understood what the short-haired man meant, and stepped on the accelerator directly. The car tires turned, and a burst of white mist appeared on the ground. However, just when they were about to make a move, Xiaobo moved, his feet bounced on the ground, and the whole person rose up from the ground, and the ground under his feet felt faintly cracked. Fortunately, the asphalt road was hard enough, otherwise it would have been cracked by Xiaobo's foot just now. You know, his strength value is as high as 50 points. With a bang, Xiaobo jumped up, like a rock spreading its wings, and landed on the car. A red steel knife fell down, easily tearing the roof of the car, and a red steel knife stabbed into the car at once. The red steel knife went straight in, easily piercing through the roof, and sank into Sister Qing's head. She still maintained the posture of driving, and bright red blood came out of her facial features. Xiaobo pulled out the steel knife, with an inexplicable smile on his face, and jumped down. The car shook, slammed into the desert beside the road, and stopped when it hit the air wall. A trap? Haha, I didn't expect the world to be so interesting. Xiaobo smiled faintly. His expression was cold and weird, his face was fierce, and his voice was a little playful. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing as a trap on such a road. If it weren't for the blood in the air, he would really be deceived by this woman, and think it was a romantic encounter. The smell of blood in the air also proved that someone had died in their hands before, and their methods were extremely cruel. I'm afraid that in order to prevent the corpse from resurrecting, the body was dismembered, so the bloody smell in the air would remain for such a long time. The crew-haired man looked at the steel knife emitting a strange red color in his hand. His whole body was cold and his expression was terrified. Yu Xiaobo's strength was too strong. He had also seen the live broadcast conducted by Shuexiang before. These people were not at the same level as him. Killing with a car was just a fantasy they had. You don't force me. The crew-haired man roared, as if he had made some kind of decision in his heart. Why do I feel like a vicious dog bites me first? Xiaobo didn't understand why. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He held a blood-red steel knife in his hand and jumped 3 or 4 meters away, slashing at the man. Suddenly, the eyes of the man with the short hair turned blood-red. He knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground and began to cough blood. The blood was black and his body was changing. This was a skill, the trump card of the man with the short hair. Xiaobo was a little curious. He had never seen such self-harming skills before. With an inexplicable look on his face, he retreated a few steps and stared at the man with his arms folded. Cough, cough, cough. The more blood on the ground was coughed up, the man's body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In Xiaobo's eyes, the 4-dimensional attributes of this man were actually rising. Incredible. Using self-harm to gain strength. However, this skill was too slow. Xiaobo knew the other party's details, and did not let him continue to cough blood. Instead, he rushed forward and slashed the other party with a steel knife. There was no sound of the knife entering the flesh. Instead, there was a ding sound, and a violent recoil was transmitted from the steel knife. The 50 points of strength made Xiaobo's palm of the hand ache slightly. I can't even cut through his defense. No, this is not defense. Xiaobo quickly stepped back and distanced himself from him, his eyes cold, staring at the man closely. Chapter 142. Immediately, he understood. It's not his defense that's terrible, but the protection mechanism of this skill. No wonder this man can be so fearless. A skill that has been charged for such a long time. If there is no protection mechanism, I'm afraid he would have been killed by a knife. But this also proves the horror of this skill. During the period of coughing up blood, he was able to resist his attack, and there was not even a trace on his body. The protection mechanism of this skill is terrible. But this price is paid with his own blood. Ahem. Xiaobo, I admit that you are very strong. But the protection mechanism of this skill is invincible, you can't break it. The man with a short haircut knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, coughing blood and saying, the blood on the ground is getting more and more, and it emits a faint stench. This is not normal blood. Xiaobo's eyes were cold, and he waited quietly. Once the protection mechanism is activated, it will be your death. Hey, you are really crazy. You are worthy of being the number 1 Xiaobo in combat power. How can you know it won't work if you don't try it? Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Puff. Finally, he spat out a large amount of black blood, with a strong stench. At this moment, the short-haired man has completely changed his appearance. His skin is shriveled, and his skin is wrapped around his bones. The flesh on his body seems to have lost some support, and hangs on his body. He stood up, the flesh on his face fell down, and his expression was old, like a man in his 90s. But in Xiaobo's eyes, this guy's 4-dimensional attributes have doubled. Originally, his 4-dimensional attributes were only a dozen points, but after this, they have doubled to more than 30 points. His strength has doubled, but judging from his appearance, he obviously paid a heavy price. This kind of power can be said to be very abnormal, but it has to pay a huge price. Otherwise, just with this skill, it is enough to make him rank in the top 10. After leaving the ring, his state will be directly restored to full state. Generally speaking, this skill has huge sequelae and a very long cooling time. It is best to use it as a trump card. If you meet someone else, using this skill may really succeed, but you meet me. Come on, let me see your power. Xiaobo's eyes are as sharp as a knife. The hunting state is turned on. He leaps up several meters away, and slashes at the opponent with a knife. This knife is directly slashed at the opponent's weakness. Dealing with humans is completely different from dealing with wild monsters. After all, humans have skills, and those who can survive to this day are not fuel-saving lamps. The buzz-cut man saw Xiaobo rushing towards him, emitting a strange red steel knife with a frightening momentum. He was horrified. Xiaobo, who was ranked first in combat power, was indeed very scary. His time was limited, and he could not spend too much. Once this state disappeared, he would be slaughtered by cattle and sheep, and even a child could kill him. This was the last battle of his life. He directly opened fire at full power. After dodging Xiaobo's knife, he used all his skills and launched an extremely fierce attack. Xiaobo relied on the hunting state and was at ease. He was looking for an opportunity. The opponent's state would not last long. He could completely suppress the opponent with full firepower, but it was unnecessary. The opponent is already dying, so it's not worth wasting energy like this. Most importantly, Xiaobo wants to see how long the opponent can last in this state. He is very curious. The short-haired man saw that he launched dozens of attacks in a row, but they were easily resolved by the opponent. It was impossible for him not to panic. The duration of the attribute panel was like a countdown to death. As time passed, the short-haired man became more and more anxious. His originally fierce offensive gradually became incapable of doing so, and his moves were full of loopholes. Xiaobo had at least a dozen chances to kill. 5 minutes later, Xiaobo saw that the opponent's numerical values began to decline. He immediately understood that the opponent's state time was coming to an end. Whether it was strength, agility, physical fitness, or mental strength, they were all slowly falling. The short-haired man panted inside, his expression began to panic, and his moves became less and less. When he fell to his original attribute, Xiaobo thought it would stop there, but it didn't. The attribute value continued to drop, and the speed of the drop was even faster. Finally, it fell to a point and stopped. At this moment, he was like an old man in his twilight years, old and slow. You won. The short-haired man had given up. His expression was desperate, his body was soft, and he had no strength. So that's how it is. Xiaobo was thoughtful, without mercy in his heart, and he killed him with a knife. After killing 2 people, the experience value soared by 20 points. The human experience value is still high. Xiaobo did not dismember them, but quietly waited for their bodies to revive. The resurrection of the bodies means more experience. The 2 people may not have thought until they died that they would be fleeced by Xiaobo after death. Xiaobo knocked over the car, but he didn't get any supplies. Instead, he got a lot of car fragments and a small amount of fuel. After the upgrade, the number of car fragments increased to 149 pieces, plus the previous car fragments. The upgraded fuel was added to the fuel tank. There was not much fuel, just enough to fill up his car tank. About half an hour later, their bodies turned black, twisted slowly, and made a weird sound of twisting bones, which made people's scalps numb. In just a few seconds, the corpses that had not yet revived were killed by Xiaobo. He took the initiative to kill the corpses. The corpses revived a little slowly, but Xiaobo couldn't wait. The levels of these 2 corpses were not high before, and they had not reached the level of level 5. The experience value did not double, but it still increased a little. Just as he was about to leave, Xiaobo suddenly found that something exploded from the man's body. Skill, blood burning. Feature, health value upper limit increased by 20. Introduction. It takes 1 minute to burn 70% of the health value. During the blood burning period, it is invincible. Burn all the blood in the body, absorb energy into the body, and the blood without energy will be excreted from the body. Features. The whole body state is restored to full. All attributes increase by 100%. Duration is 5 minutes. Cooling time, 15 days. Note, once the duration is up, the physical attributes begin to decrease, down to 1 point. This technique has huge sequelae, use it with caution. This is the technique he just used, blood burning. It's really very appropriate. After burning, the whole person turned into a mummy, and suddenly aged more than 70 years. Xiaobo picked up the skill book and browsed it carefully, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was the technique that the short-haired man just used. No wonder the blood he coughed up had a fishy smell. It turned out that all the energy in the blood was burned clean and turned into his own energy. It was also because of this that his attributes doubled. And these burned clean blood became dirty blood and were excreted from the body, so it had a strong fishy smell. Chapter 143. It is precisely because the pre-swing time of this skill is too long that it has an invincible state. This thing is a good thing. It can be used when there is no other way, but it will have huge sequelae. Xiaobo smiled. He was about to die, so what sequelae were there? If it were him, he would also use it uselessly. After upgrading the skill book, the skills are completely new. Skill, life burning. Features, health value limit plus 50. Introduction. It takes 1 minute to burn 70% of the health value. During the life burning period, it is invincible. Burn all the blood and life functions in the body, absorb energy into the body, and the blood without energy will be excreted from the body. Features, full body status is restored to full. All attributes increase by 200%. Duration is 5 minutes. Cooling time, 7 days. Note, once the duration is up, the physical attributes begin to decrease, down to 1 point. This skill has huge sequelae, use with caution. The name of the skill book after the upgrade changed from blood burning to life burning, and in the introduction, in addition to burning blood, there is also a burning of life functions. Needless to say, the damage to the body is higher. Similarly, the improvement after life burning is twice that of the original blood burning. If you burn your own life, it is enough to increase all 4-dimensional attributes to more than 100 points. This skill can be used as a trump card at the critical moment of life. Xiaobo used it without any hesitation. This thing seems to have huge sequelae, but if used well, it can make a comeback. And with this thing, life safety is once again guaranteed. Life burning can restore its own state to full state, and it is twice as good as before. It is abnormal. The most important thing is that it will not kill you, but it will make your body extremely weak. This is also what Xiaobo said about being able to turn the tables. If you don't succeed, you will die. Name, Xiaobo. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 6. Experience, 75 out of 200. Strength, 49, 4.9. Agility, 44. Physical fitness, 35, 3.5. Spiritual strength, 24, 2.4. Health value, 250, perfect state. Talent, Blood Devil Heart. Click to view details. Mastered skills, intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength will be continuously improved with training. Primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, iron body, life burning. Occupational skills, bloodshed, unique, dismemberment. Occupational unique passive, butcher's hand, LV1, open the personal attribute panel and checked. The experience value increased by 22 points. The original experience of a human was 10 points per person, and the experience of becoming a living dead after death is 1 point. The health value has reached 250 points. The value seems a little wrong, but Xiaobo is very satisfied, because the higher the health value, the smaller the negative impact of burning life. If the health value reaches 1,000 points, 70% is burned, and there are 300 points left. 300 points of health is in a safe range, which is equivalent to blood volume. Xiaobo inferred that this blood volume should also be a hidden attribute. Sitting in the car, his brows were tightly knitted together. He didn't expect to meet 2 people this time. He didn't meet many people before. The only person he met twice was Old Man Zhou. This shows a problem. After he got out of the dimensional world, this road was no longer the road where he entered the dimensional gate. Whether it was backward or forward, it was unknown. But he met 2 people in the fork road he turned into, which proved that he was no longer on the previous road. But these 2 people had too little supplies. Just as he was about to start the car, a car drove towards him in the distance. Xiaobo raised his eyebrows. There was another car. Was this their accomplice? No wonder they had so many resources and talents, but they drove away this car. No wonder. He understood clearly in his heart, and with a sneer on his lips, he turned off the lights. The other party's car stopped next to the truck, and a bald man got out of the car. The bald man walked around the car and said, "Oh my God, such a big car, no wonder it hasn't come yet. Sister Qing, Brother Dong. Why did you turn off the waiting? You 2 can't have. Damn, not waiting for me." The bald man was about to open the car door. The door opened, and it was not Sister Qing or Brother Dong who greeted him, but a blood-red steel knife. Puff! Xiaobo's knife was so fast that the man had no time to react. He was directly hit by the knife on the arm, blood flew everywhere, and his arm was cut off. He fell to the ground with a cry. It was chopped crookedly. Xiaobo got out of the car and muttered, Who are you? Where is Sister Qing? Where is Brother Dong?" The bald man was pale, holding his arm without a hand, and his lips trembled. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Wait, he waited until his eyes were full of despair. The bald man already knew who the man in front of him was. There was only one person who could upgrade a truck to this level. Xiaobo. At this moment, he was very frightened. He stood up in a hurry, turned around and ran. His mind was blank. Xiaobo, why is Xiaobo here? What happened? Where are Sister Qing and the others? Something must have happened. The bald man stumbled towards the car, looking back from time to time. No one was chasing him. As long as he got into the car and left here, he would be safe. However, just when he arrived at the car, a cold figure stood next to his car. It was Xiaobo, who was ranked first in the current battle power ranking. The bald man's face was ashen, and he sat on the ground with a look of horror and a bit at a loss. How could it be? How could it become like this? The bald man supported his body, struggled to get up, and knelt on the ground with a plop, crying, "Boss Xiaobo, let me go. I haven't done anything bad. Really, I didn't want to attack you. Now one of my arms has also been chopped off by you. If you are not satisfied, chop off one of my legs, and then another leg. Do you think it's okay? I just hope you can give me a way out. Give me a way out. I don't want to die. As long as I can live, the supplies in the car are enough for me to eat for a long time. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death." Xiaobo's face was cold, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he could not have any mercy on his enemies. They were all worth dying for. Puff! The extremely sharp blood-red steel knife directly cut through the bald man's head, just like cutting tofu, with almost no resistance. The head was thrown high up, blood gushed out. The kneeling body fell straight to the ground. Without the head, there was no possibility of resuscitation for this person. Xiaobo looked at the glaring blood, lit a cigarette, and used the choking smoke to calm his restless heart. Chapter 144. At this point, the three-person trap group was completely destroyed. The supplies on the car were very rich, with a large amount of fuel and water resources, as well as other supplies. The food was also very rich, and they had a lot of food that they didn't have. For example, flour, tofu, French fries, drinks such as orange juice and cola, all of which were unbranded products, but they came from the system, so there was no need to consider the 3-no and 3-no products. Seeing so many supplies, Xiaobo's expression was very cold. It was obviously not the first time for these three people to do such a thing, and it was not a pity to die. Move all these things into your car, and stuff them into the locker after upgrading. The car was knocked over by him, and a lot of car fragments were obtained. With their supplies, his own supplies skyrocketed again. In addition to these ordinary supplies, Xiaobo also found 2 design drawings from them. One was a fan design drawing, and the other was a refrigerator design drawing. They were all home appliance design drawings. Whatever you need, you get it. Apart from the refrigerator design, the fan is useless to me. I can see if there is any trade I need in the world and use this blueprint. In addition, Xiaobo also got an unexpected weapon. A pair of rusty scissors. This is not the point. The point is that after the scissors were upgraded, they turned into magic scissors. As for what kind of magic, you can find out by checking. Equipment, magic scissors. Features, sharpness plus 10, hardness plus 20. Introduction. Perform void shearing on objects, effective distance 20 meters. Number of uses, 0/3, what a powerful attribute. With this pair of scissors, it is equivalent to having another trump card. Xiaobo checked it, his face suddenly changed, his eyes widened. The surface of this pair of scissors is just an ordinary pair of scissors, but he never thought that this pair of scissors would have such powerful properties. It's not the alloy scissors you imagined, but magic scissors. Is this the random improvement of the quality of the item? Xiaobo looked inexplicably excited. He put the scissors in the first slot of the belt. This pair of scissors can be used as his trump card. You can imagine how terrifying it is that the enemy is 20 meters away, and he uses the scissors to cut off the opponent's head in the void. He never thought that the 3 people he met could bring him 2 big kings and small kings. The power of the combination of these 2 cards is simply terrifying. Whether it is the scissors or the burning life, the power contained is simply terrifying, and both have the qualifications to turn the tables in desperate situations. Putting the things away properly, the smile on Xiaobo's face has never disappeared since the moment he got the magic scissors. These 2 trump cards can form an absolute king bomb. Back in the car, Xiaobo sorted out the supplies. He had more and more supplies now. He didn't know how much he had. After cleaning up, he was a little shocked. He had so many supplies without realizing it. All kinds of food and drinks were enough for him to live for a month, or even longer. If he lived frugally, he could live for a year. He basically had everything he needed for food and clothes. There was also a huge thermos in the car, which he filled with a lot of hot water. His free time now was to make a cup of chrysanthemum tea in the air-conditioned room, prepare some melon seeds, and cultivate his sentiments with novels. Life is so comfortable. Now we just need some charcoal, so we can grill meat in the car, but it's too dangerous. It's not recommended to try it yet. We still have to eat outside. After all, there is only a bed in the car and no kitchen. The next car upgrade will be a small RV. Later, there may be double-layer or even 3-layer luxury RVs. After all, The road is so big that it is impossible for a small truck to drive here. Of course, these are just speculations. Count the supplies of the 3 people, and put them all in the locker. There is still a lot of space in the locker, plus my own consumption. The space is large enough. And my own supplies only occupy a corner, so I don't worry about not having enough space in the car. Throw the cigarette butt out of the car, feed the hens some food, and collect their eggs. Then set off. The road at night looks a little unpeaceful. There is yellow sand on the road, especially the yellow sand on both sides of the road almost covers the road. In addition to the little episode of the ferry jump just now, Xiaobo didn't encounter anything else. The method was still the same as the previous night travel method, stopping every few steps to see if there were any wild monsters spawning. The road had to be rushed, and the experience of wild monsters could not be ignored. After killing 4 wild monsters, and gaining 13 experience points, Xiaobo had no intention of moving forward. He was tired of driving. People always have to enjoy themselves. He stopped the car, turned off the exterior lights, and turned on the interior lights. Xiaobo prepared chrysanthemum tea, melon seeds, spicy strips, and the French fries he had received from the 3 guys who were cheating a few hours ago, sat cross-legged on the bed, and opened the system. There are more things to trade, and the amount of trading information has become very large. You can't finish it by scrolling down. However, most of the things traded are common things. Most of them are metals, iron, wood, and cloth. Water resources are second, and fuel is less. Other rare materials are almost non-existent. These materials are too valuable. People now understand that rare things should be kept. This is their own opportunity. They all have the dream of being the protagonist in their hearts. Only a few people will take out relatively rare materials for trading. And these things are basically taken away by some people who are specifically staring at the trading column once they are put on the shelf. Xiaobo took a sip of chrysanthemum tea, looked at the air in front of him, and rolled his eyes. In fact, he was browsing the trading market. These materials are all the same. In the end, he randomly selected a few pieces of iron for trading. There are too many trading information, and he was too lazy to look at them carefully. These 5 pieces of iron are bound together. This is the upper limit of the number of iron. Xiaobo used the previous fan design drawings for trading, and the value was exactly the same. After getting 5 pieces of iron, I upgraded them and stuffed them into the locker. Then I called up the ranking system. In the previous battle, I ranked up to level 14, and there were still 4 boxes that I hadn't opened. Xiaobo sat upright, with a neutral expression, and slowly tapped his hand in the void. He opened the 4 boxes at the same time, hoping to get something good. He prayed silently in his heart. Small folding table *1. Road random card *1. Sunscreen *1. Rose *1. 4 items appeared in front of Xiaobo, and the table just happened to be placed on the bed. This thing is good. On the table was a rose, a bottle of sunscreen without any brand introduction, and an asphalt-colored card. Xiaobo's mouth twitched slightly. Except for the table and the card, which were somewhat useful, the other things were more or less irrelevant. Especially this rose. With the intention of being able to rise to a piece of equipment, Xiaobo upgraded this rose, and finally got 7 roses with gold edges. Chapter 145. If this thing were in peacetime, it would be a confession artifact, but here it is worthless, not even as practical as a mouthful of water. Xiaobo's expression froze, and he complained. He wanted to throw it away, but the golden-laid roses were still quite ornamental, so he took a medium-sized water cup from the exquisite kitchen tableware, filled it with water, and placed 7 golden-laid roses in the cup. The golden-laid roses seemed to be more vivid after being touched by water, and exuded a charming fragrance. It is also good to put it on the table to cultivate sentiment while reading. The table is just right, and there is no need to upgrade it at all. This kind of big guy may not necessarily be upgraded in quantity, but most likely in quality. This table can be placed on the bed, and can be placed behind the driving position when not in use. It is small and exquisite, and very suitable. It is not appropriate to upgrade it. If a large table appears, it will be bad. The space in the car is limited, and it cannot be stuffed. Xiaobo was very interested in the last thing. Road random card *1. Introduction. After using, the player will be teleported to any section of the road at will, which may be behind the player's current location, or in front of the player's location, and there is a small chance that it will appear on a special road. Note, it is not stable, so you can use it with confidence. It is not stable, but you can still use it with confidence. What kind of a remark is this? After complaining, Xiaobo felt that sometimes the system remark was completely unnecessary, and it was not stable, but still allowed to be used with confidence. Is there a pitfall? From the introduction, there is actually no pitfall, because the road he teleported to was teleported on the road he was on. When Xiaobo first saw it, he thought it could teleport him to the road where the foreigner was. After a careful look, I realized that I had thought too much. This thing can only be used to teleport on the road where you are, and there is only a small chance that it will appear on special roads. Random teleportation means that you can meet people, and people have a lot of experience and supplies. Xiaobo shook his head, and shook off this bad idea. He must not have this idea. This game can set human experience so high, there must be ulterior motives. Just don't do anything weird. A person has up to 10 experience points. I always feel that there is some conspiracy behind this. Pursing his lips and thinking for a while, Xiaobo upgraded the road random card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. The road random card *1 is upgraded to a special road random card *1. Special road random card *1. Introduction. After use, the player will be teleported to any special road, which may be behind the player's current location, or in front of the player's location. Note, there are certain dangers in the special road for teleportation, so use it with confidence. The asphalt-colored card in his hand disappeared, replaced by a card with a faint golden color. Good stuff. Ignoring the notes at the back, Xiaobo's eyes lit up. There are special monsters on special roads, and the things they drop are basically some relatively rare things. The special roads he had experienced before were all relatively chaotic, except for the special road in the high grassland, which was okay, while the Black Mountain Road and the Lakeside Road were relatively dangerous. Especially the Lakeside Road, which is the most water source, and is most likely to attract monsters. It's not that he was afraid, but his mental state was completely unable to withstand it. Moreover, there are no resources on the special road, and Xiaobo does not want to waste time there. Upgrading only allows you to go further, and not upgrading will not cause any trouble. Xiaobo weighed the pros and cons before leaving. The most important point is that there are risks on special roads. Protecting your car is the kingly way. He did not use this special road card immediately. It is night now, and there will be certain risks if you go past it. If you want to minimize the risk, the best time to use it is in the evening. That is when he is in the best condition. The special road at night is not peaceful. Special wild monsters appear, and with his own strength, the strength of these wild monsters will also increase. What Xiaobo expects most is that the level of these monsters is preferably level 5. In this way, he subconsciously thinks that the things that explode will be better, and the experience value of level 5 wild monsters is doubled. If you refresh the level 4, it will be a thankless task. After putting the card away, Xiaobo took a sip of tea, opened the system, and entered his own space. At present, his space is still hanging high on the top of the space. The space is ranked according to the number of fans. These are all real fans, unlike some domestic platforms in the past, which have tens of millions or hundreds of millions. In his own space, Xiaobo posted 2 video dynamics, and both are the most popular videos at the moment. The number of likes for the first video has reached 900 million, and the number of comments has reached 1.2 billion. Many people have repeated comments. If the barrage is turned on, you can't even see the video screen. The base of domestic players is still very large. After all, according to previous population statistics, the global population is 21.9 billion, and Yen country accounts for 3.4 billion. The base of players entering the game is even more terrifying, even though many people have died now. From the current transactions alone, it can be seen that the transaction information has reached 1 million, but most of the items traded are ordinary items. The current popularity number is still 100 million likes away from the opening of the third box. The popular boxes in this space are currently divided into several stages. 200 million popularity, 500 million popularity, 1 billion popularity, 2 billion popularity, and it is basically impossible to go beyond that. The higher the popularity value of the box, the better the things that come out. Of course, there may also be garbage. However, the probability of opening garbage is very low. The number of likes for the second video has reached 700 million, and 2 boxes have been obtained. The space still has a role. Every time you post a video, you can open a popular box. Xiaobo showed a stiff smile on his cold face. After receiving the box, he flipped the space casually. In addition to himself, the fans of the cute girl Chu Shirhan are actually ranked 2nd, and the fans of Feng Shirhan are ranked 5th. If you think about it, you can understand that this guy's popularity is mostly due to riding on the popularity. There are still many people who are trying to gain popularity in the world now. Especially those who are trying to gain popularity by themselves. Although Xiaobo doesn't often watch the world, he will watch it when he is free. Many people insult him in the world to attract attention, and some people even gain a lot of popularity by insulting him. It's a pity that the game currently does not have the function of revenge, otherwise Xiaobo would have taken revenge on these people one by one. The game mechanism protects them and prevents them, the keyboard warriors, from being hurt. In the world, they are nagging and hitting hard, but in reality, they are submissive and losers. He didn't expect that the cute girl Chu Shirhan's fan value ranked second. After all, Chu Shirhan's image in the ranking live broadcast is a cute girl style, and her strength is not bad. There is no beauty and face slimming in the ranking live broadcast, let alone makeup. You can only appear without makeup, and you will only show yourself clean in the ranking space. As for other functions of the ranking space, there is only one embodiment, furniture embodiment, and clothing embodiment. Still life objects such as sofas, beds, cabinets, and clothes can all be materialized. Chu Shirhan herself looks really good without makeup, plus she is very strong and her clothing style is cute and silly, so it is no wonder that she can gain a firm foothold. Chapter 146. He had visited other live broadcast rooms before, and found that many people followed the style of Chu Shirhan's live broadcast room, such as lowly style, royal sister style, student style, maid style, and all kinds of styles with uniform temptation, which were not judged as color by the system. Even Xiaobo saw the style of a custom shop. It must be said that as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Since the ranking competition does not allow real flesh and blood transactions, then grab the hearts of men and do some edge balls. Anyway, it's okay as long as it is not against the rules. And most of these people relied on their own advantages to walk out of an alternative flesh and blood transaction route in the ranking competition, and indeed met the needs of many single men in highway survival. With the existence of the system space, there is indeed one more thing to entertain and kill time. And there is no supremacy of strength in the system space. As long as you shoot a good-looking video, live broadcast, as long as someone watches, pays attention, and likes, you will be popular, and you can open the box. Now the space is richer. After all, there are more people who have entered the 5th level, more elements, and more keywords. What Xiaobo didn't expect was that in the search popularity rankings, besides his own name occupying the 1st place, practicing body movements and fighting skills occupied the 2nd place, and the 3rd place was actually something fucking Asian. What a bunch of old perverts. After clicking in, Xiaobo discovered a new world and almost couldn't get out. Of course, these are some borderline videos. Dare to shoot real guns and live ammunition? See if the system will block you. Xiaobo was speechless. Highway survival really drove some people crazy. He was fine. He had merged the heart of the blood demon, and his brain was extremely calm. He had that kind of emotional needs, but he wouldn't say that he couldn't bear it if he didn't do it once, or that he was burning with desire. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Originally, I thought that cute girls couldn't walk in the cute girl style in reality, but he was totally wrong. Chu Shirhan also played very well, and she played in a wild style. You know what, it's really pretty. After browsing for a while, Xiaobo felt bored. It was a waste of time to continue watching. It's better to use less of this kind of entertainment, which can easily reduce the connotation. Close the space, and use your mind to open the box you got. There are 2 boxes quietly inside. Open the 2 popular boxes, Beer *1. Item, Phantom Eye right eye, no level, another fusion. The first item is okay, but Xiaobo was stunned by the second item. The cold expression on his face melted instantly. He took out the 2 items, and they were cold to the touch. The beer is the size of a regular bottle of beer. Xiaobo first upgraded the beer, and then put it in the locker. His eyes fell on an eyeball on the other hand. The eyeball was a strange blood-red color, and the pupil in the center of the eyeball was actually crescent-shaped, and the color was a strange blue, which looked very strange. Looking closely at the crescent-shaped pupil on the eyeball, Xiaobo's eyes became a little blurry, and the scene in front of him was changing. After waking up, he was shocked to find that he was not in the interior space of the car, but in a gray world. Xiaobo was shocked by the pain, and bit his tongue tip fiercely. The slight pain made him withdraw from the dark space. His consciousness suddenly became clear. Looking at the blood-red eyeball again, he felt a burst of palpitations in his heart. The eyeball that can suck people deeply into an unknown space is too scary. Click to view the information of this eyeball. Item, Phantom Demon Eye, right eye, no level. How to use, fusion. Features, mental power plus 10. Effect, effective for targets with low mental power. You can move the target's spirit to a world created entirely by the player's own imagination. The target will feel endless torture in this world, enough to cause mental collapse, even if the days in it may only be a moment in reality. The time the space exists depends on one's own mental power. Introduction. An eyeball lost by the Phantom Demon King, with strange power. Note, the Phantom Demon King is a king who dominates one side, and has the most mysterious power. Blood red with ice blue. It feels cold and slippery, and the texture is similar to the blood demon heart. This is another fusion item. Xiao Bo subconsciously touched his heart, which was beating loudly. It was the blood demon heart, the inheritance of the blood demon clan, and this eyeball was the lost item of the Phantom Demon King. I don't know what the difference is between the two. After carefully studying the effects of this eyeball, in addition to the increase in spirit by 10, its effects gave Xiao Bo a familiar feeling. It seemed that he had seen it somewhere, but he just couldn't remember it for a while. Forget it, upgrade it first and see if there are any changes. Xiao Bo shook his head, put aside these messy thoughts, and upgraded this eyeball. There was no strange change in the eyeball after the upgrade. If there is a change, only in the characteristics column. The spirit has changed from the original increase of 10 to a 10% increase in spirit. Another percentage bonus. Percentage bonus is a good thing. Combined with the original 10% bonus of the hunting state, the current mental power has directly reached a 20% percentage bonus. Xiao Bo didn't think much and directly merged it. The eyeball slowly flew up and turned into a blood-red thread that sank into Xiao Bo's right eye. A cold feeling came from the eyeball, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. He kept rubbing his right eye. He couldn't help rubbing it. It felt like an ice cube was placed inside. He opened his eyes and looked at the outside world. There was no strange change. The only change was that his consciousness became clearer. Name, Xiao Bo. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 6. Experience, 98 out of 200. Strength, 49, 4.9. Agility, 44. Physical fitness, 35, 3.5. Spiritual strength, 24, 4.8. Health value, 250, perfect state. Talent, blood demon heart. Click to view details. Phantom demon eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills. Intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength will be continuously improved with training. Primary swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Detection eye. Iron body. Life burning. Occupational skills. Bloodshed. Unique. Dismemberment. Occupational unique passive. Butcher's hand. LV1. The personal attribute panel has also changed, and there is one more talent. Xiao Bo seems to understand something. With his eyes lowered, he seemed to think of an incredible fact. Could it be possible to have multiple talents, and the sources of these talents all come from some powerful races in this world? When Xiao Bo thought of this, he felt a little chilly. It is conceivable that when all its parts are from powerful races, even its brain, is it still a human? Although the blood demon heart did not change the characteristics of humans, the phantom demon eye changed the color of the eyes, making it look more charming. Now his pupils have become black and white left eyes, and red and blue right eyes. After exhaling, Xiao Bo felt more and more possible. At the same time, he also thought of what the effect of these eyes would be like. Isn't this a novel before the time travel? Sharingan Tsukuyomi. Chapter 147. Checking the detailed card of the phantom eye, the effect of the phantom eye is what pops up. There is no change before and after the upgrade. It is only effective for players with lower mental power than himself. According to his understanding of the Sharingan Tsukuyomi, in the world created by Tsukuyomi, he is a god and can inhumanely ravage the target, and no matter how many days have passed in reality, it is only a moment. A very terrible ability. The ability of the Phantom Eye is similar to that of the Sharingan Tsukuyomi. They are almost exactly the same. This discovery made Xiao Bo's heart jump suddenly, and his luck seemed to have improved. Magic Scissors, Life Burning, and now the Phantom Eye. These three items directly doubled his strength. Of course, the double here is not a direct strength increase, but an indirect increase. Although the Phantom Eye does not have any substantial damage, it can inhumanely torture the enemy and make him mentally collapse. The effect is comparable to an atomic bomb. Although it is more satisfying to kill with one sword, it is completely unsatisfying for some extremely evil enemies. At this time, the effect of the Phantom Eye can be highlighted. He raised his head, picked up the cup, and took a sip of tea. Xiao Bo's strange eyes were reflected in the tea. The night passed very slowly. Xiao Bo took a short rest, started the car, and went on the road again. The experience value is about to break through 100 points, one step closer to level 7. He looked at the time, and found that today was Sunday. The update will be tomorrow. Xiao Bo braked the car suddenly, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes, and his heart sank suddenly. This time passed too fast. I wasted 5 days in the dimensional world, plus the 2 days I have been back now. Today is the last night. No wonder. Xiao Bo raised his head suddenly and thought, so, if I go there tonight, I will be able to meet foreign players. He still has a sense of crisis. The number of these foreign players is larger than that of his domestic players. After all, there are people from hundreds of countries. Although his country is the most populous country, it is obviously not enough compared with the world's population. Maybe after tonight, when the game is updated, a foreigner will appear in front of him. I just don't know what else will be updated tonight besides these. Xiao Bo has clearly felt a sense of crisis coming. This is not only brought by foreign players, but also by domestic players. Who knows what will happen if these cows and horses merge? The rankings have been the target of competition since ancient times. Now that I have stabilized, I suddenly join these foreign players. The changes at that time are unknown. What are their levels and strengths? Whether the profession they transfer to is the same as his own, these are all unknowns. This is Liuyuan No. 1 Middle School's fear of the unknown. He always had a hunch that the quality of foreign players must be very strong. Fortunately, what he got this time gave Xiao Bo great comfort. Otherwise, he would really be worried. Xiao Bo stopped the car. The uneasiness in his heart made him unable to drive forward. At the same time, a roar of a wild monster came from outside the car in the distance. Xiao Bo, who happened to have no outlet to vent, used the wild monster as his outlet. By the way, try the power of the phantom eye. At this moment, the poor wild monster was still roaring in the boundless desert, and had no idea that a demon had already set its sights on it. This was a level 5 tentacle monster, with long tentacles bearing their teeth and claws, and its body was covered with bulging green bubbles with disgusting mucus inside. The tentacle monster had a human light in its eyes, and its heart longed for flesh and blood. It had already sensed the breath of its prey, and on that road that its kind called the Star of Hope, it meant a road full of hope, where delicious food could be found. It had been like this since ancient times, and it had continued for thousands of years. According to the news passed down by its ancestors had eaten a lot of delicious food in the world. It was a unique experience, but unfortunately the traces of this road could not be found, and it could only appear randomly. Today, this road actually appeared in front of him, and it must have been blessed by his ancestors. On the way to the road, it smelled the smell of food, and its face covered with green mucus was a little excited, which looked very strange. When it got closer to the road, it saw that its food was actually standing on the road. Its expression became more and more excited. At this moment, one of the eyes of the food actually emitted a strange red light. Then the whole world spun around. Looking closely, this was no longer the original world. It could not even smell the smell of food. It was a gray world. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the food. The tentacle monster was overjoyed and controlled the tentacles to entangle with each other, twisting and rolling towards him. Humph! Suddenly, with a cold snort, the whole space shook, and all of his tentacles flew back uncontrollably and entangled himself. Then an irresistible force came. Under the control of this force, the tentacle monster was shocked to find that it was actually controlled on a huge stone slab. How could there be such a large stone slab here? Before the shock in his heart had passed, a dagger appeared in front of him, and he began to cut his flesh with a knife. The stinging pain of the wound was transmitted to the nerves, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He struggled violently and found in horror that he had lost control of his body. No matter how he twisted, his body was like a stone statue and couldn't move. And the pain in his body seemed to be magnified several times. The scarlet eyes were wide open, painful. It was too painful. It was an agony. He wanted to faint, but he clearly felt that his consciousness was so clear. On the contrary, as the stinging pain in his body became clearer and clearer, he felt more like he was trapped in his body, unable to move, and could only endure this pain. In the midst of the ferocity, he saw his food appear in front of him, and the expression on his face was so indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Xiao Bo's expression was cold. He already felt that in this world, he was a god, able to transform everything, but it required mental power. If the mental power was strong, he could even transform rivers, lakes, and billions of planets. He even thought of creating a world, but this was ultimately just an illusion created by the Phantom Eye, all of which were false. While torturing the wild monster, his mental power was fading very quickly. Everything in this world was set by him, covering other people who entered this world. For example, this wild monster, its body control had been taken away by him. Under his deliberate control, its pain was magnified several times by him, and he could not faint. His mind remained clear at all times. It was simply terrible. Chapter 148. The only drawback is that my mental power is too low, and I can only maintain this space for 6 hours, without using any power. If I create something, my mental power will drain faster. In addition to the time affected by creating something, the existence of this space is also greatly related to the mental power of the target. The stronger the mental power of the target, the shorter the existence of the space. The mental power of this wild monster is related to the mental power of ordinary people, and it is basically not displayed, so the existence of the space will be very long. After basically figuring out the rules of the space, and how to use it, Xiaobo waved his hand. The whole world changed again. Xiaobo looked at the time in great detail. It was almost the same as when he opened the space. Only a few milliseconds had passed. In the space, I tortured this guy for nearly half an hour. The wild monster returned to its original body and fell directly to the ground. The bone-eroding pain seemed to still exist in its mind. It was almost tortured crazy. When looking at the food in front of him, his eyes changed, with a hint of fear. What my ancestor said was all false. I want to go back. It no longer had the will to resist. This food was too terrible. It didn't want to experience the torture again. It was terrible. It was really terrible. Originally, Xiaobo wanted to use the slavery scroll to enslave it, but after thinking about it, he realized that the tentacle monster had limited effect and basically didn't have much effect, so he gave up. When it turned around and wanted to escape, Xiaobo looked cold and killed the monster from behind with a knife. After killing this level 5 monster, the experience value reached 108. The wild monsters didn't drop anything, which made him a little disappointed. Back in the car, he sat cross-legged on the bed, picked up the snacks on the table and ate some, read a book for a while, and the sky was bright. Time passed in a flash. Xiaobo stretched and stood up from the ground. Life on the road was relatively boring. Apart from looking at the system space, there was basically no other entertainment. I have it, but I have to work hard. Once a person falls, it is very difficult to stand up. The sun in the early morning is still quite dazzling. Xiaobo used exquisite cloth to make simple curtains to block the dazzling sun. It's not bad inside the car. It started in the morning. Today is another hard day. I clicked on the system to check. The world really started to update, and this update is obviously more powerful than the last update. Below the update content, there is a note. After the update is over, the game will no longer be updated for a short time. During the game update, the world is out of control. All players are requested to stay in the car. It will be your last harbor. This means that after this update, there will be no more system updates next week. Xiaobo can understand this. After all, this game has just started, so the updates are naturally very frequent. At present, the game has basically been perfected, and the update progress will naturally not be frequent. This update, Xiaobo feels that the world will usher in a huge change, or even a disaster. After all, the prompt below shows what the out-of-control state of the world is. The sense of crisis in his heart gradually increased with speculation. Shaking his head, Xiaobo shook off these bad speculations in his heart. Before the update started, Xiaobo quickly opened the system, selected the endless mode, and began to hone. On the boundless road, waves of wild monsters appeared like machines. The strength of these wild monsters became stronger, and they cooperated perfectly, like an airtight wall. Xiaobo looked at it coldly. His heart was as calm as water. In this space, he would not die, and he could completely let go of his mind. The quality of this group of wild monsters is already very high, with a number of 12, which is composed of several different kinds of wild monsters. They have strict defense, moderate attack, and strict cooperation. It is not modesty to say that they are robots. Xiaobo tried it before, and his four-dimensional attributes were already very powerful at that time, but it was still very uncomfortable with the cooperation of this group of wild monsters. But this time it was different. He got the dismemberment, and with the hunting state, the chance of passing this wave was still very great. After starting the challenge, seeing the figures of this group of wild monsters, Xiaobo did not hesitate to use all his skills and began to look for opportunities. This time his chance was very great. With his agile speed and hunting state, he calmly dodged the attacks of these wild monsters. The role of hunting state is still very huge, especially in this situation. The role of agility is also prominent. Use hunting state to use dismemberment to find the weaknesses of these wild monsters. He kept wandering on the edge of death, using his own agile speed to wander among these wild monsters with strict coordination. There are weaknesses, but these weaknesses are not weaknesses in hunting state. The weakness of dismemberment is the physical weakness brought by the body structure of the wild monster itself, while the hunting state finds the loopholes in the actions of the wild monster. The two skills complement each other and are closely related. Looking at this group of wild monsters, he was shocked, because through the mutual complementation of the two skills, he was shocked to find that the cooperation between these wild monsters formed a wall that fit perfectly. Although the level of this group of wild monsters is only level 4, under the control of the system, this wall is very hard and airtight. After several attempts at fierce attacks, they all ended in failure. In this case, the bloodthirstiness of the butcher profession can't be used at all. At this moment, Xiaobo also realized the shortcomings of the butcher. The butcher needs to use fighting to strengthen himself. All of its skills are not skill-based skills, but killing-enhancing skills. Analogous to the skills of a warrior, the skills of a warrior are chopping, slashing, trampling, and charging. In the analogy of the boxer's self-enhancing type, strengthening oneself through skills to make oneself stronger, all have very strong offensiveness. And the butcher's skills, whether bloodthirsty or dismembered, are skills that grow in killing. The only butcher's hand can increase defense penetration, but with the cooperation of this group of wild monsters, the effect is very small. This is the shortcoming of the butcher. Without killing, Xiaobo relies on his own powerful attributes and resource upgrade system to reach a very abnormal level. However, the strength of this profession's skills lies in killing, and it is almost invincible in team battles. The more he fights, the braver he becomes. He is very powerful, and his shortcomings are also extremely obvious. Without killing, this profession is basically useless. Fortunately, Xiaobo's own powerful attributes are densely covered with this shortcoming. As time passed, Xiaobo tried several ways of fierce attacks, but all ended in failure. The consumption of physical energy was very huge. This is not a solution. If the physical energy is exhausted, it will still fail. We must think of a way to destroy this wall. Xiaobo exhaled, his heart thumping and his eyes were cold. The physical energy has dropped very badly as he continued to wander, with only a dozen points left, and only 10 points of mental power left. The hunting state can't be maintained for long. If he didn't find a breakthrough, he would be dragged to death by the opponent. And this group of wild monsters cooperated with each other, rested with each other, and made up for each other through a systematic and rigorous actuarial combination. It was very difficult. Xiaobo decided to try again. He was not without a chance. If it didn't work, he would use life burning to crush with absolute strength. After all, if he died in the endless mode, there would be no damage in reality. Chapter 149. Xiaobo's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his body swelled up. He tightly grasped the steel knife emitting blood-red light, and tried to approach the wild monster again, performing double heavy attacks to fight again. This group of wild monsters cooperated with each other, using the steel pig as defense, and launched attacks from all sides, just like well-trained soldiers, more like a series of precise procedures, without any flaws. Xiaobo was forced to retreat again. If he went up against their attack, his defense would also be broken. After the 20th level, these wild monsters also have the ability to break defense, and his steel body defense is vulnerable to these wild monsters. It is not worth it to exchange the life of a wild monster at the cost of injury, because there are 12 wild monsters in this group. If he kills one, there are still other wild monsters, and he is alone and cannot withstand it. He must find a flaw and break this wall in one fell swoop. Facing a single wild monster, it is very simple. The first attempt failed, and Xiaobo felt heavy in his heart. His method seemed to be completely ineffective. Then, there is only one problem, that is, don't find a way to break this wall from your own strength, but find other ways. Perhaps after the 20th level, these precise and airtight cooperations are to make yourself not completely dependent on your own strength, but find a way to break through. Turning his mind away, Xiaobo's cold eyes turned, and he began to move around and look for opportunities instead of being limited to the area in front of him. Time passed quietly. Xiaobo relied on his speed to hang these wild monsters, and on the other side, he maintained his physical strength. Finally, when he turned to the other side of the opponent at a very fast speed, Xiaobo finally found a flaw in the opponent. Found it. Xiaobo's eyes flashed, but he didn't attack immediately, because the flaw was revealed in less than a second, and he had no time to react. But this provided him with a perfect idea, that is, the wall formed by these wild monsters was not flexible, and it could not perfectly adhere to the sudden sharp turn. So there would be flaws. In order to confirm his inner inference, Xiao Bo's eyes turned, and he rushed towards the wild monsters in one step. Just when the wild monsters thought they were going to be attacked and made defensive actions, Xiao Bo turned around suddenly, restrained his attack, and came to the right side of the wild monsters at an incredible speed. He quickly turned behind him, and the wild monsters were shocked and confused. When they responded in a hurry, the flaws were revealed again, but because they cooperated like a machine, the flaws were not revealed for a long time, and they were tightly blocked by them. Xiao Bo showed a smile on his face. After this test, he could basically determine where the flaws of these wild monsters were. And as he activated his swiftness, their flaws gradually became bigger. Xiao Bo looked for an opportunity to defeat the wall in one fell swoop. He was not in a hurry, and looked carefully. At present, his mental and physical strength were sufficient, so he was not worried at all. 6 seconds, 8 seconds. At this moment, he suddenly changed direction, leaped several meters away, and rushed to the group of wild monsters in an unexpected way. A huge loophole appeared in front of Xiao Bo. This opportunity was rare. How could he not seize it tightly? A knife chopped, tearing the air, making a harsh sound. This knife had the momentum of breaking mountains and rivers, and on this knife, there was actually a double shadow. With the blessing of speed and strength, the double heavy attack was performed, and the air made a sonic boom. With a puff, a tentacle monster was split from the top of the head, split into two halves, and a strange red color sank into Xiao Bo's body. Xiao Bo narrowed his eyes, and his cold eyes were accompanied by a hint of joy. This was bloodthirstiness. When killing, he could restore his physical strength. The quick time was up, and the wall had been cut by his own sword, and the entire wall formed by wild monsters collapsed instantly. Xiao Bo's attack was very ruthless. Double heavy attacks were performed one after another. With the blessing of bloodthirstiness, his physical strength would not be exhausted in a short time. What he wanted was to get rid of all these wild monsters as quickly as possible. The wild monsters were in a mess, and it was basically impossible to reunite. In Xiao Bo's eyes, these loopholes that were formed one by one were disappearing. He already knew the intentions of this group of wild monsters, and he had a way to deal with them in his heart. Destroy the already synthesized wall again. A semi-finished product can't stop Xiao Bo's power at all. He was dazzled by Xiao Bo bit by bit. At this moment, he was wrapped in blood-red aura, and it seemed that there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood all around him. The bloodthirsty ability was extremely abnormal, and Xiao Bo became more and more courageous, like a killing god. The blood energy brought by the 12 wild monsters was still very huge. The battle was over, and he still had most of his physical strength. After exiting the endless mode, Xiao Bo closed his eyes and opened them again. The blue and black pupils looked so weird. After taking a deep breath and calming the hot blood in his heart, Xiao Bo lit a cigarette. Finally, he passed that level, and he needed to rest well. This break was not affected by the endless mode, but by going to the toilet. The second is to wait for the game update to end. With the update, the outside world is now a void, and only things can be seen in the car. Open the door to relieve yourself. This is the first time that the game update has caused such a situation. Pulling up his pants and closing the door, Xiao Bo stared at the world outside the car window. There was nothing there, and he couldn't see what color it was, and couldn't feel anything. This feeling is like closing one eye, and then feeling what the closed eye feels. It's that feeling, the feeling of nothing, very strange. You can try it. This feeling is the world of the blind. They don't see a black world, but a void. Fortunately, the dim light was still on in the car, giving him a sense of security. I don't know how long this update will last. After going to the toilet, Xiao Bo observed for a while, took a breath, and fell asleep on the bed. Woke up in a daze, Xiao Bo looked out the window again, and it was still that void. What happened if the update was not completed? He suddenly woke up and hurriedly opened the system. He was shocked to find that the system was in a gray state, and no function could be used. The system could not be used. The outside world was empty again. It seemed that both he and the car were abandoned by the whole world. Xiao Bo was a little panicked all of a sudden. He sat on the bed and calmed down. There is no time now. I don't know what happened now, or whether the game is still being updated. I can't panic. I must calm down. After calming down, he tried to start the car and stepped on the accelerator. The tires of the car did turn, and the car also shook obviously, But he could not feel that the car was moving forward at all. Because the outside world is empty, human senses can't feel anything at all. After stopping the car, Xiaobo felt uneasy. He pushed open the door, and had another idea in his heart. He tried carefully to put his arm deep into the nothingness outside the car. It seemed that nothing happened. Suddenly, something grabbed his arm, and violent tearing came from his arm, accompanied by heart-wrenching pain. He had calmed down, but with the tearing force, he suddenly panicked. Something outside grabbed his arm tightly, and pulled him out little by little. Xiaobo held the car door with one hand, and then used all his strength to fight against the unknown force. To his surprise, the opponent's strength was comparable to his own. With a click, the car door actually bent under this huge force. Xiaobo's heart jumped suddenly, and he immediately realized that if he didn't solve it, he would be dragged into the void. What would greet him at that time? Everything was hard to say. Chapter 150. Without any hesitation, Xiaobo immediately took out a bottle of Hercules potion from his belt, and swallowed it. The potion turned into a terrifying force, and surged to his whole body. His skin turned red, and his whole body seemed to have explosive power. I want to see what you are. After drinking the potion, Xiaobo was full of confidence, and the power on the attribute panel directly exceeded 100. He did not struggle, because his power had crushed the opponent. Xiaobo had a sneer on his face, and his thugs were grabbing in the void. Suddenly, he felt that his arm was holding an extremely cold stick-like object. It was still a little soft, like jelly that had been placed in the refrigerator. Humph! Feeling that he had held something, Xiaobo had a grim smile on his face. His 2 feet pressed against the ground, his body sank slightly, and the power of his whole body was concentrated on one point. He saw that the muscles on his arm were bulging high, and his arm was thick. Come here! Accompanied by a roar, the nothingness in front of him changed strangely. The nothingness actually twisted. His senses had already seen the twisted nothingness. The opponent was no match for his strength, which caused the nothingness to twist. He was convinced again that there must be something in the nothingness. Use all your strength and gather all your strength on your outstretched arm. With a loud bang, Xiaobo staggered and fell backwards. Several bloody marks appeared on his arm, and he was holding a ball of black hair in his hand. He reacted immediately, rushed forward to close the car door, and then sat on the ground, stretched out his hand, and looked at the strange hair in a daze. This is what the system said. The world is in a state of chaos. According to the system, staying in the car is a safe haven. What happened outside? Could it be that this void is a protection for us? I don't know what creature left the hair in my hand, but I can feel that the opponent's strength is very terrifying, at least 70 or 80 points. If I hadn't drunk a bottle of Hercules potion, I would have been dragged out just now. I took a deep breath. This game became more and more weird, which brought me uneasiness. My current strength seems to be very strong, but in the entire game world, it is still far from enough. I am still an ant at the bottom. I must work hard to climb up, keep climbing. Until the top of the mountain, after calming down a little, Xiaobo was still frightened by what happened just now. His heart was beating violently. He felt that there must be a large number of beasts in this void, and their strength was very terrible. It's better not to be curious. Your life is important. I'm not abandoned by the world, but I'm still updating this time. It's just that the situation of this update is quite special, so this situation will occur. Xiaobo inferred in his heart, slowly stood up and sat on the bed, his face still solemn. I'm afraid that many people in the world have guessed it, and some people are as curious as me, but I don't know these curious people. The update is still going on. Xiaobo calmed down and opened the novel, wanting to use the novel to drive away the fear and anxiety in his heart. Every update of the game brings unknown changes. Everything needs to be explored by yourself. Time passed by bit by bit. Xiaobo had been reading for 2 hours. He hadn't been so serious for a long time. After reading the last chapter, Xiaobo raised his head, rubbed his sore neck, and shook his neck. The character of the protagonist in the novel can change at will, and can be cold-blooded and ruthless at will. How did he do it? He sighed, then covered the novel and lay on the bed thinking. Unconsciously, he fell asleep again. When he woke up again, he found that it was already dawn. Xiaobo immediately jumped off the bed, opened the curtains, and looked out the window. The world outside has not changed much. The desert is still a desert, accompanied by a huge wind. The strong wind passed by, and the fine sand hit the window with a crackling sound. There was no change, but the system had undergone earth-shaking changes. The entire interface actually split into 3 areas. The colors of these 3 areas were also different, divided into white, yellow and black, which seemed to be showing something. Updated content, three-legged tripod, car attack and defense, world/domestic, car defense, world/domestic, special road challenge, team ranking mode, world/domestic, personal ranking mode world, players kill and obtain supplies. Three-legged tripod. In order to increase the fighting spirit of players, players will no longer distinguish between countries. Instead, they will be divided into 3 skin color camps, and players from the 3 camps will compete online. Note: attacks by players on the same team are valid in the game. Death in this mode is real death. The winner of this mode will get a book of the opponent's skills. This is a cruel world, survival of the fittest, come on. Car attack and defense, world/domestic players will choose the red and blue camps, guard a car, and destroy the opponent's car to win the mission. This mode is divided into team mode and individual matching. Note: there are 10 players on both sides, and the losing side will be punished with demotion. The winning side will get a lot of car fragments. The car attack and defense battle is divided into team mode and individual matching. In the game, attacks by players on the same team are invalid, and attacks on one's own car are invalid. Car defense war, world/domestic 4 players will form a team to carry out the car guarding task. During the period, there will be a large number of wild monsters attacking the car, guarding the car until the game is won. This mode is divided into team mode and individual matching. In this mode, attacks by players on the same team are valid. Note: if the car is damaged, some car fragments will be lost and the car will be downgraded. A lot of car fragments will be obtained if the game is won. Special highway challenge. Players will enter the special highway for challenge, and there are a lot of dangers in the special highway. Note: death in this mode is real death. This mode is divided into team mode and individual mode. Attacks by players on the same team are valid in team mode. Team ranking mode, world/domestic based on the individual ranking mode, the team ranking mode is added. Players form a team of 4 and compete on the same screen. Attacks from players on the same team are effective. Individual ranking mode updates the world ranking. Player kills and obtains supplies. Killing a road player will no longer obtain all the opponent's supplies, but will instead obtain them through the explosion rate. Cars can be obtained directly. Other updated content, please explore it yourself. Note: 1 all rankings will give level rewards in a level mode, and no rewards will be provided at the end of the month. Note: 2 enter all modes with caution. In the real death mode, killing players will gain experience and increase the sin value. The various updated contents all indicate one thing: the team mode is turned on, and the competitive era has begun. Reading these updates word by word, except for the special road challenge, which has an individual mode, other modes only have individual matches, which means that other modes are moving towards group battles. Next, Xiaobo browsed the system again and found that the updated content is far more than that. Chapter 151. In addition to the mode update, the second thing is some changes in the system. The world chat has not changed. People from the same country are still together, but there are 2 more windows, which are the world chat and the faction chat. The messages in the world chat are more than the messages in the country, and the content is more, all in English. Fortunately, there is a built-in translation at the back, otherwise Xiaobo really couldn't understand it. Oh my god, the game has been updated again. I have to compete with those black ghosts and yellow monkeys. Watch me kill them. I want to say that these yellow people are really weak. The strongest of them is only level 6, many are level 5, and many have not changed their jobs. They are too rubbish. The black ghosts are about the same. But the yellow people should like to build cars. I see that the degree of modification of their cars is very high. Many have been modified to level 3. The highest has reached level 4, while ours is only level 3 at the highest, and the others are all level 2 cars. Why upgrade the car? Isn't it enough to drive it? Why don't yellow monkeys come to chat? RNM. The world chat is very chaotic, and most of the people chatting are white people. Xiaobo just took a look and lost interest. In addition to the world chat function, there is also a group chat function. It should be the emergence of team formation that derived this group chat function. These functions have been seen in Tencent, so there is nothing curious about them. Click on the ranking mode, in which people are divided into 3 camps and ranked separately, especially in the level ranking. The white people have the highest level, their top 10 are all level 7, and the first one has even reached level 8. He felt a little bit unbelievable. How could these people's levels be so high? That's right, these foreigners focus on upgrading. For them, as long as they have enough food, it's fine. Most of them have no food after the last meal. Most of their transactions are food, and the demand is materials. This group of foreigners pays great attention to leveling up. And the ranking of his own camp has also changed. He is ranked first, and the second and third have changed. The second is a Riyah, the third is a North Dakar, and the rest are people from other countries. Currently, except for the top 3, who are all level 6, the rest are all level 5. And the people from his own country have fallen out of the top 10. In addition to the rankings of the 3 camps, there is also a world ranking. The top 100 on this ranking are actually foreign players, and he is not even in the top 1000. It's really strange, and on the world ranking, the highest level is currently level 8. Xia Bo is a little suspicious of how these guys can raise their levels so high. It's even more perverted than himself. Although the ranking list is not dominant, the people of our country have an absolute advantage in the popularity ranking list. Whether it is the camp popularity ranking list or the world popularity ranking list, the people on the list are all familiar to us. After all, the population base of our country is there, which is a congenital condition. As for the fact that the level is not as good as these white people, these are all normal phenomena. Domestic players like to collect and store food. Only with a large amount of food, they feel at ease. They even put a lot of supplies in their cars. The ranking list has also updated the stealth mode. Turning on the stealth mode will disappear from the ranking list. This update is good. This way, I can avoid being in the spotlight. Xia Bo's face lit up. After seeing this update, he immediately turned on the stealth mode. But he didn't feel happy for long. An update below exploded in his heart like a bolt from the blue. That is, due to the loss of control of the world, the update content of the ranking list has changed, and the monthly end reward will no longer be provided. Only one title will be obtained. This content update made Xia Bo not frown. The change in this update actually cut the reward. No wonder the stealth mode appeared. He sighed inwardly. This update will delay the growth of strength. The rewards of the ranking list will be realized in the first week. He also found that many people in the world are scolding the game, especially those who are on the list. They have tasted the sweetness of the last ranking refresh, and now there is no reward. Damn Gonlin. Fortunately, the rewards of space still exist. The division between the world space and the domestic space is very obvious. The transaction content also distinguishes 3 camps, separating each other. However, this is still not good news for Xia Bo. After all, the disappearance of rewards means that he has lost a way to improve his strength. However, there is no way. The system also gave the reason. First of all, the ranking list has changed. Whether it is level or car, mileage, or popularity, there are 3 rankings. It is totally unimaginable how much improvement these 3 rankings can bring to a person every month. It may not be obvious at the beginning, but in the future, the strong will only become stronger, while the weak will remain where they are. It is normal for the system to cut it off. The most important point is that Xia Bo feels that it is caused by the loss of control of this world. Something that can make the game go out of control must be something very terrifying. At least in front of it, I am like an ant. Just as Xia Bo was about to quit the game, he noticed that the name next to his avatar turned red. This discovery made Xia Bo's eyebrows jump. Sin value. Challenge of the world's villains. Sin value. Killing the same kind on the road will earn sin value. When sin value is generated, the player will get a red name, and the red name is divided into levels. Click to view details. Red name level. Level 1. Sin value between 1 and 10. Level 2. Sin value between 11 and 20. Level 3. Sin value between 21 and 30, and so on. Note: players with higher red name levels will wear red names in any mode and will be discovered first. The degree of discovery depends on the level. Killing red-named players does not increase the red name value. Red-named players have higher experience than ordinary players. Experience doubles with the red name level. Challenge of the world's villains. Players can challenge anyone in the world. Non-red named players and players with a red name level of 1 have the right to refuse. Players above level 2 will only have 10 rights of refusal. Challenges will not gain experience from red-named players, and challenging and killing red-named players will not increase sin value. Challenge and kill non-red named players to increase the sin value. Note: challenges require a reason, and challenges are not allowed without reason. The reason will be reviewed by the notarization system. This challenge is a life and death duel. Death in the duel is real death. After taking another look at his name, he found that it had indeed been attached with a sin value. Name: Xia Bo. Sin value: 4. He has killed 4 people along the way, and is now in the first level red name state. Xia Bo felt a little relieved. He had been following the rules all the way, and did not wantonly kill humans. He only killed crazily in the ranking mode, and the killing in the ranking mode would not be counted into the sin value. Red name is indeed not a good thing. In the future mode, red named players will carry red names and be discovered first. In the update prompts, red named players have high experience, and killing them will not gain sin points. This is simply a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In addition, there is a sin value ranking list in the personal attributes. The one with the highest crime value is a foreigner who has killed 43 people and is ranked first. Xiaobo seems to have found the reason why these foreigners are so high in level. They regard their own kind as wild monsters and kill their own people to get high experience points. Currently, all the players on the crime value ranking list are foreign players. Killing red-named players in the World Challenge will not gain experience, otherwise everyone in this ranking list will have the experience of being on the list. I am afraid these foreigners will be even crazier. It is terrible. Chapter 152. Xiaobo carefully observed all parts of the system, and found that there were no other updates except these updates. In the private chat, Old Man Joe sent me another message. Be quiet, don't think too much. This game may not be as complicated as you think. Don't worry too much. By the way, I tell you one more thing. Someone who is still alive in my army met a foreign player. The foreign player wanted to kill him, but he killed him instead. His experience value actually increased by 20 points. He told me this. I inferred that the experience value of killing players from different camps is doubled. The sin value is still increased a little. In this way, in order to upgrade, many people may turn their attention to players from other camps. You should be careful. Especially in those modes that are easy to die, be careful. His eyes flickered, and he kept what Old Man Joe said in his heart. After exiting the system, Xiaobo sat on the bed, his expression calm, and he was silent for a long time. This update can be said to be an epic change, with a lot of content updated and the competition more intense. What Old Man Joe said undoubtedly increased the hatred and struggle between the camps. This is definitely not a good thing in the future. Now that people from 3 camps gather on a road, it will inevitably cause a lot of disputes. This update will open an era of competition, survival, and struggle. This road is destined to become extraordinary. Looking at the time, there are only 4 hours left before dark. Tonight, the team mode and personal mode will be opened, and there will be a world mode for players to choose at will. Since the world is open, I will always meet these guys in the future. I am already invincible in China, and I just need to get the boxes. Then I will fight with these foreign players to see how strong they are. Xiaobo sat on the bed, thinking in his heart. His expression relaxed a little, and he stood up and stretched his body. Then he came to the driving position, started the car and set off. On the vast road, a small black dot appeared again. It was not long before he met a human. Xiaobo frowned slightly, and calmed down in his heart. I haven't driven a kilometer yet, and I met a person. According to the merger, this person is likely to be a foreigner. After all, he has met 3 domestic players, and these 3 people have played a trap. It is very unlikely to meet domestic players, but the possibility of meeting foreign players is very high. Xiaobo drove the car and slowly moved forward. As expected, the small black dot was a car. Next to the car, there was an unusually tall figure standing. The man saw him and stood directly in the middle of the road. Xiaobo didn't have the intention to hit him to death. Instead, he stopped the car, pushed open the door, and looked calm. The man in front of him was a foreigner, tall and strong, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and an axe on his back. He was also obviously stunned when he saw Xiaobo, mainly because Xiaobo's eyes were too strange. The other party spoke a string of English to Xiaobo, but the words turned into Chinese when they reached his ears. Boy, who are you? What's your name? If you want to pass through here, leave your car and go, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Surprised at the system's ability, Xiaobo understood the guy's intention. He was here to rob. It was really weird. A pair of strange eyes stared at him coldly. The foreigner was actually a little scared. And Xiaobo's eyes also showed the basic information of this guy. Level 5. 4-dimensional attributes are all around 30 points, which is quite strong. The foreigner saw Xiaobo staring at him, but he didn't say anything. He was upset, and took off the axe behind him. He said viciously, "Asshole, I think you are looking for death." As he spoke, he rushed directly towards Xiaobo, holding the axe high in his hand. It was visible to the naked eye that milky white silk threads appeared around the axe, and gathered towards the axe. As if he was accumulating power, the air seemed to be torn apart, and there was an inexplicable milky light on the axe. This is a skill. My heart raced. When Xiaobo saw the other party take action, his expression suddenly turned cold. A pale yellow steel knife appeared in his hand. He held it, and the color of the steel knife turned into a strange blood red. The hunting mode was turned on. With the cooperation of dismemberment, all the weaknesses of the foreigner were studied thoroughly by himself. He snorted coldly, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his expression was cold. Double heavy attack was performed. Chopping at the foreigner's abdomen at an incredible speed, his speed was too fast, and the foreigner's axe missed, and his abdomen was also attacked by Xiaobo. The huge force directly chopped off half of his body. Ah! The foreigner was thrown out by the huge force and fell to the ground, with a heart-wrenching scream from his mouth. Having suffered a heavy blow in the abdomen, half of the body was gone. Basically, he couldn't survive. The foreigner struggled for only a moment before he died. The ground was covered with bright red blood and internal organs, which was very scary. Xiaobo checked his experience points, and found that they had indeed increased by 20 points. Not much. This guy has reached level 5. Logically, his experience points should have doubled. Could it be that these 20 points are the experience points after doubling? Old Joe told me that the experience points for killing players from different camps are different. Could it be false? Xiaobo thought to himself, maybe they didn't know that the experience points of wild monsters above level 5 are doubled. So he made a wrong inference that his experience points increased by 20 points after killing a level 5 foreigner. Otherwise, there is another possibility, that is, doubling experience points is invalid between humans. This still needs to be explored. After waiting for a while, the body of the foreigner struggled to stand up again, with a terrible momentum. It had inherited the level and attributes of the foreigner and rushed towards him at a terrible speed. Xiaobo, relying on the hunting state, was completely fearless in the face of such speed, and this speed was still much slower than his own. He staggered and slashed out, chopping off the head of the corpse with one knife. With a bang, the living dead, who lost the support of the head, fell to the ground at once. Because of inertia, he slid a long distance on the ground, leaving a striking blood mark on the ground. The corpse was unrecognizable. This guy only dropped an axe, and no other skills or drawings. After the system was changed, it was too difficult to kill people to obtain supplies. No wonder this guy asked him to hand over the car. Xiaobo picked up his weapon and upgraded it. The texture of the axe changed, becoming harder and sharper. This axe is useless at present. I am used to using steel knives, and I am not used to it when I change to an axe. It is not convenient. Chapter 153. The guy's car was shabby, and he didn't get anything else. I don't know if it didn't drop, or if he didn't have anything at all. In short, after killing this guy, he only got an axe and a car. The car was hit to get a small amount of fuel and car fragments. The rest was gone. It was too shabby, not enough to pay for his own labor costs, and an axe was just a comfort to himself. Xiaobo stuffed all the guy's things into the locker, so there wasn't much, which unexpectedly saved a lot of time. Xiaobo was speechless about the things he got from killing this guy, and the experience points brought him some comfort. He got on the car, restarted the car, and got on the road. When there were only a dozen minutes left before the qualifying round, Xiaobo stopped rushing, parked the car on the side of the road, and thought about what to eat tonight. I ate a lot of instant noodles. It was time to change. He took out some ingredients from the car, steamed grass carp in a big pot, and boiled rice soup in a small pot. He planned to have a comfortable dinner, but the ranking was about to start, and Xiaobo was not in a hurry. With his own strength, he could easily cope with it, and the box was there, and it couldn't run away, so he could open it at any time. Now he was not in a hurry to rush for points. After all, there were no rewards in the leaderboard, and these things were just a reputation. For himself, things without rewards were not worth fighting for. The game update showed that a new era had begun. There were more ways to work hard, and the ways to gain game experience became richer. This update also confirmed my previous thoughts. The human experience is set to 10 points for the update of these games. At present, it is basically certain that red-name players will inevitably receive special treatment in the game. After all, killing your own people to gain experience to upgrade is really inhumane. But on the other hand, people are just trying to survive, which is actually not wrong. Even Xiaobo himself thought that since he is now a red-name player, and killing humans can gain more experience points than killing wild monsters, it is better to go all the way and be a complete villain. But he has thrown this idea away. Those who kill will always be killed. Once you are on the sin value list, you can no longer refuse after a certain number of rejections. I have killed too many people, and sooner or later I will have to pay it back. God has a good way of reincarnation, and no one can be spared by heaven. Just when Xiaobo was carefully making rice soup and spicy fish, the world was bustling. Even now, the problem has broken out. There were quarrels between different camps. The players in the white camp always looked superior, which caused dissatisfaction among the yellow camp and the black camp. Some people even publicly challenged each other. In this world, you can challenge anyone at will. As long as you are not convinced, you can challenge them. But almost all of them were won by the white camp. These people in the white camp are naturally stronger than those in the yellow camp. They are no match for these people in the white camp. The black camp has strong physiques, but they are lazy by nature, do not seek to make progress, and run away when encountering problems. The strongest on the list is only level 6. Only those on the list know how to work hard. Those who are not on the list have no ambition, and just eat and wait for death. There is a huge gap in the middle level. Those who are motivated are really motivated, and those who are not motivated are really not motivated. Moreover, these people have deep religious beliefs and believe that Allah will bless them. If they are truly compared, they are not even as good as those in the yellow camp. So the disputes in the world are between the yellow camp and the white camp. Some people in the yellow camp want to unite with the black camp, but these guys are really hopeless. In order to seek protection, they actually take the initiative to make friends with the white camp. The weak rely on the strong to avoid being exterminated in the three-legged mode. This directly puts the players of the yellow camp in a disadvantageous position, and the world chat is almost dominated by the players of the white camp. Some foreigners even made an appointment to fight with Xiaobo to prove that they are the strongest. After all, Xiaobo is a top master in the country and ranks 3rd in the camp rankings. Even if he is invisible, he can still be searched in the world search. However, they were all rejected by Xiaobo, which attracted countless white players to ridicule. Your number 1 is such a coward that he doesn't even dare to accept a life and death duel. Haha, let alone the number 1, none of the top 10 dare to accept it. It makes me laugh. Is this a monkey? You are only fit to be our pigs. When you get fat, we will slaughter you all. The ones with highest in values have basically been cleared out, leaving only the first level ones with the right to refuse. We want to dominate all the lists. These people in the white camp almost dominated the world, mocking crazily. Only a few people in the yellow camp refuted in the world, and the people in the black camp did not dare to show up at all. They couldn't afford to offend either side. The domestic chat and faction chat channels were even more noisy. They were already in a state of external trouble, and now there was another noisy situation in the faction. After all, the domestic and riot countries and North Dakar have had hostile relations since ancient times. This update combined all yellow-skinned players, and most players undoubtedly brought in the conflicts between countries. The conflicts between factions and the conflicts within factions were completely aroused. Even riot players asked domestic players to surrender, which also aroused the resistance of domestic players. However, as Xiaobo disappeared, other people on the leaderboard had no strength to deal with it, and could only remain silent. It was obviously not very effective to rely on the bottom players to spray. After all, they had already ridden on their heads and shit, which also angered some players. Where is Xiaobo? Please ask Xiaobo to come out. Feng Shihong has been trying to get attention, but now that he is needed, he pretends to be dumb. Alas, we are facing internal and external troubles, and we urgently need someone to stand up. Those who usually insult Xiaobo and get attention, please come out. Now they are all cowards. In such a big country, with hundreds of millions of players, no one dares to stand up. It's easy to say, but fighting requires real life. Will you go? Or will you go? You? Aren't they just going to spray? In the final analysis, the people on the rankings are too cowardly. They have occupied a lot of resources. Now they need to be silent. And the top 10 people clenched their fists tightly, their faces were livid. They were also angry, but if they stood up, they would only end up dead. Facing the people of the white camp, their level was directly crushed, and now the rankings of their own camp were occupied by people from Riyadh and North Dakar. Feng Shihong only ranked 3rd, and Xiaobo was invisible. This situation is basically a dead end. At this moment, a group chat has been created for the top 20 in the domestic ranking list. Everyone here is on the list. Some people are invisible for unnecessary trouble, but there will be a suffix after the name when chatting in the world. If you chat in your own country, it is the ranking of the ranking list. If you chat in your own camp, it is the ranking of a certain country. If you chat in the world, it is the ranking of a certain camp. These suffixes cannot be hidden even if you are invisible. These titles have no bonus, they are just for show. Chapter 154. So even if they are invisible, they will be exposed as soon as they chat. At present, except for Xiaobo and Feng Shihong, basically everyone in the top 50 of the ranking list has entered the group chat. These people are familiar people. Many of them are soldiers, martial artists, or muscular men. Not to mention the top 50, even the top 100 are such people, of course, except for the bug Xiaobo. Why is Xiaobo not in the group? Didn't I add him? Xia Kid refused. This kid? I sent him a private message and didn't reply. I don't know what he is doing. Feng Shihong didn't come in either. Maybe he is afraid of Xiaobo. Feng Shihong has killed a lot of people now. He is only one person away from reaching the second level red name. At that time, he will not only worry about Xiaobo causing trouble for him, but also that group of foreigners will not let him go. At present, the sin value ranking has been occupied by players in the white camp. It seems that their goal is to occupy all the lists. They are actively clearing out people from the hostile camp on the list. Anyone who has people on any list is basically cleared, harassed, and challenged by them. Fortunately, the level list can be invisible. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, these people have chosen to be invisible, so the people on the world list are all white camp players. As for the sin value list, it is useless to be invisible on this list, and once you reach level 2, you will be challenged directly. When you use up your right to refuse, you can only wait for death. So those who are only one step away from reaching level 2 are trembling and afraid. In addition to car upgrades, mileage and popularity rankings, after all, they are not good at these, but as long as you are on the list, you will receive their challenges from time to time. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, most people choose to be invisible. While facing external troubles, the people in the yellow camp also had internal strife. The people of Riyadh and North Dhaka were too bullying and demanded their surrender. Now it has reached the level of external troubles and internal troubles. If it is allowed to develop, there will be drastic changes in the country sooner or later. Xiaobo is missing. Feng Shihong is also in trouble. We need someone to stand up and take up the responsibility. We can't let them bully us. That's easy to say. They can kill us alone. How can they stand up and take up the responsibility? Are they asking us to die? The group chat was silent for a while. Although they all have blood, they have no blood in front of life. After all, this game is not a war era. They hide behind the system. Although they have many people, they can't do anything to them. Here, it is all about strength. Being full of passion will only make you die faster, unless there is a person with top strength who stands up. There is another way, that is to collect skill books from people in the world, so that we can improve our strength in a short period of time. Someone came up with a method, which is feasible, but almost impossible. Because no one in the world would be so selfless, how could they give away the key to improving their strength when they can hardly survive? So someone immediately refuted that after all, after obtaining the skill book, everyone used it as soon as possible, and basically no one would leave the skill book unused. This method ultimately failed. At this moment, they were silent. Feng Xian, Chu Shihong, Old Man Zhou, Han Yi and other people who had dominated the list before were silent. Whoever stood up would be considered a suicide. Although he could gain a lot of popularity, what good would fame do if he died? For a while, no one in the group sent messages. At this moment, the camp chat was still arguing. In the world chat, the white camp occupied all the lists, and was invincible. There is only one way now, find Xiaobo, and let him carry this banner. Only he is qualified. There is more than half an hour left before the qualifying match. Xiaobo will definitely show up at that time. This is our only chance. The one who sent the message was Sun Quan, who ranked 3rd in the level. Even the 3rd position was killed by Xiaobo with one sword. Since Xiaobo showed his edge, he has been named Xia Yidao. Until now, no one can break Xia Yidao's record. In the qualifying match, he is the holder of a 100% winning rate. There is no one before and no one after. The record is outstanding. Now all hope can only be placed on Xiaobo. Others thought so. Xiaobo is totally unaware of the changes in the world now. He rarely watches the world in chats. He only watches it when he is bored. He basically doesn't watch it at other times. So when someone pulls him, Xiaobo naturally thinks that someone is challenging him again, so he refuses without even looking at it. At this time, the fragrant white rice soup and the spicy fish with fragrance have been cooked. Although there are no other condiments, it does not prevent Xiaobo from making spicy fish. Boil 2 eggs and a simple dinner is ready. Looking at the bright red spicy fish, Xiaobo swallows his saliva and his appetite is aroused. He scoops up a little white rice soup, picks up a piece of fish meat and chews it carefully. It tastes sweet, and the fish meat wrapped in spicy sauce tastes delicious after stewing. It fills the taste buds and makes Xiaobo's face look satisfied. I haven't eaten spicy fish like this for a long time. It's really delicious. Although my cooking skills are not good, this spicy fish is relatively simple, and the ingredients are limited, so the process of this dish is much less, but it's still delicious. Xiaobo nodded repeatedly and praised, and drank another mouthful of white rice soup to wash away the lead. He is already very satisfied with this kind of life, and really hopes that this kind of life can continue. Xiaobo, with a big appetite, immersed in the food. Such a seemingly simple meal actually took a long time. The qualifying competition has started, and many people have chosen to fight for the world qualifying competition. Since they can't hold up the sky, they will work hard. Now all the major anchors in the ranking space have changed their titles. Fight for dignity. These anchors are all well-known strong men in China. They have completely established their foothold in this game. They are submissive on the road. After all, life is only once, and most people still cherish it very much. But in the ranking, they have become accustomed to death, so they want to fight for a little dignity for themselves here. Wow, there are so many monkeys. I can kill them to my heart's content today. I hear you always brag about Xia Yidao. Where is he now? He won't accept the challenge and won't broadcast live. Are you scared? Monkeys are monkeys. Hey, I haven't even seen the top 10 broadcasters on the monkey side. They are so cowardly. Oh my god, the broadcasters are all level 3 or 4 monkeys. There is no challenge at all. At this moment, the world is still mocking, but no one dares to say anything to refute it. The gap in strength is there, and there is no way to deal with it. Chapter 155. The domestic chat was even more lively at this time. Damn these bastards, I really want to kill their whole family. Where's Xiaobo? Why hasn't he come online yet? Isn't he really scared? Damn, the top 20 on the list are all invisible. Feng Shihong has started broadcasting, but he ranks in the domestic rankings. Obviously he is scared. There is no way. People abroad are too powerful. The gap is here. The key is that these guys in Xiaoyu are also restless. I really want to kill them all. In the chat group. Chu Shihong, the situation is a bit bad now. I saw many anchors being slaughtered by the white camp and the black camp. As long as they were matched, they were slaughtered without exception. Feng Xian, the most important thing is that now the Raya Kingdom and North Dhaka have come to us and said that if we can surrender to them, they will stand up and help us. Old man Joe, don't believe the nonsense of these guys. I watched the live broadcast of the top-ranked guy in the small Raya Kingdom. His strength is not as good as Xia Shizi. If he stands up, he will definitely die. So they will not stand up because of our surrender. I even suspect that these guys have already contacted the white. The people of the camp united. Didn't you see that in addition to the people of the black camp, there are also people from Little Raya and North Dakota in the world rankings, but these white people have no intention of causing trouble for them. Xing Dong, damn these bastards. I feel that the three-legged tripod will become the key point for these guys to destroy us. In the three-legged tripod, once a person dies, it is really dead. Old Joe, alas, humanity is already in danger, and they are still fighting among themselves. This game is to play us to death. The three-legged tripod, fortunately, is not mandatory to enter, but if we give up this activity, we will always lag behind these people. Shuexiang, Boss Xiaobo hasn't started broadcasting yet. Now more than 10 minutes have passed. What should we do? The people in the white camp are madly mocking us in the world, and the people in the country are unstable. If we don't handle it well, we will become rats crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats on the road. Shuexiang's words are absolutely correct. There is only one road. Whether moving forward or backward, we will meet all kinds of people. If we meet people in the yellow camp, it's better, but if we meet people in the white camp, the end will definitely be very miserable. In fact, everyone knows in their hearts that even if these people in the white camp are defeated in the world, they will still die miserably if they meet them on the road. This game lives for supplies. And these people in the white camp don't store supplies, so if they meet on the road, they will still fight, even if the current supply looting is changed to explosion rate. Time passed bit by bit, and Xiaobo still didn't start broadcasting. At this time, the players in the yellow camp were suffering from inhuman abuse. They also found that not only the people in the white camp and the black camp were enemies with them, but also other countries in their own camps began to attack their domestic players. They seemed to be excluded by the whole world. They were even called sick men in the world. Everyone was laughing at them. The anchors of the ranking competition still did not give up. They grew up in battle after battle, died again, and were slaughtered inhumanely again and again. The ruthless ridicule in the world was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Domestic players were all very angry, but they could not raise any resistance. The opponent was indeed too strong, and most people had lost their fighting spirit without the people on the domestic ranking list. Even though they were very angry, there was nothing they could do. Tonight is the first confrontation with foreign players after the update. Many players did not open the ranking, but flocked to the major live broadcast rooms to watch these anchors resist. It was too tragic. Even those in the top 100 of the rankings were pressed to the ground and ravaged by the opponent. Men were directly slaughtered, and women were even more brutally attacked by them. Even foreigners directly ignored the rules of the game and forced themselves on. Although the system banned them all in the end, these female players also paid a painful price. The live broadcast room of the entire world ranking was tragic. The number of winners was far less than the number of victims. 9 out of 10 games were slaughtered. The strength level of the white camp was far higher than them. Finally, some anchors couldn't stand it anymore. They were just a group of little bastards trying hard. They were slaughtered when they met people. It was not a battle of the same level at all. Give up, brothers. I'm tired. Too tired. We're slaughtered in every game. I can't stand it mentally. I can't stand it anymore. The opponent is too strong. It's not enough for us to hold our ground. We have to play the domestic ranking. Sorry. One anchor began to give up. The others gradually couldn't hold on and began to give up. Being slaughtered once is a great test for the spirit. Being slaughtered every time, even the strongest people can't stand it. I can't stand it anymore. Haha, they've all changed. The strength of this group of people is really not good. But their women are dressed up beautifully. Is this the Oriental lion? It's just like that. I think the strength of the people from the Raya country is not bad. Wasn't he the dog we raised before? I think he can do it now. The title of sick man is not given for nothing. I feel that when the three-legged tripod is launched, we can kill them all. Now they are the pigs we raise, waiting for the day when they are fattened and can be slaughtered. A group of monkeys are jumping up and down here. Let them know the strength of our white camp. The people in China were silent, and the people on the ranking list were silent. They were all watching the battle of the anchors' joint resistance silently. The other party's ridicule and slaughter deeply pierced their hearts. Such insulting words pierced deeply into their flesh. Some people's eyes were red, staring at the information on the screen. Some people clenched their fists. Their eyes were full of hatred. Some people were silent, with humiliation on their faces. Even if there is no country or motherland in the game now, their blood is still the blood of Yin Wang. The words Yin Wang have long been engraved on their bodies. The other party's ridicule is undoubtedly a heavy punch in their chests, making them uncomfortable and unable to breathe. Finally, someone who practices martial arts posted in the group chat, "Let's go, we can't lose our backbone, even if we really die." This sentence was accepted by them. 1 or 2 of these people on the ranking list kept silent and chose to broadcast, pointing their swords at the world. Their title, "The head can be cut off, the blood can be shed, but the ambition cannot be lost." In the domestic chat, someone noticed and applied for shock. They are broadcasting. They are finally broadcasting. Those who offend the Yin Wan will be punished even if they are far away. Go, go, go! They are back, they are back. They are not afraid, they are just waiting. Where is Xiaobo? Why can't I see Xiaobo? A large number of people also poured into Feng Shihong's live broadcast room, insulting, mocking, and venting all their hatred in Feng Shihong's live broadcast room. Haha, knowing that you can't win, you still have to do this useless resistance, a group of idiots. Feng Shihong sneered with a sneer on his mouth, and mocked without hesitation. It would be better to play a few ranked games, get some points, grab a few boxes, and obtain some resources. At this time, my life is almost gone. What's the point of having backbone? Chapter 156. At this moment, Old Man Zhou and the others were silent in the live broadcast room, with solemn expressions. This was an absolutely fierce battle, even though many of them had already completed their job transfers. In the group chat, there was a saying, "Once you are defeated, commit suicide immediately, without the slightest hesitation. It is better to die standing than to live on your knees." For them, dignity is far higher than life. Their appearance changed the battle situation. After all, their strengths were polished. Even if their levels were not as good as the opponents, their four-dimensional attributes were already on par with the opponents. It was very difficult to fight, but they could still win with a very small chance of winning. Tonight's world ranking was destined to be a very harsh ranking. The people on the Yellow Monkey's ranking list have appeared. It's our turn to play. On the first day of the update, we will give them a warning. Let them know the strength of our white camp. Get ready. When they start the match, start it together and try to kill them. By the way, what should we do if players from other countries don't cooperate? Tell them that strength is the hard truth. If their strength is higher than ours, we will also submit to them. Otherwise, they will listen to us obediently. Otherwise, when the three powers are in a stalemate, we will directly eliminate all those who don't listen. Okay. Everything is going on in a tense and orderly manner. With the participation of people on the ranking list, the battle situation has indeed turned around. They are indifferent and invincible. Everyone has used all their tricks, trump cards, and means. This is a battle about national dignity, and they are fighting with all their hearts. Since ancient times, the Daxia people have shown a very tenacious fighting spirit. Even if the Yin Kingdom is gone now, everyone still shows strong fighting power. 1 victory, 2 victories. Victories were staged in these live broadcast rooms. Although each victory was hard to win, it brought great encouragement to all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Nice. Kill them hard. Not enough, not enough. Let them know that we are not easy to mess with. Finally, this bad breath is gone. Shirhan is awesome. The people in the live broadcast room were greatly encouraged and cheered. For a while, their momentum was high. Under the leadership of Sun Quan, they took advantage of the victory and fought more and more bravely. A smile appeared on the originally solemn face. However, this situation did not last long. Feng Xian began to encounter a tyrannical enemy, whose fighting power was 1 level higher than the people he had met before. After a few rounds of fighting, Feng Xian used all his means. Knowing that he was not this person's opponent, he committed suicide directly, which was very decisive. Sister Xian, don't be anxious, take your time. That foreigner was so powerful just now, why do I feel something is wrong? Oh no, Shuexiang also met a very powerful person, was slaughtered, and didn't even have time to commit suicide. In the following few games, bad news came out from other live broadcast rooms one after another. The people who were originally encouraged fell silent again. They had already understood that the other party had reserved means for the people on their side of the leaderboard. Massacre can crush a person's confidence. These people in the white camp fought for this purpose, that is, to crush the confidence of the disobedient people in the yellow camp. This is their psychological warfare tactic. Most of the opponent's mid-level combat power are currently being slaughtered and are full of fear of them. And now it is the turn of those who occupy the leaderboard. This is a game watched by billions of people. Everyone is watching. It has just been updated at the beginning of the season, and all the resources in the game need to be plundered. The world ranking has become a battleground between the white camp and the yellow camp. They are very clear about this battle in their hearts, so most people choose to stop ranking. The goal of psychological warfare is very clear, which is to defeat the hearts of all the people in the yellow camp. The people of Riyah and North Dhaka are very clear, so they did not choose to join this battle, but watched. For them, resting for one night is nothing. The box is there, and will not run away. Moreover, at the beginning, it is a big melee. If you join, you will not get any advantage. Failure, failure. Failures came one after another from major live broadcast rooms. Everyone understands that the scene that happened to the middle-level combat power before will now happen to them. Massacre, failure. Scenes are staged in these people's live broadcast rooms. Their eyes were bloodshot. This battle, which was completely different from theirs, was undoubtedly a torment for them. In addition, the opponent's methods were extremely cruel, which was also an extremely strong challenge to their state of mind. Even if they knew that this battle was unfair and their strength was unequal, they could not retreat. Once they retreated, everything would be over. Dignity and pride would no longer exist. They could only rush forward, even though they knew they could not win. Even though they knew they would be abused, as time passed, they felt that tonight was so difficult, every minute and every second was torture. Ahem. Chu Shirhan changed her usual cute style, her face was cold, she spit out blood, and looked at the blonde and blue-eyed man in front of her coldly. Beautiful lady, if you don't want to suffer physical pain, just listen to me. The man showed a confident and sunny smile, and his pair of blue eyes looked at Chu Shirhan's curvy body, and slowly approached her. Damn it, you actually want to blaspheme my goddess. Shirhan, run. It's over. The barrage was full of wailing and anger, and everyone glared at him, wishing to rush up and kill that person. Chu Shirhan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and stood up with a charming smile on her face. If you keep your word, I can listen to you, but don't do anything. Beautiful lady, don't worry, I'm always a gentleman. The man showed a handsome smile on his face, leaned forward slightly, covered his abdomen with one hand, and stretched out the other hand. Chu Shirhan had a charming smile on her face, and slowly stretched out her hand. Suddenly she looked cold, drew out a long sword, and stabbed straight forward. Disobedient lady. The man seemed to have prepared for it. A charging barrier appeared to resist Chu Shirhan's attack. The man stood there very calmly, shook his head gently, and seemed to be regretful. Chu Shirhan saw that his attack was completely ineffective, and he didn't want to fight, so he committed suicide directly. What a pity, otherwise, I really want to spend the night with the beautiful lady. We are no match at all. The enemy is too strong. Just came back from Sun Quan's live broadcast room. It was too cruel. Sun Quan was directly slaughtered by that person. The blood dyed the entire ring red, like hell on earth. Alas, everything is over. We are really going to become rats crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats. When the three-legged tripod is opened, it will be our death. They will definitely not let us go. Thinking of the three-legged tripod mode, everyone was silent. The rewards of this mode are very generous. Being able to obtain the opponent's skills is currently the only way to obtain skills. If they do not participate, they will only be farther and farther away from the players of other camps. At this time, the previous scene was staged again in the ranking live broadcast. Even if you commit suicide, you will be interrupted by the opponent and brutally slaughtered. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but close their eyes when the slaughtering scene appeared. It was really tragic. Chapter 157. After one game, they had to bite the bullet and start the next one. They were the last hope of domestic players. If they retreated, they would have nothing. This was the last line of defense, but it couldn't last long, because they were already in the most exhausted moment physically and mentally. Each battle lasted less than a minute before they had to start the next one. No one could stand this kind of abuse. Time passed by bit, more than 40 minutes had passed, and there was only 1 hour left before the end of the ranking match. Everyone also went from the initial excitement to silence. The top 50 people on the list couldn't stand it. 9 out of 10 ranking matches were abused, and the only way left was suicide. This was an unfair game. Don't insist. There is no indication of when the three-legged race will start. Let's work hard and try to catch up with them. Yeah, give up first. Don't insist anymore. This is an unfair battle, and we don't deserve to lose. Such voices were heard in major live broadcast rooms. They began to feel sorry for these anchors. Although they would not die in the ranking, the pain in their hands was real every time. Being slaughtered several times, what a strong endurance is needed. But these anchors seemed not to see it, launching attacks again and again, and failing again and again. Falling again and again, getting up again and again. This is a cruel battle. They are like tenacious warriors, fighting hard, guarding the last thing in their hearts. Everyone was infected, clenched their fists tightly, and cheered for them, until Sun Quan matched a person in the yellow camp. He was stunned. The world ranking had been taken by the big guys in the white camp, and no one dared to participate. But why did he still match someone from his own camp? He felt alert in his heart. He thought it was someone from North Dakar or Riyadh, but the man actually took up a knife and committed suicide, but he left a sentence. I am a Dayen countryman, Sun Quan, come on. I will share the damage with you. You are not fighting alone. I believe that one day, we will repay you 100-fold. This sentence infected the audience in the live broadcast room. One by one, more and more people joined the world match. They had a belief, even if they were brutally slaughtered. Sun Quan's eyes were blurred, he clenched his fists tightly, and his heart, which was originally like dead ashes, seemed to be irrigated by a drop of sweetness. After coming out, his expression became more determined, and he resolutely devoted himself to the match. Old Zhou and his friends gradually found that they were matched with their own people more and more times, and they were faintly moved in their hearts. Even Old Zhou changed his inner view. Although human hearts are terrible, there are more lovely people. Who said that there is only killing and death in survival games? The world is no longer dark now. Countless people were shocked. The killings were not just happening to those who stood up for dignity. This is an action. Anyway, I won't die, so just kill and torture. This is a seemingly impossible victory, but the people have faith, the country has strength, and the nation has hope. Of course, this is a game world for one person. Of course, you may die at any time in this game world. Countless people still continue to fight, perhaps to fight for their breath. Are these people crazy? Why are they putting up such a pointless resistance? What should we do now? The other side will kill themselves if they match us. Our wins are increasing. We may reach level 2, and it will be difficult to meet them then. What should we do? The current situation has deviated from our prediction. If this continues, we will not be able to influence the mentality of their high-level combat power. The foreigners' group chat exploded. Their idea is very simple, that is, to attack the heart, massacre. Extremely cruel massacre. Hit the other side's confidence and eventually collapse. Unfortunately, they calculated everything, but they didn't calculate who these people were. Let our people go too. Since they like it so much, let's fulfill their wish. This resistance war eventually evolved into a big melee, and the players of the yellow camp finally failed. The world ranking competition has ended. Most of the other players have reached level 2. The domestic chat was silent, and everyone witnessed this battle, how tragic it was. Massacre happened in every live broadcast room. The world was full of people mocking them, and every word and insult pierced their hearts deeply. Everyone secretly clenched their fists, and they were very angry. But in the ranking, they failed, and they were not as skilled as others, so there was really nothing they could do. If Xiaobo was here, how could they be so arrogant? Yes, if Xiaoido was here, the situation might have been reversed. Why didn't Xiaoido come online? I didn't see him from beginning to end. Isn't it true that they are scared? After all, people abroad are really strong. The domestic players were talking about it, and there was silence in the group chat. They lost, and lost completely. The overall level of foreign players was indeed much higher than theirs, and they were not their opponents at all. There was nothing they could do about it. Even if each of them made their best efforts, it still didn't work. At this time, they didn't even dare to look at the chat channel of the same camp, because it was full of mocking words. Sun Quan, okay, let's put this matter to an end. If we want to defeat them, we still have to work hard. After all, the strength of foreign players is really high. You should also pay attention to one thing in reality. Most of these foreign players rely on killing to upgrade their levels. Chu Shihan, I played against a level 6 player before. His strength is comparable to mine. Although their level is high, their 4-dimensional attributes are not much higher than ours. We still have a chance to catch up. We are only one level behind, and we may not be able to catch up. Let's work together. Although we failed this time, we may not fail next time. There is motivation only when there is pressure. At this moment, everyone is in high spirits and is ready to work hard to upgrade and defend to the death. This is a special underwater highway. The air is very dull. Looking up, there is the blue sea and the underwater creatures wandering everywhere, forming a dreamlike scene. I actually came to the underwater highway. The air is very depressing. Xiao Bo took a look, and the shock in his pupils disappeared. He took out a light golden card from his pocket and tore it into pieces. I saw a flash of white light in front of him, and a creature like an elf appeared. This is a white creature with a pair of blue wings on each side. It is about the size of a basketball, with fur all over its body, and 2 eyes like blue gems are embedded on its round face. There is a horn on its head, which is colorful. The furry little ears moved, which is very cute. As soon as it appeared, it opened its 2 small blue wings, which was very cute. The moment it saw Xiaobo, it rushed directly towards Xiaobo, and made a baby voice from its mouth. Coco. Chapter 158. Unknown Creature. Level 3. Strength, 4. Agility, 23. Spirit, 35. Passive, self-healing. Self-healing, after being hurt, consume part of the spiritual power to recover the injury. The degree of recovery depends on the amount of spiritual power consumed. Skill, healing. Healing. Consume part of the spiritual power to recover the target's injury/life. The degree of recovery depends on the amount of spiritual power consumed. The mouth of this little monster was exposed from under the fur, and it looked fierce. The round little balls gathered in the middle and twisted. A pair of big gemstone eyes flashed a bit of fierceness, and the voice was cute, just like the voice of a little girl. With a bang, the little monster hit Xiaobo all of a sudden, fell to the ground with a snap, and rolled twice. With 4 points of strength, how can it be so weak? But its skills are quite good, and it can cooperate with my life burning. Xiaobo looked thoughtful, bent down and pinched one of the wings of the little monster, lifted it up, and looked at the little guy with a pair of weird eyes. Coco! Coco! This guy was still flapping his wings restlessly, trying to break free, baring his teeth and claws, and making cute sounds. With only 4 points of strength, how could it fight against Xiaobo? After struggling for a while, it gave up struggling and still looked at Xiaobo fiercely. Sure enough, it's still a wild monster, and it still can't forget the fact that it attacked me. I wanted to summon a powerful monster, But I didn't expect to summon a useless little monster like you, who is not even as good as a scumbag. And it wasted my special road random card. Well, let's just make do with it for now. Xiaobo was a little disappointed. He carried it back to the car, took out the slavery scroll from the locker, and enslaved the little guy directly. After being enslaved, the little guy lay directly on the ground, turning his round belly. Coco struggled for a while, and then sat on the ground. When it saw Xiaobo, its pair of gem-like eyes were unusually bright, and it made a cheerful cry from its mouth, and actually flew to Xiaobo's head. Get down! Xiaobo was stunned, and directly reached out to pull the little guy off his head, staring at it with a pair of weird eyes. Remember, don't forget to fly over my head. Coco the little guy stood on the ground uncomfortably, with a very aggrieved expression. Xiaobo sighed. Forget it, you will be my closest partner from now on. As he said that, he laughed at himself. Who would have thought that a wild monster would actually become his partner? Through the enslavement scroll, Xiaobo clearly felt that there was a vague connection between him and the little guy. This was a very subtle and intimate connection, and he could kill it with just a thought. But he could clearly feel that the other party trusted his emotions very much, and was even willing to sell his life for him. Xiaobo understood that this was the effect of the enslavement scroll. The time started from an hour ago. An hour ago, Xiaobo had just finished dinner. Because spicy fish and rice soup were relatively difficult to make, a lot of time was wasted. It had been more than an hour since the ranking started. When Xiaobo packed up and prepared to go to the ranking, the first wild monster since the update appeared on the Boundless Road. It is also a new wild monster. This wild monster looks very scary, shaped like a human, without skin, and with bright red flesh exposed outside. It is huge, like a 300-gene fat man who has been skinned, very scary. Its strength is as high as more than 50 points, but its speed is only more than 20 points, which is a huge shortcoming. Xiaobo calls this monster a skinning monster, a level 5 skinning monster. It walks on the desert, and its bloody flesh is covered with yellow sand, which makes people's scalps numb. Fortunately, the agility value of this skinning monster is not very high, and its defense is only reflected in the thick layer of flesh on its body, so Xiaobo's method of dealing with it is simple. Relying on his own agility far exceeding that of the opponent, he cuts off the flesh on its body piece by piece. Without the protection of flesh and blood, Xiaobo directly performs a double heavy attack and chops it into a pile of meat paste. This method is very simple and effective, although it does not save physical energy. After the skinning monster died, it dropped something that surprised Xiaobo, low-level monster summoning card *1. Introduction. Use it on any road to randomly summon a monster with a lower strength level. Note, a very stable summoning card, you can use it with confidence. A monster summoning card actually has no effect. After all, low-level monsters are not very useful to you. So Xiaobo also upgraded it, thinking that the nature would be improved, but he didn't expect that the low level was still low. But this time he summoned a special monster, low-level special monster summoning card *1. Introduction. Use it on a special road to randomly summon a special monster with a lower strength level. Note, a very stable summoning card, you can use it with confidence. At this moment, Xiaobo was a little moved. If he could summon a very powerful special monster and then enslave it, it would definitely be a very powerful helper, and he could sleep peacefully at night in the future. So Xiaobo didn't even start the ranking, and directly used the special highway random card, which led to the previous scene. It was just that the special card actually summoned such a thing, and Xiaobo was a little disappointed. But this little guy's ability is not bad, and it matches his life burning very well. Xiaobo was relieved. He stared at the blue little guy in front of him and thought for a while. So, your name will be Blueberry from now on. You look so much like blueberries, and they are blue. It just so happens that I like to eat blueberries. Coco. Coco the little guy and Xiaobo had a tacit understanding. He understood Xiaobo's words, and turned around happily. He flapped his wings and flew up, and wanted to lie on Xiaobo's head again. Huh? Xiaobo glanced at it with his weird eyes, with a hint of coldness. Coco. Blueberry shuddered and quickly lay on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Xiaobo then raised his head, and looked at the outside world. He had just taken a quick look. After all, he had something to do. Now he could take a closer look at this special road. This was a deep-sea road. What made Xiaobo feel incredible was that most of the creatures in this ocean were ones he had never seen before. There was even a giant octopus that was 30 or 40 meters tall. Swimming over his head, it cast a huge shadow on the road. This road is really a magical road. There is even an underwater road. Xiao Bo's eyes were filled with curiosity, because he had never come across an underwater road, and this was on the seabed, with seawater everywhere around the road. How could he refresh special wild monsters? Summoning special wild monsters was one aspect, and the second was hunting on the special road. The current experience value had reached 140 points, and there were only 60 points of experience left to reach level 7. And through the previous battle with the skinning monster, he vaguely felt that his strength was about to break through again. At that time, strength and agility will increase again. The later it is, the harder it is to increase. After all, the physical fitness has become too terrifying, and it is difficult to increase it by a single exercise. He needs to go through a lot of real fighting to improve his vision. And the training in the ranking space and the endless mode does not count at all, which is equivalent to the entry of mental power, not the entry of the body, otherwise the body would have been finished long ago. This time the improvement should be a leap. After all, fighting and agility have reached the intermediate level. The improvement should be very high. Xiao Bo thought in his heart, looked at Blueberry, and found that the little guy was actually asleep. I said why there was no movement at all. Well, let the guy sleep first, and I can rest for a while. Time passed quietly. Compared with the bustling world, Xiao Bo was relatively peaceful. He moved the table to the open space in front of the car, brought a cushion made of cloth, and had plenty of chrysanthemum tea and snacks. He sipped the tea comfortably, waiting for the arrival of the wild monster. At this moment, Xiao Bo was somewhat surprised to find that the marine life above his head was actually alarmed, and the surrounding hesitantly fled from this area of the sea. Such a change immediately attracted Xiao Bo's attention. A pair of strange eyes looked at the sea on both sides, as if something was approaching. Suddenly, several dark figures appeared on the seabed in the distance. They were strange and held weapons in their hands. Looking closely, there were more than a dozen figures on both sides. They hid in the seabed, stood under the deep sea, and slowly approached him. They actually came from the seabed. Xiao Bo jumped up from his seat. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, his back was like a tall mountain, and a red steel knife appeared in his hand. These figures walked closer, and Xiao Bo found that they were actually a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Puff puff puff. Just like the sound of fish jumping out of the sea, this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals stepped into the road from the sea, with all kinds of weapons in their hands, including 2-meter-long fish bones, knives, guns, sticks and clubs. The moment they stepped into the road, the leading lobster soldier launched a charge howl, and more than a dozen shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed towards Xiao Bo. Blueberry was also awakened, flew out of the open car window, hovered uneasily above Xiao Bo's head, and shouted in panic, "Coco! Coco!" The lobster soldier saw this, and actually used the weapon in his hand, as a dart, and smashed it at the blueberry in the sky. "Coco!" Blueberry was startled. "Humph!" Xiao Bo snorted coldly, reacted very quickly, bounced off the ground with his feet, and rose up. He stepped on the ground with powerful force, and leaped up with the help of the recoil. The sharp blade drew a full moon in the sky, cutting off the weapon shot at Blueberry. With a bang, Xiao Bo also fell to the ground, his face cold. "Stay in the car, don't disturb me fighting. Carrying a burden will only affect your own battle." Blueberry felt the change in Xiao Bo's mood, called out obediently, and then quickly flew back to the car. 2 shrimp soldiers and crab generals saw Blueberry get into the car, broke away, and chased after Blueberry. Xiao Bo looked cold, split a shrimp soldier and crab general with a knife, and rose up again, without lingering in the fight. If the car was destroyed by these 2 shrimp soldiers and crabs, he could really crash to death on the ground. Xiao Bo's movements were very fast, and each of his cuts was very sharp. When he swung his cuts, there was a force that broke through the air. Even though these shrimp soldiers and crab generals had hard shells, they were split open by Xiao Bo's cut. The passive of the butcher was really terrible. The sharpness of the weapon was really terrible. Unless it was something with extremely high defense, there was really nothing that could resist Xiao Bo's power, and the passive blessing of the butcher's hand. The level of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals was not high, and there were only 17 of them. Moreover, there was not much coordination between them. When the hunting state was turned on, the powerful skill of dismemberment appeared, as if it was a pair of eyes with built-in scanning, sweeping the bodies of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and then analyzing the best dismemberment points of these creatures. Often the best dismemberment points were their weaknesses. It must be said that the dismemberment skills were terrifying. No, it should be the resource upgrade system that was terrifying. Through the upgraded skills, An ordinary skill book was upgraded to a magical skill. Xiaobo is willing to call this qualitative change the strongest. Such a strong combination, as well as a body of steel, directly made Xiaobo invincible among these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Relying on super speed and strength, Xiaobo harvested the lives of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals like a cold death. 17 shrimp soldiers and crab generals did not even touch the corner of Xiaobo's clothes, and were killed by Xiaobo one by one. There was no room for resistance. The gap in strength was there, and Xiaobo's single-unit defense was also very high. Even if he stood there and let these shrimp soldiers and crab generals kill him, they could not break Xiaobo's defense. And Xiaobo only had to bear the pain of flesh and blood. High defense does not mean absolute immunity to injury. A knife will hit you hard. Although it will not cut your flesh, it will definitely make your flesh feel painful. So even if he is a body of steel, Xiaobo is very concerned about his dodging and is proficient in himself, so that he can be at ease in the battle, rather than a fool who only knows how to use his body to resist damage. Puff! After understanding the last shrimp soldier and crab general, Xiaobo looked very cold. He lit a cigarette calmly, sat on the disappearing corpses on the ground, and exhaled heavily. In the smoke, Xiaobo squinted his eyes, and enjoyed the influence of the smoke. Behind him, which he could not see, a wild monster seemed to explode. Something flashed, and then merged into Xiaobo's body. Xiaobo was undecided. He was feeling the changes in his body, and there was a warm current surging in his body. The battle was over, and his strength and agility increased again, and his experience value also soared a lot. Name: Xiaobo, Sin value, 5. Title: Human Pioneer. Occupation: Butcher. Gender: Male. Level: 6. Experience: 174 out of 200. Strength: 51, 5.1. Agility: 42, 4.2. Physical fitness: 35, 3.5. Mental strength: 24, 4.8. Health value: 250, perfect state. Talent: Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills: Intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength will be continuously improved with training. Primary swiftness, intermediate agility, hunting state, double heavy attack, detection eye, iron body, life burning. Occupational skills: bloodshed, unique, dismemberment. Occupational unique passive, butcher's hand, LV1, experience value increased by 34 points, strength and agility increased by 2 points each. This special road is really too generous. Xiaobo took a deep breath of smoke and exhaled the smoke, with a hint of surprise in the mist. It's not like he had never experienced special roads before, and the spawning of a wild monster was similar to that of ordinary roads. Some mysterious places always carry dangers. And now, during the game update, he had just arrived here for more than 20 minutes, and the wild monsters were spawned, and there were 17 of them at once. And the experience of these wild monsters was at 2 points, which was simply outrageous. Could it be that the game had a change of heart? Xiaobo thought about it carefully, and felt that it was impossible. How could such an outrageous thing happen? Would the game be good to the players? Of course not. Could it be a problem with this special road? Xiaobo pondered for a while, looking at the ocean world in front of him. He suddenly felt that the seawater was a little different, so he stood up and walked forward. The seawater seemed to be blocked by an unknown force, not the pipe he imagined. Reaching out to touch it, Xiaobo was surprised to find that his hand actually touched the seawater, and could even stir the seawater. Strangely, no matter how he stirred, the seawater only created waves, but would not fall into the road. This was obviously blocked by an unknown force. Looking up, there was a whole endless road. How much power was needed to open up a submarine road in the deep sea? It was simply terrifying. After a few more splashes of water, Xiaobo took out some bread crumbs from the car, and evenly scattered them in the ocean. He wanted to try to see if the creatures in the water could be caught. If they could be caught, Xiaobo squinted his eyes, and looked at the submarine creatures swimming in the sea, his eyes bright. However, these sea creatures seemed to have no interest in his breadcrumbs. Xiaobo waited for more than 20 minutes, but no sea creatures came to eat the breadcrumbs. He replaced the breadcrumbs with meat, and waited for more than 20 minutes. These sea creatures seemed to have no interest in his food at all. Or maybe they are intelligent. Xiaobo found that these sea creatures did not approach the submarine road, and always kept a distance of 20 to 30 meters. This time Xiaobo had no choice. It seemed that these sea creatures would not approach the submarine road. They should know that the submarine road was dangerous. After checking the ground, it was a bit pitted, 17 wild monsters did not explode anything. It was really pitted. Xiaobo even suspected that his luck value was added to the pig. Back in the car, Xiaobo found that Blueberry was sleeping on his bed. He was immediately furious. He was fighting hard to kill wild monsters in the office, but it was sleeping on the cotton quilt while being served by his uncle. Grabbing its wings, he pulled it over and said coldly, "Go and help me watch the situation outside. If anything approaches the car, wake me up immediately. Follow me and be useful, otherwise I will steam you and eat you." "Coco!" Blueberry shuddered, called out, flew to the front of the car, and then looked around. Sure enough, if you don't show some toughness, this little monster won't obey. Xiaobo touched his chin, thinking, then smiled, and lay on the bed of the co-pilot to take the time to sleep. The underwater highway is not hot, but rather cool, just like the beginning of autumn. With the window open, the breeze blows, and the whole body feels refreshed. Enjoying the breeze, Xiaobo fell asleep quickly. With Blueberry, he can now have a comfortable sleep. He used to sleep comfortably, but he was always worried that something would come to him. The hens could not help him, and they only knew how to eat and sleep. He could not be counted on. If it were not for the eggs, Xiaobo would have started to heat the pan, shave the feathers, and started to cook. The hens are still quite powerful, and they can basically do it every day. It was late at night, and it seemed that after experiencing the wave of wild monsters just now, the surroundings fell into a brief silence, as if everything had calmed down, but it was such a strange late night that seemed to be condensing something. On the system that Xiaobo could not see, there was a countdown flashing next to his personal avatar, and there was a ripple of sea water next to the countdown, which seemed to show that he was now on the special underwater highway. If he saw it, he would be very surprised. This countdown was the countdown that appeared after he killed those wild monsters and merged into his body, as if waiting for something to come. Xiaobo didn't know about all this. He was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. At this time, creatures living in the deep sea and relying on night hunting began to swing out from the dark corners. Blueberry stood quietly on the front of the car, his gem-like eyes flashing with a smart light, sometimes tilting his head, sometimes licking the feathers on his wings. Time slipped away quietly, and the countdown on the system properties panel was also slowly passing. 1 hour. 30 minutes. 15 minutes. 5 minutes. 1 minute. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Buzz, the abnormality suddenly increased, and the whole sea water suddenly churned, as if something boiled the sea water. Countless bubbles rose from the ground, and the sea water suddenly churned. Not only did it wake Xiaobo from his sleep, but Blueberry, who was stretching his body, suddenly fell from the edge of the front of the car, flapped his wings and flew into the sky, and screamed in panic, "Coco, Coco!" What happened? Xiaobo's expression became solemn, and a steel knife appeared in his hand. He opened the car door and rushed out. The surrounding sea water was actually vibrating, just like boiling water. Countless bubbles rose from the ground, and a tall figure appeared in the depths of the sea. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When this figure appeared, Xiaobo immediately covered his head, and the system issued a harsh alarm. He opened the system with a horrified expression. What a joke, how can there be such a big change after sleeping? When the system was clicked, he found that his avatar was actually flashing, and there was a red exclamation mark on the avatar. Xiaobo was startled and clicked on the avatar. He found that there was an ocean logo next to the avatar, and next to the logo, there was actually a giant pattern. What the hell is this? Boom! Before he had time to think, the ground shook violently. Xiaobo quickly shut down the system and looked at the place where the figure appeared with a pair of cold eyes. Sea giant, a small leader attracted by the blessing of the ocean. Level 10. Strength 15320. Agility 6720. Health 1000. HP 10,000. Armor 1000. Skills: Trampling of Sea Giant, Charge of Sea Giant, Body of Rock. Trampling of Sea Giant. Increase strength by 50%. Gather all the strength of the body to the soles of the feet, stomp the ground, and all creatures within 50 meters around. Causes 2 seconds of dizziness. Sea Giant Charge. Agility increased by 50%, strength increased by 50%. Rock Body. As strong as a rock, indestructible. Armor increased by 1000. Passive skill, Ocean Affinity. Ocean Affinity. In the ocean, all attributes increase by 20. If you leave the ocean, you will lose Ocean Affinity. The attributes of this giant jumped out of his eyes. Seeing the attributes of this giant, Xiaobo's temples throbbed wildly, and there was a trace of fear and uneasiness in his eyes. This is a boss. How is it possible? How can a boss appear? What ocean blessing? Why did it come to me? Xiaobo's heart was beating uneasy, and he immediately called Blueberry to get into the car. With his own strength, he could not beat this monster unless he used all his trump cards. Life burning is a trick that consumes life. Xiaobo will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Since he can't beat it, then run away. Just when he started the car, and was about to step on the accelerator, the system prompt came to his brain again. If you escape, the player will lose the opportunity to be blessed by the ocean. Do you want to evacuate? Yes or no? What the hell is the ocean blessing? System, explain it. Xiaobo's heart was beating wildly, but he calmed down and looked at the position of the sea giant. It would take 2 minutes to reach him. This is the deep sea area. Even if it has ocean affinity, it will face the resistance of sea water. So its agility of up to 100 points cannot be fully exerted. I still have time to figure out what is going on first. Ocean blessing. Blessed players will receive a mysterious upgrade. Introduction. Blessing from the ocean, with a very low drop rate. During the blessing period, it will attract unknown creatures. Blessing time. 10 minutes. What the hell is this, ocean blessing? But I just checked, and nothing dropped from the 17 monsters I killed. Where did this ocean blessing come from? Xiaobo calmed down and felt surprised. He still didn't understand what happened, and why he was blessed. It seemed that it was too strange, and Xiaobo was now at a loss. But it was obvious that he couldn't figure it out, and he didn't dare to waste time thinking about it. Now he had to think of a way to solve this matter. There were only 2 ways at present. One was to refuse this task and drive away now. The second was to accept this task, persist for 10 minutes, and obtain this blessing. But is it really that easy to persist for 10 minutes? The sea giant is 5 meters tall, has a strength of 160, and has 10,000 drops of blood. His strength is terrifying. It's not that easy for him to persist for 10 minutes. The opponent's speed also completely crushed him. All this is easier said than done. But Xiaobo didn't want to give up the blessing of the ocean. There were too few opportunities to increase his strength. Seeing that there was a huge temptation in front of him, he was asked to refuse it now, which was really difficult to refuse. But everything may not be without opportunities. He had a trump card, and there was also a hunting state and dismemberment. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent, it was still very simple to rely on the hunting state to avoid the opponent's attack. But I must be careful of the opponent's skills. Trampling. I can freeze myself for 2 seconds. And 2 seconds is enough to kill myself 2 or 3 times. After hesitating, I calmly analyzed it. Xiaobo decided to do it. At worst, I can use my trump card. Life burn has a 1-minute cooldown plus 5 minutes of status. And there are blueberries here, so there won't be any big problems. It's even possible to kill him back. The blessing of the ocean is like a piece of fat meat hanging in front of me. If I let this piece of fat meat slip away from me in vain, it would be a pity. In the final analysis, the dangers in the past were all because there was not enough interest to tempt him. And now, there is finally a huge temptation in front of him, and he does not want to give up at all. Blueberry, wait a minute, I will go out. You fly to the sky, 100 meters away from me. Don't let that guy hit you. Xiaobo is very worried about Blueberry. Although this little monster is not powerful, it can still be used as an auxiliary, and it can restore life, which is a perfect match with his own life burning. If Blueberry has an accident, then he will be busy tonight in vain. Coco, Coco! Blueberry flapped its wings. Xiaobo felt the nervousness of Blueberry, and could not help but call him over and pat him. Bring the things you need, open the car door, and get out of the car. Close the car door with your backhand. Xiaobo's expression suddenly condensed. With caution in his cold eyes, he clearly felt the vibration from his feet, which was the vibration caused by the sea giant stepping on the ground, and now the two are less than 100 meters apart. Xiaobo has concluded that the ocean blessing has indeed happened to him, because the attribute panel of the system will not be wrong. After taking a look at the sea giant, he immediately put on his night vision goggles and ran to the front of the car. Fighting near the car is extremely unwise. The opponent's strength is enough to smash his car into pieces. So he must go to an open place. That is deep in the road. It is now late at night, and the front is dark. Xiaobo can still see clearly with his night vision goggles. He has 5 things in his belt: steel knife, Hercules potion, magic scissors, mental special medicine, and alloy dagger. These things are very useful. Xiaobo ran deeper, watching the car getting farther and farther away from him, and his heart was slightly calmed. He stood in place, staring coldly at the sea giant following him from the side of the ocean. Xiaobo kept an eye on this guy all the way, fearing that he would not follow him. With a puff, the sea giant jumped out of the ocean and rushed directly out of the ocean blocked by unknown energy, splashing a lot of water on the road. The sea giant landed on the road, and the whole ground shook. With a ferocious face, he strode towards Xiaobo. He couldn't outrun the sea giant, its agility value was too high, and it could easily catch up with him. Xiaobo held his breath and concentrated. Now this guy thought he had eaten him. Was he really eaten by the other party? Humph! He smiled coldly in his heart. This is the self-righteousness of wild monsters. The sea giant came over, its huge body carrying a very heavy momentum. When it was 4 meters away from the violent Xiaobo, a pair of big hands reached out fiercely. Whoosh! The air vibrated. It seemed to tear the air apart, making a dull whistle. Its body had 160 points of strength, which could completely blow up the air. Seeing this scene, Blueberry circled uneasily in the sky, with a soft light on its body. It didn't dare to call, because it felt Xiaobo's solemn and calm state, fearing that it would disturb its master. Xiaobo's heart was as calm as water, his eyes were as sharp as knives, and he raised his hand to affect the big hands. The sea giant had a playful look on his face, and an arrogant expression. Its intelligence level was already very high, and Xiaobo's behavior was undoubtedly a suicidal act in its eyes. Then an unexpected scene appeared. A steel knife appeared in the human's hand. Xiaobo had a cold smile on his face, and he held the steel knife in his backhand and chopped it down fiercely. Clang! The steel knife collided with the palm of the sea giant, and the golden swords intertwined. Xiaobo was shocked by the power of the sea giant and retreated several steps. The steel knife kept buzzing, and his arm was slightly numb. What a powerful force! This is a power value of up to 160 points. It's terrible. He took a deep breath and glanced at the time. Not even a minute had passed. He had to hold on for 4 minutes. Then he played his trump card, and the invincible time of 1 minute plus the duration of 5 minutes was just right. But he faced another very important problem, that is, if he did not kill the sea giant, the threat he faced might be very huge. So on this basis, he had to hold on for another minute, and the extra minute was used to drive away. After the sea giant experienced this attack, the armor value on his body actually dropped by 56 points. He immediately understood that the reduction in armor value was related to his own strength. Strength, 51, 5.1, my strength is currently 51 points, plus the 10% gain from the hunting state, it is exactly 56 points. Shaking his arms, Xiaobo stared at the sea giant very cautiously. He had to avoid contact with this wild monster in the next period of time. This guy's strength is too strong. Even if he drank the Hercules potion, he couldn't fight him. Although he had a high amount of armor, Xiaobo's attack just now still caused damage to the sea giant, just like being bitten by a mosquito. This made it extremely unhappy. He immediately took a step and rushed forward, as fast as lightning, even leaving a residual image on the spot. Xiaobo had expected it, and when he stopped, he had already turned on the hunting state, and the mental special medicine in his belt ensured that his mental power would not drop to 0 points. So when it moved, Xiaobo had already predicted it, and made a dodging move in advance. Even so, he still passed by the sea giant's body. The opponent's speed was too fast, and he had 20 points more agility than himself, like an unbridgeable gap. The sea giant's attack missed directly, and without any hesitation, he rushed forward again. This time, a screen-like thing appeared on the sea giant's body, and a trace of yellow gas flowed around it. And its speed soared directly, even with the capture of the hunting state this time. Even at the moment of capture, the body had made a dodging move, but it still couldn't avoid it. The sea giant performed a charge, and hit Xiaobo's shoulder directly. Crack! A sound of broken bones rang out. Xiaobo spat out a mouthful of blood, and was directly knocked back more than 20 meters. He fell to the ground with a slap, and rolled several meters away on the asphalt road. His right shoulder twisted backwards in a strange arc, and even the flesh on his back was penetrated by the broken bones. The power of this blow was too strong. His left shoulder was directly smashed, his internal organs were broken, and cracks appeared on his bones. Coco! Seeing Xiaobo's hand, Blueberry screamed, as if he had been prepared. A soft light wave enveloped Xiaobo, and its little face was ferocious, as if it was trying its best. Blueberry's ability is simply abnormal. Under the soft light waves, Xiaobo's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the bones that had been weirdly twisted had recovered. This undoubtedly consumed Blueberry's huge mental power. Its body was shaky, and its wings could no longer hold on. Bang! The sea giant strode over. Xiaobo's consciousness returned to his body in a hazy state. He only felt warm all over. When he opened his heavy eyelids, he saw the sea giant rushing over again. The crisis is coming. And Blueberry can't hold on any longer. Blueberry. Eat it. Continue to treat. Xiaobo immediately took out a mental medicine from his belt and threw it into the sky. He endured the fact that his body had not fully recovered and quickly rolled to the side to dodge. The speed of the sea giant was too fast. Xiaobo also tried his best to dodge it. He quickly checked the time. Only 1 minute had passed. After taking the mental medicine, Blueberry was full of energy, and his originally confused state was instantly replenished. Keek keek. It called out, healing Xiaobo again. Xiaobo looked at the sea giant with cold eyes. After using the charge once, the charge was obviously in a cooling state. The detection I could only see part of it, not all the details of the technique, so he didn't know the cooling time of the sea giant's charge. The first crisis was over, and there was a second crisis. Now he was bathed in warm light, and his body was slowly recovering. The sea giant felt that he was being fooled, and let out a furious roar, and the surrounding sea water was shaken. Xiaobo only felt his eardrums buzzing, stabilized his mind, and saw the sea giant move in the hunting state, and dodged immediately. However, the opponent's speed was too fast, and his method could only fool it once, not a second time. After all, the sea giant's wisdom was not low. Even if Xiaobo tried his best to dodge, his speed was not the opponent's opponent. He was caught by the opponent all of a sudden, and a huge force came from the opponent's palm, as if the air around him was squeezing him. His face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his internal organs were greatly squeezed. The breath of death descended. Xiaobo immediately understood his situation. Suddenly, he was still coughing up blood violently, and large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. His health value decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the four-dimensional attributes of his body were skyrocketing wildly. The original strong squeezing feeling disappeared in an instant, and now he was in an invincible state. Stop treatment. Stay away from me immediately. Xiaobo suddenly spit out a huge mouthful of blood, immediately gave an order to Blueberry, and then drank the Hercules potion, staring at the sea giant with a pair of cold, weird eyes. Once the trump card is used, the opponent must be killed. Chapter 159. The sea giant felt the opponent's momentum slowly rising, and suddenly got startled. He threw Xiaobo to the ground, and his huge fist fell down fiercely, with a sturdy arm carrying terrifying power. Bang! Crack! The huge fist hammered Xiaobo's body fiercely, and the air waves visible to the naked eye spread to the surroundings. The ground where Xiaobo was kneeling collapsed instantly. The power of the sea giant had destroyed the ground. Cough cough. Xiaobo was undecided and coughed up blood violently. The ground had been dyed black and red, emitting a foul odor. The potion brought a 50% power increase, raising Xiaobo's power to a terrifying 80 points. This is not over yet. The blood and vitality in the body were rapidly lost, and the energy they burned was absorbed by the body. His body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. But even in this thin body, there is a terrifying power. In 10 seconds, his power exceeded 100, the price of power increase. The originally solid and strong body was also aging rapidly, like an old body, with flesh wrapped around bones, and some of the flesh hanging on the body, looking extremely creepy. At this time, his strength has exceeded 150 points. And it is still rising. Agility has also exceeded 100 points. It seems that the sea giant has noticed Xiaobo's changes, and hit him madly with his fists. Xiaobo's whole body has been smashed into the ground like a nail, and the surroundings are stained red with blood. Skill: Life Burning. Features: Health Value Limit plus 50. Introduction: It takes 1 minute to burn 70% of the health value. During the life burning period, you are invincible. Burn all the blood and life functions in the body, absorb energy into the body, and the blood without energy will be excreted from the body. Features: Full body status is restored to full. All attributes increase by 200%. Duration is 5 minutes. Cooling time: 7 days. Note: Once the duration is up, the body attributes begin to decrease, down to 1 point. This technique has huge sequelae. Use it with caution. The four-dimensional attributes are directly doubled on the original basis, which is simply terrible. Plus the 50% strength boost from the Hercules potion. When the time came, Xiaobo's attribute panel changed dramatically. Strength: 183.6. Agility: 130.2. Physical fitness: 108.5. Spiritual strength. 74.4. This is his current state. Bang! When the sea giant swung his fist again, a skinny hand stretched out from the hole hammered by the sea giant and intercepted the sea giant's punch. Have you had enough? A cold, indifferent voice came from the pit. An unmatched force came from the skinny arm, directly pushing the sea giant back several steps, and a dark figure rushed up from the pit, and the ground shook violently. The black shadow fell, the blood-red light flashed, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and the shadow in the air seemed to have two blood-red shadows overlapping. Bang! The blood-red shadow hit the ground, like an exploding missile, and the waves were blown away dozens of meters. Even the sea water blocked by the energy was stirred. Crack! It seemed that something was broken. The shadow slowly stood up, and below him was the huge sea giant. At this time, the sea giant was covered in blood, and the armor value was shattered at once. Xiao Bo's power was too terrifying, and with the double heavy blow, the sea giant's armor value of up to 1,000 was directly broken with one blow. Buzz! With a bang, Xiao Bo just stood up, and was punched away by the sea giant. Blueberry had already felt that Xiao Bo's life was in danger, and wanted to help, but was stopped by Xiao Bo. It's not the time yet. When I need you, I will naturally call you. The voice was indifferent, like the winter wind, with a sharp and cold feeling. Xiao Bo wiped the corners of his mouth, and his red and white eyes had a strange light. The moment the sea giant knocked Xiao Bo away, he stood up, and with a bang, the whole space shook unknowingly, and a terrifying wave spread with its feet touching the ground as the center point. However, the surrounding scene changed instantly. Xiao Bo directly pulled it into another space. At this moment, his mental power was as high as 74 points, and it was not a problem to pull the sea giant into the space. Roar! The sea giant in the spiritual space let out a shocking roar, and a pair of ice-blue eyes looked around anxiously. Suddenly, the body of the sea giant flew up uncontrollably, and then was fixed in the air. Xiao Bo's figure came from the depths of the gray world. His expression was indifferent, like a judge. The sea giant saw Xiao Bo appear, roared in shock and anger, and his figure kept struggling in the air. How could it possibly struggle free? In this space, Xiao Bo was a god. He could easily set the sea giant's power to 1, so that it couldn't even lift a stone. But Xiao Bo didn't do that. It was a waste of mental energy. He wanted simple and effective measures. Several tiny daggers appeared around the sea giant and began to cut the sea giant into pieces inhumanely. It lasted for 3 days. There was no clean place on the sea giant's body. It was covered with wounds of all sizes. The sea giant was struggling in pain. During these 3 days, it suffered great pain, being cut into pieces in chili oil and in salt water. Day and night, the spirit and body are constantly subjected to inhuman torture. What's more terrifying is that its senses are magnified several times by Xiao Bo, and it will not die even if only a skeleton is left. The cruel ravage continues. In the future, Xiao Bo cruelly tests the 10 ancient tortures on the sea giant's body, and soaks the bloody wounds directly in salt water and chili oil. Even after peeling the skin, throw it in. Under Xiao Bo's control, the sea giant will not die or fall into a coma, and the pain it endures is dozens of times more than usual. When the mental power dropped to 10 points, Xiao Bo smiled cruelly, took a mental medicine with a crazy look, and tortured it again for more than 10 days. When it appeared on the underwater highway again, only a few milliseconds had passed, and the aftermath of the trampling was still spreading. With a buzz, Xiao Bo's figure stood still as if struck by lightning. But his expression was indifferent, without even a trace of panic. Because the sea giant was already kneeling on the ground, his expression was dull. The torture of the past month had directly tortured the sea giant to collapse. Even the pain brought by the 10 tortures was not in the space. The pain brought by the senses deliberately magnified by Xiao Bo was strong. After the dizziness, Xiao Bo showed a cruel expression on his face, and his figure disappeared instantly. Only a red and a black afterimage were seen passing by, and the double heavy blow was performed. Puff! Under the double heavy blow, the huge head of the sea giant was thrown high. A weak warm current flowed to Xiao Bo's body, and the asphalt ground where he was before was already full of cracks. Chapter 160. Huh? It's over. Xiao Bo still looked indifferent as he put away the steel knife. He looked at the body of the sea giant, with an incredible look on his face. He didn't expect that the sea giant would be tortured to the point of mental breakdown in the space of the eye of the phantom demon. This was something he didn't expect. I thought it would be a tough battle, but I didn't expect it to be resolved so smoothly. After all, after performing the burning life, His strength and agility were only slightly higher than the sea giant, not high enough to crush the opponent directly. He now began to look at the eye of the phantom demon again. It was too terrible in that space. It tortured the opponent to collapse directly. What kind of torture was this? Only Xiaobo knew. At this moment, his body was as thin as a stick, but every piece of skinny flesh contained an extremely terrifying power. Even if it was a tank, Xiaobo could demolish it with his bare hands. Waiting for the body's strength to disappear, Xiaobo also felt a sense of powerlessness coming, and the power began to drain away. Time waits for no one. Regardless of what the sea giant exploded, he picked up the things and ran to his car. When he was weak, it was safest to stay in the car. 5 minutes passed very quickly. In fact, the state could only be maintained for 3 minutes, and the state began to decrease in the last 2 minutes. Back in the car, Xiaobo closed his eyes and said nothing. His state had begun to decline. His body function could not maintain such a high-intensity battle. After all, he lost a lot of health points, and it was difficult to maintain it. After the battle, time passed very quickly, especially after lying on the bed. The attributes of more than 100 began to decline. A feeling of powerlessness came over him. The health value began to decrease. The prompt had also changed, becoming severely weak and dying. Blueberry, start to heal my injuries. Take this special medicine. When your mental power is almost exhausted, take it. Xiaobo lay on the bed, weakly put a special mental medicine on the bedside, and closed his eyes to rest. His head was really painful, buzzing. Cocoa. Blueberry instructed, and a touch of milky light appeared on his body. The light emitted a wave, covering Xiaobo, and recovery began slowly. He felt warm all over, and his weak body began to warm up. Fortunately, the special pet opened a small monster with healing properties. If it was any other wild monster, it would have been slapped to death by the sea giant. Resting with his eyes closed, Xiaobo opened the system, not knowing what the world would be like after the update. Just looking at it, Xiaobo's face suddenly became gloomy. The three-legged tripod of the game update directly divides humans into 3 camps, and throws them on a road, which undoubtedly intensifies the contradictions between the 3. After all, the road is said to be a matter of strength, but it really depends on resources. No matter how strong you are, you still need to eat and drink. So this is not just a fight, but also depends on the right to speak on the road. After all, everyone knows the truth that the bigger the fist, the better. It is more of a struggle about resources. It even concerns the future direction of mankind. Although there is no reward for occupying the top of the game, since the game has been updated, there must be a reason for its appearance. And these White Camp players are so keen on fighting. Obviously they have received some kind of information, otherwise how could they be so keen on fighting? Before that, there was Old Man Joe. Later, he obtained the mysterious parchment scroll of the prophet through a transaction. He had already determined in his heart that this game could predict what would happen in the future, or what would happen by revealing some information. For example, now, internal struggle is a thankless task, and peaceful coexistence will go further. But this group of people really did it. Now he is basically determined in his heart that these foreign players do know some information. I didn't expect that so many things would happen when I was away last night. Domestic players were suppressed, and a large number of players were shaken. On the road, these White Camp players killed their own kind as a way to gain experience points and upgrade. This also led to many people in the camp not only facing the danger of wild monsters, but also facing the danger brought by humans. From the sin value ranking list, it can be seen that these people are so high in level and have indeed killed a lot of people. High level may be an advantage, but this is only for players on the domestic level list, but for me, this advantage is nothing in front of me. Leveling up only adds 1 to all attributes, which is far less than the gain from a skill book. So his advantage is far higher than everyone else. For his own humans, he has reached the level of invincibility. But for wild monsters, what the entire game shows now is just the tip of the iceberg. The complexity of this game far exceeds his imagination. Shutting down the system, Xiaobo's eyes flashed with complexity. In his heart, he didn't want to participate in such things. After all, one person's energy is limited, and this is a thankless task. If the players of the entire Yellow Camp work together, perhaps the situation will improve, but now the Yellow Camp is in chaos. It's really a headache, 2 big things. After shutting down the system, Xiaobo closed his eyes and began to rest, no longer thinking about these things. With Blueberry, his body recovered quickly. When Blueberry's mental power was exhausted, his body had recovered almost completely, but a feeling of hunger came from his abdomen, and a cramping pain came from his stomach. It was really too hungry. Xiaobo took out food from the locker and began to feast on it. Coco. The somewhat weak Blueberry's eyes lit up. Do you want to eat too? Xiaobo picked up the bread and shook it. Coco. Blueberry nodded her little head lightly, very cute. Xiaobo kneaded the blueberries, tore the bread and put it on the bed, and took out the refrigerator design he had obtained before from the space. He almost forgot about this thing. Refrigerator design. Iron *40, wood *50, fine cloth *20, rope *10. The materials needed are a lot, which is nothing to Xiaobo, who is rich and powerful. He took out all the things he needed, and then chose to synthesize them. A single-door refrigerator with a height of one person was made. This refrigerator has the same nature as the small steel cannon, and both can be cooled by fuel. Xiaobo showed a smile on his face, very satisfied with the manufacture of the refrigerator. With a refrigerator, he can make some iced drinks. Upgrading the refrigerator, the volume of the refrigerator has become larger, occupying a lot of space. Xiaobo moved the locker to the co-pilot and placed the refrigerator behind the main driver's seat, so that the space in the car feels a little bigger. This is not the end yet. The sea giant has exploded something. I was in a hurry before, and did not take a close look at what it was. Now I can take a good look at it. Chapter 161. The Scroll of the Underwater Tribe. Introduction. It records the changes of a race and an era. This is a forgotten world, with a road running through the dark sea. Various strange races descended on this world, and started a huge struggle for survival. Every race that descended would face a huge catastrophe. In this catastrophe of survival, countless races were destroyed. Internal and external struggles continued, and many strong aliens struggled hard, but they could not escape death. To surrender or to resist. To surrender is to be a puppet, and to resist is to die. After years of resistance, we finally chose to surrender, sink to the bottom of the sea, and be willing to be a puppet, just to live and continue the race. Although there were very few words on the notes, Xiaobo felt a chill on his back. He paced back and forth, with a slightly uneasy look on his face, while holding the scroll. The description on the scroll was not very clear, but it perfectly painted a picture of the survival of the heavens. Various strange races, a huge catastrophe, the destruction of countless races, internal and external struggles, submission and resistance. This is exactly what humans are facing now. It seems that there is an invisible hand behind all this that is pushing the development of everything. But now for humans, it has just begun. For me, it has just begun. The dangers on the road only come from wild monsters and humans. It has not reached the level of facing all the races and disasters in the world. There is still room for human development. Should I tell Old Man Joe about this? In the future, relying on one's own strength is far from enough. Even if I can survive, what about others? Will everyone else die except me? Let's see what Old Man Joe thinks first. Xiaobo looked thoughtful, his skinny hands tightly grasping the information that he had fought for with his life. In addition to revealing the difficulties faced by humans, this information also has an important message, that is, the wild monsters he killed were not actually arranged by the game. Instead, these wild monsters once represented a race. The most likely possibility is that these wild monsters have either been exterminated, and then resurrected through the game to become the current wild monsters. After all, even the dead can be resurrected. Or they chose to surrender, and became puppets of this game. So the difficulties I face are not only brought by players from other camps, but also unknown changes in the future. Xiaobo's face was not good. He was basically sure that the players in the white camp had obviously received some information, otherwise why would they target players from other camps, especially players from the yellow camp? So the highway survival game is not just a game that is bored and divides all players into camps, but there must be some reason behind it. Xiaobo reasoned that if the camp division is for future development, it is totally unreasonable now. After all, everyone is alone on the highway. Maybe some people form a team, but there are very few. At least I haven't encountered it along the way. The camp division is only divided in the amateur activities of this game. At present, most activities have no rewards, so Xiaobo has no intention of striving for it. He is devoted to improving his strength to deal with the dangers that will come in the future. At present, with the changes in the game, the emergence of factions has brought me a lot of trouble on this road. Killing people has a sin value. If my sin value goes up, at least I will not have peace. No matter what, I can only take one step at a time. Who knows how things will develop in the future? No one can say for sure. Forget it, I will send the things to Old Man Joe first. Xiaobo sent the information he received to Old Man Zhou. He did not want to use this information to get something. Although Old Man Zhou was a bit hateful, his heart was towards humans. It was not difficult to see from the warnings he sent to himself. He really hoped to take up the responsibility. Unfortunately, Old Man Zhou found the wrong person. Now he only thinks about how to survive in this world. Xia boy, you are still alive. Old Man Zhou replied very quickly, almost in seconds. I know what's going on in the world, so I won't let them go. Take a look at what I sent you first. Xiaobo thought for a while and replied. He also wanted to know the reason behind it. Old Zhou obviously knew some inside information, and he might have obtained some such information. But because the information was comprehensive, it was accompanied by a curse, and Old Zhou was obviously cursed. As for what the curse was, I'm afraid only Old Zhou knew it. I take a look first. Old Zhou replied, and then there was no movement. After a long time, he sent a string of messages. Where did you make this thing? Undersea highway. Xiaobo did not hide it. He called Blueberry, held Blueberry in his arms, and gently stroked it. Although the information you got is not as comprehensive as mine, it is almost the same. Xiaobo, tonight's matter depends on you. If you want to know something, just ask, but I think you know almost everything. Old Zhou is a smart man. He knows that Xiaobo has probably guessed what will happen in the future through what he told him, and these fragmentary clues. I want to know our enemies. This is very critical. Xiaobo has never thought about this problem seriously before. He always thought that this road only needs to kill monsters to upgrade, and then collect materials, and turn his car into a chariot. But as he walked along the way, more and more things surfaced, and he felt that everything seemed not as simple as he thought. Our enemies? Tell me what you think first. Old Zhou did not say it directly, but asked back. Wild monsters? Or the mastermind behind this game? Or those strange wild monster races? Xiaobo thought for a while, gently stroked Blueberry's soft hair, analyzed it calmly in his heart, and then replied. According to my own information, I always feel that there is an invisible hand behind all this that is pushing things forward. What the hell is the mastermind? Xiaobo, are you worrying too much? There is actually no mastermind behind all this. You can think of this game as a program. Program? The hand that was stroking Blueberry paused slightly. Coco. Blueberry called softly and rubbed Xiaobo's hand, as if asking why he didn't touch it anymore. What do you mean? Xiaobo replied, stroking Blueberry again. Chapter 162. I don't have much information. I only know that this game has been around for a long time. Players are found in the world and enter this game. Some become monsters in this world, while others become players of this game. But as far as I know, most of the players are humans, and can be said to be humans from various worlds. Although I don't know why, from the information you have obtained, these races were all players at first. There may be many races that resist this game, so this program customized these disobedient races into a setting of this program, that is, they became monsters. Submission or death. Basically, it can be seen. This program also abides by its own rules and regulations. If anyone violates it, this prompt will appear. Basically, once this prompt appears, it is a prompt for the entire race, not a single individual. This can also be seen from the side that only humans follow the rules of the game, and other races are more or less restless. Xiaobo, do you understand? After Zhou Laotu explained, Xiaobo understood a little, but he still didn't understand a little. What is the catastrophe in the scroll of the underwater tribe? Is there any record in the information you got? Xiaobo, let me ask you a question. When your computer memory is full, will you clean up the memory? Definitely. As soon as the thought popped out two words, Xiaobo was stunned and understood it all at once. Old Zhou's meaning was self-evident. The number of lives in this game might have reached a saturation level, so every once in a while, there will be a big cleanup, just like the principle of the 7-day hunt. So in order to resist this catastrophe, some races no longer abided by the rules, and ultimately failed to break the restrictions of the rules. They were pinned to the ground by the game, and could never turn over. Xiaobo, I basically told you everything I said. There is one more thing. One day in the future, there will be a fault on the road. Be careful. In addition, I am fed up with those people in the white camp. You also know what happened last night. They must know something about insulting us. I have no ability. I rely on you. If possible, I hope you can make a statement, announce it to the world, and express our attitude. Zhou Lao also guessed that there must be something between the camps, and in these white camps, someone must have got some information, and then told everyone, so they would have such a united scene. But what made Xiaobo angry was that this guy had to give him a big riddle at the end. Really? Speechless. Don't rush to make a statement. Start with cleaning up the door. Xiaobo kept a careful eye and replied, closed his eyes weakly, and clicked on the personal attributes. Name, Xiaobo, Sin value, 5. Title, Human Pioneer. Occupation, Butcher. Gender, Male. Level, 7. Experience, 34 out of 300. Strength, 52, 5.2. Agility, 43, 4.3. Physical fitness, 36, 3.6. Mental strength, 25, 5. Health value, 250, perfect state. Talent, Blood Demon Heart. Click to view details. Phantom Demon Eye. Click to view details. Mastered skills. Intermediate fighting skills specialization. Strength increases with training. Primary swiftness. Intermediate agility. Hunting state. Double heavy attack. Detection eye. Iron body. Life burning. Occupational skills. Bloodshed. Unique. Dismemberment. Occupational unique passive. Butcher's hand. LV2. Butcher's hand has been upgraded. Xiaobo opened his eyes suddenly with a hint of disbelief. Soon, his throbbing heart calmed down, and he thought for a while. The butcher's hand has been upgraded, but the other things haven't changed. The blessing time of that thing has passed, so I just upgraded the passive. Xiaobo felt that he was cheated. This feeling was really fucked up. Butcher's hand, LV2 use any weapon, increase sharpness by 15, hardness by 15, and armor penetration by 20%. Introduction. There is nothing that the butcher can't cut. If there is, it may be a tenacious heart? Click to check the upgraded butcher's hand. The sharpness and hardness have increased by 5 points each, and the armor penetration has increased by 20%. It's a big improvement. The depression in my heart has also been slightly relieved. So blessing is to upgrade the level of skills, but it almost cost me my life. Next time there is such a thing, I will never touch it again. Xiaobo said gloomily, lying flat on the bed, stroking Blueberry's soft hair. This upgrade looks good, but it is not worth it to risk your life. Especially before, he almost died. If it weren't for Blueberry, he would probably have died. He decided in his heart that in the future, when he encounters such a thing, he must carefully study these blessings and what they are. If he doesn't know, just leave and don't joke with his life. After a short rest, the flesh and blood on his body recovered, but it was still hanging loosely on his body, and his face looked like an old man in his twilight years. Even after the treatment of Blueberry, the health value has been restored to a healthy state, and there is no change in the body. Looking in the mirror, he felt like a 50-year-old man, with flesh hanging on his body, which looked a little scary. However, on this road of survival, Xiaobo didn't care too much about his appearance. He took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator, unpacked some snacks, and sorted out his mood. Don't underestimate this body. You must know that your current strength is still very strong. And the level has reached level 7, and there are more than 30 points of experience. The sea giant has increased by 60 points of experience, which is terrible. In addition, he has also obtained a lot of information this time, and Xiaobo finally got a little comfort in his heart. The physical strength has been restored, except that he still looks very thin. There is no big impact on other things. The sequelae of this trump card on the body are really too big. If it weren't for Blueberry, I'm afraid my body would not only look like this, but also unable to exert its full strength. Xiaobo gently stroked Blueberry's fur, feeling lucky that the special monster he had opened was Blueberry. If it was any other monster, he would have died. After resting for a while, a faint light appeared on the deep blue seabed, and the surrounding sea creatures became clearer. The fish swimming in the deep sea are all kinds of strange, and they don't even look like creatures. It's scary to look at them. Xiaobo squinted his eyes, and slept for a while, and was woken up by Blueberry. He looked at the time, and saw that it had been 2 hours since dawn. You have a deep sense of time. Not a minute more, not a minute less. Rubbing Blueberry, Xiaobo was a little surprised. He just called Blueberry 2 hours later, and called him again. It was really 2 hours later. Chapter 163. Stretching himself, with a slightly ugly face, Xiaobo went out of the locker to get some water, washed up, and went to the toilet. It's not that he urinated and defecated anywhere, but there was indeed no toilet. Blueberry poked his head out and stared at Xiaobo curiously, as if he didn't understand why he was still oozing water while standing. Shaking himself up, Xiaobo walked to the car, turned on the water heater, took a comfortable hot bath, and returned to the car refreshed. Then he turned on the system and opened the world. At this time, There were still many people in the world mocking the players in his camp, who had no defecation at all, while his camp was bustling again. North Dakar and Riyadh attacked domestic players again. A stern look flashed in Xiao Bo's eyes. In that case, let's start with you. As for these white camp players, they are still useful, so they must be kept. These white players knew the inside story, so they naturally had to be tortured. The scorching sun baked the earth, and in the boundless desert, an endless road ran through the desert. On this road, there was a convoy of 10 cars speeding on the road. There were quite a few people in this convoy, and some cars had 2 or 3 people sitting in them. There were men and women among these people. They were a little ugly and short, but the women were very beautiful. Although their clothes were tattered, they could not cover their huge figures. Hissed Du Shengjun, what do the Yin people think now? Have they surrendered? If they surrender, they can hand over all their supplies and cars to our people to avoid death. What a good deal. In the middle of the convoy, 2 men were sitting in a jeep, one in front and one behind, enjoying the service of the beautiful women around them. The man who was driving said without turning his head, holding his head on his chest with one hand, and the steering wheel with the other. Well, these Chinese are still struggling in vain, but they don't know that they have been abandoned by the world. The man named Du Shengjun is the first in the yellow camp. Currently at level 7. Huh? Someone challenged me, invisible, but the color of the avatar is yellow, and it's from our camp. At this time, Du Shengjun suddenly received a challenge invitation, frowned. This guy challenged him while invisible. Du Shengjun, you are already invincible in our camp, and your 4-dimensional attributes have reached 40 points. It's not a problem to deal with him. The man driving the car didn't even turn his head, and his tone was full of confidence in Du Shengjun. Du Shengjun smiled and patted the butt beside him. Hurry up. The woman worked harder. Du Shengjun was startled and put on his clothes with the help of the woman. Wei Bianjin, wait for me first, I'll be back soon. Challenging an ignorant person doesn't need to waste much time. The first level of the person is nowhere to be found, and only the incompetent Feng Shihong is left, who is not his opponent at all. Confidently leaving a word, Du Shengjun chose to agree, and his figure disappeared. The next second, a huge arena appeared. Here, the real body appeared. In front of him was an old man, but the old man's eyes were a little weird, and the color of one eye was red and blue. It's actually an old man, a person. I have to say you are very brave. I respect the elderly, so I can give you a decent death. As Du Shengjun spoke, he pulled out a shiny samurai sword from his back. The samurai sword was attached with a milky light. This old man was Xiao Bo. The burning of blood, flesh and life functions had caused a lot of damage to his body. The skin on his face was a little loose, so he looked old. Even his appearance changed. Strangely, the avatar in the game did not change. So when starting the challenge, Xiao Bo's first thought was that he could disguise himself with this face. However, in this challenge, he did not need to disguise himself, because the people who came in were basically dead. A pair of cold eyes stared at Du Shengjun, and the other party's 4-dimensional attributes jumped in his eyes, which were far inferior to his own. Xiao Bo had nothing to hesitate. With a cold look, he directly turned on the hunting state, coupled with his own strong agility, and kicked the ground, rising from the ground like a bullet. You don't speak, and you don't use weapons. You're looking for death. Du Shengjun's face suddenly turned cold, and a layer of milky light appeared on his body, covering his whole body. Then he used various skills, and his body suddenly rose 1 meter taller, turning into a tall man of more than 2 meters. Xiao Bo's eyes were also jumping about the opponent's numerical value, but he was not afraid. Even if the opponent's skills were of the game type, and the 4-dimensional attributes were better than his skills were far stronger than the opponent's. This guy was now shrouded in white light, his body was taller, and his strength reached 50 points, but compared with himself, the gap was still so big. Xiao Bo's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and a blood-red steel knife appeared in his hand. The blood-red steel knife appeared with a residual image, staggered the opponent's attack, tore the air, and slammed into the opponent's light film. Crack! The light film could not resist the power of the double heavy blow. It shattered with a sound. How is it possible? He actually dodged my attack from the gap. Such a powerful insight. The energy shield can't even block a single blow. Who is this guy? Du Shengjun was horrified and put away his contempt. He was at least on the list. He immediately reacted, retracted his previous attack, raised his hand, and chopped the steel knife that was still falling with the samurai's sword. Zheng! The golden swords intertwined. The samurai's sword was directly cut off. Du Shengjun stepped back a few steps, and looked at the broken samurai's sword with a very solemn expression. Who are you? Xiao Bo's face was that of an old man, and it was an invisible challenge, so Du Shengjun couldn't guess it at all. You talk too much nonsense. Xiao Bo snorted coldly and rushed forward. His cold eyes locked Du Shengjun tightly. He could see through his hunting state and dismemberment. Du Shengjun threw the samurai's sword on the ground, took off his clothes, revealing his sturdy figure. His fists were covered with a layer of metallic luster, which was very scary. He changed his job to a boxer. Since you don't say it, I will beat you until you say it. Du Shengjun's eyes were sharp. Strength was not the key factor for victory. He was also confident in his own strength. This confidence could make him invincible in the battle. Similarly, this confidence could also put him in an irreversible situation if he was not careful. Du Shengjun stared at Xiao Bo's movements and swung a punch. The air exploded. This punch seemed to penetrate the air. All the strength of his body was gathered on his fist. The power of this punch was terrible. This scene was already in Xiao Bo's control. With a cold smile on his lips, he swung a knife and performed a double heavy blow again. He cut in from an extremely critical position and directly avoided the punch. The blood-red steel knife fell on Du Shengjun's body. Xiao Bo's figure flashed and passed by Du Shengjun. The blood-stained red steel knife disappeared. Du Shengjun still maintained the action of swinging his fist, but the confident expression on his face froze, and there was a blood mark on his abdomen. You are? Xiao Bo. You are so good at hiding. The blood-red steel knife, extremely terrifying insight. He had heard about Xiao Bo's deeds a long time ago. At this moment, he reacted. Wow, like the sound of running water, his whole body broke from the abdomen, and the hot blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. The whole ring was stained red with blood. Next, Xiao Bo's figure gradually became nothingness. Chapter 164. It's been 5 minutes. Why hasn't Du Shengjun come out yet? Hui Bianjun showed a trace of uneasiness on his face, and felt something was wrong. Du Shengjun had completed his job transfer, so was it so troublesome to deal with one person? He felt uneasy. He turned on the double flash of the car lights, and the people in the team saw it, slowed down the car, and then parked on the side of the road. Hui Bianjun opened the system, and found Du Shengjun. The expression on his face froze, and turned into ashes. Du Shengjun. Ah! He was worried about where to vent his endless anger, so he grabbed the woman's hair and grabbed her. I didn't mean it. The woman actually spoke Chinese. Damn bitch. Hui Bianjun's face showed murderous intent, his eyes were bloodshot, and he pulled out a dagger from his side, and stabbed it into the woman's throat fiercely. Scalding blood spurted out. You will die. The woman's eyes were filled with resentment, and she was completely different from her previous obedience. Death? The woman's delicate face was still filled with humiliation. She was once the daughter of a billionaire group, but now she has become a toy of the Riyadh kingdom, and was killed by the other party with a single knife. Since the game was updated in the past 2 days, she has suffered humiliation, and there is a trace of relief on her face, with no nostalgia for this world at all. Death, perhaps, is a kind of relief. What happened? Someone came from the car in front and behind, knocked on the car window, and asked in confusion. Du Shengjun dead. Hui Bianjun's face was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, and Du Shengjun's death would definitely cause changes in the world. The people outside the car suddenly showed a horrified expression on their faces. One of them grabbed Hui Bianjun's arm and stared at him intently. How is it possible? There is no one else here. How could Du Shengjun? It's true. Du Shengjun was challenged by a stranger from our camp, and he accepted it. I thought it would be over soon, but after 5 minutes, Du Shengjun still hadn't come out. I looked at Du Shengjun's profile picture, and it was dark. Du Shengjun was basically dead. Hui Bianjun closed his eyes, smelled the faint smell of blood in the car, and a murderous intent rose in his heart. But he soon calmed down, and was able to kill Du Shengjun. He was definitely not his opponent, and everything still needed to be discussed. Because once Du Shengjun died, their Riyadh country would be at a disadvantage, even worse than that person. Who was that person? The news that Du Shengjun disappeared from the rankings spread all of a sudden, and people in the world were stunned. Fuck, did this little devil die suddenly? 666, so happy. Now the Riyadh people can surrender to us. So happy. Ha ha ha. In the group chat. Feng Xian, Du Shengxialan died, which is a bit strange. Wasn't he in contact with the people in the white camp? How did he die? Sun Quan, it's not clear yet, but our pressure is much less. If Park Ingwe dies, our status will change. At least Xiaobo. Wait, did Xiaobo do this? Chu Shirhan, I don't know. There is no news about Xiaobo at all. Old man Joe, ha ha ha. It was Xia Kid who did it. I just communicated with him in a letter. Xia Kid said he would not let them go, so he started by cleaning up the door. Shuexiang, is it finally started? I've been waiting for this moment all night. The group was filled with excitement by the voice of Old Man Joe. They suffered humiliation yesterday. Even though countless people showed strong will, they still lost miserably. Now that there is finally news about Xiaobo, they have a long-lost smile on their faces. Don't spread this matter yet, wait until tonight. I have a hunch that this group of White Camp players must have obtained some key information to attack us, otherwise no one wants to do such a thankless task. Old Joe pondered for a while, and said in the group. The people in the group are not fools, so they naturally understand this point. They promised to wait for the ranking match tonight, Xiaobo's return, and kill through the entire ranking match. As long as Xiaobo returns, I believe everyone's confidence will increase greatly. They will be suppressed if they are not in the country. After killing Du Sheng-jun, Xiaobo challenged Park Ingli again, and this guy directly refused. He is still very cautious. When a person refuses, he will not be able to challenge this guy again in a short period of time. This guy is on the red name, and there are only 10 chances to refuse, and now it seems that there is only one chance left. Obviously, someone challenged this guy before, but was rejected. When the red-named player refuses a certain number of times, he cannot refuse again. So he is not in a hurry. Park Ingli is already in his pocket. Du Sheng-jun is already dead. I believe this guy is also very panicked. He no longer pays attention to this guy, but clicks on the sin value ranking list. The guy ranked first has killed more than a dozen people. After the highway merges, the chance of meeting people has greatly increased. He is on the underwater highway. There are almost no people on this section of the road. I am afraid that only by leaving here can I meet other people. The sin value only shows the top 10,000 players with high sin values. Among the top 1,000 players, the White Camp players occupy 70%, and the remaining 3 levels are occupied by the remaining 2 camps. Players, and there are almost no domestic players. All those who were on the list were basically killed by the players of the White Camp in turn. The 10 rejection rights seem so slim at this moment. The guy ranked first now has reached level 9, 2 levels higher than himself, and his sin value has reached 63 points. This guy rushed up completely by killing people, so his strength should not be underestimated. And those who have been on the list have all won ranking rewards. These rewards are completely based on luck. Maybe some people have opened up very powerful skills, or maybe they have opened up nothing. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Before there is no absolute certainty, Xiaobo will not challenge him. As for challenging Du Sheng-jun, he is fully confident. Du Sheng-jun is not even in the top 10 in the world's ranking. It's better to be cautious. Xiaobo looked at the player rank 5000, who is a foreign player with a level of 5. Basically, the level of these White Camp players is generally much higher than that of domestic players, which can be seen from their sin values. Xiaobo pondered for a moment and challenged him. The other party accepted it very readily, which surprised him. The arena appeared. The other party was a tall foreign player with a gloomy look on his face. He carried a broadsword on his back, which was the professional weapon given by the warrior. Seeing Xiaobo's appearance, he showed a hint of surprise on his face. It's actually an old man. Hey, old man, don't you know that challenging me is a very dangerous thing? I will make you die ugly. Chapter 165. Don't think that I won't kill you just because you're an old man. On the contrary, I will brutally kill you. The foreign player clenched his fists, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He took out the heavy sword from his back. The heavy sword had a white halo, as if it was enchanted, and the sword exuded a sharp breath. Bang! The foreign player took a step forward, the ground shook, and his speed soared by half. In his eyes, the player's agility value was exploded in a short period of time. Obviously, this was a technique similar to charging. Xiaobo stood in place. His face did not change at all. Die! When he was 2 meters and 10 meters away from Xiaobo, he actually jumped high, and around the sword, a stream of white air flowed around the middle. The white halo on the heavy sword was more obvious, as if mixed with huge power. Bang! The ground shook, and the strange old man in front of him disappeared. The foreign player's eyes were incredible. He stood up and looked around in surprise. The ring disappeared, replaced by a gray world. What happened? Where is this place? Stop playing tricks on me. The foreign player's face was gloomy. What kind of skill was this that could change the surrounding scenery? No, I was hit by black magic. His face became even gloomier, and he looked around cautiously, very carefully. He held the heavy sword tightly in his hand, but the next second, the heavy sword disappeared. His face changed from gloomy to panic. Without the heavy sword, many of his skills could not be used. Suddenly, the player felt a pair of hands grabbing his shoulders from behind. His body suddenly became stiff, and a cold breath was sprayed on his neck from behind. Gulp! He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and twisted his neck stiffly. On his shoulder was a hand that had been rotten to the point of maggots crawling. The white thing that was crawling was a maggot. His eyes widened, and his heart was in panic. At this moment, what made him even more desperate was that his strength disappeared, and he became an ordinary person. Those hands were like a pair of iron clamps that tightly clamped him, and he couldn't move. The maggots crawled slowly, and had already crawled onto his neck and even his face. He stretched out his hand, and was horrified to find that his hand was completely out of control, and even his body couldn't move. He lost control of his body. But he could clearly feel the maggots crawling on his neck and face. He even saw a maggot crawling to the corner of his eye, and the wriggling body was clearly visible. He already felt that there were many maggots crawling on his face. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in front of him. The person in the picture had wide eyes, revealing fear and panic. Maggots were crawling on his face. There were more and more maggots, all crawling out of the rotten palm. Ah! Suddenly, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. A maggot actually drilled into his eye, like an electric drill, drilling a bloody hole. The strange thing was that he could still see very clearly, but there was a heart-wrenching pain. This pain was like a nail being nailed in the eye, and it was even far less painful than a nail being nailed. In addition to the pain, he was horrified to find that he could clearly feel a maggot wriggling in his brain, and other maggots were also wriggling, drilling into the round hole in his eye. More and more feelings appeared. Pain. The pain of tearing the brain apart. His body trembled slightly. Double torture of fear and pain. He wanted to faint, but found that his consciousness was so clear that he could only watch the maggots on his face in the mirror drill into the blood holes of his eyes one by one. How do you feel? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. It was the old man with strange eyes. If you don't want to suffer these tortures again, just answer some of my questions truthfully. This old man was Xiaobo. His expression was indifferent. This scene did not cause any impact on his heart. He was even used to it. When torturing the sea giant, it was more disgusting than what he saw in front of him. Who are you? At this time, he found that he could speak, and while speaking, some worms actually fell directly into his mouth, and a disgusting smell came. Who am I? I am the consciousness of this game, and I am God here? I can lead the mountains and rivers to flow backwards, and time goes back. Xiaobo's voice was very cold, controlling his spirit, presenting a picture in front of him. In the picture, an old man in his twilight years floats in the air, with mountains, rivers, lakes and lakes under his feet. With a wave of his hand, the mountains and rivers are broken, and the sun and the moon are reorganized. Then time goes back, and the broken mountains and rivers return to their original appearance. And the appearance of this old man is the old man who challenged him. This scene caused a huge shock to the foreign player. Little did he know that Xiaobo only made a pair of extremely real VR glasses. To make this thing, you only need to imagine it, and the mental consumption is not high. If you really make the picture in the VR glasses, the mental power must reach a minimum of 100. This trick is called playing tricks. Although he is a god in this world, he cannot check the other party's memory. The other party enters this world with mental power. He can only change his mental power and change his feelings through mental power, making him feel pain or even no pain. With a thought, the VR glasses on the player's eyes disappeared, and the picture disappeared. When he looked at Xiaobo again, his eyes changed and turned into fear. Are you really the consciousness of the game? He still couldn't believe it. Xiaobo's mouth curled up a faint sneer, and his mind jumped. The VR glasses appeared again. This time he presented a picture of a highway survival game. The guy who appeared in the picture was the guy ranked first now. This guy was driving now, with a cold expression. In a turn, it was the second and third place. Some were opening boxes, some were resting, and some were eating. Fooling is the easiest. I have seen the appearance of these guys, and it is very simple to create them in the VR glasses. There are even images of sea giants and underwater highways in the picture. In fact, Xiaobo didn't know what these people were doing, or even how they fought monsters. He just imagined it randomly, and this guy probably didn't know either. In order to better fool this guy, Xiaobo even controlled the splitting of roads, game updates, and even various special roads. At this moment, this guy completely believed it. I actually met you. This is the system space. The foreign player trembled all over, looking at the gray world in horror. Xiaobo was happy in his heart, cancelled all the pictures, and said expressionlessly, "This is indeed the system space. I have some questions to ask you now." The player felt that his body could move, and hurriedly reached out to touch his face, and the maggots on his face disappeared. "The problem is that you are so powerful, and I don't know much." Chapter 166. He answered very carefully, with a hint of doubt in his heart. This is the consciousness of the system, and he actually needs to ask himself questions. But the scene just now was indeed in the game road, and it felt real, not an illusion. Although I am the consciousness of the game is no longer something I can control. This game runs independently. The explosion rate of wild monsters, the refresh of supplies, the update of the game, and the appearance of various special roads are all controlled by the system mechanism. I am only responsible for the normal operation of the game. Xiaobo lied expressionlessly, telling lies seriously, without any panic in his heart. It is still very simple to fool someone. And I can only contact you through some means. I want to truly control this game, so I need to find useful information from these mechanisms. In return, I can help you, such as giving you a lot of skills or sending you out after I control this game. Hearing Xiaobo's words, the player's face suddenly showed a happy expression, and then calmed down. "What information do you want? I will tell you if I know it." "Then you must keep the next question I ask confidential. This is my autonomous space, and the game can't detect it. If you tell it outside, once the game detects it, your life will be in danger, and I only need to pay a little price. But I don't want this matter to be exposed, otherwise the game will pay special attention to me. The first question is, how many wild monsters do you usually refresh at night?" Xiaobo looked indifferent, and spoke in a very casual tone, as if he was just asking for information. "Generally." He answered honestly, although he was a little confused, he still told it truthfully. Xiaobo asked a few other questions one after another, and finally asked, "After this game update, did you get any useful information about the division of camps?" "It seems that there is information, but I don't know. Only those on the leaderboard know this. But at that time, they claimed to us that suppressing the other two camps would only benefit us in the future, not harm us." The foreign man hesitated for a moment and thought. Xiaobo nodded lightly, and then asked two more irrelevant questions, then waved his hand, and sent out his mental power. The picture seemed to have changed, and the ring appeared again. After seeing the ring, the foreign player just opened his mouth to speak, and a blood-red light flashed, and his head was thrown high. The head rolled to the ground, with a shocked expression on his face. It seemed that he couldn't understand why he died. Xiaobo's expression remained indifferent from beginning to end, and the scene in front of him changed. The system panel disappeared, and the player's ranking on the crime ranking list disappeared. It seems that they do have some information, and this information is only useful, so why don't they doubt the authenticity of this information? After all, it's all irrelevant based on verbal narration. What information is it? With this idea in mind, Xiaobo found the 100th player in the white camp, and then found his crime ranking, which was around 200th. This guy has also killed a lot of people, and his level is also very high. Continue to try according to the previous routine. Until noon, Xiaobo tried several people in a row, but did not get any useful information. The other party was very cautious, and kept confidentiality measures very well. They only announced that as long as their camp was in a strong state, they would win huge rewards one day in the future. These rewards are for everyone, but they don't know what they are specifically. This requires all of them to work together. It is precisely this common interest that guides all of them to be so united to the outside world. And other camps, more or less, have inevitable frictions due to national conflicts. Now the yellow camp and the black camp are both in their current state. Compared with the black camp, the yellow camp is more chaotic. Therefore, they need a common interest. And they also need to produce a strong man to stand alone. Xiaobo searched and beat Feng Shihong. This guy has not only troubled him once, but according to what Old Man Zhou said, this guy is all based on his own interests. Even if everyone in the world is dead, as long as he is still alive, he can survive. Only people who seem to be selfish can actually live longer in such a survival situation. Taking their own interests as the starting point, they are absolutely ruthless. Xiaobo's eyes flickered. In fact, he didn't want to care about these trivial matters, but the information he knew at present basically confirmed that one day in the future, humans would also experience a disaster. What kind of disaster it was not clear. This disaster could never be dealt with by one person alone. Now, These white camp players are fighting among humans. Xiaobo doesn't know whether this is intentional by the game, just to make humans fight among themselves, or there are some other conspiracies. In short, his own strength is still too weak. And he had obtained that letter scroll before, and basically understood that this game does not want to see some reptiles rebel. Resisting the rules will only lead to destruction in the end. Remember Feng Shihong's and value in your heart. Then he shut down the system, and Xiaobo slowly closed his eyes. During this period, he really had a headache thinking about things, especially these trivial matters, which really made him anxious. There is no particularly good way to deal with it in the world at present. What Old Man Zhou meant was that we should show enough strength. His meaning was also very obvious, that is, to let himself come out, but the consequence of this is that although the situation has been reversed, the players in the white camp will definitely try every means to kill him. I'm afraid Old Man Zhou knows it in his heart, but I don't know why he still let himself come out. Could it be that the light of humanity and hope for the future that he had told me before were all false, or did he have any solution? Xiaobo really couldn't figure it out. His brain was obviously not enough to face these smart people. But fortunately, he was not blinded by passion at that time, but was in a state of compromise. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the trap of Old Man Zhou. Old Man Zhou obviously wanted him to go on stage. Old Man Zhou is more cunning, so I'd better be cautious. In terms of intelligence, I can never beat this old man. Xiaobo thought in his heart, with a hint of fierce murderous intent in his eyes, hoping that Old Man Zhou would not try to touch the fine line in his heart. Cuckoo. The lunch bell rang. Xiaobo sat up from the bed, and pinched the excess skin and flesh on his body. He might not weigh even 100. But his face looked like an old man, and even looked a little scary. I don't know if it was a blessing in disguise. This actually concealed his identity, because in the world, his avatar was still the same as before. When entering the ranking space, he can move around with a mask on, revealing only a pair of eyes. In his current state, he needs a lot of nutrition to replenish. It is not dangerous during the day, and with his current strength, he can fully cope with all dangers. He decided to have another delicious meal at noon today. Chapter 167. Take out a lot of meat from the locker. Cut a large piece of each meat. Decided to have a hearty hodgepodge for lunch today. Beef, mutton, wolf meat, etc. are all indispensable. Boil water in a pot. Throw these 3 kinds of meat in, and start cooking until they are cooked. While cooking the meat, Xiaobo took out a large pot of crayfish from the locker. These crayfish were opened from high-level boxes in the dimensional world, and he got a lot after upgrading. Wash the crayfish in seawater, and put them in another pot to start steaming. The next step is to prepare the sauce. The sauce is very simple. There are not many things that can be used at present, and Xiaobo also tries to make the sauce rich. Take the lobster out of the pot, and pull out the shrimp tails one by one. Heat oil in a pot. Although there is no chili or other things to increase the flavor, you can use the chili oil in the spicy strips instead. Throw the shrimp tails in and stir-fry, add various sauces, and pour in iced beer. A simple beer shrimp tail meal was made like this. Blueberry was flapping his wings in the air, dancing happily, as if he smelled the fragrance in the air, which stimulated his appetite and made him very impatient. The cooked meat was almost the same, and with the sauce, it tasted quite delicious. He cooked a lot of meat, enough for him and Blueberry. The most important thing was that he needed a lot of nutrition. Blueberry couldn't eat much, and he was full after eating only 1 piece of meat. Basically, the rest was eaten by him. After eating and drinking, he laid down on the bed and rested for a while. Now the sky can't distinguish spring, summer, autumn and winter, only the alternation of day and night. Without the invasion of wild monsters, Xiaobo is very leisurely. Lying on the bed, looking at the deep blue sea outside through the car window, it is particularly peaceful. In fact, if there were no wild monsters, and it was just pure survival, my life might be better. There is no shortage of supplies and cars, and I can enjoy the scenery of highway survival safely. If it is possible to find a girlfriend, the life of 2 people lying in bed must be extremely beautiful. Unfortunately, the highway is not as beautiful as imagined. There is not only survival, but also competition. Competition between people and wild monsters, and competition between groups. All these require competition. If you don't work hard, someone will catch up with you. If you take a step back, you will be killed. In a daze, Xiaobo fell asleep. He slept soundly. Blueberry was on guard, and he would remind himself as long as there was movement. This sleep lasted 3 hours before dark. People who have been busy all day have rested at this time, and the world has become very lively at this moment. The death of several people on the crime ranking list did not attract much attention. After all, many people die every day, and no one cares about these things. It seems that death has become the norm. Perhaps only their friends and relatives care. I slept so comfortably this night. I was so busy at night. Xiaobo was woken up by Blueberry and stretched comfortably. He had already planned to stay here for a while, enjoying the underwater creatures and scenery while fighting monsters and leveling up here. The current supplies are completely sufficient, and there is no need to worry about the shortage of supplies. After getting up, Xiaobo came to the air to do some exercise, then leaned against the car, thinking about the plan for tonight. In fact, as soon as I show up, my identity will be exposed, but this face gives me some disguise, and in real life, perhaps no one will recognize me. What I need to pay attention to now is the sin value. After all, I am only a level 1 red name now, and my right to refuse is still unlimited. Feng Shihong has killed 10 people so far, and if he kills one more person, he will reach the level of level 2 red name. Many players in the white camp are paying attention to Feng Shihong, and my sin value is only 4 points, which is still far from the level 1 red name. As long as I pay attention, it will basically not affect reality. But I also have to make plans for future changes. The news in the world is modeled, and many people have accompanied each other and formed a team. There is strength in numbers. Although it will attract a large number of wild monsters, with more people and mutual cooperation, these are not big problems. What Xiaobo needs to pay attention to is whether these teams will attack him. If they attack him, his resistance will inevitably increase his sin value. But the probability of encountering such a thing is too small. How can you easily meet a team? Dinner was quite simple, the same as lunch, cooking the meat, then shredding it, and pairing it with dipping sauce. Although it was luxurious, it was delicious. He also took photos of the lunch cooking records and meals, and sent them to the space, spreading poison. After dinner, Xiaobo leaned against the head of the bed, his eyes lost in thought. Now the world is noisy again, only a few domestic players have expressed their opinions in the world, and the others remain silent. They are all scared of being beaten. I don't know what old Joe is up to. While thinking, Xiaobo opened the private chat, and found that old Joe had sent him a message more than 10 minutes ago. I leave it to you tonight. Old Joe must have seen my sin value, so he is fearless. After all, the only way for foreign players to cause trouble to me is to challenge me. Now I am a level 1 red name with unlimited right to refuse. I just need to be decisive. Xiaobo's brain was running wildly, thinking carefully, and thinking about all aspects of the matter. Except on the road, there is really no big problem in the system. After thinking carefully, Xiaobo revealed his inner thoughts. I will only help this time. I am not the savior, nor am I the hope of all mankind as you said. Old Joe, you don't have to lift me up so high. I can't bear it. My only thought now is to live. Nothing is more important than living. Xiaobo, who doesn't want to live? I also want to live, but I know more, and I have a burden on my shoulders. Maybe one day, all mankind will die, and only you will be left. What will you do? Old Joe replied quickly, and his words were very sharp. Xiaobo had no expression on his face, but he was silent in his heart. After a long time he said, "Then I will live alone. I am not the savior. Old Joe, you don't have to provoke me. The whole human race is dead. Do you think I have the ability to save them? Instead of focusing on me, you might as well train a few saviors now. Something that can destroy the whole world is not something I can deal with. Savior, the light of mankind." He now realized how naive his previous thoughts were. Everyone can say passionate words. But now, he is no longer that passionate age. If you are not pushed, you will never know how fast you will grow. Chapter 168. Old Joe didn't reply to the message. I don't know if he was right or what. Xiaobo closed his eyes gently, emptied his mind, and stopped thinking about those troubles. At least he was safe now. No matter what happened in the future, he had to prepare with all his strength, even for the destruction of mankind. Soon it was time for the ranking to start. Let's play domestically tonight. The world is not something we can participate in. Not only the players in our own camp, but also the foreign players are eyeing us covetously. Alas, Xiaobo is missing, and Feng Shihong is a salted fish again. By the way, Feng Shihong's popularity is almost catching up with Xiaobo. Xiaobo disappeared, and Feng Shihong is now the first in the domestic level and the second in the camp. Not only our domestic players are watching, but also foreign players are watching, and they will definitely catch up. He didn't disappear. I think Xiaobo is on vacation. He even posted a video this afternoon. Damn, Comparing people is so annoying. Look at other people's lives, and then look at your own life. Highway survival games are wrong. It should be a road vacation game. Will Xiaobo appear tonight? Not necessarily. What if Xiaobo thinks the same as Feng Shihong? Is he also a coward? Compared to the quarrels in the world, Xiaobo was very calm. After the ranking was opened, he entered the ranking space. The rules did not change much from before, except for an additional box acquisition rule. Get the level box according to the highest level. To put it simply, Xiaobo has reached level 14 in China, but abroad, he needs to reach level 14 before he can open the level 15 box. If the two ranking level boxes are separate, the rules for obtaining the boxes will be much simpler. Basically, you can go to the foreign boxes after you finish the domestic ones. This way, your strength will be improved quickly. The game obviously restricts this convenience. This undoubtedly also limits the growth of human beings. On the black screen, in addition to displaying his own record, even the world ranking competition is open. Xiaobo had a blank expression, and even the loose skin on his face did not tremble. This space can match clothes by himself, which saves Xiaobo a lot of trouble. With a thought, the void began to wriggle, and a set of black tights was generated out of thin air. This tights has the style of an ancient assassin, wearing a black hat, and the face is covered by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of bright eyes outside. The tights highlight Xiaobo's figure, not as strong as before, but not too thin. This tights is velvet and thick, and it does not affect movement when worn. Start broadcasting. Xiaobo pondered for a moment, clicked on the broadcast, stood expressionlessly in front of the screen, his eyes were sharp as a knife, and his back was bleak. The title was, "The Knife Points to the World." Hanli, a level 5 player, happened to be ranked 100th on the level list, and was about to be promoted to level 6. At this time, he stood in the open space of the ranking space, watching the discussions in the world, most of which were insults to the Yin people, but no one dared to respond, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. A great country is oppressed by a group of foreigners. Even though he felt helpless, he had no choice. His strength was limited, and he basically couldn't make any waves in the world. He clicked on the live broadcast area familiarly, wanting to see if there were any anchors playing in the world ranking. Unfortunately, not even the people on the ranking list started broadcasting, let alone other people. In the past, Sun Quan, Feng Xian, Chu Xia, and other people who occupied the ranking list would start broadcasting at this time. Apparently, after the update, he was confused by the other party. His heart became more and more depressed. Xiaobo still had the leisure to release poison, and his heart was not in the world. Feng Shihong was timid and afraid of things, which was understandable. After all, Feng Shihong was only one person away from reaching the second-level red name, which basically restricted Feng Shihong's development. If he wanted to be safe and stable, he had to have a good relationship with foreigners. After all, foreign players are now eyeing the people on the ranking list, especially Feng Shihong, who is on the list and is still the top domestic combat power. Once you reach the second-level red name, needless to say, 10 opportunities, 100 opportunities are not enough. Alas. Hanli sighed helplessly, and when he was about to close the live broadcast page, a message suddenly popped up. The Xiaobo you are following has started broadcasting. Hanli's movements froze, his expression turned excited, and he immediately clicked in with his mind. Somewhat unfamiliar back, the camera zoomed in, the weird eyes appeared in the live broadcast room, and the 100% winning rate on the screen in the upper left corner was extremely dazzling. All proved that he was Xiaobo. At this moment, the country and the camp were still arguing, but a piece of news ignited the whole world. Xiaobo started broadcasting. The title is Knife Pointing at the World. Fuck, Bibo is burning. Finally started broadcasting. Xiaobo is back. Let those white pigs see what the top combat power is. At this moment, the world was shocked, and the news that Xiaobo started broadcasting suddenly ignited the world. During the live broadcast, Xiaobo had already started the ranking match, and the game started in seconds. Everyone received the news and rushed into the live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room reached a terrifying 1 billion in a short period of time, and it was still rising. Not only domestic players, but also foreign players. In the picture, the opponent was a white player. Xiaobo was silent, his eyes were like sharp blades. He suddenly launched an attack. The speed was so fast that it was almost a flash in front of his eyes, and the red light flashed. No one in the live broadcast room could see what was going on. The player didn't even use his skills. The blood on his neck spurted out. The battle was over. A familiar space appeared. The live broadcast room exploded at once. Original, never changed. Xia Yidao. Xia Yidao. The live broadcast continued, 30 seconds, 3 battles. No extra nonsense, no extra actions. Each battle only takes 5 seconds. And matching and entering take another 5 seconds. A battle every 10 seconds, all understood by Yidao. Everyone who met by chance was stunned. They were excited, and their eyes were fanatical. The grievances and anger they had received yesterday burst out at this moment. They ran to the world and vented their emotions crazily, as if announcing something to the world. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Let you see what the top combat power is. I'm back, Xia Yidao is back. Tonight, I will bloodbath the world rankings. Point the knife at the world. Charge. Kill people like killing white pigs. Let you feel the fear of being dominated. The world was shaking, and more people flowed into the live broadcast room, a style. Not only those who were not on the ranking list, but even those who were on the ranking list entered the live broadcast room. They looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room in horror, with astonishment on their faces. There were so many people in one person's live broadcast room, even they didn't have such a terrifying popularity. What shocked them even more was what happened later. Chapter 169. The live broadcast room was filled with bullet screens, so dense that the screen was completely invisible. Xia Bo's popularity was growing at a rocket-like rate. What shocked them was not only Xia Bo's terrifying popularity, but also Xia Bo's explosive power and speed, as well as his strange knife skills. No skills, just physical strength. Oh my god, even if the opponent used skills, I couldn't resist. Even this person didn't use any skills. It's hard to imagine how strong he is. Xia Bo's live broadcast completely overturned their cognition, with strange knife skills and terrifying explosive power. Without using any skills, he was able to find the opponent's loopholes at an unexpected angle and cut his throat with one knife. Even if the opponent had used skills and even made defenses, he still couldn't stop Xia Bo's knife. The battle was over, and the screen turned back to the room. The live broadcast screen showed the black screen. When seeing the record above, the entire live broadcast room was silent. Xia Bo. Ranking level, 14. Record, 140 wins and 0 losses. Win rate, 100%. The terrifying 100% win rate in 140 games deeply stimulated the foreign players in the live broadcast room. They were all stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. They were deeply shocked. Even the people on the world ranking list were stunned, and there were huge waves in their hearts. It's not over yet. Level 2 and Level 3. Xia Bo's ranking game speed is getting faster and faster. The win rate is also rising wildly. In less than half an hour, Xia Bo has reached the level of Level 4. The foreign audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded, and their brains seemed to have short-circuited. They had never seen such an easy way to rank up. Their rankings were not so easy before. Every game was the result of hard work. More than 40 games in half an hour. It's terrible. Oh my god, this person's level is not high. Why is his strength so terrifying? Oh my god, after more than 40 games, I haven't seen this person use any skills. Could it be that his skills are all game type? We can't see it? At this moment, there was silence in the group chat of the world ranking list. They were also shocked by Xia Bo's game style. It was terrible. This way of rank up was indeed something they had never seen before. We can't let him go on like this. Now he has reached Level 4, and Level 5 is almost the same as us. Level 5, I want him to fail. More than 40 games, 100% winning rate, even he dare not guarantee that he can do it. But he never thought that there was someone in the world who did it so easily. And Xia Bo's appearance also disrupted their original plan. This time, these yellow monkeys have been stimulated by this person, and it will be even more difficult to deal with at that time. We must eliminate this person. Most of the players in the yellow camp regard him as their backbone. If we don't produce, our plan will be disrupted. Although it is credible to make a new plan, we can't get around him. Someone said viciously, as if he was talking about something very helpless. After all, it is difficult for anyone to accept that a plan that is progressing smoothly suddenly has an unexpected change. They need to defeat all the players of the Great Yin Kingdom, but they can't get around Xia Bo if they want to defeat the players of the Great Yin Kingdom. This person is like a nail, deeply nailed into their hearts. We also started ranking. This guy has won 45 games in a row now, and he will reach 50 consecutive wins at Level 5 in 5 more games. This guy is very fast. I watched for 20 minutes, and I didn't see him use any skills from beginning to end. He always solved the battle with one sword. I also watched it. This person is indeed a pervert. It is hard to imagine that his strength is so strong. Especially those eyes. I infer that this person's weird swordsmanship comes from these eyes, which can see weaknesses. It's like bullet time, or spider reaction. Now he has become the spiritual pillar of the players of the Yin country, and even aroused the resistance of the players of the Yin country. He must be killed. Only in this way can our plan be implemented smoothly. There is no such change in the Black Camp, right? According to the news from our informants, there is no such person so far, not even in the previous legend. I have heard about Xia Bo's story for a long time, and I thought he was bragging. Now it seems that what they said is true, and we were careless. Then don't say so much nonsense. The current task is to stop Xia Bo's upgrade. Not only to interrupt his undefeated myth, but also to kill him. The best way to defeat a person is to defeat his heart. This is often the most difficult. The news surged in the group, and the foreign players who received the news stopped the high-level ranking. They would still cooperate with this kind of influence on the overall situation of the camp. After all, the news had been confirmed before. Once the plan succeeds, it will be a strength improvement for all the players in the camp. World notice. The people on the ranking list started to act. Their number was huge, reaching more than 10,000. These people were at a high level, and they had basically completed their job transfers. They all had more than 3 skills, and were very powerful. They had all reached level 5, and their win rates were all above 60%. Of course, they were no match for Xia Bo, the pervert. After all, he was a man who used cheats. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked. In the screen, the words 100% win rate in 50 games pierced deeply into the hearts of foreign players, like a needle. Now the barrage in the world changed drastically, and the long silent yellow camp players began to vent their anger at the white camp players. Don't panic, the Real Masters are all at level 5. Everyone on the world ranking list is at level 5. After level 5, the 100% win rate will be broken. Break it in the first game. I give you a guillotine. The world is like another battlefield. Xia Bo's movements directly attracted the attention of the players from the 3 camps. At this moment, Xia Bo's live broadcast room seemed to have become the core of the world. There were so many people. Sun Quan and the others did not start broadcasting, but were all paying attention to this battle. Level 5 is the time to prove him. Xia Bo in the room also knew it very well, but his heart was very calm, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely cold. From beginning to end, he never said a word. It was like a machine without emotions. The first qualifying match of level 5 began, and the live broadcast room was bustling, and many people were paying attention to this battle. This was a strong man breaking through the blockade. If he succeeded, the status of the players of the Great Yin Kingdom would definitely soar, and he would even become the backbone of the players of the Yellow Camp. Because even parking we could not do this. The ranking match was very fast. The ring slowly appeared, and a player holding a kitchen knife appeared in the live broadcast room. It's him. Chapter 170. Riku, the world's 109th ranked kitchen knife god. The kitchen knife god, the abomination who has been transferred to the profession. Look at the light red light on the kitchen knife. It is the passive skill of the abomination. It can ignore defense. Abomination players are a very rare profession, and the abomination medal is not easy to drop. Most of them are opened by opening boxes. Among the top 1,000 in the world, there are only a dozen people who have transferred to the abomination. The live broadcast room was shocked. I didn't expect to meet a tyrannical player who had transferred to the abomination as soon as I arrived. As level 5 has become a thing of the past, most players have completed the job transfer. The population base is very large, and the medals that have been dropped are a huge number. Those who need to transfer to level 5 will spend a lot of money to buy professional medals, and those who have not reached level 5 have basically determined the profession they want to transfer to, and will put the useless professional medals in the transaction for trading. But with the trading, people found that the medals circulating in the market are mostly assassins, warriors, hunters, repairmen, and boxers, and the cursors and abominations are the least, or even none. They also realized that these 2 professions might be rare professions. Now Xia Bo met a player who had changed his profession to abomination. According to their understanding, most of the skills of abomination were skills related to self-gain, and the most powerful part of abomination was its passiveness. No matter what kind of weapon it held, even a stick, it could make the stick have the power to destroy the world and overturn the sea. This is the power of the hand of abomination. Is abomination very powerful? Boss Xia is also an abomination profession. It's easy to kill him. This is not the first time you have watched Xiao Ido's live broadcast. These foreigners are like they have never seen the world. The domestic players in the live broadcast room actually knew that Xiao Bo's profession was abomination. At that time, he killed through the entire ranking competition with a blood-red steel knife, and he was advancing all the way, with a terrifying record of 140 consecutive wins. The first person in the world, the foreign player, was in the group chat, so when he saw that his opponent was Xiao Bo, his face showed a solemn expression. If Xiao Bo had not broadcast live, he might have dealt with it very easily, and even mocked him. But after watching Xiao Bo's live broadcast, this guy is simply a pervert, with terrifying strength, and the red light on his knife is darker and more weird than the red light on his knife. So he concluded that this person's passive skill must have been upgraded. A pair of blue eyes looked at Xiao Bo cautiously, and the different eyes were particularly eye-catching. Someone in the group said before that Xiao Bo's powerful and strange insight was related to these eyes. It was these eyes that saw through their weaknesses, and were able to achieve the terrifying effect of killing with one knife. They guessed correctly, but it wasn't these eyes. These eyes are more terrifying than the hunting state. When the hunting state is activated, Xiao Bo enters a mysterious overclocking state. It is this overclocking state that increases his senses, allowing him to have an ability comparable to bullet time, and even find loopholes in the opponent's movements and moves. He moved, his feet bounced off the ground, and his body rose from the ground like a bullet. The blood-red steel knife swung up the full moon state, with a fierce momentum. What a powerful momentum! The audience in the live broadcast room looked at Xiao Bo's attack in the live broadcast room carefully. The momentum was powerful, and the pressure was terrifying. Riku's expression tightened, and he immediately activated all his skills. With full firepower, his four-dimensional attributes skyrocketed. Facing the aggressive Xiao Bo, he did not choose to fight hard, but wanted to resolve Xiao Bo's attack by deter. Because in the live broadcast, those who chose to fight Xiao Bo hard failed, and were all killed with one sword. Riku's speed was very fast, but there were people who were faster than him. Puff, the boiling blood flew 3 feet high. The whole live broadcast room was silent, and then there was an incredible exclamation. Another sword. They saw that Riku had already defended and counterattacked in the deter. Xiao Bo still found a weakness and killed him with one sword. Riku, who returned to the room, coughed violently as if he was choked by water, and watched his death replay with trembling body. He's just too strong. I'm like a naked person in front of him. No moves or loopholes can produce any effect. Especially with my buffing skills, as long as the four-dimensional attributes after the buff are not as good as the opponent's, I will still be killed. Watching the replay, the opponent's speed suddenly soared. Judging from these values alone, I'm afraid his agility value has reached more than 40 points, and his instant burst has reached 60 or 70 points, or even higher. After my trump card buff, my four-dimensional attributes have barely reached 50 points, and he just used an instant burst skill. Huh, what kind of monster is this? Riku watched the replay over and over again, and finally sighed helplessly, sharing the information he got with the group. Finally, he replied, I infer that his instant burst has a cooling time. No matter how powerful he is, his skills need cooling. This time, I used instant speed to force him to use instant burst. When you meet him later, you can crush him with the speed advantage. Don't choose a collision in strength. His strength is probably more than 50 points. There was no response in the group, but many people saw it. They had a countermeasure instantly. They used players who had changed their job to assassins to participate in the match, and they were the top 1,000 players in the rankings. Among these people, some had agility attributes that exceeded 40 points. They all relied on agile skills to break through agility to 40 points. These people included the 11th assassin, Risman, who is currently ranked 49th in the world. He was the one who matched with Xiao Bo in the third game. After the first game ended, Xiao Bo played the second game and solved the battle very quickly. It's Risman. Currently the 11th assassin in the world, it is said that his agility has reached 40 points. Through buffs, it can reach 50 points, or even higher. This yellow-skinned monkey is in danger. A 100% winning rate is just like this. It turns out that there are keyboard warriors abroad. Xiao Bo pursed his lips, stared at the white man in front of him with his strange eyes, and the opponent's numbers jumped in his eyes. Level, 7. Profession, Assassin. Strength, 34. Agility, 41. Physical fitness, 25. Spiritual strength, 19. The four-dimensional attributes are far inferior to mine, but the level is the same as mine. Xiao Bo's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. Although these people are at a high level, They are not good at polishing their four-dimensional attributes. However, he has polished his four-dimensional attributes to a very abnormal degree through the resource upgrade system. Therefore, his advantage is far greater than this person's.